So what have we got for you this morning? God knows. Seriously, I've got no idea. We were having a big programme meeting. They do it on the breakfast show, Steve and Nick, and they have a meeting every day. So what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking about New Year, apparently. New Year was very popular all around the world. I don't think there's anybody left to celebrate, is there? I think in the timescale, I think we got one more to do, or two. Is it? Somebody was telling me. Yeah, is there a few? Oh, right. North Korea, do you think they'll be celebrating in there? Yeah, they've already done it. Sydney did it. Australia did it, which surprised me, actually, because I thought they were going to vote against having, they've got enough with fires going on without blooming fireworks up in the sky. The London ones, from what I've heard, were really, really good. So they should be. LA has not done it yet. That'll be a camp affair, won't it? LA, the fireworks in LA. Do you think it's the same companies that make fireworks all around the world? Do you think it's sort of a big company and they go, we make them? Because I told you we got given some fireworks about 10 years ago. I had a man in from Standard Fireworks, and at the end of the interview he said I'll send you some fireworks down, Steve. He said, and you can have your own little bonfire night, which of course I was quite thrilled. And so he gave us the name of this shop in Ken High Street. He said, go in there. He said, I'll have phoned them. He said, and they'll give you, it was something, I can't remember what it was something like £200 worth of fireworks, which seemed like an awful lot. And so he said, but I've also put some extras in there for you as well. So, duty bound, at the end of the programme, we sort of trotted up the road and we said, we've come to collect these fireworks for Steve Ann. And, oh, yes, she said, producing what looked like a small trailer from the back of the shop with all these fireworks on, which were marvellous, including the coconuts. Have you ever seen the coconuts, which they fire from tubes? The tube is like that. If you're listening in stereo, it's that, okay? And you drop this coconut in, which is wrapped around with paper and everything. It's quite big. I mean, perhaps a bit bigger than a coconut, with a long fuse. You bury the tube in your garden. This was our big mistake. And then you drop the thing in, light it, and it goes with a noise like you've never heard before. And it shoots this coconut into the sky, and you get these huge chrysanthemum bursts. I mean, stunning. Unfortunately, I don't have a garden. All we had was a huge plastic urn filled with earth, which was about, 2, 3 feet, 4 feet deep, actually. So we planted it in there. When the first of these coconuts went like that into the air, the earth went with it. So all of a sudden, it's like the Somme. It's raining earth everywhere. And we thought, I don't we let any more of these off. They're quite dangerous, but beautiful to look at. So we did the rockets. Not the tiddly little rockets that you have in your own garden. You go, and that's it. These were, cascades and everything else. Unfortunately, we had a rogue batch. And I know we had a rogue batch because Pip Schofield had the same. And it meant that when they went up, they didn't go as high as they should have done. They came back down again. But unfortunately, of course, they still had loads of gunpowder in and the things, everything else. So it's like a scene from Mary Poppins. We're running around all over the place where these rockets are shooting off and, when they hit the ground and then all of a sudden the sparks come out. I mean, it was quite something. Always remember it, because we didn't do it the next year. It was a lot easier. So when you watch those fireworks, they moor barges on the Thames, and these tubes have got these coconuts in, which, I mean, if you hadn't bought industrial fireworks, you'd never have seen the blooming things, but they were wonderful. So I hope all the children who went down there last night enjoyed the fireworks, because it was worth, I forget how many million, was it £3 million worth of fireworks went off. It's an awful lot of money, isn't it? But worth it. But worth it, which is a shame, really. I mean, when I say worth it, we've got empty shops all over the place in the capital. We still don't have, the transport system we were told we were going to be getting. It's still not, I mean, I've never seen so many glass bottles all over Piccadilly Circus. You're picking your way around them, and there's drunks. I mean, people urinating in doorways and you think to yourself, you peasant. I tell you what, we'll come round and we'll wee in your doorway, see how you like it. We could get a line of people, all these, because for some reason, men, after they've been out and they've had a few bevies, they have an inability to find the toilet. So when somebody says, oh, should we go now? They go. They walk outside. The cold air hits them. They need to go to the toilet. They cannot go to the toilet inside the venue, the club or whatever, because there's always a queue and you've got to walk through a puddle. And so they just do it in a doorway. I mean, you see it all over the place. It's become so commonplace now. And it just drives me mad, because you're all paddling through. I mean, if my shoes leaked, I'd be in a terrible situation. But I went to bed early. I went because I've got the new duvet. I happily went out and I bought the duvet, which is very good. Thank you. Very nice. Oh, we've got the Tetley.
Typhoon.
Typhoon, sorry. Oh. It's Tetley, though, isn't it? Tetley, Typhoon. Wait a minute. Typhoon. Doesn't say. It just says Great British Tea since 1903. That's nice, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, the label's red. It's Typhoon, is it? Yeah. Whatever. Doesn't make any difference. Do you know, I looked at Dave. Dave is the producer this morning. And I looked at him the other day. And I thought to myself, I've seen you before. I've seen you before. And when I came in this evening, there was a man, very well-known DJ, working on one of our other radio stations. Very nice, very sweet, very tall. And I thought, wait a minute. I've seen this man before. I've seen this man with Dave. And then it came to me. Pimp My Ride. Pimp My Ride. Dave on the... I've got a copy of it. And he's there, and he's got... Do you ever see Pimp My Ride? Fantastic programme, fantastic. It's where poor people take their cars and they go... But, well, in fact, in Dave's case, Dave opened the front door to this very tall DJ and practically threw himself on him. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it was sort of like... Seriously, and Dave looked about 15 at the time, but he must have been older because he was driving. He didn't have a beard or anything like that. And they pimp his car. So what they do, you take in a Ford Fiesta. I mean, seriously, you know, that can only be a student car, Ford Fiesta. Students love Ford because there's enough room to get 3 of your mates in as well as you, and you can probably get a case of beer in the back. But what they did was they actually took people's cars who wanted to go and visit relatives and his mother in Scotland and all the rest of it. And, because I remember all these things. It's funny, actually, it just comes flooding back to you. And I remember thinking, I wonder what it's going to look like at the end. Well, it looked amazing. I mean, seriously, it had grills at the back, grills at the front. It was beautiful. I mean, the other wheels were a bit naff. And so they pimped Dave's ride. And the one question I wanted to know is, how long did you keep it before you sold it? The contract was for over a year. And you kept it for another year. And then when you sold it, do you get more for it than when you paid for it? Oh, you did? Really? Even though it had been pimped up? Oh, it was beautiful. I thought it looked amazing. And in black, beautiful black. It was red before. Right, so you've still got the same engine in. So you've still got the same mileage and everything. Right. Yeah. Oh, but it looked fantastic. When you first saw it, I mean, I know that you threw yourself onto the bonnet. Not the first time he's thrown himself onto the bonnet, but anyway, he sort of did it in this thing. It was seriously, it was so interesting. And he looked so young. So young. He's sort of this fresh-faced little enthusiastic person. And then they pimp his ride with this car. And I thought to myself, because I've seen one similar on the television at the moment, where they take your car in, and some of them are quite flash cars, and they wrap them with this... It's like a film that goes... How they do it, I've got no idea, because I thought, as opposed to getting mine resprayed, not that I would, I could have it wrapped. And I thought, that could look so cheap. Seriously, I don't want people to pity me as I drive past going... Because you see some of the cars that the boys bring over from Dubai and places like that, and they're in metallic or silver or... I mean, how you work out the colour of the car. The car went past me, officer. What colour was it? I've no idea. Green, blue, silver, pink, whatever you want. And then people get these cars pimped. You can always tell when they brought them in from overseas, because they've just got a nut. There it is. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at Dave. Look at little Dave. It's so cute, isn't it? Bless his heart. That was back in 2007. January, February, March... April 2007. Look at that. They're so posh. Not only do they have a water bucket thing to save all the water coming off the roof, but they've got a paved drive. Not many people in that road have got paved drives, have you noticed? Look, you look down the road. There's a few people having to park on the road. They park off-road and they've got a water butt. I mean, come on, how rich do you need to be? How rich do you need to be? It's fantastic, isn't it? So it was only because I was watching it back, and because he was so enthusiastic, when this bloke rung his doorbell, rung the doorbell, and the door opened, and Dave came out like an exocet. He practically knocked him over, because it was done on MTV. But I've seen some really good ones, and then I thought, should I have my car done? It's like, I don't even like the little boy racers who have the black tinted windows, because I love it. If I was a police officer, I'd be going, I'm sorry, mate, you can't have this, because you can't see out of them in darkness. It's pitch black, so they're basically being guided by the moon. And so the police officers come, and all you do is you peel it off. You get a little corner to it, and you peel off that film. And there's places that do it, and they do it very, very well indeed. Did you can't remember if you had tinted windows when it came back pimped? It wasn't. I bet people looked at you, though, because it was a flash-looking car. I know it's the same car to you, but I thought it looked really flash. Funny, I should remember things like that. Lamborghini doors. Oh, I've always wanted those gull-wing doors that go up. I've always thought that looked quite flash, but it looks ridiculous on a Bentley. And but also, I can't do a two-door. Look at it, look, it's so exciting. Oh, sorry, you can't see this at home, can you? Is that how the doors went? Is that really? Oh, my God. I wonder where that car is now. Do you know that you can type in the number plate and it will tell you what it's assigned to? I thought we'd do that now, actually, just to find out whether somebody's taken that number plate and put it onto another vehicle. Because my one, it turns out, from years and years ago, was also on another vehicle. It'd been assigned after the car died, unfortunately. You can't take a Mini up and down a motorway, I've discovered. It completely ruins the engine. OK, this is how the programme's going this morning. We will look at the papers, I promise you, but we're not sort of known for sort of doing anything particularly in-depth, especially when you're all there going, my head hurts. My head hurts a lot. So we've got a box of chocolate biscuits. Dave doesn't eat chocolate biscuits, do you? He does. He's not really a chocolate sort of person. Give him something savoury like a sausage and he's there immediately. I'm telling you. Oh, his little eyes light up. Oh, we're having sausages again. At the moment, they're all talking about we're going to be having a breakfast. So poor old Connor's going off. Well, he has to go on a romp at about 8 o'clock to go and find some more papers. He's found 2. He was gone half an hour. I mean, I'm not saying he's blind, but for goodness sake, Specsavers should be open, especially for you today. All right, short break. It's you're talking of Dave with his youthful looks. Well, he was quite young. This is going back a few years. He didn't... look at him. Got that dreadful shirt. That's like sort of borderline hippie, but it looks like it's got some sort of motif on it. I think the car looked amazing. And in this particular picture I'm looking at, he drove it into a field to take a picture of it. But I love I think the doors are fab. Sorry, it made the paper. I'm not at all surprised. Look at you, bless your heart, honestly. You watch. Everybody be now searching for this Pimp My Ride from MTV and Dave's car. If you saw it before, the wheels were lovely. There was a nice set of wheels on it. I've got wheels similar, not exactly the same, similar, and I curb them constantly. I'm the world's worst person. Dale was the worst for curbing them on the Jag and on the 4x4s and everything else, and he would just literally curb it. You could hear it as we pulled into park somewhere. There'd be this sort of grinding. And I've done it on one of mine, so when it goes in, probably February or something like that, I shall get them to redo the wheel. It only needs one doing, which is good. Good news, says Jax, it's only 360 days till Christmas. Hurrah! I'm sure you're as excited. I am absolutely. Lottie says, I think you're obsessed with cars. I hate cars. What are you on about? You've obviously not listened to this programme at all before. Obviously one of those sort of people. I hate cars. A car is a means to an end. A car is you go out and buy something, whatever fits into your price bracket, and then you drive it. I don't know anything about cars. If I lifted up the bonnet, which I have done on one occasion, if I actually had to ask the people in the car wash how to lift up the bonnet, I didn't even have the faintest idea. I didn't realise that the front B you push down and you pull a lever inside and the bonnet lifts up, but it's a sealed engine. I only just managed to work out the boot. So no, I'm not a car person at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Did you see the debacle that was ITV's coverage of the New Year fireworks? I mean, how wrong can you get it with fireworks? Seriously, I thought they did very well. I didn't see them, but I've seen previous year's fireworks, and I think they do really well. If that's what brings the crowds into London, and people selling those things that the kids love, which you get the pantomimes, you push it, it's got all little lights inside of it. I like that. All change for the coins, incidentally. I'm going to tell you about this one. The 75th anniversary of VE Day is among events and people celebrated on new coins this year. As well as the £2, others will mark 100 years since Agatha Christie published her first novel, Team GB. And there's also a £5 coin, which will mark 200 years since King George III's reign. So they're quite nice. I'm not is it a numismatist? People who collect coins. There's a coin shop just over the road at the back next to the Garrick Theatre, and that's really lovely. But I sort of gazed into the window, and somebody some years ago I mentioned we used to get a 10-shilling note if your grandmother or auntie used to buy you a present, and I hadn't seen a 10-shilling note for ages, and somebody sent one in for me. It was quite sweet, and a sixpence and a threepenny bit. And all these which is long before the boys in here. I mean, seriously, they don't remember. I had somebody driving the programme the other day. 18. I mean, I can't believe 18 years old. It's amazing, actually. People are... Oh, good heavens above. Amanda Holden showing off her bits with 2 mic covers covering them. She's on a beach somewhere. Where is she? She's in the Maldives, and she's obviously managed to pinch 2 Mike Muffs. And she's taken them out with her to cover her sort of... You know when they do it, sort of the WI do it, and they sort of hide behind a suite or something like that. And she took 2 Mike Muffs out there. Hope she signed for them. Nothing worse, would there really? I have to say, where are they? Well, they've got sand in them. But that's okay. Also, a couple's 5-foot snake escaped from his vivarium during a car trip and wrapped himself around the chassis. I have a fear, as you well know, of snakes. Seriously, if somebody said to me, there's a snake on the floor in here, I'd be standing on the desk. I'm absolutely terrified of them. But this poor couple found the empty case after they'd driven on the M1, and so they ripped their Citroen apart before spotting an 8-year-old corn snake, Alan. They actually give the snake a name, but they're deaf, aren't they, snakes? Under the front seat and gearbox, but he was stuck tight. So it took fire crews 90 minutes to cut... I'd have left it there. Listen, it got itself into it, get yourself out of it. But supply teacher Ellie of Beeston says he's quite chunky, so he was properly trapped. Well, leave him there. He obviously doesn't like you, he obviously hates you. That's why he escaped from the vivarium. Honestly, keeping this... A friend of mine used to walk around the Hippodrome most nights of the week with a huge python wrapped round his neck, and people used to come and, sort of touch it and things like that. We're all surprised what a snake feels like. I touched it a couple of times. I don't want to touch it again. Once you've done it a couple of times, I've got over myself. But he used to feed them with sort of dead mice and horrible. And he used to keep it in a vivarium in his flat. And he said to me, do you want to play with the snake? I thought, aye. So I said, I think not. And I managed to get away with it. Here's a young lad in the paper today. His name is Harrison Crone. Love the name Harrison. He's 13 years old. Why do you think he's in the papers today? I'll tell you, he's wearing a football kit. And he is, at 13 years old, 6'5". 6'5", which is, I think, about 2 inches shorter than Peter Crouch, and he's tall. Peter Crouch is tall. And this lad is only 13. People go, isn't that great? I'm thinking it must be a nightmare for his parents. I don't know what size feet he's got. That's normally an indicator, isn't it? But his mum is 5'8". She said he's taller than my 6'3" husband and his 21-year-old brother. So he's now a striker. I mean, everybody goes, it must be fantastic if you're that tall. Why? Why would it be that fantastic? You can't, you've got to buy a big bed. You have to dip down if you're actually going to go sort of through doors. Otherwise, you're banging your head left, right and centre. I quite like, for a change, actually, the Bizarre column today, they've got the gongs, the official gongs. These are the MBEs and the OBEs. But the MBE stands for Most Boring Entertainer, and the OBE is Outstanding British Embarrassment. And who is number 1? This is the Lamehood Award, and it goes to Victoria Beckham. The woman who was only saying the other day, as they entered New Year, and you got more pictures of the gorgeous family that she has, how much her husband, Dave, has supported her. Well, of course he has. He's put his hand in his pocket and had to raid his piggy bank to prop up her ailing business. In 11 years, she's got losses of 42 million. That's commonly known as a disaster. So, not the big businesswoman. I mean, I did advise yesterday that she needs to A, bring the prices down, and B, design something for people who want to wear it. Because at the moment, last year, she lost 12.2 million. That's called a failure. The other people who are failures as well, I think Outstanding British Embarrassment goes to Mel B. I mean, good Lord, honestly, 1 minute she's making films with 2 other people, then the next minute she's got rid of the husband, which is Stephen Belafonte, and then the next minute she's sort of talking about who she had a fling with and the Spice Girls. We don't want to know about things like that. I work with a load of people in here. I don't want to know anything about their love lives at all, unless, of course, they want to send me photographs. But because I'm not remotely interested in sort of what people get up to. But for some reason, if you're in show business, they have this overwhelming urge to tell you everything that they do. I mean, it's really unnecessary. Also, Andrew used to be called Prince, but he's a bit of an embarrassment, I'm afraid. The Emily Maitlis interview was the disaster of last year. Katie Price, another total failure. Never worth £45 million, owes money on the house, and she's now bankrupt. Mind you, that's not as bad as Kerry Coke Toner, who's been bankrupt twice. Because what they do is they don't have any work. There is no work for Jordan. They say former glamour model. She hardly ever did anything. Seriously, nobody bothered with her. I mean, it was just a shame. Then she went on the the cosmetic surgery and the Botox, and then she went to Turkey, and then it didn't work out. But she thinks that she's going to come back again. Well, the newspapers say today that only Prince Andrew, hereinafter known as just Andrew, has had a worse year than her. Because she's living in this mucky mansion. The kids don't want to stay there. Peter Andre has taken them skiing. Sounds absolutely ideal. What could possibly go wrong? Danny Baker is an OBE, Outstanding British Embarrassment, according to the Bazaar column. And he says he was axed for his absurd decision to post a photograph of a chimpanzee and label it New Royal Baby, landing himself with accusations of racism. And then he opened the door the next day to the press, they said, wearing a fez. I mean... sort of an odd thing to do, really, but there you go. Also, Kevin and Stacey. Do you know that Stacey Dooley is actually... And Paul Hollywood. He was married, then he went out with a barmaid, then ditched her, and she now thinks she's a celebrity. Then he went out with another barmaid. He's now going out with a third barmaid. I mean, what is it about barmaids that is sort of attractive? Is it because the image for most heterosexual men is somebody quite busty, leaning forward over the bar saying, "What can I get you, sir?" A bit like sort of Barbara Windsor, who I turned on the television yesterday, and Barbara was in... which film was it? I can't remember. It was really good. It was really good. And the day before, they got a picture. Scott had taken a picture of Barbara standing in front of their television with her in one of her busty roles. She spent a lot of time, actually, in sort of bikini type thing, which I quite like, actually. And then they sent me last night a New Year greeting. So I've decided to save myself on this, and so if Scott will be listening at the moment, I promise you. And so he said, "Just Happy New Year to you, darling man." All the rest of it, lots of love, Scott and Bar. And I just went, ditto. Sent it back again. Because I got loads of things last night from people I'd not heard of from AG. The producer's been on loads of blooming shows on the television. I mean, seriously, he wandered from one show, even with Eamon Holmes. When I'd forgotten about the Eamon Holmes thing, which was part of the lottery, because Dale had a few shows that went with it. But, of course, what you didn't know is that they were all pre-recorded, so he threw to himself, basically like listening to In Conversation. And so I'd go down there and we'd be sort of waiting, because he had to do... The only thing they had to do live was the lottery draw. The rest of it, so he would go, "And we'll be right back after the draw." And then he would sort of throw sideways, and then you'd have a picture of him walking onto the set. It was most bizarre. I don't know whoever believed it, but and all these different programmes. And so if he was doing a series, like a lot of people, and they say 10 in the series or 13 in the series, what they do is that for the first 2 or 3, they're not very good. So they shove those further down the line, because most of his quiz shows were standalone. So when he did Supermarket Sweep, each show was a standalone show. So if he'd started a new series and he was a bit rusty, then they would sort of... oh, my Lord above, look at you, honestly, look at you. God, you look younger than Eamon Holmes. Eamon Holmes when he had dark hair. Good Lord, honestly. And who's the other bloke? Who was he? Oh, right. If you won, you went on holiday. Oh, my goodness. And he went on holiday. Who went on holiday? Oh, you lost. A different show. God. So, I mean, I know people, I've heard of people, I don't know people, who literally enter competitions in all the newspapers, and there's a magazine called Competitors Journal, which will give you hints as to what they're looking for. And there's some women who go out and buy 300 tins of cat food to save the labels, because that means you can now get sixpence off a hobby horse or something. And Dave was being on the television, pimping his ride and all the rest of it. Did you find out where that car's gone to, or the number plate? Yeah, it'd be very interesting to find out. I reckon it's been reassigned, unless they've absolutely sort of destroyed the number plate, which they can do, but if it's a number plate that somebody wants to buy, it might be somebody's initials, then that's the thing to do, which I quite like. Matt says, "I wonder how many people are waking up thinking I've spent all that money over Christmas, now I've got to pay it back." They did say the other day, didn't they, that'll be, 150,000 of you? Or was it more? No, more than that. Who owe more than £10,000 as you go into the new year. And that's because you'll have had Christmas, New Year, and you put it all on the credit cards, and you don't... Unfortunately, it's not like real money, the credit card, is it? You just put it on there and they give you a copy of the receipt, and you just think, oh, yeah, that's fine. And then all of a sudden, if you've got £3,000 credit, all of a sudden you're down to your last 50 quid. And it doesn't work. Oh, it's a nice pile of chips on that plate. That looks quite nice. I don't know what it is, but it looks like my kind of food at this time of the morning. Looks lovely, actually. When they do food on the television, I always sit here drooling, watching it, thinking, oh, I could eat that now. You know when people say, oh, I couldn't eat chips first thing in the morning? Of course you could. You could eat anything first thing in the morning. I knew somebody ate a whole box of After 8 in the morning for breakfast, which I thought was a bit strange because it's supposed... That looks delicious. Don't know what that was. It was a double burger. Why don't they do double burgers? They do a sausage McMuffin, don't they, and stuff like that. But I always eat it and then feel awful afterwards. I never sort of feel as though I've done myself any favours. Whereas I could eat a Big Mac. I've not had a Big Mac for years. I always think, actually, there's just too much food in it. Too much food. Little tired, says Donnie this morning, as things got a bit wild at the Eastbourne Folk Dancing Club's New Year Bash. The very idea. He says the non-alcoholic punch and the party poppers at midnight really topped the evening off. Yes, I can well imagine. My friend Ian is over in Dallas. He works on a radio station out there, and he did the lights in Dallas. He turned on the lights in Dallas, which sounds lovely. Mr. Neil, good morning and Happy New Year. At least he's up early, which is very good. I'm all in favour of people waking up early. I did say, actually, if you can, join me from 7 in the morning, because I appreciate the fact that not us, that some people might have had a little bit of a heavy night, and so you're feeling a bit fragile. Whereas I'm not feeling at all fragile, mainly because I just did what I normally did. And today, of course, nothing will be open today, will it? It's New Year's Day. It's another one of those... I'm so glad we get back to normal. So glad. I'm not saying it's not been interesting, but you've at some point this week, I didn't know what day it was. I had no idea. I remember saying to my godchildren last Saturday, I said, what day is it? And they all looked at each other and went, we don't know, Uncle Steve. I thought, well, find out. Sit there giving me negative answers. So we found out, and then it turned out it was Saturday, and then we had Sunday, and I got a bit confused with Sunday. Boxing Day completely threw me, and Christmas Day didn't make any difference because I was here in the morning, and then nipped down to the brothers, and we had a very nice Christmas lunch. Only got one Christmas lunch this year. I didn't get two. I normally get two. Next year we're having a blowout because my godchildren will be in a new house, which we're very much looking forward to. Steve, my lovely mother Astrid, always say that, don't they, has asked me to text you, she doesn't know how, to ask could you say a massive thank you to her window cleaner Terry for buying her your tea towel for Christmas. The tea towels are very popular, I have to tell you. People still write to me now, going, have you got any spare tea towels? And the answer is no. And we're not doing them again this year. Look at that, 2020. We're trying to come up with something else. We haven't quite worked it out yet, what we're going to do. But I think if we kind of get in early, I fancy something to do with Christmas. I don't know why. I'm sort of, because I like Christmas, I'm trying to think of something. Perhaps they could. The best thing we ever did years ago, we went to Angels, the costumiers, where you can go and rent your costumes. They supply for films, they supply for TV, for everything. And they've got a warehouse up in Hendon, which has got something like 50,000 costumes. It is huge. It's like an aircraft hangar. And we went up there a few years ago, me, Adrian Sherling, who does our computer stuff here, and they sorted out all their Christmas outfits. So I had 25 Christmas outfits to wear. And after a while, you sort of cast your inhibitions to the wind. You're just standing there in your pants while they put you into another outfit. And so there were all these pictures, which we put on the LBC website, of me as a Christmas pudding, me as a parcel, me as... I think there were 3 versions of Father Christmas, me as drag. I'm not quite good in drag, actually. And so many of these... And the photos were just marvellous. They were really, really marvellous, and they came out really well. So maybe we could do that. Plus we could bring out a calendar or something like that with different pictures. We might have to sort that one out. And Steve, I too can't bear snakes, and corn snakes can deliver very nasty light. I couldn't hold one if you paid me. I would rather not. In fact, the smaller they are, the more deadly they appear to be. Somebody was holding one the other day, and I don't know if it was a little bright orange thing. And I was looking at it thinking, oh, my goodness me. And then and they sort of look at you, and they hover in midair, and I think it's going to go for me. It's going to go for me. And small it might be, deadly it really can be. It's like I saw a little frog, and it was a tiny little green frog. It looked really cute, but they said it's poisonous. Its skin pushes out poison. And I remember thinking, oh, I don't know any of that, do we? It's like when you go into the jungles of Borneo, the people who live in the jungles use that as a thing for they tip their arrows in it, so when they're shooting monkeys out of the trees, it kills them almost instantly. And I've thought to myself, oh no, I couldn't be bitten by one. Do you remember there was that bloke in the paper, it was a bloke or a woman, who was holding a snake in front of them, and they opened their mouth, and the snake leapt forward and impaled its fangs through their tongue. So they were stuck looking at the snake's eyes. I don't know who was more frightened, the snake or the person, and they had to get somebody to pull the it was horrible. Anything like that I'm rubbish with. I'm absolutely rubbish. So we don't hold snakes. I've been in London Zoo. They've got that place which they filmed the Harry Potter thing at, where the snake comes up and talks, and they've got that vivarium there. I think people stand there hoping the snake's going to come up and talk. It doesn't. It doesn't. It just sort of sits. They don't seem to do very much, snakes, do they? Apart from frighten the life out of me. The pictures were great, says my friend Ian. For a few years, you could still find them on the LBC website. I want that calendar. In fact, I want my tea towel. Rich got me one, but I haven't seen either he or you to get it. Also, he says, I just got home, 1 a.m. in Dallas. This was at 7:01, after hosting my new radio station's fireworks downtown. Everybody very well behaved. I didn't see one person falling over, nor any sick. Bit different from Leicester Square. Oh, it's like an obstacle course out there. You have to sort of tread carefully round. Oh, no. And I know what's going to happen later on. The pigeons are going to come down and start eating everything. That is just because they're just like human dustbins. Ghastly. I felt a bit sorry for a man, but at the same time, I kind of understood where they were coming from. I'll tell you the story in a moment of Gary Capon. Gary was on the final day of a P&O trip with his wife Maggie when he fell ill in the port of Zeebrugge in Belgium. And the story is quite interesting, and it's a bit of advice for anybody else thinking of going on a cruise. There'll be all the presenters coming on today, and they'll all be wishing you a Happy New Year. By the end of it, you'll be hating everybody. I promise you. So I'm going to tell you the story of the Grandad. Okay, so he's on a P&O cruise. His name's Gary Capon, and he was on the final day of a P&O trip with his wife Maggie when he fell ill in the port of Zeebrugge in Belgium. He went to hospital on the advice of the ship's medics, and after a checkup got a note saying he was fit to travel. But the ship's doctor refused to let the couple back on, despite all their belongings still being in the cabin. They had to spend hundreds of pounds to get home to Suffolk by road and rail. Then they had to travel to Southampton to collect their luggage. Gary says it was terrible. P&O showed no sensitivity. We were upset at how we were being treated. We were badly let down. A P&O cruise spokesman said, our dedicated care team has made every effort to assist Mr. Capon. Because the problem is, if you're on a ship, once it leaves port and somebody falls ill, we had somebody fall ill on our cruise, they have to bring in a helicopter because the ship's not going to turn round and go back because it's on a schedule, because it's got to get from here to there, so the next lot of people get on it. And they said they did offer him something else, and he turned it down. What the insurance is going to say, goodness only knows. So they did make an effort. The ship's doctor said no, because he's already had this mini stroke. You don't want him to have another one. You really don't. And so they said the best thing, it was on the last day, but of course you know what people are like, they get a bit upset because it was the last day and everything else, but they can't risk it for the safety of all the other passengers on the ship who might get held up. Also, I found it very interesting. Oh, did you know? Sorry, I just found this one here. Boy racing lads get more sex. I mean, that's ruined your day, hasn't it, really? Why should it just be young men who own a car have more sex? Don't be so ridiculous. Of course they don't. Where did that come from? Anyway, this apparently, having your own wheels gives lads higher self-esteem and is a status symbol women find attractive. Really? Well, if you were pimping somebody's ride, it would make them more attractive. I mean, that's like a babe magnet. Dave's car was like a babe magnet. I think that's what he told me to say. And especially those gull-wing doors. Woo! That was a seller. I quite like it. A door going up, to me, smacks of, that's really lovely. That's really lovely. I'm surprised you didn't have your name. You know, they used to put names on the top of cars. They go, Dave and ? You know, because we were never too sure, you know, if you were out with somebody. Did you have somebody at that time? Were you going out? No. So honest. Aaron, you're still suffering. OK, I'm just letting you know that now. He has actually... I mean, I've seen the list of things that he's going to subject you to. Wouldn't want to be in your tracky bottoms, thank you very much indeed. Oh, that could be a nightmare, couldn't it? Lots of pictures of the fireworks, lots of pictures of people with Welcome 2020. They're the mad ones. You know, you pass somebody and they go, you know, you've got flashing lights on their hat and all the rest of it. I quite like the one in Singapore. They had it looks like a running man. Now, whether it's fireworks or it's lights that they put up in the sky, I don't know. But I've had a look at our one. very nice. The Burj Khalifa skyscraper, I mean, really pushed the boat, but it is Dubai. And then the London Eye fireworks were all about projecting confidence, according to the mayor. Oh, shut up. What do you mean projecting? It's a firework, dear. It's not projecting confidence or anything else like that. You have to pay to go and see them. Celebrations in Amritsar. And all the crowds, because it was blooming cold, actually, I thought. But I like fireworks. I know people don't like them. And I think they sort of go, oh, no, we're not really into fireworks, Steve. They're dangerous. I appreciate they're dangerous. It's only because people don't know how to do them properly. When we were little, we were actually trained as to how to sort of, let off fireworks. You keep them in a tin with the lid on, and then you've got a bucket of water in case it doesn't go down properly, and then you can go and throw it away. So that's it. And then we got a picture of Harry with it. I thought he didn't like the press. I mean, am I getting the wrong end of the stick here with Harry? Because, first of all, they weren't happy about the coverage. Now they're actually posing for the press, but this is over in Canada. So I don't know whether the picture was taken in Canada or taken somewhere else or Photoshop, whatever it is. I mean, it's very nice, but, they got turned away from a restaurant because there were too many of them, and the person who owned the restaurant said, listen, I'm sure they have a lovely time in Canada, but I'm not putting all my other patrons off. They're only here for a very short time. These patrons I've got to look after, week in, week out. So, any New Year resolutions you want to share, says little Julie? I did think about this beforehand, and I did think I was going to try and lose weight this year. But then that could be a standard thing for anybody who is slightly overweight. So I thought about losing weight. What else do I want to do this year? I don't know, actually. I couldn't think. There was nothing I wanted. I mean, I don't smoke. I drink, a little bit, and enjoy it. Sorry, the food's arrived. I'm so excited. Is that it? So, that little... You've got to go back. You've been all that time to get 2 egg... I could have made it for you here, if you wanted an Egg McMuffin. That's all you went for? Just 2 Egg McMuffins? Is there a queue a mile long? In fact, while you're out there, you might as well pick up the papers at the same time. Yeah, it's good. Otherwise, saves you coming back in and going out again. We'll send out a St Bernard if you're longer than sort of 15 minutes. Is that right? Your mother's written in already, by the way, Connor. She's back again. Yeah, she has. She says, Happy New Year from Helen, Connor's mum. Has she always been has she always been... You don't call her Helen, do you? Do you call your mother Helen? You don't. You call your mother by her Christian name? You don't. Do you really? Very disrespectful. Well, that's it. We shan't be bothering with Connor again. You call her Helen? I mean, I call her Helen because You interchange between what? Helen and Mum. Did you ever call her Mummy? Yeah. What'd you call your father? When you were... Oh, right. What'd you call your father? Does he have a name? Call him... Oh, right, OK. Not very useful there, then, is it, really? We can't come back with that one. But did you call him by his Christian name? Yeah, but did you ever call him by his Christian name? No, I wouldn't have done that at all. Not with... I can't imagine calling my mum Jean. I mean, she'd have looked at me in horror. Absolute horror. No, it was always I used to call them Mummy and Daddy. And then I got to 33, and we decided maybe it wasn't a good idea. And so I remember my father saying to me, he said, I think you should call me Dad in future. So I said, oh, OK. I wasn't very comfortable with it. Mum and Dad. But that's all right, isn't it? It's OK. But no, she obviously adores you. God knows why. God, the stories we can tell you, Helen. Seriously, you thought the Pimp My Ride story was bad. You wait till the latest escapade from Connor. I mean, at the moment, he's now he's like Nanook of the North in the building at the moment. Nobody likes him. No, seriously, we're tolerating him. So every time he comes back in again, we send him off out. And he's wearing his new sweatshirt, which I don't know who bought that for him. Would that be the... Sorry? Mother? Oh, your Nan bought it. Oh, right. You call her Nan, do you? Or does she have a name? Right. Lovely. Linda. Brenda. Oh, I had an auntie called Brenda once. Well, she wasn't really an auntie. She was a friend of my mother's, but we called her Auntie Brenda. Perhaps it's the same one. She doesn't live in Reading, does she? We could be related. Yeah, we could be related. That'll be jolly, won't it, for next Christmas? We're all sitting round the Christmas tree waiting for another one of those sweatshirts to be unveiled. I love the way you got it for Christmas and he's wearing it already. No saving it for just, put it on. Cool. What did your mother... Yeah, no, it's lovely. I mean, I'm no doubt this week we'll never get tired of seeing it. But does your mother? No, I mean, it'll be an everyday thing. I can tell. It'll come with a variety of attachments: the scarf, and then the coat on, the coat off, and then maybe sort of a t-shirt underneath it. You know, listen. I know. I've seen your wardrobe. Literally, I've seen your wardrobe. You only have to work with him for 3 days. You've seen everything, haven't we? We're like that. We're like that. But the coat, I think. What did the girlfriend buy you for Christmas? Did she buy something nice? She bought you new trainers. Wow, they're very expensive trainers. A friend of mine gets them made. You can go to, is it Nike? You can design your own trainers. And they're about £100 a pair or something. £100 a pair? Have you heard of such money? Slightly more? God, she must really love you. She's got them, from eBay. You're sure they're genuine? They're not sort of knockoffs, are they, or something like that? Yeah. Because most stuff on eBay, there's a lot of what they call moody items on there. What did your mother buy you? What did Helen buy you for Christmas? she clubbed in with a girlfriend. It's not very imaginative, Helen, is it? That's not very imaginative. I mean, you might as well have bought him a Boots gift voucher. He'd have probably got more out of it. You could have got some product for his hair and stuff like that. Oh, great meal deal. Oh, right. What's that? A great meal deal? Is this where you go somewhere and you get 2 for the price of 1? God, it sounds ghastly. What sort of area are you living in? Don't tell me you've got a harvester. I couldn't bear it. You can eat as much as you want from the salad bar, and then you have surf and turf. Had one half a mile down the road until a year ago, and then it... Oh, right, Miller and Carter. I've been to Miller and Carter. It's the same sort of thing, isn't it, really? I bet you and your girlfriend have been there loads, haven't you? Did it come with free pudding? Or something, yeah. Did you have a bottle of Liebfraumilch? God, honestly. Helen, can you take him home? Seriously, he's out of his depth here, honestly. It's just getting worse and worse. It doesn't get any better. By this time next year, God knows where we're going to be. But he's now got to go out into... I mean, seriously, there's thick fog swirling around Leicester Square. It's either that or somebody's on fire. Freezing in Sevenoaks, says James. Coffee, Teddy and you on DAB. Perfect. Yes, and somebody says, I'm quite worried about my boyfriend. His landlady is busty and leaves her bedroom door open all night. I mean, I wouldn't see that as being a bit of a worry, actually. I see that as a challenge. I don't see it as anything else. Steve, working all night and now off to the New Year's Day park run, says, I hate people who go running on New Year's Day. It's like people who go swimming in the Serpentine, isn't it? Similar kind of thing. So ironing since 6:30. Says Viv in Suffolk. Said, you're making the job a bit easier by making me laugh. That's what the programme's about. Listen, if you can't laugh, you cry. And we don't want to cry. We've had enough crying this year. I'm going to try and have a year without crying, but it's not going to work. Because we've got the show, haven't we, in February, which we're looking forward to seeing you at. And no doubt there will be some period in the show where I just kind of break down. I don't go completely break down and do lally. I just sort of have a little sort of teary up bit, which is nice. Steve, are you doing the news? We are, at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock. We thought we'd do that, actually, then come back the other side of it. And we'll have some more papers to look at. There's another story about Caroline Flack on the front. She's gone to America, I think. Seems to be the place to go to for... I've always wanted to go to the Rockefeller Centre and that big Christmas tree, because it was in Home and miss anybody out who maybe has just woken up going, nobody's wished me a Happy New Year, because you might have not celebrated. Some people can't bear it. Some people absolutely hate New Year's Eve, whereas I'm not particularly bothered. It's just that more and more people are letting fireworks off in the street, and we had that for about an hour and a half last night. But it's okay. I can cope with things like that. I'm a fairly sort of heavy sleeper. Steve, I'm up, loaded the slow cooker with the winter casserole. Happy New Year from Neil's mum. Who's Neil? Which Neil have we got? I don't know Neil. I know quite a few Neils, actually. Also, Happy New Year to you and your wonderful team, says Adam in Leeds. That's nice, isn't it? He sort of foreguessed that you're a wonderful team. He says, why don't you write a book? Oh, for goodness sake, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He said, I'm a devoted listener. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Sean says people were letting fireworks off around midnight whilst I was trying to sleep. Got a park run in Bicester this morning at 9 a.m. Oh, Lord. It must be an addiction, mustn't it? If you go running, it's not something that I could slip on a pair of shorts and sort of... It's just not me. And you never see happy joggers. They always look miserable, don't they? You never see anybody laughing, ha, 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 as they're running round. I still like the marathon, but I wouldn't want to do it. And yet I do know a number of people who do it. When I was a child, says Diana, back in the 1940s and 50s, my dad had, as part of his fireworks apparatus, a milk bottle to launch the rockets and a stick to poke the Catherine wheel, which invariably stuck. Well, I remember, because you couldn't launch rockets any other way than a milk bottle. So you'd put it would stand there, and then sometimes it would fall over and it would go, run, run! As sort of the rockets but they were little tiny rockets. But when I was a child, and when I was enjoying fireworks, you'd go out and you'd spend, I don't know, something like, 17 and sixpence. 17 and sixpence was a lot of money for a box of fireworks. And so my ones didn't cost that. Mine might have been 3 and 11 pence or something. Old money. And you take them out of the box. You take them home, almost with sort of due reverence. And you'd line them all up on your bedroom windowsill, deciding which one you were going to let off first. And you'd look at them and they had names like Mount Vesuvius, Silver Cascade. They were always sort of wonderful names. And we derived great pleasure. I couldn't wait to let off fireworks. Couldn't wait to let them off. But in recent years, I've sort of gone bigger, as you heard earlier on in the programme. But still very entertaining. But you've just got to be very careful, especially with pets. Steve, my New Year resolution is to lose weight, but I wish the Co-op would stop selling 10 donuts for 99p. Oh, I know. 10 donuts. There's a machine that they have. Some bloke had one in Staines, actually. He had sold burgers and things like that. And it was a machine that sort of was like a sort of a tray of oil heated. And then the machine the other end, which had the mixture in it, it would go... and it would squirt donuts into the oil. And then the machine would turn them over halfway through. And again, it was 10 for about £1. Covered in sugar, but they were warm. Something nice about a warm donut. Or chestnuts. I quite like chestnuts as well. Not wild about them. I bought something ever so disappointing the other day. Where was I? Waitrose. And it's a range of food that they do for useless people like me that don't cook or can't cook. And it was, whatever this bloke's name is, and it was a beef casserole. Well, it was £7 something. I remember thinking that's the sort of price you'd pay in a shop, a restaurant or something like that, or a harvester. And I took it home and I added bits to it, like some asparagus. And what else did I add to it? Oh, mashed potato. And it was quite nice. Well, it just wasn't very much of it. I thought, perhaps, and this is supposed to feed a family. How they worked that out, I've got no idea. Sally says, with the lovely car you drive, Steve, you must be doing quite well with the ladies. Yeah. Actually, I'm the only person who's actually got Bentley Bear sitting on the back seat. He sits there and he's dressed up as a mechanic. He's a teddy bear. My brother found it a few years ago, and he's dressed up as a mechanic. He's got his little hat on, his belt. He's quite big. He's good size. So he sits on the armrest that comes down in the middle of the back seat, and everybody always goes to me. Even my brother says, "You've still got Bentley Bear," and you go, "Yeah, absolutely." He never moves out of the car. The garage have learnt, just leave him, because he'll only tell tales on them if they try and do anything. How about your face on other famous landmarks or movie stars, Statue of Liberty, stuff like that? Yeah, and the scene in Carry On Camping where Barbara Windsor's bikini top flies off, says Paula. That was on, that was done on a fishing line, a piece of fishing line, so they had to, but you know that film, because they were nothing if not, not to be spending money on the Carry On films, and so they filmed that in the middle of winter. That's why there's no leaves on the trees and the grass looks green, because they sprayed it green to make it look as though it was a bit warmer. So she said that they froze to death out there. Literally, every time they'd done a take, they were all back putting their coats on and drinking hot tea, because that was the way it did. And Windsor was a very popular place. So the council offices in Windsor doubled up as a hospital and all sorts of different things. They were very industrious. And the reason they actually sounded good, as Barbara will tell you, was the fact they used a full-size orchestra. There were no cheap musical interludes you heard on that. It was always a full-size orchestra, which made the film sound big, even though, they didn't really spend too much money on it. Certainly not on the cast. Certainly not. And if you ask Barbara Windsor, she'll tell you the same thing, that when they get played nowadays on the television, they get nothing. Absolutely nothing. They didn't earn very much at the time. I mean, compared to how much people earn nowadays. No hangover this morning, says Chris in Canterbury. As no booze last night, enjoying some pâté on toast. I had pâté on cream crackers the other day. That was quite nice. I like a bit of pâté. I had, what was it? Duck pâté. No, I was going to buy duck pâté, then I thought, no. So I didn't, and I bought mushroom pâté and chicken liver pâté. That was quite... Mushroom pâté's I know ducks, but I just felt a bit guilty about ducks. I just see ducks in my mind, whereas if it's chicken liver pate, I don't kind of formulate any sort of relationship with the chicken at all. But with ducks, I always think, poor little souls. You know, what with the Chinese restaurants grabbing most of them and turning them into crispy duck, and then the rest of the people forcing stuff down me. I can't do it. Oh, it's geese, isn't it? Don't they do geese for foie gras? I don't think I've ever had foie gras. It's never sort of come into my life. My friend Paul, who's got the greengrocer, he had, what did he have? Crab meat, white crab meat. And luckily, a man came into the greengrocers the other day, and he was buying stuff, and we were just being nosy and sort of saying, oh, so what are you actually cooking? And he said, well, actually, he said, I've got some white crab meat. I went, you won't believe this. We were just talking about how you do white crab meat. And I said, you mix it up with a bit of chives, a little bit of red pepper, and, well, in this case, it was rocket. And then you mix it all up, a little bit of mayonnaise in there, and that's white crab meat. Not cheap. Not cheap, and you can mix white and brown as well. And that's what this guy was having. He was having the white crab meat. But pate, I might have some more pate. It's very fattening, though, pate, isn't it? Oh, well, you can't have everything, can you? See, talking of boy racers and sex, if I won the lottery, says Matthew, I'd be straight off to South Kent to buy a Lamborghini. It's not going to help you, is it? I mean, you have to face facts. You're either doomed, you know, never to sort of... I mean, they used to say... I remember somebody telling me the one thing when I bought the car... You know, having had a few of them down the line, they said, with this car, you can park at any hotel in London and they'll welcome it with open arms. And, you know, they're not wrong. I can park it at any hotel and you just go, can I leave it here for a little while? Of course. They always like nice cars sitting outside there. It's no good turning up in something that's been in Pimp My Ride saying, can we leave this in front of the Savoy? They'd have it towed away. Well, they would now. Did we find out where the number plate's been assigned? It's gone. That number plate is now not... It's not available. Oh, my goodness. So that's quite nice, actually. You've actually... the car must have gone ages ago then, mustn't it, really? Would have been scrapped, turned into an Emirates 2000. No, but the trouble is, my first car was a Ford Popular, which only had 3 gears. First, second, third, and reverse. And that was it. And it was 100 quid. That's what we paid for it in a local garage, admittedly, many, many years ago. And I quite liked it, but I thought you had to keep topping the oil up. And I did it with a Rolls I had some years ago. And I thought that if you did a long journey, the oil evaporated. So I would top it up and keep putting more in. I mean, it was really bizarre. So when I took it into the garage, Peter, who used to look after the car, he said, how much oil have you got in your car? I said, I just thought you keep topping it up. He said, no, it stays in there till the next oil change when we take it all out and replace it. I was just going out and buying loads of oil. I was buying gallon containers. I thought that's what you had to do. Shows how little I know about cars. That's like when somebody said to me earlier on, oh, you obviously know all about cars. I know nothing about cars. Petrol goes in one end, and I don't even bother putting water in the windscreen washers because they do that in the garage because it doesn't happen very often. Looking at me like I'm mad. Honestly. Steve, will you be watching the New Year's Day concert from Vienna? I love it. Do you know who normally goes to that? You know who goes to that? Mary Poppins herself. She always goes to the New Year's Day concert in Vienna. It'll either be in the Musikverein, Volkstheater, or any one of a number of other places. And it's beautiful. It really is beautiful, Jan. It's a lovely thing to go and see. And so Julie Andrews goes, and occasionally the camera cuts across. You go, Julie Andrews is there. I think she loves going. So it is amazing. They always bring in some lovely names in the orchestra. They're very traditional in Vienna and in Austria. Very, very traditional. They don't, they don't tend to sort of try new things out. They do it the way that they've always done it. And so people go there, people will dress for it. It's considered, highly delightful to go. Something I keep forgetting to ask you, I think I'm right in saying that Classic FM is a sister station to LBC. It is. They're just underneath me here. Just underneath one of the many stations that Global owns. And they had a Christmas concert before Christmas. Did you go? No. But I did get my sprouts from Anne-Marie. I did get my sprouts. Bless her. Every year she brings up my sprout tree, and every year I get sprouts. Which actually said, although I did speak to somebody, who did I speak to the other day? It must have been somebody in this building, because we were talking about sprouts at Christmas, and they said, and I said, I'm having sprouts a couple of days ago, and they went, what, after Christmas? And I go, yeah. They said, no, you just have sprouts at Christmas. I went, are you mad? You have sprouts all the time. That's the whole idea about it. Okay, 8:15. I should point out, actually, it's Steve Allen for Nick Ferrari, but you probably guessed that anyway. And then tomorrow, Nick will be here. He'll be back, and on Friday, and then tomorrow I'm back on my show, and then on Friday with my my normal assistant producer, and then next week I think we're practically back to normal. I think people have had that, and it's been a long holiday for you. It's been a long. You wait till those bills start coming in. Oh my goodness me! You wait. They're all you're going to go. I don't remember spending. What do we spend that on? And that's what you'll be doing, going through all the receipts and everything else. And then do not forget, just to add insult to injury, if you're self-employed, you've got a tax bill to pay at the end of January. And you should know already, although a lot of people, 150,000 people have not filed their tax returns. Did you not file yours? Hopeless, honestly. Do you do it yourself? Can you manage? See, I can't do anything like that. I'd be useless. I get in a fluster if the machine switches itself off when I'm trying to do the VAT. I get in a terrible... So I have to keep writing stuff down on bits of paper and doing the passwords and remembering what I'm supposed to do. But I've got a very good accountant. And he sort of just looks after me. Which is the best way, because I work on the assumption, I don't mind doing the job. That's no hardship whatsoever. Anything to do with the money side of it, I'm like most people, I just switch off. So the idea that Dave can do his own tax return, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I would have no idea. I find it difficult. I did find it difficult before we had to do the VAT returns, before we got flat rate VAT. So, in fact, you're supposed to save your receipts because some of it is VAT recoverable, and it just got too complicated. And then they wrote years ago, donkey's years, can't remember when, saying, would you like to go flat rate? Yes, please. And that means that you don't have to file anything. All you have to do is you just play, and it works for a lot of people, especially in building and stuff like that, and radio presenters. Because I know radio presenters who don't, they do a VAT sort of file thing, whereas I charge the 20%, and then I pay a percentage to the VAT office, but I can't claim anything. I can't claim anything back again, so it means I don't have to trudge around and start looking at books. Brilliant idea, and so it stays like that. But of course, when I started, it was like, I forget what the VAT rate was, 17.5% or something. I remember the mortgage rate was quite low. Although, as Dave's discovered, now he's got a mortgage, it's very expensive. Very, very expensive. There's always things that go on. There's always bills that come in. I remember when I got my first mortgage, my parents helped me out, which is the way I think it works for a lot of people nowadays. And then I got a bill in for the solicitor, and nearly passed out. I remember phoning my mum up and saying, I've just got a bill in. She said, yeah, your father says send it to us. And so they actually paid that. But sometimes you struggle paying a mortgage. You would really struggle. And then you think, oh, God, and I've still got to pay the electricity. I've got to pay the council tax. I've got to pay bleach, loo paper, washing up liquid. There's just all the stuff you took for granted when you lived at home, all of a sudden when you buy your first place. And it's a good investment. I've always said to people, if you can afford, people say, oh, it's throwing your money down the drain if you're renting. And I've said, yeah, but people can't save up for the deposits nowadays. That's the most expensive thing. You save up for a deposit, and then you've got, X amount of money to pay each month. So a lot of people rent rooms out and stuff like that, which at least helps you out, because otherwise it would be really difficult. And then you've got to eat. Not sort of withstanding all of the other things that you've got to do. Steve, I'm not sure about going completely meat-free, but I'm seriously considering going kangatarian. I don't know what kangatarian is. I don't believe that lots of people are giving up meat, are eating kangaroos. Kangatarians emerge. These are people who limit their diet to vegetables and kangaroo meat only. No! Skippy! Not Skippy. Little Skippy. The butch kangaroo. And people go, have you ever seen the size? Have you ever been up close to a big penguin? Not a little penguin. A kangaroo. They're bloomin' huge. They're enormous. You get the little wallabies, a bit mamby-pamby. And then you get the big butch thing. These things leap fences. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. But no, I wouldn't trust one of them. They used to have them in the circus years ago, boxing kangaroos. They could knock you out. Seriously, very interesting. Steve says, Rudy, I watched one of those old PG Tips adverts the other day. Mr. Shifter brought back memories. It's a shame they were stopped. Well, the chimpanzees came from Twycross Zoo, and then all of a sudden people started going, oh, but they're trained chimpanzees. They weren't really trained chimpanzees. What they were doing things which are normal for chimpanzees. They just happened to be filming it, and they happened to dress them as well, and that's where sort of people sort of fell out of love. I thought they were great. I thought they were really good. Somebody says, Steve, I haven't done my tax yet. Whoops, I'm with you. I just work and worry about it later. Well, I'm very up to date with it now. In fact, I'm so good that I've already got the tax money for the end of the month. So that, you know, if I have to cut back on something else to put the money in the account, then that's what you've got to do. You've got to do it. You've got to do it soon. Steve, Happy New Year, says Gina. I do prefer 7 till 10 as I'm sitting up looking out the window at the trees and the birds and drinking tea, whereas 4 till 7 I'm losing sleep in bed listening. Yeah, but you couldn't miss the programme, could you? I know I've spoken to people before, and we'll constantly speak to people who go, do you know, my life has turned upside down now. I wake up automatically at coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning. That's the way it is. Because otherwise, you know, unless you do a programme which is like this, which is sort of pretty lively, it's a bit sort of, you know, a bit dreary. You know, nobody seems to have any energy first thing in the morning. I've got loads of energy first thing in the morning. And people say, do you go home to bed? And I go, no, I've been to bed. I'm up now. This is my day, so it's quite normal. Even though the other day I did feel particularly tired. Mark in Reading, I know Reading very well. Happy New Year. Enjoyed an early 10 o'clock bedtime. Ooh, late for me. He said no alcohol, nice walk in the country, then salmon and scrambled egg. Ooh, that sounds quite nice. I like that, actually. I might go and get some salmon today. I have to check with the bank account. All our banks have changed now, haven't they? In fact, if you're lucky to find a bank where you are, they seem to be closing loads of them. Steve now picking up a friend to go to Chester Park Run, whilst my other half is in bed with you. Stop it. I'm not going down that route. I'm here by myself. Well, we're two boys, but definitely. Mark says, I remember there used to be a man that sold hot chestnuts from a mobile barbecue type thing on Oxford Street. Oh, and I'll tell you where they came from. All those people who sold the hot chestnuts and the hot dogs go to the end of Tottenham Court Road, and there's a place on the left-hand side, just before Tottenham Court Road station. Go down to the end. It looks like a shop. It's not. It's a huge empty building with shutters on, and that's where all those ghastly hot dog trolleys come out of, and the chestnuts and everything else. That's where they all come from. There's another one that used to be off by Centre Point, but that's gone now. But the one at Tottenham Court Road is still there. Certain times of the day and night, up go the shutters, and out come hundreds of these things. I mean, literally hundreds. Howard says, could I suggest you sell off your sock supply this year for charity? No, I don't sell. I give. Also, Diana's in Herne Bay, but she said, I don't come from there. I don't even know where Herne Bay is. Sounds quite nice. Front page of the Times this morning. Highlands hit a record, Thomas will be delighted, 18.7 degrees. 18.7 degrees. And pictures of New Year revellers. And in London, Big Ben ran after a silent year. I quite like it when Big Ben rings. I feel as though all is well with the world. I wish I'd seen the pictures of all the people in. There must have been loads of them in Trafalgar Square. I should imagine it was probably absolutely rammed. But I didn't get anywhere near it this morning. I had to come in the other way. Also, I like the Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Most Reverend Justin Welby, urged people to consider volunteering for charities, food banks or lifeboat stations. Given the choice, definitely not going to be a lifeboat station as far as I'm concerned. And where there's a will, there's a way. Artificial intelligence settles a dispute over how much of Henry VIII Shakespeare wrote. There has always been this argument over what Shakespeare wrote. And people are saying, did he really write all that stuff, or was he just sort of part writing it? Well, you can read more about it, and very interesting it is too. Plus, the champagne lifestyle of the superhero industrialist who fell from grace. It's a bit like Jordan, isn't it? She's going, I'm going to take the kids on holiday. You're bankrupt, dear. Where are you getting the money from? Where's the money coming from? She says, I'm going to be paid for this, that dreadful Katie Price programme, which is so dreary. It made Gemma Collins look interesting, and believe you me, that wasn't interesting. Plus, the Duke of Cambridge has announced a multi-million-pound prize fund to promote research into solving the planet's climate problems. I love the way that they sort of do that, don't they, the royal family? Yes, we're going to solve climate problems. And you go, well, what do you know about climate problems? You know, what you've been told. And there's a guy here, vigilantes on Paw Patrol catch their first suspect. This bloke's got a Turkish Mastiff. It weighs 10 stone. It's on the streets of Chingford. Ooh, lummy. It's a bit like one of those dogs. Have you heard about the canines? Which is a trained dog. Which is sort of, it's sort of a family pet with a built-in toolkit. as they say, which is very interesting. They're very expensive, about 25,000. I think Jordan's got one, although why, I've got no idea. She tried to sort of spin an old line to the judge saying, I need my car, so if we're going to be kidnapped, who in God's name is going to kidnap a woman with no money? What would be the point? What would be the point? No, keep her off the roads. She's far too dangerous. Still to come, I've got a great story about a shop worker who was told to pretend he was gay. How do you pretend to be gay? I mean, we had that one, didn't we? We were sort of going to evict somebody from the country who was an illegal immigrant, and he got all the way to the aircraft, and then he decided he was gay. Up until then, it had totally escaped him that he fancied people of the same sex. And so, consequently, they went, we now can't deport him because he's gay. I think, well, unless you're going to go mincing around, I mean, who's going to know? Heavens above. There might even be gay people in this building. God forbid. God forbid. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. More chance of us all wearing matching Adidas sweatshirts. That's what I think. That's what I think. When I was little, because my mother used to knit, we had identical tracksuit bottoms in green and knitted jumpers as well. We were, to look ridiculous, but that's it. She would never have gone and bought something like that, so she knit. Wednesday, 1st of January. Just remember, when you write out things now, just remember to put 2020. Because there's nothing worse, is there? If you want to delay bills, it's always quite handy. Just put down the wrong year. They'll then send it back, going, you put the wrong year on it. You go, oh, silly me. Yeah, I mean, in the days long since gone where people used to write cheques out. Nobody writes cheques. I've not written a cheque out for ages. All of the bills are paid by transfer. If we need to transfer money to the Inland Revenue, I cry all the way through it. I get my bank to do it, and they just transfer it across. There's no cheques written out. I've still got a chequebook, but I've never used it. And I've spoken to people before, and they've gone, oh, I still have a chequebook. I didn't know people still took cheques. No idea. No idea. I quite like the idea of doing sort of transfers. And so we can transfer money about all over the place. I've got to pay service charge on the property and a few other bits and pieces. And we just sort of pay it by transfer. They say, this is the code you put in. It's not too difficult. I can't do it. Other people do it much better. Herne Bay is along the coast from Whitstable. I know all about Whitstable. Oh, yes, my friend Mike lives in Whitstable. Well, actually, I think he did. I think he was moving. But, Whitstable's famous for... Not oysters, is it? What are those other things that are good for your libido? Not cockles, mussels. You open, it's a shell, and perhaps that could be... Is that an oyster? And you eat oysters? Oh, right. And they're supposed to be good for your sex life, apparently. I can't think of anything worse, to be honest with you. Try making love to a... What else? What are those other shellfish things? Are oysters the things that are good for your sex life? Whitstable oysters. What else would they do? Are there any other sort of shell things? What have I had? Mussels and whelks and things like that. Ooh, ghastly. But, I don't know why I was talking about that, because Whitstable is very famous for them. Somebody sent me in a basket some years ago full of all these things and a knife to open them. And you open them and then you cut the umbilical... Oh, sounds too disgusting. And then you eat it. And apparently it's supposed to make you feel amorous. Not me, thank you very much indeed. Steve, a friend's father and his girlfriend, both in their late 70s, went on a world cruise. He was taken off in South America for a coronary artery bypass graft. Honestly, look, we just staggered in from New Year. I always like Mike when he comes in, because you think, now, has he just come in from a party, or has he not come in from a party? Have you not? Did you go out last night? Did you go celebrating? No, see, dinner... Were you? Me too. Me too. It's so much better. So much better in the morning. I might go home today and have a little drink. You'll be very lucky. In a minute you'll be seeing Connor's new sweatshirt for Christmas. Just comment on it, because it was a present. And he's got some new trainers, but he's not wearing them today. Connor. Come. There you go. That's his Christmas sweatshirt. That was present. You always wear the present that you get. What did you get for Christmas? What did you get? Coal? Coal? Were you a naughty child? Did you only get coal? Oh, my God, you're in big doggy doos, aren't you? You only got coal. Oh, that's not nice. Did nobody special buy you some nice present? Oh, yeah, we know about Dave forgetting. Have you heard about Dave's television appearances? We've had a riot this morning. Oh, Pimp My Ride. Hello. Oh, yes. Eamon Holmes on the lottery. Oh, loads. I mean, Dave's Dave's past is coming back big time. Were you in the same pub when he was telling people about Pimp My Ride? He told you 2 years ago? Oh, right. It's good. Yeah. He only told... Yeah, he told it... I know. He did 2 bit... Well, you know what he's like. A couple of beers, he'll spill the beans on everything. Seriously. Mind you, we already had Connor's mum sending us tweets and texts now. She's called Helen, by the way, in case you want to phone her. Yeah, well, she'd be blocked immediately. I mean, I said, seriously, she needs to come down here and take him back. You know, I mean, at the moment, we had to send him out for the last 2 hours of the programme. I don't know where he went to, but it seemed to take forever. And McDonald's is only across the other side of the square. I mean, if he was actually working in the kitchens, we could have been quicker with these things. He only came back with 2 Egg McMuffins. He came back and he had a little bag in his hand. I thought he was going to come back with like a carrier bag full of stuff and go, here we go, hash brown for you, Steve, and a sausage and egg McMuffin and a flatbread cheese and bacon thingy. Nothing. Mainly because I can't eat. Oh, we're very bitter now, aren't we? Just shouted in my ear, oh, you didn't want anything. Well, you have to force presenters. You know what it's like. It's no good just taking our word for it. When we say no, we mean yes. Okay, so it's all right. Don't worry. I don't mind starving. Won't be anything to eat at Waterloo Station. I'll have to open up the fridge when I get in. There won't be any shops open. I'll probably just have to wait till the Kentucky opens and go and get something there. It's all very disappointing, isn't it, really? Maybe a bucket. Oh, I could eat a bucket now. Could eat a bucket. They do a bucket of just wings, and it's only like $5.99. But I've never had enough nerve to go in and ask for a bucket full of wings. I thought they always look at me, and you try and pretend you're not this fat. So I sort of stand there sucking myself in, which is a trick in itself. And then they sort of go, oh, what would you like? And I go, bucket, 20 pieces. I could eat 20 pieces. I don't have any trouble eating 20 pieces. So you had a nice dinner. Where did you go for dinner, actually, Michael? Where did you go for dinner? Is this somebody I'm not aware of in your life? Well, I mean, who did you go for dinner with? Oh, 15? Oh, right, that's nice. What sort of food? Good food? Very nice. Dumpling. Oh, Chinese dumplings. Are they... Oh, fusion. Yeah, I love fusion. We're all into fusion, aren't you? Connor's mother's into fusion, definitely. Well, if she isn't, she will be by the end of this programme. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? And you just went home normal, into bed before the countdown? Oh, no, you don't want it. No, it's not fair. Listen, I can imagine how awful it would have been. You'd have done that. At the time, you think, this is brilliant, until the alarm goes off, and then you suddenly go, maybe not. I mean, I was walking through Piccadilly, because I had to walk, because the roads were closed, and I walked through Piccadilly. The amount of drunks on the... I mean, absolutely phenomenal amount of... What is it about people... And you go home, you don't remember much of it. You've been ill, and it's, you know, I'd much rather be here, you know, for all the cares in the world, you know, off my shoulders, and then you come in and tell us you didn't get any Christmas presents. It's kind of basically screwed up the day, hasn't it? I mean, that's it now, you know, because if I'd known, I could have brought in a present out of the boot of the car. I got loads of things. The prawn things were nice. They were really luxurious. Obviously expensive. What do you mean 7 a.m. in the morning? Dave's eating grapes at 7 in the morning, for goodness sake. Oh, that fruit's okay, is it? Yeah. You can eat seafood, of course you can. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. You're one of these sort of upper class people, aren't you? Oh no, we can only have things on the 3rd Tuesday of every month, you know, provided we've been fox hunting first of all. I don't know what I'm talking about, I've got no idea. So I'm going to tell you the story of the shop worker who was told to pretend to be gay. It's a very interesting story, actually. His name is Daniel Hart. He's 31, and he worked in a handbag shop. And this is in Gateshead, Tyne and Wear. And I think I've been to Gateshead, Tyne and Wear. He was told to keep his real sexuality quiet. He's bisexual, by the way. I think that's just called greedy. And so if he wanted... He said he had to pretend to be attracted only to men if he wanted to keep the job. I mean, I've never heard of something like this. Anyway, colleagues urged him to hide the fact that he was bisexual from his boss, saying she believed that only women or gay men were qualified for the role of selling branded bags. That's like saying I'm a hairdresser. Oh, you must be gay. I'm a window dresser. It must be gay. You know, I'm a trolley dolly. Oh, it must be gay. You know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? You know, I'm a producer. Must be gay. You know, the kind of thing. You don't hear that very often, do you? APs, of course, it's quite normal. Anyway, so Mr. Mr. Hart said, I was told to stay quiet because I'd be sacked if they find out. So I had to keep pretending I was gay. Yeah, but there's not much difference between bisexual and gay. I mean, I don't think people behave in a different way. Do you? I often sort of wondered about things like that. The tribunal was told that Ms. Zhang does not like men working in the shop unless they're gay. Oh. And then when being told he was gay, she went, oh, the boy seems okay. So he decided he didn't like this. He was an assistant manager. He was told to recruit staff, but not men who were not gay. So he found it offensive, so he took it to a tribunal. And she says that, on one of it, Ms. Zhang would not be able to process his sexuality. They said, whatever you do, don't tell Linda Dan is bisexual. It could lead to one thing, he'll have to go. So they awarded him money. He was awarded £7,840. The injury to feelings caused by the remarks and instructions related to sex and sexuality was significant, but not as great as those related to race. He left the job in February after only 3 months. You can't have that. You can't have people pretending to be gay. I've never heard of such a thing. Mind you, it is Gateshead, Tyne and Weir. It's an odd thing, though, isn't it? Can we stop picking fights with meat eaters? Apparently more people are eating kangaroo now. Do you know that's now become the latest thing to it? Once you've caught the thing, I suppose, which could be a little bit difficult, clinging onto that tail as it bounces around. Can't be easy, can it? And people are eating kangaroo. It's good. I don't know whether it's good. Have you eaten kangaroo, Michael? No. You've also not eaten prawns in the morning, have you, really? Your life's quite sheltered, if I think about it. So you haven't eaten kangaroo and you're from Australia. Have you been surfing? Have you done surfing before? Yeah, you've done... You haven't eaten kangaroo. Apparently it's... Kangaroos come into the garden? Wow. Are they big? Because they're quite big, some of them, aren't they? Massive. Yeah. Yeah, blimey, I'm surprised you survived. He'd been kicked by a kangaroo. Yeah, they've got quite a kick. They used to have in the circuses years ago in this country, boxing kangaroos. And it would had thing, and people would sort of box it. This thing could lay you out in seconds. Because I didn't realise how big they were. But there you go. You've never eaten them. Well, you wouldn't do, would you? They come in the garden. You don't really want to repay the favour, you know, of saying, by the way, we're going to kill you and then we're going to eat you. But apparently the meat, I think, is a bit like... What's that other meat that they were trying to sell us? I went to a restaurant owned by an Aussie boy years and years ago in London, and he did all the meats that you could possibly think of. Everything from alligator... Stop it. Make you stand in the corner. And all these other things. And it was a really good restaurant. It sold all those things because we're not very adventurous when it comes to meat eating. Connor's mother is. She's fairly good at that kind of thing. She likes it. I mean, she must be. She's listening to this programme. You know, she listens to this programme just to find out whether he's still here. She has no idea. No idea at all. But he did get a pair of trainers for Christmas. Paid for by his girlfriend and his mother. They went joint on presents. See? You need to be in with that family. They're trainers. Worth a lot of money. We haven't seen the trainers yet. I suspect we might not actually see them, because I think they're probably a figment of his imagination. Whereas I actually got a watch. I got a watch for Christmas. Very nice, you know, so I can tell the time. I like a watch, actually. I've decided... Well, just briefly, momentarily... Anyway, so it's quite nice, actually. It is like working on the Muppet Show this morning. It is a little bit like that. Every so often a head bobs up, and the Muppet Show tonight, it's time to... And so it goes on, and every sort of, you know, some people are trying to look good. Connor, he's still here, Helen, don't worry, he's still fine, I promise you. He hasn't been sick yet or anything like that, because I don't think he drank last night. I don't think... Well, if you did, you hide it very well. I have to be honest, that's the crucial thing for New Year's Day. If you've drunk the night before... Coming into work is a bit of a pain. You have to be, you know, I've always said to people, I don't drink over the Christmas period. If I'm going away somewhere, you know, like my brothers or the godchildren, I tend not to drink because I've got to drive and I'm too worried that the police will be out there and they might just do a random, let's get that car. And so I tend not to drink, because you can drink any other time. But to come into work after you've been drinking is really difficult. There'll be people going into work everywhere going, oh, I feel awful. You feel awful. Even my neighbour Lynn, I went round and had a couple of glasses with her yesterday, and she was still recovering from the day before. So I haven't been like that for ages. I'm actually quite good. When I've had enough, I just go to bed. And with my new duvet, did I mention my new duvet? And my new fitted sheet. I've got a thing about this duvet. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the sale. It's always the way, isn't it? You go out to buy something, and they go, oh, discounted on this, and you can buy this and that. And then somebody said, oh, you can get a duvet much cheaper than your one. Because I paid $300 for this duvet. And the reason I bought it is because years and years ago, about 15 years ago, Nick Ferrari bought one, and he said, this is a really, really good... It's like sort of a bus terminus, isn't it, really? People just sort of wander in and out. Most bizarre. But Nick Ferrari said, this is Siberian goose is good. They do Hungarian goose, but I didn't fancy Hungarian goose. And so I went in to buy it, and I've had it about 15 years, which I thought was good. What? What's the matter now? The difference... Well, I'm sorry, Hungary, Siberia. Come on. I mean, even if you went to a lowly school, you would know exactly the difference between Hungary, Siberia. You know, it makes a lot of difference. This is the lightest duvet you will ever... It's a 10.5 tog. You know, I can tell immediately you are confused by that. But a 10.5 tog is light. It's really light, but yet it smothers your body in a way you can't imagine. Seriously, it's so cosy. I mean, it really is. You can sort of... And it's quite big. And I bought the pillow as well that matches it. I got quite carried away. I felt like I'd won the lottery, you know. I feel like it's fibbing, you know, when somebody says, can you afford it, you know. Because she said, it's not in the sale. So I then have to pretend I couldn't care less. So I go, oh, it's no problem. You know, I'll just shell out 300 quid. But somebody said to me, it's false economy. If you buy something cheap, you know, if you buy a cheap top, it doesn't last you as long as something that you've spent a bit of money on. If you're going to buy a car, you buy a nice car because it's going to last you a long time. In Dave's case, the Pimp My Ride vehicle, which, to be honest with you, he's still got pictures of it, which I think is amazing because it was ages ago that he got rid of it. And because they just pimped the outside, but I thought it looked great because I've got the same grills, not as good as yours, underneath the front of my car and the back. I've got I don't know what they're there for. Just look at a piece of mesh or something like that. But it makes the car look sort of pretty sort of souped up when you're going down the road, and quite nice. But the duvet is fantastic. I took it out I threw the last one away. Well, I didn't actually. I left it for a homeless person, but I didn't want to tell them it was me. Look, makes you look a bit daft, doesn't it? Somebody's got a £300 duvet they're wrapped in. There's a bloke sleeping rough in Richmond, outside Dickens and Jones, and on a weekly basis, he's expanding along the windows. He's now got a shopping trolley full of things and blankets and everything else. And so far, nobody in the area has sort of offered to put him up in a shelter or hostel or anything. Nothing. He's still there. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So yes. Oh, York. You've been to York. York's lovely, full of students. York. You'd like it up there. Helen would like it up in York. She'd be very pleased. And they're going to be the first city in Britain to ban private cars. Oh, God, we don't want that. Oh, no. See, I can understand it if it's in York, but London, you can't do it. There are certain areas which are paved over. But today, can I just tell you this now, just in case you have missed out on it, do not bring your car into town today. You've got the New Year's Day parade. It starts at 12 o'clock, midday, up in Piccadilly Circus, and it will wend its way down, and it will go along a little bit of Pall Mall, then into Trafalgar Square, and then down and finish off down in Parliament Square. There are grandstands. You have to pay to seat in the grandstands. Or failing that, if you've got the stamina, you can stand up. There'll be about 9,000 to 10,000 people taking part in the New Year's Day parade. Marching bands from America. They're sensational. You've never seen anything like it. We don't have anything like it in this country. Yet in America, land of the free, well, some of the time, they have marching bands. And to be in the marching bands, to be a majorette or a cheerleader, is considered prestigious. We just look at it as a pain, wouldn't we? You know, band practice tonight, and they're brilliant. I think some of the bands today, they'll have between 200 and 400 members marching. You'll have the cheerleaders, and then they've got the butch cheerleaders, the blokes, and they throw the girls up in the air and then catch them when they come down again. I would hate that. They used to perform in front of the grandstands for me. I'd go, and here we go, this is UCLA, and they've never met until the New Year's Day parade. All of these girls that you will see today, they've never met each other before. They come from all over America, and they've learnt the dance routine on a DVD. They all get sent the DVD, and so when they come together in London for the New Year's Day parade, and they do another one, I think, up in Edinburgh, and they do one over in Paris, that's the first time that they've met each other. And they're so enthusiastic. You've never seen such enthusiasm when they've travelled all the way over. Their costumes are immaculate. Their musical ability is amazing. And the girls are like, yeah! You love it, Connor. I tell you, that was your kind of thing. Like, yeah! Loads of girls running towards you. Go, yeah! Oh, it's Connor. Anyway, so your mother will be there. Okay, it's my son. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, okay? He's quite happy. I've gone halves on those trainers, I'll have you know. Is in a marching band? Yeah. Have you ever played in a band? Have you? No. Do you have any skills in that department? Do you have sort of, I always inquire. None at all, I know. I used to play in a brass band. It's not the train station again that's open for business. I mean, what is this? It's non-stop. Are you on a conveyor belt or something? And do people just stand on it and go all the way to this end and then turn around and come all the way back again? Is that how it is? It's like shooting ducks. Oh, here we go. Oh, don't lay on the acting bit. Really, really. But how much sleep do you get? Oh my God, fathers. 2 days sleep. Fantastic. 2 hours sleep. It's going to be a long old day for you, isn't it? 2 hours sleep. God, I couldn't even cope with 2 hours sleep. That'd be terrible. Nice to hear your lovely voice, Steve, this morning. And somebody at Tanya says, I haven't done my tax return. I've got the money, though, and officially off till Monday. So I've told myself Thursday, Friday are the days to do it and get it all to the accountant by Monday. Yes. I read, Steve, that in Shakespeare's time, the main themes for plays were bought, sold and borrowed and made the rounds of the literary market, hence the doubts as to whether the bard really was the author. Yes. I've just written a cheque for my Costco renewal, Steve, says Marcia. Really? They just say to the thing, do you want to renew your thing when you go to the till? And they just add it on to the bill. And then, did you not get a cheque back? You should get a cheque back for how much money you've spent over the year. They give you a cheque back. I think last year I got something like 260 quid. It's like, so there's a little incentive. And they go, do you want us to knock the bill off that? No. So you write a cheque for your Costco renewal. Alligator meat, apparently, is very tough. You have to cook it very slowly for a long time. I didn't eat it. Somebody says, who on earth can eat prawns this time of the morning? Me. And smoked salmon. You eat smoked salmon, why would you not eat prawns? Or, why not? It's like people, I don't know, I'm trying to think what would be considered sort of inappropriate to eat for breakfast. And there's nothing really that's inappropriate. I mean, I've eaten curry for breakfast over mashed potato. That's quite nice. Obviously, look, all the snobs around. You can't eat curry over mashed potato. Of course you can. You can eat anything you like. Your stomach doesn't know, does it? You don't tell your stomach this is sort of breakfast time. We can only have sausages and bacon and eggs. It's just, you can change it quite easily. And just go for having prawns. Loads of people have smoked salmon. Let's face it, people have avocado smashed on toast. I tried that once. I thought that was very overrated. I wasn't even that interested, actually. I don't know why. I was sort of thinking to myself, do I sort of want to eat avocado on toast? And I tried it. Is there a show going on or something next door? I mean, I'm quite intrigued, but perhaps I'll sit back and watch and see what everybody's doing in there. It's very exciting. Very exciting. Yeah, open the mics on that side. You entertain me. Get less money. Producer FM. That could be a good one, couldn't it? Oh, good day, mates. Here we go. It's another one of Mike's favourites. Here's ABBA. They're all mad around here, I tell you. Seriously, it doesn't matter whether it's New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day. It doesn't make any difference. 1st of January. You might, of course, not be appreciating the fact that it is the 1st of January, but I promise you it is. And if you were out celebrating last night, you're probably still celebrating in your mind. As they said in the show Blood Brothers, his mind's gone dancing. Phil Vickery. See, listen, I knew I'd get endorsement on this. Phil Vickery is man after my own heart. He says, apart from healthy and Happy New Year, Steve, he says, I quite like curry on mash. Let the purists sneer. Yeah, there's something delicious about mashed potato with curry over the top of it. It's delicious. I mean, you pour a tin of beans over it. Why would you not do anything else? Steve, I intend to eat more meat this year, starting with bacon and eggs this morning. However, I hadn't had a drink in 4 days and I've slept like a tot. So I'm cutting down on the booze, says Andy. Actually, that is the thing to do. If you're one of those people who doesn't sleep very well, there could be 4 reasons. Smoking, overweight, coffee, and booze. Is that? Yeah, smoking, overweight, coffee and booze. And those things can stop you sleeping properly. So when you do give up drink or you cut back on the drink, you sleep really well. You will climb into bed and you will be... I mean, people always say to me, do you have any trouble sleeping? Never. Forget duvets. Steve, weighted blankets are the way to go. Very much the same, but fantastic. They're selling like hotcakes. Each one takes 4 days to make. You see, I couldn't care how long it takes to make something. Stephen in Portsmouth says, my parents always said, buy cheap, buy twice. And you are right, actually. You are right. Absolutely. You should never, it's false economy. The more money you spend on something, the better chance there is. I mean, I don't think it applies in Victoria Beckham's case of a T-shirt at 400 quid. I don't think it works like that at all. I think you have to sort of go out there. If I was going to buy a T-shirt, and I haven't bought a T-shirt in ages, I don't know why. I just wear shirts, which is quite nice. Also, a sprout, which looks like baby Jesus being held by Mary, was spared from the pan. Doesn't look like Mary and the baby Jesus at all, unless this woman's totally doolally. Also, exclusive flack bedroom after whatever. And as I said, I couldn't care less. I'm not remotely interested in Caroline Flack. Couldn't care less. Always thought it was, she didn't appear very often on the programme that she was doing. Baby Archie being held up for the press. I was totally convinced that in fact, Harry and Meghan didn't like the press, but here they are, using every inch of it. Why not? Kids' TV classic Ivor the Engine is back on track for a return journey. The animation followed the adventures of the locomotive and his driver, Jawns the Steam. Daniel Postgate, whose dad Oliver made the original, said, "I've written some film ideas that could work as a live-action family film." That'd be quite nice, isn't it? Mind you, I told you earlier on that you think poor old Jordan, she thinks that her big comeback onto television is going to be doing a makeover of her scrubby old house. And the company that make her current disaster have said, we have no plans for anything like that. Thank goodness. Also, a dog owner distraught after his Dachshund and her litter of 6 puppies was stolen. Who are these people who nick dogs? Thieving little toe rags, that's who they are. It says she's been through a C-section. Not only has she been stolen, but she's been spayed, so for her to be away from us must be horrific. I mean, these people, it was stolen from Petts Wood in London, and the appeal has been shared more than 15,000 times. Somebody will have nicked these to sell them. That's what they do, these toe rags, honestly. I can't begin to tell you what I would do with them if they were caught. Prince William has kicked off a big money challenge to tackle the world's environmental problems. I thought that's what Harry was doing as well. Oh, they're all doing it. They're all doing it. So Harry's now tweeted, "We love meeting so many of you." Obviously not journalists. Also, a hip-hop fan has become a music mogul by creating music and videos to help dogs and cats to relax. You can get that now, can't you? Dogs and cats, they say, dogs are very stressed, and so they make music and stuff. Also, according to new figures, more than 500, count them, 500 children are being mugged every day. A total of 193,000 10 to 15-year-olds were the victims of violent theft. Again, I mean, it's just, I just find it absolutely unbelievable. We've heard of people, kids going to play in parks and then being pinned to the ground and their phones being stolen. I wish that some of these kids who've been attacked developed superhuman powers and were able to go zzz, and the person who attacked them just vanished in a puff of smoke, because that's all they deserve. Wait a minute, says Phil. I also like spam tarka dal with mash. Shock horror, he says, but we were brought up on spam. I love spam. Spam fritters. Nobody likes spam fritters. I must be the only one. Spam fritters or beef burger in batter. Makes sausage in batter look a little bit naff, doesn't it, really? Britons are buying more hot and spicy sauces instead of brown sauce, ketchup and salad cream. Rubbish. Oh, a load of old rubbish. No, they're not. They're still buying salad cream and ketchup and all the usual things and mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise. I love a bit of mayonnaise. Very nice indeed. Also, there's a footy fan famous for attending Premier League matches wearing Speedos, aims to raise £100,000 by swimming 1,000 miles in swimming gear. Michael Cullen, also known as Speedo Mick, has covered 350 miles on his 2-month zigzagging trek from John O'Groats to Land's End. He walked through Glasgow city centre in just his trunks and Santa hat on Christmas Day. He said he's 55. It can't be a good look. It really can't be. If you're going to wear Speedos, you've got to look like Tom Daley. You can't be a 55-year-old. Definitely not. And a fight broke out at a bingo night between 3 fat ladies. One woman suffered a broken nose in the boozy brawl in the toilets. Police said a woman attempted to drag 2 others out of a cubicle, pulling one woman's hair and punching and kicking the other. Perhaps they were drunk. Can't think of any other reason why I'd be wanting to do that, unless they're those sort of people. And also, the missing teenager. You remember the other one the other day? Caitlin Wright, who ran away with her secret Snapchat boyfriend, has been found safe. So she'd been last seen outside of Primark. She gave her mum the slip. She's 14 years old. What do you mean, gave her mum the slip? She got one of those piercings in her nose. She's 14. And she took the train to meet the teenage boy in Birmingham. She said, anyway, she's been found safe and well in the city. These children have got no respect for their parents. It's awful, isn't it? Awful. Plus, a boy of 11 was bombarded with X-rated messages and topless snaps after putting a new SIM card in his first mobile phone. James Maltby was shocked as he tried out the iPhone 5. One snap of a large-breasted woman arrived seconds before another of her lying naked in the bath. He found messages from 20 numbers, a dialing code for Ghana. Oh, it's obviously one of those. It's been used for crooked purposes. Craig, who got the £17 a month SIM on a year's contract from EE, said several pictures came up of a topless woman with massive boobs. Anyway, Craig, who's a blind company boss, he sells blinds, by the way, in Solihull, said James is gutted. He wanted to show his new phone to his mates. I bet he did. He believed the SIM phone number must have left circulation only recently. EE have been approached for comment. I mean, don't they check these things? Don't they check these things? I still like going back to the disasters of the year, you know, the Katie Price, the Wayne Rooney, Andrew, used to be Prince, Kanye West, Mel B, another disaster, and Paul Hollywood, Kevin and Stacey Dooley, who got an MBE for turning out a few little documentaries. Really, I think we expect more. Even the paper here says nothing more boring than taking us all for mugs. See, it's not just me. And Dan Osborne, the most idiotic person of the decade. You know, he has 3 children with 2 different women, and he doesn't really have a job, or he certainly doesn't have any money. About time you got off your fat bottom, mate, and went out and did something. Because at the moment, you're not doing anything, are you? Not very good at all. Also, the son of Labour MP Diane Abbott appeared in court yesterday over an alleged string of attacks on NHS staff, and he was bailed to appear at Wood Green Crown Court. He's got to wear a tag. Why do they put tags on your feet? Is there some reason for that? I never quite understand what's going on. Plus, former boss of the car giant Nissan, facing trial for financial misconduct, has fled in a musical instrument case. Must be very small, unless it was a very big musical instrument. Plus, what was the other thing that I quite liked? Oh, the highs and lows. From the return of Top Gun to Elton's Farewell, plus a version of Dracula. These are all the things you can see. Dua Lipa doing very well indeed. Lewis Capaldi, I mean, he's been catapulted, hasn't he? And Elton John, who's still in the midst of a tour, I think. I don't know what sort of tour he's actually doing. Here, Joel Dommett is hoping primetime show The Masked Singer with a springboard for more hosting. I do hope not. At the moment, the panel consists of Rita Ora, yawn, Davina McCall, Jonathan Ross and Ken Jeong, who I've never even heard of, who's apparently some actor from America. Don't we have any British actors anymore? Guest panellists include Sharon and Kelly Osbourne, oh God, and Donny Osmond. Well, we like Donny Osmond, obviously. And hankering for a new series of Gavin and Stacey. Everybody is gagging for it because it seemed to work so well. They all seem to enjoy doing it. They all seem to be very, very happy. And Ant and Dec have won so many television awards, they've lost track. In a documentary on the 25th anniversary of the National TV Awards, the Geordie duo was shocked to find out they'd taken home 39 awards, including 18 for presenting. Amazing, isn't it? The show, narrated by Julie Walters, revealed that Graham Norton is the award's most nominated solo TV personality with 20 nods. But sadly, he only has taken home 2 NTAs, National Television Awards, including the Special Recognition Trophy. Clever man. Very clever. It's not easy to do a show like that and still make it entertaining. What have we got? Oh, we've got, blimey, 9:15. I'll come back in a moment to New Year resolutions, and mainly it's start a hobby, reduce plastic, lose weight, better sex. Well, my Auntie Enid is 97. I don't think she's going to be bothering with that one, is she? Losing weight. Ridiculous. Plus quitting smoking, getting fitter, and what was the other one I quite like? Reducing social media. You see, I quite like social media, but I quite appreciate the fact that we should cut back on it, because it does seem to dominate your life. I've just seen the sprout picture, says little Julie. I agree with it. It doesn't look like Madonna and Child, does it? It looks like a sprout. Some odd people. Darley says, Happy New Year. Absolutely love the In Conversation with Jamie Oliver. What a guy. He likes you a lot. He does. It is true. Jackie says, I love spam fritters. See, I thought it was just me. But it's only pork lunch. Oh, stop it. It's only pork. What do you eat at home, Connor? I mean, are you I mean, spam fritters. You're not eating spam fritters. I can tell you're not eating spam fritters. I bet your mother's never cooked spam fritters in her life. So what do you eat at home when you're there with your girlfriend? You know, what sort of food do you do? Does she throw something together, or do you throw something together? How does it work? Chicken pasta. God, how dull is that? Chicken pasta, the most boring thing under the sun. I bought something the other day and I didn't know it had pasta in it. It ruined it. It was prawns in a sauce on top of some layered vegetables. I thought, oh, that looks nice. No pasta, thank God. And so I got home and I sort of started, and I went, oh, there's blooming pasta in it. And in little writing it said, you know, prawns in a Mary Rose sauce or something with pasta bits. Oh, I hate pasta. Most dull thing under the sun. It's so boring. It's like eating, what's that layered stuff where you do, is it like pasta bake or something, and it's got meat and then a layer of lasagna. That's it. As you can tell, I don't eat this stuff. What a boring food that is. Lasagna. Do me a favour. Oh dear. Oh, let's put some mincemeat, then we're going to layer this stuff over the top, then put some mincemeat, layer it all over the top. Why don't you just... Sorry? Do I eat shepherd's pie? No, because it's lamb. I don't eat lamb. I'm allergic. I might do a cottage pie occasionally, but that's not layered. That's just... Of course it's not the same. Not the same as lasagna. It would be called lasagna if it was like lasagna. It's called cottage pie because it's different. A starch. Oh, here we go. Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Drone. I can imagine him going down the road, can't you, banging his little tambourine. Don't eat meat. Don't eat meat. His mother walking behind, banging the drum. You can just see it now, can't you? You've got that image in your mind. Oh, Steve Allen eats cottage pie, you know, because it's like lasagna. Well, I'll tell you what, that's an education for you, ladies and gentlemen. Lasagna is like cottage pie. That's like chips are really just like mashed potato, aren't they? Just formed differently. Honestly. Did you have a Christmas tree this year? I can't remember. Was it an eco tree or just have a picture of one in the corner? What did you have? You had a big tree. Did you decorate it? Sorry, a real one. Fake. You had a fake tree? Well, that's not recyclable. Why having a fake tree? That's outrageous. Well, you shouldn't. I mean, you can't recycle a fake tree. I bet if you've had it for 15 years, it must be the scrubbiest looking Christmas tree there is in existence. I mean, it really must. Is it like one of the ones that's out in the newsroom? Have you seen them? I've never seen such sparse trees. They never went near a forest, did they, quite clearly? They're little sparse things, twinkling lights on them and things like that. And the amount of balls on our ceiling, I mean, have you seen how many balls there are? Chris Gold's gone mad with Christmas decorations. Balls stretching from one end of the room to the other. Whereas if you go up to our sister station, Hart, they've got... Have you been up there? Their balls are this big. They're like giant footballs. Is that funny? Quite get the joke. Anyway, and so Chris Gold has got little tiny ones. And they're all... I mean, it must have taken him forever and a day. Forever and a day. And there's Connor with the tree. I can imagine, oh, and here's a picture of our tree. You know, we decorated it. Do you have decorations that you've had years and years? Because we do. We have a box of decorations. Some go back to, you know, nearly 40 years ago. Quite old. Oh, you have them as well? Oh, lovely. Do you have lights on the tree? How many lights? How many lights would you have on the tree? This is where it becomes competitive. You listen, isn't this one? How many lights on the tree? Wrap round 2 sets of lights. So what would they be? A couple of hundred? Essentially, yeah. 2,000 I had. 2,000 lights on the tree. I have aircraft landing in the car park. It's fantastic. You put the lights on. You can hear the pilots going, I think we're... My God, pull up. Can't land in the car park. But yeah, I had 2,000 lights on the tree, 1,000 on the other ones. So, of course it's not a fire hazard. They're LEDs. You can't catch fire with an LED. Oh, blimey. Mind you, as I say, oh, lasagna, that's like cottage pie. That'll live with us forever and a day. You watch. His mother, Helen, will be writing to him. Why did you think that? I've always made you nice lasagna. Looks nothing like the cottage pie. Cottage pie is just mincemeat, I think with carrots, or perhaps that comes with the other, and then just piped potato on the top. And you brush it with a little bit of butter, stick it under the grill, and it gets all... You've obviously never had it, have you, really? No. You just have chicken pasta. Chicken pasta. Do you go for a run every so often as well? Do you do sort of running? No. Glad, actually. That would really, really annoy me if you went running. I couldn't cope with that. I can't get... People say to me, you should do more exercise, Steve. And to be honest with you, I'm on the radio. What difference does it make what I look like? You know, I could be cuddly-wuddly Steve Allen. It doesn't make any difference the fact I'm rotund, rough Steve Allen. But not as rough as some people this morning. Steve, we now have veganuary. Does that mean we have to eat a vegan every day, says Graham? I don't believe that. That was on the news, wasn't it, where they were saying 350,000 of you are turning vegan. I don't believe it. I think that's propaganda. Propaganda. Geraldine in Ilford says, I love curry over chips. Ooh, now you're talking. That sounds really bad, doesn't it? But it sounds lovely. Also, I just love Spam, says Grace, brought up during World War II eating this versatile product. It's funny how people don't like it, isn't it? They think it's a bit cheap, you know, to have Spam. It comes with a key on the side of it. And we used to have it with, it was cold, and we had it with Branston pickle and chips or mashed potato. And it was just delicious. I don't know how people can't like it. It's just pork and ham put together cooked, I think, in the tin, if I remember. But it's all those sort of little things. I mean, yesterday I had instant mashed potato, and I remember arguing with the producer once. Well, I say arguing, I won, of course. And they were sort of saying to me, oh, I wouldn't have instant mashed potato. They became quite snobby about it. Instant mashed potato, it's not the same as the real thing. I said, I defy anybody to actually taste the difference. And the one in Iceland is £1. You get a big bag of it, frozen. They look like bullets. And you just pop them into a casserole or something like that. It's delicious. Really, not buying it, are you? It's delicious. I promise you. Why would you want to go to all the effort of cooking? You know, getting the potatoes, boiling them, or peeling them, then boiling them, and then sort of mashing them, and then adding... Oh, God, no. Just buy instant mashed potato. We're in the convenience society day. Oh, by the way, get your Easter eggs soon. They're on sale in the shops, and I'm all in favour of Easter eggs. You got your Easter egg this morning, didn't you? Connor, I know, he's got his little Cadbury's egg. He'll be taking that home to share with a girlfriend. You can just imagine, can't you? Oh, look, Steve gave me this as a present. He'll be cutting it in half. You have half, I'll have half. You can just imagine the domesticated bliss, can't you? Shall I put my trainers on and just walk around the sitting room? Let's put them on and see what they look like with them on. Oh, look, they're lovely. They fit. My mother bought half of these. Which half did she buy? She bought the laces. You know, you can just imagine life in the perfect little house. Little net curtains at the window, pussycat sitting by the front door, you know, a little golden cocker spaniel bouncing around inside, weeing all over the place, and a kitchen which has never seen the light of day apart from, in the corner, we're making lasagna, because then we freeze it, and we can have lasagna all the time. Not very adventurous, your life, is it, really? I can't help feeling... I don't think... your mother's probably given up by now. She's not going to text again, is she? She's completely ruined your life. You'll have to tell her this a bit later on. Next thing is she'll be turning up. You can just imagine, can't you? If all of a sudden the door opened, it's like one of those sort of surprises. Ta-da! And somebody's here. Another one, Steve. I'm doing a dry 2020, says Nicola. Oh, no. I don't fancy that idea. No. I think you can just cut back. It's like, did you read that ridiculous thing the other day that Jordan said she's going to become celibate in 2020? I thought, that woman tells lies, left, right and centre. She's very upset at the moment because Peter Andre, ex-husband from donkeys years ago, wouldn't let her take the kids abroad. So Peter's exploited them as per usual. Lots of pictures of them arguing and doing all sorts of things. It's all going wrong, actually. What's wrong with curry and carbohydrates? Oh, I don't like it. Luckily, I'm allowed an opinion. What's it got to do with you anyway? And somebody says, Angela, you really should taste the pasta my 88-year-old mama makes. I don't like pasta. I mean, the other day, who is it we had the other day? Oh, Aaron doesn't eat fish. Does not eat fish in any shape or form. But he eats all the sweet stuff. So I bought him in 2 bottles of chocolate milkshake, which he seemed to be quite happy with. It's quite a nice chocolate milkshake. Oh, it's not a cheap one. It's quite a nice one. And I came in this morning, he was eating sweets. Well, you can't eat sweets when you're supposed to be having breakfast, can you? If you're not allowed to eat fish for breakfast, like prawns and stuff like that, that would be an ideal breakfast for me. A little prawn cocktail with some beetroot for breakfast, why not? Obviously not. They're very traditional round here, actually. They're all from the Shires, you know. They nip round to the Carters for today. I think we're going around there for sort of a light luncheon. I'll tell you, I'm out of my depth. Completely out of my depth. When we lived in Yorkshire, I felt as though I was part of the Yorkshire hunting set, but we didn't do hunting. Not in our section of Yorkshire. There was nothing to do at all. We didn't have foxes. Foxes were on holiday most of the time, so we didn't do things like that. In fact, I didn't even know about hunting when I was little. It was only recently, and we have Chris Packham. Somebody put a dead fox outside his front door. What sort of stupid person does that? I hope he's still got his CCTV attached, so he's got a picture of the person. But, of course, they'll be disguising themselves Probably as something. Steve, Spitfire. Battered spam fritter covered with curry sauce. A favourite up in Liverpool. So it blooming well stays there. Curry sauce over a spam fritter. No, you can't have that. A little bit of ketchup. Only a little bit. I mean, there are certain things I will accept. But, I mean, I didn't buy into the, the deep-fried Mars bar. I mean, I can't think of anything more ridiculous. You know, we're going to have lasagna, then we're going to have a deep-fried Mars bar because it's trendy. And we're very on trend. This is my girlfriend, Lucinda, and I love it. I seriously love it. Honestly, I think this year is going to be a very good year. I'm predicting great, not for you. I'm predicting great things for people. I think this will be the year Helen takes her son out the will, and life will never return to normal. And Liz in Goffs Oak says, I remember spam fritters for school dinners in the 70s. But whole tin tomatoes made them... not whole tin tomatoes. Chopped tomatoes. Don't use whole tomatoes. The chopped ones are much nicer. Napoli, I think, is one of the most successful in the world. And those you can have on toast, but it used to make the toast go soggy. But I've never bothered with things going soggy. Funny that, isn't it? Some people like it hard. I really couldn't care less. Me, the ideal thing, baked beans on fried bread, with a bit of cheese grated over the top of it. Well, actually, I don't grate the cheese. I'll be telling a lie. I buy a packet where somebody has already grated it for me, because I'm into convenience foods. You know, that's why the supermarkets are there. They're not there for the likes of Connor or Dave or anyone like that. They're there for me. You know, the idiot who can't cook. I just take it, put it in the oven or put it on the hob, and that's how I survive. Probably why I'm this size, actually. I'm bigger than everybody. Well, actually, I'm not big. Talking a minute ago, well, you and I weren't, but we were in the studio, about how things have changed over the years. I can remember seeing a piece on the front of one of our national newspapers when mobile phones came in. And they were going, oh, yuppies have mobile phones. Yuppies, remember yuppies? Yuppies have mobile phones. And I remember distinctly the story of somebody who was on a train. Oh, there we go, hang on. Thank you. I think you might have a shave this year, or you're perhaps saving it for next. and they were on a train, and there's a bloke from the city, a yuppie, talking very loudly. He's going, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm going to be home soon, and we'll have this and all the rest of it. And then he finished with the phone call, and one of the other passengers said, he said, is that one of those mobile phones? And he said, it is. It is a mobile phone. And he said, could I have a look at it? And so he said, of course, bristling, with sort of... So he gave it to this bloke who promptly opened the window and threw it out. Because in those days, everybody's got mobile phones. 7-year-old kids have got mobile phones, and they know how to operate them. Everybody's got a mobile phone now. But it's very indicative of the person they are. Size. I know they say it doesn't matter, but I'm promising you, if you ask around, some people have got, around this building, very small ones. And other people have got something that's quite impressive. And my one is, because I like a big screen. In fact, when people see the writing on my screen, they think I've gone blind or something. Because I like big writing. But it's only because friends of mine have to adjust it. But I never let friends of mine touch my phone now. Because my main producer, Thomas, keeps changing the vocal thing for Siri. He keeps changing it. I've had everything. And at the moment, I've got an Irish woman doing it. I don't know who she is, but she pops up occasionally. And she'll start to... So I've given up. He says, shall I have a look at your phone? No, absolutely not. I never know who's going to answer me on the mobile phone. But all that technology has changed since I was young. Mobile phone. The first mobile phone I ever had looked like a British Army field telephone. It was 1,500 quid, which was a huge amount of money. And it had a handset with a cable attached to it. And you picked up the cable and it had an aerial. And I can remember when I was working at LBC and we were in Hammersmith when they brought out mobile phones, and I decided I had a Hutchinson Whampoa phone, and they said, we're launching Orange. And I went, oh, right, okay. And they said, if you're willing to transfer over to Orange, because it was another subsidiary of them, we will send one over to you, fully charged, free for a year. So that's what I did. It arrived fully charged at LBC, and it was free for the year. After that, then you started paying, and I've had various ludicrous contracts over the years, as you can imagine. Prayesh says, Steve, you missed the fifth reason for not getting enough sleep. Children. Yes, I should have remembered that one. Should have remembered. Neil in Carshalton says, my dear late mum used to love eating bread and dripping. I'm sure your mother used to eat it as well back in the day. People ate everything, Neil. When I think what my mother didn't have, you know, she didn't have a fridge full of the stuff that I've got nowadays, insulin, and it was a case of she made food. She made curry. Well, she made her version of curry. And so things are different. I mean, look at all the takeaways that you've got nowadays. You don't need to bother to cook. You know, people who sort of start assembling lasagna and stuff like that. I mean, it's quite time-consuming. And I thought we were in an age where, I mean, at one time, nobody had their own television. Everybody rented a television. So you had Radio Rentals, Rediffusion, all these other places on the high street, DER. And you went there and you rented, and if you were lucky, you got a package. Television and a video recorder. So you could actually record from the television. Record from the television. Unheard of in those days. And so that all changed. And then people had all sorts of other bits. I mean, HP was rife. If you couldn't afford to buy it, they'd do a deal for you, which is good. Holly says, I think the name Spam is derived from the word spiced ham. Is it? I don't know. I couldn't actually tell you whether it was, but it sounds feasible. Gary says, best English butter and smooth peanut butter on a hot cross bun. Not on a hot cross bun. Hot cross bun is sweet. It's got currants in it. All you put on a hot cross bun is butter. You wouldn't put anything else on. Not peanut butter. Mind you, I've put butter on Weetabix before now. I don't know why. It's like eating a coconut mat. You put it in your mouth and you start eating it, and suddenly your mouth stops moving. You can put butter in... I know. I bought some garlic butter the other day. Lurpak do a little... You must have had it at home. You must have probably loads of that in the fridge. And slices. Pop it in between, you know, the croissant. And make it more entertaining. We're building up this dreadful image of poor Connor's place. It's probably quite nice, you know, I should imagine, in the summer. In the winter, there's probably curtains hanging up at the window. That's what I hate about flats in London. If they were all the same and everybody had to have the same curtains, it'd be fine, but they don't. Some people hang up bits of tatty old netting and all, and it looks ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. So definitely hot cross bun, just butter. Mind you, I like a crumpet. Have you had crumpets before? Yeah, you've had crumpets. Yeah, I like crumpets. And those I do put peanut butter on. It's got to be crunchy, though. Do you have crunchy peanut butter at home? Yeah. You do? I thought you might have, actually. Do you have a jar of Marmite? You do? Is it a big jar or a little jar? It's a what? Standard jar. Oh, 300 grams. Oh, so he knows the weight of it. I mean, nobody knows the weight of a jar of peanut butter or Marmite. You know, he goes, 300 grams. Like, he knows what he's talking about. No idea. I've got Steve Allen Marmite. Steve Allen Marmite. There's a classy thing to have. You won't have seen that before, will you? No, it is standard Marmite, just with my name on the label. Steve Allen. I'll bring you in a jar tomorrow. Yeah. It lasts donkey's years. You'll probably still have it in 10 years' time, because you don't use very much Marmite. You just do a little thin, because it's the riboflavin or something in it, and you just put a little thin layer. There used to be one of the APs here, assistant producers. Garlic butter in the fridge, and they used to smother it on like it was jam, and you go, oh, you can't eat that. That tastes awful. You just have a little thin covering of it. Yeah, I'll bring you some Steve Allen Marmite. You won't open it. You'll be too frightened to open it because it's so exclusive. I've also got wine. People gave me wine over Christmas. No champagne, but with my label on it. Had a picture of me. Henry got me a bottle of Prosecco with my name on the label. And he goes top of my Christmas card list. Don't want to make a big deal about it, you know. I'm not saying anything, you know, but very generous gift. And it came in a lovely glitter tube and everything. I don't know where that came. Most people put things in a wine bag, don't they now? You put it in the bag. Who can be bothered to wrap a bottle of wine? And people go, oh, I wonder what that is. Oh, I can't imagine. Let's open it. I'll do it with my eyes closed. And if you've got pets, you buy Christmas presents for pets. They were advertising one on the telly. It's a thing that hovers over the carpet, and then when the dog or the cat touches it on the top, it squeaks. Although that's enough to drive you mad, isn't it, really? Terrible. Steve, Spam stands for Specially Prepared American Meat, says Sheila. Is it? I don't... Wait a minute. Spam introduced Oxford. It ended up pork shoulder was very popular. Daniel... Meat loaf without basic train. Yes, it's an abbreviation of spiced ham. Yeah, the popular belief is... So they had a competition to name it. And Hormel claims that the meaning of the name is known by only a small circle of former Hormel Foods executives. So there you go. So you can really have anything you want. It's not what you think it is it? So that's what people come up with now. Another one here says, I'm heading home after 2 months touring America. Gotta say, says John Archer, I really miss Christmas lunch. You're making me hungry. Hoping for a surprise turkey when I get home. Think again. They've eaten it. Christmas Day. Christmas Day, they eat things like that. I don't know. I mean, the funny thing is, you can have turkey any time of the year, and for some reason it's become traditional at Christmas. And I don't know why, because years ago it was a goose. I think in Dickens' Christmas Carol. Was it a goose? I think they had a goose, because it was the biggest one in the shop, wasn't it? So nobody had perhaps they didn't know about turkey. I like turkey. It's to me, it all hinges. It's the best meal of the decade. It is absolute. I mean, it doesn't matter what else you have. Although somebody told me they had Chinese food for Christmas Day, and that kind of got me going. Have you ever had a takeaway, Connor? Probably not, I should imagine. You've had a takeaway. What would that be? Pizza? Or something like that? A curry? Good Lord. They deliver to your door, do they? How marvellous. You see, he lives in one of those areas where they are plagued by people wanting to deliver. Deliveroo, Uber Eats, all these other places, and they all know Connor by name. You know, Connor's got a delivery, you know. Ding dong, delivery for you, Connor. They always go, hi, how are you? And he goes, I'm very well, thank you very much indeed. What have you got for me? They go, curry. And he goes, thank you. It's very nice. It's nice. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I think it's quite expensive to eat takeaway. I think takeaways are very expensive. You could cook yourself. You sometimes see overweight people eating in Kentucky Fried Chicken. Sometimes their bottom hangs over the side of the actual chair because the chairs are made for smaller people. And they go in there and they've ordered chicken. And I think, but you could have cooked something. You could go and buy a chicken and dissect, if you can really be bothered to do it. But of course we can't. So we actually go out and we get somebody else to cook it for us. And I have to be honest, I mean, I'm a bit lazy like that. So I might even have Kentucky today. I suspect I won't. The producer, Dave, thinks it's Sunday opening, which means I'm quite pleased about that, because that then means that we will be able to go and do a bit of shopping. Because I know, is it a public holiday today? Is it public bank holiday? Yeah. And that's, we seem to have far too many. I know you go, we haven't got enough of them, but I always think we have too many. So that's why I work over them, because it's just the thing that you do. And it's nice, actually. I should be so looking forward to walking out of here in about 20 minutes, because there won't be all the people I saw earlier on. It'll be nice and quiet and the buses will be empty, but there will be one or two people still suffering quite badly. So I hope that they manage to recover. What were we doing the other day? We were doing hangover cures for people, and they always say drink loads of water. If you drink 3 or 4 gin and tonics, you need to drink the equivalent amount of water to compensate for it. Or failing that, milk will line your stomach. And then there was another one that came out, which was a hangover cure. And a very eminent professor said, do not touch these things. Seriously, some people have had disasters in America. It's a case of, if you don't want a hangover, don't drink so. You're sort of planning out the day, as it were. 10 to 10 is the time. A lot of people tell me about pea and ham soup. I never did pea and ham soup. I could never get into pea and ham soup at all, which was terrible. Steve. A lot of people tell me about bread and dripping, so we all must be a certain age. I don't remember bread and dripping, but I do remember my mother's frying pan. When she cooked bacon, she didn't clean it out as we do now. Oh, I tell you what, I got annoyed at yesterday. I got I wasn't intending to get annoyed about it, but it suddenly annoyed me a little bit more. I went out and I wanted to get a new saucepan, and I knew where I was going. I was going to Robert Dyas in Richmond, which I've been to countless times. In fact, I stopped a shoplifter in there once. Never got a thank you, but there you go. And we got the little tiny phones in there. Do you remember some time ago? The manager, who was only in there for a short while, they've moved him. It's always the way, isn't it? Anyway, I go in there the other day and I buy this saucepan, which is very nice, comes with the lid and all the rest of it. It was £39.99, which I thought, I'm sure it's gone up in price. I thought they were 20 quid before, but anyway. And so I go to the counter, and there she is behind the counter. The woman who didn't want to be there. Little, not the happiest person I've ever seen in my life. And so I reached into my pocket and I took out a £50 note. Well, for some reason, £50 notes, they go, oh my God, it's a £50 note. So she didn't say, I'm sorry, I was just going to call the manager. She just sort of waved the £50 note in the air, and the manager came over. And, I mean, seriously, there was not, I didn't even come into the equation. I just sort of stood there like a complete lemon. And first of all, he held it up to the light, because he obviously didn't know what he was looking for. Whereas you can run your finger over it and you can feel the raised... it's not, I felt like saying, have you ever seen one before? And so he did that, and then that didn't satisfy him, so he then gets the pen, so he marked Nobody said a word, not, sorry about that, sir, we obviously have to check it. Not a word. So, Robert Dias, up your ante, OK? You want shoppers, up your ante. That was shoddy service. And the girl behind the counter, she had a face like she was inside out. Really, she couldn't have looked less miserable if she tried. You'll encounter her. People always do. Steve. A lot of people eating this bread and dripping. All my mother did was she had a frying pan with bacon which she'd cooked in it, and then she just let it, because I think she used lard. Would that be right? And it seemed to be okay. Best way to eat Marmite is to mix it with the butter first. You can spread it evenly, says Peter. Mix Marmite and butter. Are you sure? Good Lord. I quite like, Steve, to drop smoked mackerel into a bowl of fresh onion soup, says Gary in Leicester. Mashed potato and curry pleasure most nights. Do you know the Queen's favourite food? She likes mackerel and she likes haddock. That's the two foods that she likes. And in fact, when they were at Buckingham Palace one time, she went into the kitchen and the woman was cooking the haddock, which actually is really nice. It's supposed to be very good for you, but I never quite get that bit about it. But definitely enjoy all these things. But mackerel I couldn't eat. I can't eat. I'm not really big on tuna. I know people love tuna and stuff like that. That doesn't do it for me at all. So today I think we might... I don't know what we're going to go for today. I like wandering up and down the aisles of supermarkets and seeing something and going, I'm going for that. I'm going for that. That's what I've decided. I don't know what Ian Payne's going to be talking about today. I've got no idea. Probably New Year, resolutions, stuff like that. Do you think Ian... What do we think, Mike? What do you think Ian's going to be talking about today? Will he be talking about new resolutions, what to look forward to in the new year, and all the hits, all the stuff? So that's all happening just after 10 o'clock this morning, which will be great. So looking forward to that. 3 hours of old Payne. Way! I should be listening when I get home. I don't have LBC on my phone. Perhaps I should download it. I should download the app. Make me a better person. So the only two papers we had this morning were the Sun and the Times. Which is quite... The rest of them, I don't think they were bothering printing till a bit later on today. My friend Norman Duval, he says, you're totally unique and a legend. I worry about that word, legend. I seriously do. People say, oh, Steve, you're a legend. You go, no. Although I'm going into now, this is entering my 41st year. I wonder what you get for 41 years. A lot of smiles, I suppose, because I did say to all the people I work with and all the friends I've got in radio, thank you very much indeed. I've said, here's to 2020, it's going to be massive. And I think it is going to be massive. I think this is going to be year of change. I'm pretty certain. When I say year of change, I think there's going to be a lot going on, what with Brexit and all the other things. And I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And loads and loads of people have sent me Happy New Year messages, so thank you very much indeed. Luckily, I have a radio programme, so I can say, and to each and every one of you, a very Happy New Year. If you had a really bad year last year, then I hope that this year is going to be the year that things turn round for you. I think if you've had problems, finding work or being in a job you don't like, I hope that resolves itself, which I think it will, actually. I spoke to a friend of mine who was sort of looking around for work, and I said, you will find something. I said, sometimes it doesn't happen immediately. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit for it. But when you actually get it, it's worth it. It's always worth it. But sometimes things never happen in exactly the same way. You might not have got all the Christmas presents you wanted. You might not have had anybody to buy Christmas presents for. You might have had a relationship that's collapsed. There's all sorts of things which can change people, can't they? But all you have to do is pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and plough on. It's the only way it works. It's the only way. And I've always said to anybody who always asks me about work, I've said, listen, if you don't like a job, leave it. Because you just make yourself terribly miserable. Whereas if you have a job that you love, every single day is an absolute blessing. Every single day is an absolute pleasure to come into work and do it. I don't know how... I've got lots of friends of mine who work in music radio. And I always think, but what do they talk about? Whereas I have sort of carte blanche, really, to do a speech-based programme without any added additions. You know, I can fill a programme quite easily and enjoy it. But if you're doing music, I remember when I used to work part-time for a music station in Austria many, many years ago, I used to cut the record short because I wanted to talk. I couldn't imagine wasting it listening to the music. So it's halfway through the Bee Gees, So You Win Again, and I'd interrupt and go, well, here we are, just chatting about everything, with no newspapers. It's quite an art form, apparently. But at my 41st year this year at LBC, it's not bad, is it? Still smiling, less hair, little bit fatter than I was when I first started. I was just a gorgeous young lad when I moved in awe of everything, thinking, but never thinking, as I've said before, that, you know, you'd still be doing it all those years later. All the people I worked with when I first came in, and they were big names in radio. They were big names, the Bob and Dougs and the Brian Hayes and the Jill Pyras, Adrian Loves, all these sort of people who sort of set up, even, I think, Janet Street Porter at one point. Lots and lots of people, and they all went through it, and it was very much a news-based station, Falklands War and everything that we covered, and it was just amazing. But I was on overnights, so I never thought I mattered. I never thought that anybody's going to worry until we opened up the phone lines one morning. We'd never done phones. They had about 3 phone-ins on LBC, and we opened up the phone-in overnight. I said, should we just open up the phone line, see if there's anybody out there? Well, I've never seen like it. It just lit up. It was absolutely phenomenal. So we started having listener parties. The last one we had was 600 people turned up at the Strand Palace Hotel, which was quite sweet. We rented the Strand Palace Hotel, their ballroom downstairs. We had 600 people, and it was everything, 9 to 90. All sorts of different people turned up, and the one thing they all had in common is LBC. And it's remained like that ever since. You get a lot of students listening, you know, because that studying bit's a bit of a mare, isn't it? You don't really want to do that too much. Steve, coronation chicken, banana and celery on a nice thick brown bread. See, I don't do, Darren, brown bread. I'm a white bread person, and I would just do coronation chicken by itself. Brown bread. Yeah, it is. Yeah, coronation chicken's delicious. Celery, I like celery. That's quite... Do you not like celery? I'm so on banana. It's potassium, but you can't have too many. Stop it. They're picking on me. That's the trouble you see when you're a diabetic. They pick on you. They pick on you. Dreadful people. Thank you for complaining about. It's too bloody. It's too gory. It's the Tower of London. It was built as a prison. You know, lots of people have been imprisoned there over the years. All sorts of people. People were executed inside the Tower of London. That's what people get there. They've been complaining. Children are frightened. The block and the axe are too scary. Oh, Lord above, what a nation of snowflakes. So they say it's not suitable for kids. It's absolutely suitable for kids. You might as well then not take them to Hampton Court Palace. You might as well not take them to any one of a number of palaces which had bloody past, because we used to do executions, whether you like it or not. I mean, surely parents can explain to children, this is what used to happen here. You know, kings and queens, mainly queens actually, were executed inside the Tower of London if you were royal or of royal lineage, outside the London if you were some common old peasant. And they used to do it over the road. They did loads over the road. The ones that they did inside, they've only got a rough idea. I think if you ask the people at the Tower of London, is this the actual spot where the executions took place, they wouldn't be able to swear that was the spot. There's no sort of indicator that was it. It's been accepted, we think it was near the chapel of St. Peter and Vincula, which is the chapel inside the Tower of London. And that's where they've actually discovered the bodies of all sorts of people, underneath the aisle and underneath the centre altar. That's where they found lots and lots of bones, because that's where they were all put for some inexplicable reason. All a bit embarrassing, really. But it's not bloody past. It's been like that for donkeys. I'd love to know who the first idiot was who complained about the fact it's too bloody. That's what people queue for. It's a tourist attraction. You know, it's like saying, I don't think we should take people up to Hyde Park. Why? Well, because there used to be a tree up there, the Tyburn tree, where they would hang people. You know, 10 people could be hanged on the Tyburn tree. And there's a marker in the middle of the road, which marks where it would have been, over the road from the convent. And you think to yourself, should we not use Hyde Park for the same reason? No, it's ridiculous. We're just turning into this nation of wusses. And we don't like it. We really don't. What else we got today? Patients losing lots of weight on the NHS diabetes diet. Basically, it's cut back on the amount of fat. Basically, it's sort of just. The producer. Corey's he's got very excited. He's got a watch for Christmas, and so it tells him how many times he's walking. And I've got the same. I've got the app on the phone. I don't know how it works. I've really got no idea. It tells you to stand up for 10 minutes an hour, which is okay. I was just going to have a quick check actually and see how many things I did. Where's that gone to? Oh God! Don't you just hate it when things move on your telephone? Where's that gone to? It's funny. It was there a short while ago, and now it's not there. Where do these things vanish to? App Store, no. Weather, apps, books, music, Twitter. I'm missing something, and I don't know what it's gone. The app has gone that I had, which told me how many steps. Oh, there it is. Thank goodness. Today, I've done 602 steps. Yesterday, 3,843. Tuesday, 4,822, and Monday, 5,427. So I'm averaging between 4,000 and 5,000 a day. That's what it says. But it doesn't tell me to stand still for any length of time or do things like that. Stand on one leg. I can't stand on one leg at all, to be honest with you. I've got no end of bad balance. If I turn round, I just fall over. I'm prone to falling over. There's something the matter with the insides, I think. It's not working properly. What do I do for exercise? This I'm doing for exercise. What do you mean, what am I doing for exercise? You're looking at me doing it now. I've just lifted a foot off the floor. That's it. The fact you didn't see it is neither here nor there. This is called Actually, the funny thing is, there used to be a programme on the television. It was called Night Caller. You'll remember it because it was a bloke in America, and it was a great programme actually. And he was a DJ, but he got up and walked around the studio. And I remember thinking, well, how does that work? Because you're tied to a microphone. I can get up and walk around the studio, but only as far as my headphones will allow me, unless I take the headphones off. And they did have a thing sometime, in fact, I think it's still in operation, that one of our stations here, the DJs, because they're DJs, were expected to stand so that they felt the music. Unfortunately, I don't have any music apart from da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, coming up to the news, and you can hardly get excited about that, can you? I just know what it is. It's an indicator of where we're heading. But I couldn't stand up and feel any more of the programme than I have done over the years. So even if I got up and walked up and down the length of the studio, it wouldn't take very long because it's not a very big studio, as Nick Abbott will testify to. Because the next time he messes it up, he'll be hanging in the inside of the wall. Well, you fixed it. Yeah, okay. I'm surprised that hadn't cropped up before, actually, because he's been in it for ages. What else we got? Our fellow mammals are as emotional as we are. Chimps who like to laugh, dogs who sulk, and elephants with magical empathy. And I watched that programme on the telly the other day, and it was an elephant whose little baby elephant, was suffering from malnutrition, and they were walking for miles to go and find some water. But unfortunately, the little one couldn't make it and so collapsed, and the mother was there trying to lift the little elephant up, with her foot and everything else, and it just didn't have the strength, and in the end it passed away. And that's the time when she moved away from it. They're very sort of emphatic with their decisions that they make in elephant life. It's very much ruled. The rest of the herd had moved, and so she had to then catch them up, but she could make it to the next water hole because there's loads of these, and they're all looking for the water holes so they can go and get a little bit of dirty water to drink, because that's what they need. It's not like here where you just turn on a tap. Unfortunately, if you're out, in South Africa or places like that, or any of the big national parks, there's hardly any water. So what they do is elephants store it as much as they can, but this little baby couldn't even make it to the water hole. And it was tragic to see the mother coming to terms with the fact that this baby was not going to get up again, because it was too hot, and there was too much dust around, and there was no water. The water could have been another, 100 miles away, and there was no way that the baby was going to make it. It was ever so sad, very sad, as she sort of walked away. I'm sure at one time there was a little tear in the eye, and you notice things like that. Steve, back to work today, says Jim. It's another bank holiday up here today, not much work going on at all. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy New Year to you and your crew. Happy birthday, also. I'm losing my marbles, aren't I? Do you know, some people are still on holiday. Nick Ferrari's back today, so's Dave O'Brien, and Sheila Fogarty will be back. Everybody's back today. But we've been here all the time over the festive season. Steve, ad-libbing is the sign of a master at work. Yes, you're quite right, actually. Are you going to have a word, says Darley, with Nick Abbott for leaving the studio in such a mess? It's not that he's left it in a mess, it's just he does different configuration. So he does configuration so that the microphones the other side in the control room become live and my one remains dormant. So when we get in, we're supposed to switch the studio over so that my mic becomes live and the studio next door becomes the dormant one. It didn't quite work out like that. Steve, better warn parents, don't take children into butcher's shop. They might see some BLOOD. Yes. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I never quite understand that. I mean, it's like you walk around Waitrose. I've seen duck's feet for sale. I don't think I'll ever want to eat duck's feet, but some people might. I know it's good. Not very nice. Or pig's trotters. And a friend of mine, he's Greek. He wanted a pig's head for his mother, so he asked the local butcher for a pig's head because she boils it and does all sort. I know. I can't bear the idea either. But they did supply it. They did supply a pig's head because presumably, if you take a pig into an abattoir, it's all going to be, what do you do with the head? I don't know. Don't want to think about it, really. It's far too depressing for a Thursday morning because it's the 2nd of January. Happy 2nd of January, everybody. Happy 2nd of January. Did you all... Because there will be a few of you who just rejoined the programme and you've not been here over Christmas. You've been either flat on your back or face down in a gutter. And I'm not particularly bothered either which way. As long as you're listening to the programme, I don't mind. Somebody said to me, do you face any competition? No. Absolutely no competition whatsoever for this programme. I wish I could say there was. I wish I could turn around to you and lie and say, oh, there's a lot of competition. I mean, I never take my eye off the ball. Don't ever think that happens. But no, we have no competition. We are streets ahead of everybody else, which is just fine. Steve just read that within 5 years, Bentley and Rolls-Royce will have for sale an electric luxury car. I don't like electric cars. I'm really not bothered about an electric car. And also within 5 years... I shouldn't imagine I'll be driving with him. That would take me over 70. Ridiculous, isn't it? Train fares are going up again, says Brenda. Yeah, and the price of a bacon butty in Greggs has gone up. They snuck that one in, didn't they? Sneaky little so-and-sos. It's gone up 5p for the thing, and if you want an extra piece of bacon, it's gone from 25p to 30p. Since when was there a blooming shortage, Greggs, of bacon and sausage? It's all gone up. It's just to take more money off us, isn't it? That's all it is. And then they're launching is it vegan steak bake today? I think. I mean, God, dear. I looked at their vegan sausage roll. It's a lot smaller than the normal sausage roll. Because vegans, I mean, they don't seem to be that bothered, but they weren't selling any when I was in there. There was some bloke in there who was trying to get the bloke behind the counter to sort out his watch for him. And then his phone, I'm sorry, go away. Very annoying. Excuse me? Oh, we need tea this morning. If you're getting up going to work, I better tell you the time. I have to give proper time checks now. This isn't like Christmas where we can be a little bit lax. If I tell you the time before we go, and we've got loads of stories in the papers. I mean, really. Even Archie got his own ball pit from his parents Harry and Meghan, who are now cultivating the press again. Peter Andre's exploiting his children, whereas Katie Price has jetted off on another holiday. I'm assuming somebody must be buying her these tickets. She can't afford it. She's a bankrupt. And Peter Andre, who actually, didn't he... I seem to remember, in my dim and distant recesses of my mind, I seem to remember that he banned her from exploiting the children, which is exactly what he does. And in fact, the funny thing is, Peter Andre is so hypocritical that he exploits his 2 children with Katie Price while stopping her exploiting them, and yet his wife and the 2 children he has with whatever her name is, she's a doctor or something, they don't show their children's faces. And I'm beginning to think the whole thing's going to go a wee bit pear-shaped for old Peter Andre, who is still, even on New Year's, was it New Year's Eve, New Year's Day or something, he had to go and do a gig on a cruise ship. He's got to take the work where it comes. He's getting a bit old now, isn't he? And Peter was having... And then he had an argument with his son, and then they went, oh, it was only a joke. I thought, it didn't look like a joke to me. Didn't look like a joke to me at all. Kids should know, Steve, that in some countries they still have executions. Yes, they do. Have you ever heard anything like it? They're complaining that the Tower of London is not suitable due to its bloody past. They're not doing it still there now. It happened in the past. They're not going to go there and go, OK, everybody head into the square. There's execution coming up. If you're all OK with that, it'll be a beheading. Yes, thank you. Yes, come on, get front row seats. Front row seats for a nice beheading in the Tower of London. That's what they did. That's what they did. People came in through Traitors' Gate, and they were imprisoned in the Tower of London. It's not open to the public, the bit where they imprisoned them, but they'll show you a block and they'll show you an axe. Whether or not it was the block or the axe, we don't know. And that's what we did. They didn't do anything else. I think they did hanging, but I think they did small hangings. They were mainly later for the executions, and it was the beheadings. And quite a number of people. I think the youngest was 16. I think she was one of Henry VIII's failures. And she unfortunately it was said she cheated with Thomas Culpeper. Thomas Culpeper was sort of good-looking, whereas, Henry VIII was a fat, bloated old tart who ulcers, all the rest of it seeping out, dreadful. And she had a fling with Thomas Culpeper, and then people dobbed her in. They went, she's had a fling with Thomas Culpeper. And they went, oh, no. That sealed her fate. Him they executed outside and brought his headless body back in, right past the window where she was watching them, because they'd arranged her scaffold. So they had to build the scaffold. People used to sit in these houses, waiting if you were due to be executed, watching them building your place of execution. Quite ghastly. You'd think they'd do it privately, wouldn't you? But no. And there were no drugs. To give people nowadays, when they execute in certain countries, they're given drugs to subdue them, because otherwise you'd be kicking and screaming, wouldn't you? I remember somebody talking about, when they do it in the Emirates. They do it in Emirates, Dubai. Where do they do the executions now? I can't remember where they do them. But they have public executions. And I remember thinking, oh dear, this was the basis of Death of a Princess, member of the royal family who was executed. And it was done by beheading. And somebody said when they take people out of the cars in this square, they look as though they're not quite with it at all, because you wouldn't go there voluntarily, would you? Given the choice, I'd be running like hell. Chase me if you want to. OK, 19 minutes past 4. Poaching still goes on around the world. I'm watching a bit of television at the moment, and it's people who bring down rhinoceros and then just cut their horns off. And it's just absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. But the trouble is, wherever you go in the world now, there's always people who've got no money. And that's what they do. So you'll find certain people in certain parts of the world who will happily grow drugs because they need to get the money back. I'm very echoey at the moment. Why is it all echoey? All of a sudden I've started echoing in the studio. Echo, echo. Look, echo, echo. Have you heard? Oh, there we go. Is that better? What is going on today? What is happening in this studio? Has Nick Abbott started doing phasing effects or something? Hello, it's Nick, Abbott. Something like that. Steve, the Tower of London's a marvellous day out for kids. They're exposed to much worse gore and violence on computer games. Yeah, I agree. They must be idiots, these people. Jackie in Watford says, I love your joie de vivre. Thank you. Shane says the bushfires are terrible here in Australia. Do you know, I can't believe that they haven't managed to stop the spread of them. I mean, this is Australia. We're not talking about some backward country. I mean, isn't there something more that they can do? Should they not put out an appeal to the rest of the world to go and help them with these bushfires? I can't even remember how they started now. It seems like such a long time ago. Jess says, after interviewing Claire Balding and Peter Crouch, shouldn't you be applying for sports reporter at BBC Radio Shropshire? No. I did do a sports programme, as you know, but I couldn't. It doesn't interest me in the slightest, sports. It really doesn't. I can't think of anything more dull and boring. And sports reporters, bless their little cotton socks, are quite charming, lovely people, but all they can talk about is sport. That's all they can't talk about anything else. You don't find many gay sports reporters, do you? It's obviously something that's sort of terribly heterosexual. Obviously you've got people like Claire Balding, but that's sort of, I don't class her as a reporter, I class her as a presenter. But somebody says here, your knowledge of the history of the Tower of London would make you a marvellous yeoman warder. Yes, and it would be fairly gruesome, because that's what happened there. It was, they've got the bloody tower. Not all the bloody tower over there, bloody tower. You go into these places, you think, all sorts of things happened. All sorts of things happened. When they discovered the bodies of the two princes in the tower who were locked away, and then they died, and then years later, they unearth bones, and they go, these are the two princes. And you think, it's got secrets. It is yet to unleash on people. It is a great place to go to. I love it. It's just a shame that they were allowed to build all these other buildings outside it, which dwarf it. But it's still the Tower of London. You can still go and see, I think, HMS Belfast is outside. And there's all sorts of places. St Catherine's Dock. It's very nice up that neck of the wood. You get a nice bus from London. You get one of those old-fashioned London buses. The proper old-fashioned ones. Ding, ding, ting, ding. One of those ones. Lovely. Mountains of rubbish in Birmingham have been piling up after the bin men called in sick. Liars. And Faddy in George Sisban. This is Faddy, who was George Michael's boyfriend, one of many, many boyfriends. And after George's sister died, her and George were very, very close, and Faddy wanted to go to the funeral, and they've said, no, we don't want you at the funeral, thank you very much indeed. He caused a lot of trouble for the family. He's not a very pleasant person, and if you remember, he sort of squatted in one of the houses and then might or might not have trashed it. Whatever it is, they're not interested in anything to do with him. We don't have George here, and we don't have his sister here anymore, which is a shame. Plus, snow in Scotland after a balmy beginning. Winter is back with a vengeance. Cold, thick pants on today, I think. No point in going out without reinforced gussets. It's really nippy out there. And so they say we could get snow in Scotland, which actually suits me fine because I live in Twickenham. So I'm not going to be remotely bothered by snow in Scotland. Pretty to look at, but not much fun if you have to go out in it. And there's already we've had disastrous accidents. One in Stanmore down the road from me near Bedfont, which was a disaster. 3 people, I think, worked for British Airways, and they were killed in a car crash. There's all sorts of stories like that in the papers today. I don't want to ruin your Thursday, but it's not a brilliant start to the new year. Plus, what was the other one? Microchip your moggy, or you could face a fine. I think everybody should be microchipped, including adults, and then you'd know who somebody was. So in other words, they actually find sometimes people, and they go, listen, we don't know who this person is. If they were microchipped, that would be fine. Then you would know. You could just scan over and go, that's Steve Allen. He was born on 17th of March 1954, and he lived in Twickenham, and blah, blah, and he worked on the radio. And then you would know straight away, as opposed to having to sort of, say it's another John Doe. We don't know who it is. Cyprus isn't safe, warns the mum of the gang rape teen. That's a story, isn't it? That is a story. Even I can't get my head around that one. But there again, I couldn't get my head around quite a number of stories in the newspapers last week. It's diet time, so there's loads of stories in the paper today of people who claim that they've lost the weight through one or another diet companies. And then there's big adverts for the diet companies. I've told you before, don't waste your money. All you have to do if you want to lose weight, go to the doctor. The doctor will provide you with a diet sheet and an exercise sheet. That's all you have to do. Corey started doing his little bit of exercise. I mean, it's not really... I mean, I wonder how long you'd have to do that. They had a woman in America the other day on the television, and she was like 60 stone. And they'd given her a little thing to wheel for I thought, this is going to take you years to get this weight off. It's not going to happen overnight, is it? I think people think if I do a bit of exercise, you go... oh, lost the weight. And you go, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. So who actually bought you the watch? Your mum bought you the watch. Oh, Godfathers. That's a bit bad, isn't it? Oh, Connor's mum bought him a pair of trainers, interestingly enough, which they shared with his girlfriend. So 2 of them bought his... They must be very expensive trainers. I'm not sure if they're running trainers or fashionable trainers. I don't know. I just know that they obviously cost a bit of money. Because Connor's mother checked in with us yesterday. She's become quite an addict to the programme. She's quite sweet. Very embarrassing for Connor, of course, because, as I say, I'm going to be in contact with her and tell her a few things that she's not aware of. So, we'll blow that myth right out of the water. Also, we've got Andrew's accuser. You remember her? Yes. She's not going away. She's called for justice still. I think he's probably hoping that as we go into the new year, we've forgotten about him. No, we haven't. Amanda says, Steve, the trouble is with education now, children are not taught history or geography anymore like they were years back. Yeah, I mean, we learnt lots of things. I have to be honest, since I've been with LBC, this now as I enter my 41st year, you learn so much about history of London. I used to take people around in my car, people who'd bid for me to take them around in the car. We drive around London. I point out places of interest and stuff like that. And it was quite a nice thing to do because I learn as I'm going around, because we used to have a lady called Diane Burstein on the programme, and she's a Blue Badge guide, and she did Jewish East End. She did all sorts of walk through the East End, the Jack the Ripper stuff, and I picked up on that. So I think if you live and work in the capital, I like to be aware of what's around me. I like to be aware that when I walk down to Trafalgar Square, years and years ago, rhinoceros used to walk across it. Many years ago. See, you don't know that, do you? You have no idea. Yeah, it was all verdant grassland. In fact, if you remember, the City of London had a wall round it, and if you go out to the Tower of London, you can still see part of the original wall, and outside of that, you took your life in your hands, and that's where all, the robbers hung around, so people were inside, where it was sort of fairly safe. So you remember this. There's a museum you go to, I can't remember what it's called now, I'll remember it later, and they've got lots of shark's teeth taken from when this whole place was underwater. Millions of years ago, they found, all sorts of things. That's why I know about the rhinoceros. I know about the big church in Trafalgar Square, and that used to be surrounded by grass. It would have been a church just plonked in the middle. And the fountains and everything else and the lions came along years later, donkey's years later. Because, London was sort of fairly tiny. But now it's spread out and spread out and spread out and spread out. Now it's absolutely enormous. But still it's the heartland, the Strand, and then you've got Admiralty Arch going down to Buckingham Palace, which the royal family nicked. That was owned by the Duke of Buckingham. That was his house, and they decided they wanted it, so they nicked it. And then you've got the Cabinet War Rooms, which you can go round and have a look at. You've got Horse Guards Parade. Number 10 Downing Street, you can go and see from the back. Supposed to go into the front, which has got the big gates on. In my day, there were no gates there. You could walk up to the front door and have your picture taken. Then, of course, they decided there were some peculiar people in this world, so they put in all the gating and everything else. But go round the back, Horse Guards Parade, which leads on to Birdcage Walk, so named because that's where people bought their caged birds. There'd be lots of little people selling a bird, a canary in a cage, and you'd sit there and go like they do. When I come out in the mornings, or birds who can't whistle, and Amy, I think her name was. Anyway, they had all these sort of different people, and so all you can hear is the birds in the morning. That'll mean something to somebody listening. There'll be a sparrow sitting on a branch somewhere going, he speaks our language. It's unbelievable. Not only does this bloke keep talking, but it's either that or your hearing aids playing up. There's nothing worse, is there? What was that great Mae West line? Very famous, blousy actress, Mae West, long before the producers sort of arrival on the earth, and she was fairly old, and they fitted her with a hearing aid because she was about in her 80s, and she made a film called Sextet, and they were filming, and they were feeding her the lines through the earpiece, so they'd be saying, so and so, so and so, and she would then repeat the lines. And at one point she went 32 Grassmore Avenue, and they went, what's she on about? 7 o'clock, 32 account. And it turned up the local minicab office had fed into her earpiece. And so she was picking up the signals from the local minicab office. Nobody knew. Another sparrow fallen off a branch. He speaks our language. It's so exciting. Let's have a check on the news, shall we? Very confusing, Dave. Dave's back. Remember Pimp My Ride? Corey was very excited by it this morning. He was trying to find it on the internet. I didn't tell him where it was hidden because he used to watch the programme. How exciting was that? You remember yesterday we discovered Dave's secret life. There's a lot more going on here than we know about, I'm telling you. You're in early, aren't you, today? Well, actually not that early, really, no, because you kick off... Oh, actually you are. You are. Oh, is this what time is... Really? Lord. Well, you look very well on it. Did you get enough sleep one of the new shirts? He's wearing one of his sale shirts from Next. Queues around the country, down on the Strand, he's there just after it opened. Nobody. He just goes in, buys, walks out again. Got four shirts and a pair of trousers. Woo! It's a nice shirt. It's got like a sheen to it. That's quite nice, actually. How much was that? A shirt's go? 11. Can't complain, can you? Yeah, from 34. Can't complain at all. It's nice. Lovely. Very nice. All little bits, feature. Whey! Oh, dear, honestly. Thursday. I can't believe we're all back to work on Thursday. Sounds really bizarre. Just seen Lisa Aziz. She's in. Everybody's in, which is good. James in Sevenoaks says, I've never been to the Tower of London. I love all that medieval bloodiness. You must go to the Tower of London. If you are somebody who lives, in this great land of ours and you've never been to the Tower of London, do yourselves a favour and go there. If you don't have to go to work today, you don't have to go to school today, then do yourself a favour and go. It's seriously well worth it. Somebody says, do you really wear a new pair of socks each day? What century are you from? Not only new socks every day, new pants every day. Yes, I'm into that mindset. Don't ask why. I have no idea. It started years and years and years ago, and I'm quite happy with it. Other people think it's most peculiar. They really do. They sort of go, "Are you sure that's what you're doing?" I go, "Yeah, absolutely. All my friends know. All my friends know." New pair of socks every day because I like putting on new socks. It's that thing about, when you change the bedding at the end of the week or, end of the month or the end of the year, whenever you do it, that lovely feeling of climbing into new bedding. And because I've now got the new duvet, did I mention the new duvet? It's delightful because it's as warm as toast, but as light as a feather. Because it's Siberian goose. And somebody wrote in and said, on the Hungarian goose, this is how they get the feathers. Well, mine isn't Hungarian goose. It's Siberian goose. And it's beautiful. It's really lovely. It's warm. It's light. If it was heavy, I couldn't. And duvets years ago, I didn't understand about tog. Now I understand. So I use a 10.5 tog for the bed, and it's lovely. And if you put a new fitted sheet on, that is lovely. Don't have to bother doing hospital corners. It's just elasticated. You just hook it over. Remember that there's 2 different sizes, though, for double fitted sheets or king size or queen size. Deep or not so deep. Deep means you've got a really deep mattress. I don't know whether mine's deep or not. About 9 inches, 10 inches. I don't know if that's deep or not. Yeah, that's quite deep, isn't it? That's deep, yeah. Well, the fitted sheet is fantastic. It really is fantastic. And I move about in the bed. No, these weighted blankets. Somebody kept asking me about these the other day. No, I've got a duvet. What's a weighted blanket? It's a blanket with weights on it. Holds you down? Oh, I don't like that idea. Like having a cuddle in bed with a blanket, which has got weights on it. Was it just... somebody said they sell them in Costco. Well, I've never seen them. No, I've got a duvet. I don't need both, do I? So you don't have a duvet. You've got a weighted blanket. No, what? You don't need a cuddle in bed. I don't think we want to know about that side of the life, do we? La, 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 la. But no, clean socks every day, because I love clean socks every day. And pants as well. I don't know why. It's an odd thing. Some people sort of, like going out and buying lots of scarves every year. Because after a while, scarves go bobbly. And I don't like it when they go bobbly. And I've got a couple of scarves which people bought me for Christmas and for various other celebrations. And it was lovely. I like a scarf. You sort of double it round your neck. Makes you look cute. Steve, another one here says, do you know we can't control bushfires here in Australia. It's the Greenies environment mob. Sorry for swearing. I'm cranky, says Shane. And Tolga says, listening to your chat with Neil deGrasse Tyson yesterday morning, brilliant. Amazing how little we know about our universe. What a fascinating man. What a fascinating man. Seriously, I have to be brutally honest with you. I didn't know who he was until I read up on him when he was coming to the studio. And Thomas had said to me, you need to talk to him. He's fabulous. And he came in and he was fabulous. In fact, actually, all of our guests were great. We only had one guest for In Conversation last year who wasn't as great as the other ones. And that's all I'll say about it. You can work it out for yourself. Steve, oh, no, we did that one, didn't we? So we've got some more coming up this weekend for In Conversation. Somebody says, I'm trying to figure out why you aren't hosting a show on television. What for? You have to want to do a show on television. I'm not remotely interested. I've done a little bit of television. You can see the dreadful examples on YouTube of Steve Allen on Fives Company, but it just doesn't interest me. It just really doesn't. Some people, it suits them and fits them like a glove. For me, it never sat like that with me. So I was always happiest on radio. I've always said you don't need to dress up for radio. You can turn up looking like a dog's dinner. In fact, if you were Corey, after he had his, let's just call it, drinking experiment, when he woke up in the morning, I've never seen anybody who has that morning after hair, where it was literally, it was like, there used to be a thing years ago, it was about somebody called Shock Peter, and Shock Peter had this hair that stuck out in all directions. I think he was a German character. That's what Corey looked like when we sort of went to get him up in the morning. It was quite funny, actually, because it's never happened to me. Never happened to me at all, as you can well imagine, even when I had hair. But I'm trying to get people as well to download and to have a look at Celtic Thunder, Celtic Thunder, who are an Irish, I was going to call them an elderly boy band. They're absolutely brilliant. They sing all the songs you want to hear. And then some. They're Nice-looking bunch of guys. They've lost a few over the years, and there seem to be anything between 4 and 6 of them. I can't quite work out whether they're still going or whether I'm watching old footage, but they're absolutely brilliant. They do a song called Caledonian, which is an old-fashioned song, which I first heard sung by Boys Aloud. And to hear it sung by Celtic Thunder, it was just absolutely brilliant. Another one here. Julie says, what is, capital letters, is? Always a sign of slight brain damage, I think. This morning, dying baby elephants, severed pig heads, poaching rhinoceros, executions. Cheer up. I'm very happy. You would be the miserable one. I'm the one who's very happy about things. Always very happy. Never, never, never. You should have clean socks and pants every day, says Jackie. Steve, but not new every day, washed ones. Oh, no, who can be bothered to wash? Good Lord above, no, just throw them away. Throw them away. Give them to somebody who... You don't give the pants away, do you? Well, as far as I know, you don't give pants away. But socks you give away. I donate socks because they're Pringle. That makes me sound like I'm wearing crisps, but I promise you I'm not. I'm wearing some nice sporty socks, I think they call them. Not that they are on my legs. Kidnapped liar mum Karen Matthews, ghastly old baggage, is to wed. She met her handyman fiancé when he did odd jobs at her home and he proposed over Christmas. She was jailed for faking her daughter Shannon's abduction. Now been flashing an engagement ring. What a horrible piece of work. And here she is, unrecognisable, without makeup on. In fact, Maura Higgins, whose sole career now is just sort of modelling bra and knickers. I mean, very sweet, dear, but hardly a career, is it? Hardly a career. But anyway, she's been forced to rename her new reality show because of a legal row. She was due to take on challenges for a show she wanted to call Maura the Explorer. But the makers of the animated kids show Dora the Explorer kicked off. Well, she thinks so too. You don't want to be associated with somebody who wears bra and knickers. Good Lord above, I mean, really. Tacky. Mind you, talking of tacky, former Towie reject Jess Wright dressed up as Julia Roberts. For what reason? I've got no idea. Poor old Jess Wright. I mean, she's going to be the only one left on the shelf in that family. 34. So she posted a picture of herself online. A total obsession with herself, but no talent. That's the trouble with all of these people. Their only claim to fame is they're on a reality show. For that, read, no talent. They either go to the gym or they're prepared to get all their kit off. She falls into the latter category. That's a shame. Also, what do we got here? Oh, Little Mix's Jade Thirlwell wants somebody to dance with. Apparently she's another one suffering from sort of insecurities. It seems to be running rife, doesn't it? You know, if they can't think of anything to write about, sorry, were you ever insecure? Everybody was insecure. Everybody was insecure. It's like, you know, people sort of saying, you know, were you bullied at school? Everybody was bullied at school. Everybody, it doesn't matter who you were. At some point, there would have been a little bit of bullying. It just went on all the time, whether you were too tall, too short, you know, too ginger, sticky out ears, speckles, wore glasses, you know, you were a little runt of the litter, all that. Everybody got picked on. I did. I got picked on like everybody else, but luckily, I had the gift of the gab. I could talk my way out of a paper bag, literally, quite easily, and I could just completely embarrass people. And it served me quite well. Nobody messed with me 3 times, I'm telling you. Might have tried it twice. Didn't get as far as the third one. And it served me very well, actually. Very, very well. Royal baby Archie got his own ball pit. He got his first Christmas gifts from Harry and Meghan. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know it's a Christmas gift. He's got no idea. He's a little baby. He's a baby. So the Sussexes reportedly couldn't resist spoiling. He's 7 months old. What's spoiling him? Buying some plastic balls in like a blow-up pond. What's that? That's spoiling, is it? You tight-fisted so-and-sos. Then you bought him diamonds and jewellery and Fabergé eggs. I mean, something at least interesting. 7 months old. Do you think he knows what Christmas is? No. But it's funny, isn't it? The Sussexes are still sort of exploiting for the through the media. And they don't seem to like the media because they want it both ways. And I don't think it's ever likely to happen like that. And then Pope Francis, His Holiness, apologised for slapping a well-wisher. He's 83. Some woman grabbed his arm. I mean, to be honest with you, she shouldn't have touched him at all. She's a nasty little piece of work. And he had to apologise. He said, I lost my patience. An online critic wrote, I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't react like that in the Bible when the woman reached out to touch his cloak. Yeah, but this woman didn't reach out to touch his cloak. She grabbed his arm and pulled him. Luckily, Pope Francis used to be a bouncer. I mean, she's very lucky she didn't get felled to the ground. Stupid person. Who in God's name does she think she is? Who in God's name? So biblical. So eloquent. Also, they've got to... I have to laugh at it, actually. Save cash with Lorna Cooper's cheap and simple meal plan. And they've got a picture of this woman. Healthy family meals for 20 quid a week, which is brilliant. They've got, 8 weeks shopping. And then you look at the state of her. And you think to yourself, I don't think I want to look like that. I don't want to be rude, but, if you're going to have somebody who's doing cheap and simple meal plans, at least pick somebody who's slim. Not somebody who looks like they've been eating all the Kentucky Fried Chicken. I mean, this woman is huge. They should have done her hair properly, and so it's basically cheap food. Well, nobody who hasn't got any money is going to be eating cheap food. You're still going to be going to KFC. You're still going to be going to Burger King. You're still going to be going to all these other places. For lunch, gammon picnic pasta. Boring. Breakfast, berry blast overnight oats. See, that sounds acceptable. I can eat berries now. I could do berries now. For dinner, minestrone. Boring. Who wants minestrone? What else does she go? Oh, she tells you what to buy in the freezer shop. I'm assuming they mean Iceland. And they've got all sorts of food. So an 8-week shopping list, she can do it for 20 quid a week. So for 8 weeks, it's 160 quid. And in the store cupboard, you have to have things like sugar, corn flour, tomato puree. Well, 95% of you listening at the moment can't cook for toffee. That's why you go out, and that's why there's places like Pizza Hut, Pizza Express, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. We love the song. We love the song. Was it the fast food song? I think. And then you had the Ketchup Girls. Woo! They were quite good, all those songs, but I can't remember what they were called. They might have been Lost Ketchup or something stupid. But Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. McDonald's, Kentucky. So it went on. I became obsessed with that song. I started singing it on the radio. Friends of mine are going, "Are you mad?" I go, "Well, not really, but it's certainly helping the programme." Talking to Pringle Socks, says Matthew, only buy Ralph Lauren or Boss Socks in the Benthall Centre. Somebody told me what was closing in Hounslow. Debenhams, I think. Debenhams was closing. It's quite a big shop. It's in the Treaty Centre, I think. And somebody said I thought, good Lord, that's quite a big shop to close. Outside the one in Richmond, Dickens and Jones, they've got somebody sleeping rough on the pavement who is currently expanding his empire to include a shopping trolley and everything else. It's getting worse and worse. Nobody's offered him anything, so obviously the local hostels must be full up. Loved your conversation with Jamie Oliver. What a down-to-earth guy, says Lorraine. I went straight out and bought his new veg book. He's lovely. We like Jamie Oliver a lot. There's no accounting for how things work. Seriously, you don't know when you set up a business and you employ a lot of people whether it's going to work or whether it's not going to work. He pumped 13 million quid of his own money in, and still he couldn't save it. He tried. He does have a load of other restaurants around the world. He's got about 70, I think. I know people say, "Oh, that's right, he killed all these people's jobs." He didn't. He tried desperately to sell. I got a Global Award. I'm quite pleased about that. I've never had an award. Well, I got an Archiva Award as well. Then they axed the Archivas, and I got a Global Award, which was very nice indeed. I got that from Nick Ferrari. So when I just heard that on the trail, I thought, gosh, because it goes through as a bit of a blur. You're not really sure what's going on. I got lulled there under false pretences. "Oh, come," said my boss. "Go on." He said, "You'll like it, Steve." I said, I'll send you a taxi. This is their big thing. "I'll send you a taxi." So I got a taxi to pick me up at home, take me down there. It was raining. They wouldn't let me into the venue because it was raining and it wasn't open yet. So I had to stand under Hammersmith flyover. I thought this very ignominious kind of situation. But it's quite wonderful. Whenever you get an award, and, we don't get loads of awards in this business because you don't expect to. You come into the business, you're just grateful to, A, have a job that you love doing and they pay you for it, which is very nice indeed. We're all very grateful, especially Corey, and very grateful. We're all, we've got a nice little team here. It's just that we've not been back together for ages. Corey said this morning, he said, "Oh, I can't wait when it's all back together." He said, "Thomas, me and you, and that's our little team, but we don't know where we're going, do we? I don't know what's happening. It's all moving about all over the place at the moment. We don't know if we're keeping Corey for a little bit or shoving him on something else. We don't know." But eventually one day it will all fall back into pieces again, which is very nice. Jane, you'll get a Global Award. Services to what? What would you think it could be services to? Services to Steve Allen, a Global Award for Corey. Well, if I had my way, we'd all get the award. It would be a group award for happiest programme. That's what it would be. Happiest, because I think out of all programmes, I think we are technically the least stressed. That's what I would like to think we were. It doesn't necessarily always work out like that. Sometimes we get a little bit stressed, but not very often. It doesn't happen at all, really. And so we could get an award for happiest programme, which would be very good. We could get a programme for, I was going to say best looking, but that's not happening, is it? We're not going to be the best looking programme. Not with the presenter who's older than your two combined ages. I mean, that's not going to happen at all. But I don't mind. I think with age comes experience. Somebody said to me once, when we had this woman in from America years and years ago, and she was teaching the presenters how to express themselves. I know it sounds a little bit bizarre, but there is an art, apparently, to doing speech radio. And she says you've got to give of yourself. You've got to talk about experiences. And of course, surprisingly, I know not everybody believes it, but the older you are, the more you are likely to experience things in your life, like birth, like death, like sorrow, like happiness. All the emotions you've experienced. So, I mean, there isn't really much that I can't talk about at length, except football, or rugby, or hockey, or in fact anything in the sporting calendar. I mean, I couldn't do horse racing, I couldn't do a football commentary if my life depended on it, but I can talk about everything else, because I know a little bit. And they always say a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, but I think in the terms of speech radio, I think it's absolutely the way forward, because you learn things. You know, I'll read a book about something, and then years later it will pop up in my mind, and I think, oh, wait a minute, I know something about that. And that's generally how it works. And I love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Wait a minute, I've now lost me. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Sometimes the computer has a little game and it turns itself off just to annoy me. And I sort of sit there thinking, where's that gone, actually? Margaret in South Florida for the winter says, I've just discovered another wonderful British actor. Thanks to online streaming like Netflix and Prime, I discovered Bill Nighy. Have you interviewed him? Yes, I've done Bill Nighy a couple of times, actually. Yes. Do you know he's got an interesting hand? Do you know about that? You'll now have to go and research that little bit as well. Steve, I must say I'm mad about renewing tired duvets, says Miriam, even if they're not tired, and enjoying the changeover linen every single week. Lovely, crisp and smelling clean, and somehow much more comfortable. There's something, I mean, I've now had the duvet on for 2 days, and the fitted sheet on for 2 days as well, and I'm telling you, I'm sleeping like a baby. I slept like a baby before. It was absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I urge everybody to go out and buy a duvet. They are doing deals, aren't they, in the actual department stores at the moment, so you can get a cheaper duvet. But I thought it's false economy. If you're going to buy a duvet, buy a really good one. And my one, I must have had it for 15 years, if not a little bit longer. And I think that's a good length for a duvet. You know, and then you go and buy a new one and you go, oh, starting life all over again. It's fantastic. I like the thing. It's very light, very, very light. You could hold it in a hand. And it's Siberian Goose. I think it's the most expensive that they do in John Lewis. I'm sure there are other duvets more expensive. A double is £300. Well, you can get them from 50, 60 quid, but I think you get what you pay for. And so I thought, buy a nice one and it'll see me out. In fact, it's so expensive, I'm going to be buried in it, I've decided. Taking it with me to the crematorium. Make sure you wrap him in it. He was very unhappy about that. Very unhappy. Steve, thank you for last year. And another one here says, you reminded me of a photo I have of a much younger me outside 10 Downing Street. Those were the days when you could walk down there. You could walk down there and you could stand outside the door of number 10 Downing Street. That's amazing, isn't it, really, that you could and have your picture taken. Now there's more armed police down there than you can shake a stick at. Steve, I hate it when Christmas is over. I've got the January blues, says Matthew. Oh, I haven't. I've still got the trees up. They're not coming down till the 6th. We'll turn the lights off. The trees will be recycled, and then I pack all the lights away. I put each one in a carrier bag so I can go outdoor lights, indoor lights, and things like that. And then we just get through it. And it'll come round really. Listen, we're up to the 2nd already. January sale time. Nothing I need. I don't think there's anything I need at all. No. I'll still go and have a look, though. I like to have a little look. I feel like buying some more china in your hand. And I thought, oh, do I want some china? No, probably not. You have to think about whether you actually want something. And sometimes you don't actually need it, but you think, I'll buy it because it's good value. And I bought all sorts of things. I was looking the other day. What I need is to win the lottery and to buy a house that's got what they call a present room, which will be a room with lots of shelves in, with all the items that I bought that I'm never going to use, but I bought them because I quite like them. That's the idea. That's the idea. That's the fantasy. That's the fantasy. I remember somebody once in America, a radio DJ, one of his listeners, let this be a hint to you, left him $1 million. $1 million. And I remember thinking, oh, that's quite nice. I quite like the sound of that. And then I remember years and years ago, one of my lovely listeners from a long, long time ago, sent me in a cheque for my birthday, a blank cheque, and said, buy yourself something nice. And I can remember thinking, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. So I went to my boss and I said, I've been sent this cheque by this lovely lady. She wants me to buy something for my birthday. He said, you can't accept it. I said, no. He said, we'll send it back. So they sent it back to her with a little covering note. She was ever so upset. She was really upset. She thought it was a dreadful snub that she'd sort of gone out of her way to sort of think, if I give Steve a blank cheque, he can buy himself something he likes. And people have been very generous over the years, even this Christmas going, the one we've just seen off few days ago. I just love it when people send you things in, and we've had some really nice presents. Very nice presents. But everybody gets nice presents. When you get to a certain age, you tend to get more practical presents. When you're little, you get the things that require the batteries. I forgot to ask, what did you get for Christmas, Corey? What exciting? Oh, that's right, you got the watch. 3 new... Everybody got jumpers, didn't they? Because Connor got a jumper as well. Well, it's a sweatshirt. It's an Adidas sweatshirt. And I said to him, I bet we see that every day this week and next. And he said, yes. You got a slow cooker? Oh, right, okay. No, I had one years and years ago. Whenever you move into a flat, your parents buy you a slow cooker. The idea is you put all the food in it in the morning. It's just like putting something on low heat or something like that. That's all it is. It's a slow cooker. And the only recipe I ever used was sausage surprise. That's the only one that I ever had. And so, but the trouble is, you think I'll do sausage. So you put the potatoes in, carrots, and the sausages in, and some gravy and things like that. Then leave it. And the idea is, when you get home in the evening, there it is, bubbling away in the slow cooker. And then you think, because by that time you've forgotten you put on anything that's got sausages in it, and you've forgotten about the slow cooker, so you've already eaten. So now you've got another meal to eat. So you've got to be very careful. So you've got a slow cooker. Always come in brown, don't they? Fairly popular colour. And what else you get? Slow cooker? A few socks. Yeah. That's all right. That's all right, yeah. Did you spend a lot on Christmas? Did you spend a lot of money? Or were you good? Oh, right, theatre tickets. For what? What was that one? Witness. Oh, right. When are you going to that? March. Oh, right, okay. I recommended Witness for the prosecution over at County Hall, and he got tickets, but they're for March. You'll like it. It's like it. It's intelligent, so you'll definitely like it. For me, I generally prefer sort of something like 42nd Street, bit of a razzmatazz kind of thing. I'm a showbiz bunny. That's what it is. Reading the book? I haven't started it yet. No, I will. I've got the Julie Andrews book. Just in case you were one of those people who were suffering with a bad hangover yesterday, I'll wish you a Happy New Year. Because nobody might have wished you a happy... You might not have seen people since New Year's Eve, so I shall be the one to wish you a Happy New Year for today. A little bit late, I realise, but at least I've made the effort. Some people don't. Even my driver this morning wished me a Happy New Year. You know, quite a nice thing to do, isn't it, really? I like people wishing me a Happy New Year. And I think we're roughly back to normal. Nick Ferrari's here this morning. Mr. O'Brien's here. Sheila Fogarty. I'm assuming Eddie's back today. I don't know. Oh, Eddie's not back. Wonder where he'd be jetting away. He's probably on a private island somewhere. Something quite exciting, which I never do. I've always wanted a private island. And then I thought, I'm not really sure I want to live on a private island because there wouldn't be all your usual accoutrements. You know, all the things that you would really want to be there. You can't exactly go, I think I'll just go to the local shop. I remember thinking, when I lived in Berkshire years and years ago, you know, we didn't have shops that you could go to after 5 o'clock. Everything finished. And in fact, we were laughing the other day about when it used to be half-day closing on Wednesday. Wednesday was half-day closing. And so come Wednesday, lunchtime, that'd be it. The shops would shut up and nothing would be open till the following day. Nowadays, you can shop 24 hours in London. I still get you. So if ever I'm in a part of the world where you can't go shopping 24 hours, I've become quite depressed. Michael says, Happy New Year to you and to you as well. And to you as well. Obviously on our way to work, which is nice at this time. This is the time that all the early morning teams start heading into the radio stations and things like that. My friend Danny will be heading into the radio station. I'll get a thing from him shortly going, hello, love. Who says that? It's a northern thing, isn't it? Hello, love. Down here in London, we would think that'd be a bit peculiar if I called the producer Love. But I don't think I do call you Love, do I? Poppet, I think. Poppet's a fairly popular one for me. I don't know. I don't even know where that stemmed from. I've got no idea. It's probably some showbiz expression. My friend Ian took the Steve Allen Christmas tree down today. Very sad. It's a beautiful tree. Beautiful. He said, but it's lasted another year without starting a fire. Hallelujah. He said, remember, it runs on UK voltage, so it only lights up and plays music. It won't rotate. It's a lovely tree. I mean, even I thought it was a lovely tree. Very nice. And just up Ian Street. He loves stuff like that. Gareth is listening in San Francisco. Open your goal. I'm BA crew and arrived in time for the New Year's Eve firework, which was great. Firework in the singular, was it, Gareth? He said, whilst he heard about my colleagues in that accent. Yeah, three BA crew, isn't it? I believe in Stanmore, which is very near to Staines and Bedfont, midway between the two. And it's a long stretch of road there. I nearly bought a house in Stanwell some years ago, but that was tried. They were very young. I think 20, 23 and 25 or something like that. So commiserations to all of the crew members who were working with those people. David in Nottinghamshire says, I remember visiting Downing Street when you could walk up to number 10. Last time I did that, there were still spots of red paint on the ground that somebody had thrown over Ted Heath. God, those were the days. Those were the days. Daniel says, Super Show definitely deserve a knighthood for your immaculate services to society. I wish. You can write in to Downing Street. I wondered that's how people get them. I didn't know how the system worked. You write in, you nominate somebody. So I might want to nominate Thomas and Corey for services to broadcasting, and you write to number 10 Downing Street, and it goes onto a file, and then I think a committee look at it, and they go, OK, let's give Thomas and Corey an award for services to broadcasting. Not for this morning, but I mean, for other mornings would be quite good. And I think it does the same for everybody. I think that's how people get nominated. Somebody will write in and go, Steve Allen's done 150 years on radio. Perhaps we should give him something, and they go, let's give him a Cadbury's Dairy Milk or something like that. But that's how it works. You write to number 10 Downing Street. That'd be funny, wouldn't it, if next year we get something? I'll have to thank everybody personally. Jimmy in Up Holland thinks I'm a saint. Oh, I think not. And Jackie says, I had a Windsor Castle tea towel with a gold emblem for Christmas. Too good to use. They're always too good to use. Mine are definitely too good to use. If only because you bought it for charity and if you realised just how much good buying that tea towel did and how much money we were able to give to the charity and to help, little people out. Seriously, I could cry when I think of how much good you've done just for the sake of, a tea towel with my image on it. And we sold 5,000. And the little people, little charities that help people who are terminally ill, people whose quality of life is not great, people whose families can't afford to do things. You've changed that. You've helped them out. And you've done it so many years now. And so all the people coming to the show in February, it'll come around so fast, I promise you. And that's at the Leicester Square Theatre. That's what you've done. You bought a ticket, and that money goes to such a good cause. If those little people, some of whom don't survive, some of whom don't make it to adulthood, could say thank you, there would be a chorus coming back at you, a chorus to each and every one of you saying thank you so much for everything you did. Because that's all you can do to somebody. You can't change a terminal illness, unless it's an exceptional case. But what you can do is make life better for them. You can make life a lot easier, and you can make it so that some of them don't know. Some of them don't know that they're terminally ill, and that's the reason that we do it, and we raise a lot of money, and we raised a hell of a lot of money. JK is heading in now. He said, my driver wished me Happy New Year. So I thought I saw you the other day. It was a picture of JK. My friend JK works on another one of our stations upstairs. Upstairs. He says, have you emptied the boot of Prosecco and chocolate? Is the Pope Catholic? I haven't, actually. I emptied it of 2 bottles of Prosecco yesterday, but there's still something deep in the recesses of the boot, which I've never actually fathomed out how far back it goes, but I think I'll need a miner's lamp. I think you will find that there are boxes of chocolates in there. I might need to check sell-by dates. There's batteries. What I need to do is sort of go and park somewhere and take everything out of the boot and then decide what I'm going to sort of give to people and what I'm not. Because I've got things in there I haven't seen for years. So there might be somebody in there. I'm never sure with. You could lose. Corey could live in it. He's looking for somewhere to live. You could live in the boot of my car. You could literally lie down and sleep in there, and I could close the boot. What's the rent like? Free to you. But unfortunately, I can't get you in there at the moment because of all the things in there. I mean, somewhere there are 2 big jars of jelly beans, Jelly Bellies. I mean, seriously, I've got everything in there because I send to buy it and then I push it to the back of the car, and I can't get to the back of the car. There's everything in there. Towels, you name it. I've got it in there. Steve, happy New Year to you. Overslept yesterday, says Anastasia. Oversleeping. Actually, oversleeping's okay. I never criticise somebody for oversleeping because occasionally I want to do it. I found a lovely house. I need to win the lottery to buy it. And the interior furnishings of it are just amazing. It's in Regent's Park. It's on one of the big estate agents' website. And I've looked at the interior. It's really like bling. It's really, really bling. It's got a lift in the house as well. And it's got underground parking. And I think it's going to be around 18 to 20 million. But if I won the lottery, I could buy it. And I would. Just for sort of, and it could be nice. Corey could move in, no rent. You could live in Regent's Park, At the moment, he likes... Which park was it you like? Oh, he likes Battersea Park. He didn't know that there was a fun fair there. For those of us living in London for any amount of time, not only is there a temple there, which was put up some years ago, but there used to be a treetop walk, which led you to the fun fair. And you went up, like a walkway, into the trees, and there were little figures on each branch, soaring or waving at you. It was quite magical. And it was called the Treetop Walk, I think. And the fun fair in Battersea Park was there for years. And the stairs are still there leading down to it. All of a sudden you see a set of concrete stairs, quite wide, and that's took you down to the entrance to go into the fun fair. And it had a Big Dipper, a scenic railway, roller coaster, whatever you want to call it. But it was wooden, and it crashed. It crashed, and they closed the fun fair after that. So, but it was good. It had everything in it. It had Tip the Lady Out of Bed. So you don't see these in fun fairs now. Tip the Lady Out of Bed was a woman. She'd be reclining on a bed up in the air, and underneath her was a target with a bullseye in the middle, and you'd be given a wooden ball, and you had to throw it, and if you hit the middle of the target, the bed collapsed, and she fell into the pool. So she got all wet. Drippy. And people kind of liked that. Tip the Lady Out of Bed, it was called. She'd lie there taunting, go on, you can't hit the target. I bloody well will. And that was very popular as well. I mean, most years I went home with a coconut, then I discovered it was cheaper to go to the local greengrocer and buy a coconut. Coconuts were, the time you'd try to hit one of these blooming things off, which was almost embedded in sand. But I loved it. That was a day out for Londoners. Southend was a very close second. The Peter Pan playground and the Kurzel, which also had a Tip the Lady Out of Bed. They were obviously very popular with the young sort of males tipping ladies out of bed. In the papers today, a council, this is in York, has approved plans to ban private cars from the city centre by 2023. Please God, it never happens in London. But I bet you anything, the mayor will think of something. He'll think of something. It's ridiculous. And the fares are going up today, aren't they? Are you prepared for that? Me neither. Me neither. Thank goodness I'm a senior citizen and I don't have to pay for these things. I mean, if I play it, properly, I can go home for free. I don't need to pay for anything at all. But I do pay sometimes. Celebs rang in the new year. Abby Clancy and Peter Crouch had a rock and roll bash at home. Jacqueline Josser and that complete waste of space Dan Osborne. Toasted with bubbly, and boring old Victoria Beckham. Apparently played with Instagram filters at her party with Dave in the Cotswolds. You thought she'd been trying to rescue her ailing company. Was it 42 million down in 11 years? How much money was it last year? Some huge amount of money. I can't remember what it was, like 5.5 million. But, so, you know, Posh looking as dreary as ever. I mean, come on, lighten up, dear, for goodness sake. Have a bit of fun. Wonder what next year will bring for the GC. Nothing. Wonder what next year will bring for Jordan. Nothing. What else we got? Peter Andre, well, his career lurched from one disaster to the other. Probably. And don't ever hold fireworks. There's a Brit here killed on the New Year stroke of midnight when a firework he lit exploded in his face. This particular bloke put a match to a tube packed with rockets outside a go-go bar. For that reads some perverted place, OK? That's what Thailand's trade is now. It's the go-go bars, and it's just awful. Just awful. But anyway, it didn't ignite. When he tried again, it erupted in his face and caused fatal head injuries. His partner, in her 20s, was filmed weeping over his blood-soaked body after a sheet was laid over it in Pattaya. I mean, the one thing you don't do is hold a firework packed with a load of other fireworks. The copper holding it, the firework looks about as big as him. But the dreadful picture is her lying on the ground. There's a sheet covering his body, blood-soaked sheet, and she's lying over the top of it because it literally took his face off. It's gunpowder. That's why I never understand. You go, OK, fireworks, really dangerous, should we ban them? No, of course not. It's just irresponsible people who should be banned from having fireworks. But no, I think everybody else, you know, should be fine with them. But don't give sparklers to children. It's white, hot metal. Put the boot camp into fatties. So now you can join the army if you suffer from asthma or eczema. Previously, that was a bar to joining. Eczema. Can you believe it? Why would that make a difference? And I can understand asthma, but not eczema. But anyway, apparently now they've got a development course in Pirbright running since September. It also helps youngsters who lack confidence. Under the old rules, those found to be unfit would have got no further. But now they are prepared to sort of train people up. They're about 73,000. Their target is 82,000, so they need to get some more people through. And so they're going to give wannabe soldiers a second chance to pass a rigorous test. I mean, good Lord above. Imagine. I mean, you do get sort of, you know, people looking after you, I suppose. Also, tubby Brits prescribed fat-fighting classes shed nearly £5 each, helping to cut their diabetes and heart death risk. Nearly 90,000 patients took part in this £435 a head scheme, with the NHS footing the bill. Now the NHS want to sign up 200,000 people as part of its diabetes prevention programme. They'll offer overweight advice, free cookery and exercise classes. About 2 in 3 Brits are too fat, putting more than 12 million adults at increased risk of diabetes. The NHS spend about $10 billion a year treating the condition. And we talked about it the other day, actually, being a diabetic. I qualify for all of this. Steve, I'm lucky enough to still be off work, but I'm wondering when my appetite is going to start to wane. I'm laying here fighting the urge to get out and polish off last night's Chinese. Oh, no, we're getting a lot of that recently. A lot of people writing in saying, by the way, I love eating the cold food from the night before. Not for me at all. Good idea about the present room, Steve. I buy one small thing from each country I visit. Most are in the kitchen. We step in to cook and travel the world of memories. Yeah, I think I would need I've got loads of things. Loads of things that are in the original boxes unpacked, like Furbies and stuff like that. You know, they just need a dust off. Some of them are in cupboards, some on top of wardrobes. I mean, it's like a treasure trove. You can probably double my the amount of money I've saved up by just all the items that I've bought. Martin says, Happy New Year to the Steve Allen Show. I shall tell them. Another one here. David in Nottinghamshire. We've done that one, haven't we, actually? And James says, I must do some of the London attractions. You should do. You should definitely do some of the London attractions. Steve, you talk of northerners saying hello, love. Most southerners might say hello, darling, or princess. Hello, darling. Imagine me saying to Corey, hello, princess, how you doing? He'd think we've walked off the EastEnders set. Hello, princess. What are you doing in my studio? Imagine. That's the most bizarre thing ever. No. I might call him love. Would I call him darling? I've called you darling before now, I think. I'm very showbiz. I'm very sort of, you know, glittery, pantomime, here I come kind of thing. And another one says, feels like Monday today, says little Julie. I know, but it's not. It's Thursday, which means you've only got one more day and then you've got the weekend again. which is lovely. I watched Oliver this Christmas. It's the first time I realised it's a horror film, said Selena. Well, it's like an old paedophile preying on young boys, isn't it? I mean, that's what it is. Who will buy this wonderful morning? I'm so high. I swear I could fly. Me, oh my, I don't want... Every time I watch it, I always think his lip syncing is very good. Because you know it's not him singing. I keep telling you this all the time. And eventually, all of these things that I tell you will sink in and you'll start regurgitating like I do. So Mark Lester couldn't sing for Toffee. And he can't dance either. And so I think it was the musical director's daughter who sang for him. And he just mimed. But when he was doing the who will buy, you know, who will buy my sweet red roses, or whatever they were, 2 blooms for a penny, ripe, strawberries ripe. And it was one, and we've spoken to people over the years who were in that huge dance number. Oh, I thought it was brilliant. I watched it yesterday. Mark Lester was just a little star, little star. And then he grew and grew and grew. And he's about 6'5", I think, at the moment. But there you go. Sparklers are made of a similar chemical compound found in incendiary bombs. They're blooming white-hot metal. It's dangerous. But they wave them around. Jill says, I always disliked the shop's early closing day on Wednesdays, but my mother, who grew up in shops, told me her father spent the time doing the accounts, adding all up in his brain. No computer tills in those days. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I remember it very well. We used to have a shop in Newbury called Bennions, and they had the old system of sending the money and the receipt from one part of the shop to the other. It was a little railway. You put the thing in in a tube, and then you either by compressed air it sent it up the building, or the little railway sent it shooting to the other side of the shop. Pretty clever stuff. There will be those people listening who remember these things. They were very popular. In fact, they still use the compressed air one in Costco. I've seen them do it. Next to the till, they've got like a tube thing. They put all their money in there and shoots it up the tube by compressed air, which is very nice indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A police patrol car was given a £85 parking ticket during a 999 call-out. It had been in the car park for about 30 minutes while the officers dealt with an incident. They thought they were exempt from fines, but were told they still need to go through the written appeals process. Where? Oh, Plymouth, honestly, are they stupid in Plymouth? It's a police car. Don't be so ridiculous. It's like we've had traffic wardens before, not the brightest people, not all of them, ticketing a hearse. They were loading a person into it and it got ticketed, and you think, are you stupid? Oh, blimey, honestly. You get so many daft people in the world, don't you? You sometimes wonder what their education was, and then you suddenly realise none at all. Happy New Year to Neil. Lorraine's mum apparently has gone into hospital 3rd time over Christmas. Lorraine spent the night there. She's still there, bless her. But he says, I hope 2020 is a great year for you and the family, the Lovelies and all the Spikers. Thank you. And the same to you and yours. And Noreen says, Happy New Year to you and your team. Team. I like it when it sounds team. It makes it sound very... You'll see them in February. You will meet them, whether you want to or not. She says, I think some of us very much hope for a better year. I know we do. Off to the wilds of Luton, I think they were the other day, to take the boys for breakfast. We go to Wetherspoons because they do a gluten-free breakfast for Brian. Do you know more and more people do gluten-free now? It's become quite the norm. Watched The Sound of Music on TV again. Cried again. It's always the same bit for me. It's where she gets married in that church. And she walks, how do you solve a problem like Maria? And she's walking down the aisle to the music. And then at the end, that beautiful, beautiful Austrian scenery. In fact, the scenery at the very beginning of The Sound of Music, where dun 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 dun, dun, and then they go round. They follow a ship across one of the lakes there. It's beautiful. It is as beautiful as it looks. There's no made-up scenery in The Sound of Music. They really did use those outside shots. All the places exist, most of them anyway, apart from the interior shops. I wonder where the puppet theatre went. I'd like to find that out. But the end, where they climb up, climb every mountain, and that beautiful scenery, beautiful, beautiful. I love it, absolutely love it. Things like that just get me going. James Blunt. I love James Blunt. I don't know why people take the mickey out of him. I can't understand it at all. He's been banned from pulling pints in his own pub as the staff reckon it puts off the punters. He's 45. Good-looking boy, really nice. But he says his employees prefer to keep him hidden from view. He says, I am fully trained to pull pints behind the bar, but the staff prefer to keep me out of sight, washing all the glasses. He bought it some years ago. He's obviously very happy with it. Oh, here we go. A lot of badly dressed people. What is this? Some outing of naff reality people. Yeah, most of the cases. Yeah, Mark Wright, dressed as a goth. Most peculiar. And also his wife, Michelle Keegan, went as Marilyn Monroe. No, she didn't. She went as Michelle Keegan with a blonde wig on. Doesn't look at all like Marilyn Monroe. Liz Hurley squeezed herself into a purple dress. And then up and down the country, Blackpool, Birmingham, Newcastle and Leeds, the worst dressed people go out there. The fake hair, the uplifting bra to push the boobs up as much as possible. Really tacky. Very tacky. And then you get the story of the Pope. And that's kind of a gift, isn't it, really? You never thought that the Pope would be doing something, like that. But he did used to be a bodyguard. Bouncer, I think, in a nightclub. So that was it. So today you can go and get your vegan steak bake. That's a year to the day after the vegan sausage roll hit the shelves. It's made from Quorn but contains traditional onions and gravy. That sounds great. The worst thing is, for Greggs, apart from that, they've upped their prices. For no reason, I didn't tell you, they just put the prices up, that all their food is cold. So why they don't have hot shelves in there? So if you order a pasty, I mean, if you're going in there and you go to buy a pasty lunchtime, it's stone cold. What's the point of buying that? Unless you've got somewhere to heat it up. But most people haven't, so they're eating it cold. Disgusting. Why can't they just put sort of heated shelves in there? They manage it for the pigs in blankets. Why can't they put the pasties on there as well? And then you can have a hot pasty for your lunch. Very tacky. And they put the prices up. Disgraceful. Shareholders get $4 billion, but the rail fare rises affect you. You get affected by it, I'm afraid. So, meanwhile, Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has announced a new fund for trialling flexible fares on... Oh, God, go away with your stupid flexible fares. If you travel on a Thursday and there's an hour in the month and you can stand on one leg and eat a digestive biscuit, you get a 5% discount. It's become as stupid as that. It really has. And there's some poor man here. He's called Bruce Bartlett. Bruce is 58. He works at a remote Tomatin whiskey plant in a Highland village. But since the Tomatin Inn shut down 10 years ago, Bruce has got to do a 28-mile round trip to the Fluke in Inverness. It costs him £40 a trip each way in a taxi. What, 28 miles? Oh, I suppose it could be, I suppose. He says going for a drink is a nuisance. It's a 40-quid taxi to town and the same back again, and that doesn't include the beer. So it cost nearly £100 for a few pints. It was easy when there was a pub in the village. Oh, dear, that's awful. But, I should imagine that the scenery up there is the thing that you're enjoying, isn't it? That would be it, wouldn't it? The beautiful, beautiful scenery. Steve says, little Judah, I'm working Saturday, unfortunately. I know. Well, I'm here, but I'm not, if you get my drift. Happy New Year, Steve, and all at LBC. Reminiscing? Oh, yes. Those were the days we used our brains to add up. Pounds, shillings, pennies, and halfpennies, says Anne in Blackburn. I still call them halfpennies, halfpennies. But people can't add up now. Do you remember I went into a shop? I went into Penhaligon's, and the girl behind the counter was new, and I bought 10 candles at £28 each. So it was £280. She made it... 280, 300 and something. I said, no, it can't be. She said, yes, it is. I said, no. I said, it's whatever it was. 10 candles at £28 each, £280. And so she went, no. And so I was arguing with her. And what she'd done is she'd added... So she put in the one on the till and then added 10 onto it. So effectively I was paying for 11 candles. But it took ages to convince her that I was right. Because luckily I can add up in my head. Anybody who works behind a bar can add up in their head. You learn to do it. It's like doing darts scores. Darts. Welcome to You're Going Back to Work today. Well, many of you are. If you're at school, I don't think you need to go back to work until Monday, Tuesday of next week, which is nice. My friend Ian says, I remember Peter Pan's playground. I was very upset when I grew too big to fit into the kids' rides. I'd love to own a fun fair or a big ride on the fun fair. I'd like a set of Dodgems fold out. In other words, you push a button and it just opens up and it's already there. You've got your instant... Years ago, you had to build up the Dodgems and then put the things in at the top and all the rest of it. Nowadays, it's much easier. But they're about £300,000, I think, for a set of Dodgems. Imagine the fun you could have, though. Imagine that. Come home to my place. I've got a set of Dodgems. No! Yes, and teacups. Teacups as well. In the paper, anorexia. Admissions hit worrying levels. People becoming anorexic. I'm not one of them. I don't know how people can become anorexic because it's a serious illness. I don't think anybody realised. You remember there were those two twin sisters and they didn't see themselves as thin, but they were emaciated. And so every time they ate food, they felt so disgusted with themselves that they would make themselves ill and get rid of it again. And it became quite a big problem in the country. It appears to have come back again, as we now have people on the television who, don't seem to put on any weight. I had a producer the other day. He was eating. He's 18. Admittedly, 18, I think you can eat everything. And he was eating sweets when I came in, and then he had chocolate milkshakes. He eats all the things that you would think you really are going to get really fat on those. Cakes, biscuit, all that sort of stuff. Absolutely loves it. Doesn't seem to put on an ounce. Me, and you have to peer in the window of Patisserie Valerie, and that's it. On comes the weight. It's terrible. You're right, Steve. The Austrian mountain scenes are amazing in The Sound of Music, especially at the end where he rides the motorbike. You are appalling, honestly. You are appalling, honestly. There's nothing worse. You see, I never know whether or not you're just really seriously ill and you haven't got the faintest idea. But The Sound of Music is great. It is a great, great film, even though the Austrians hated it. Secret Garden, says little Julie yesterday, always makes me shed a tear when the dad returns and sees the children playing in the garden that he kept closed. See, that's why I like The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I just like it. It's just a nice film when they come back. Where have you been, Jamie? What do you mean? Where have we been? And all of that. And there's Mr. Blunden. Mr. Blunden. We three kings of Orient are, my dears. Get the film. Get the film. It's great. Great cameo role from Diana Dawes. Great cameo role, which was lovely. Apparently in Lincolnshire, says John, they used to say, all right, me duck. Yes, somebody had that the other day. Was it Richard Spurs said, or was it? Perhaps it wasn't Richard Spurs. It might have been somebody else. Said, all right, me duck. And I remember thinking, it's so sweet, isn't it? Different people have different expressions in the country. In London, we just go, oi, leave it. That's all we say. Thank you. Look at this, honestly. Here we go. The fresh water's back. We love the fresh. I can't imagine life without water. I really can't. That's why, watching that elephant thing the other day was quite depressing. Oh, delicious. There's something about... They do an advert on the television at the moment, and it's for a tap in the kitchen that gives you either boiling hot water, so you can... Like we have here. We have a hot water tap. We don't boil up a kettle. We're way too sophisticated for that. And the tap also does ice-cold water. This tap on the television does sparkling water as well. Oh, you can imagine how cool that is. Sparkling... I've been drinking sparkling water all the time. I got into sparkling water a little while ago. I thought it was absolutely delicious. There's a bodybuilder here. He's sort of another one after a new regime. They're all in the papers today, and they're all generally linked to a diet company. As I say, you don't need to spend any money on these things. Go to the doctors. They'll do it for you for free. Somebody says, this is somebody called Bryn in Wales, snowflakes, do one. Keep away from Snowdon, or as you are too soft, catch the train and save the mountain rescue saving you. Yes, it's the snowflakes. There's that bloke, isn't he? But he's taking it to court. The bloke who wants veganism made and accepted, whatever it is, something like that. He doesn't like getting buses in case insects lose their lives. I mean, I can't help feeling that some people are completely off their chumps. Completely. Another one here, mechanic fixes weight problem. It's a whole page advert for one of these diet companies. And it costs you. It's 15 quid, £10 to enrol, plus £5 a weekly fee. And then they sort of put you onto one of these sort of places. But if they can only find one person in the course of the year who's lost the weight, I'm feeling maybe not as good as it perhaps should have been. Imagine if you were in a boiling hot country and you just sit there and all you want... I mean, I just want water with ice in. If ever I order water in a restaurant, I'd like, bring me a bottle of water or a jug of water. I'm not really bothered either way. And a whole cup full of ice. There's something nice about sucking an ice cube. I can get quite carried away sucking an ice cube. Mysterious Dwarfs of Ghana has topped the table of daftest footy team names for the 5th year in a row. Chicken Inn of Zimbabwe and Argentina's Deportivo Moron followed in the online poll by stats expert Mark White, but Dwarves of Ghana has topped the table. If only it were true. But it is true. It is true. What people like, isn't it? People like silly names. Like, we've had Pratt's Bottom in the past, but I never say anything wrong about Pratt's Bottom. I've got people who listen to me who live and work out in Pratt's Bottom, haven't I? Everybody goes, yes, you have, Steve. Yes, you have. Daily Express today, this BA crew and this car, which is... You can't believe the speed this must have been going for this New Year tragedy. Three young people lost their lives. I mean, there's nothing left of it. It really is absolutely awful. And the main story on the Daily Express today is Britain's booming economy powered to new heights by the over 65s who want to carry on working. See, I don't think people should be made to stop working. If you like working, why would you want to sort of give up work? The whole idea is you want to keep working. Rebrand as Veg Loaf. This is Meatloaf. Thank you. He says, I won't do that. Title of the song. Okay, he was vegetarian for 11 years. He backs the Italian-American diner Frankie and Benny's Veganuary campaign. Yeah, Veganu, for January. And he says, I had a sneak peek at the new menu. He said, I'm hearing you folks went crazy over a vegan sausage roll last year, so you'll love this. 8 new vegan entries for this particular place is loaded skins, hot dog and the calzone vegano, along with existing options such as the Viva la Vegan burger, plant balls Italiano and the no cheesecake. It's sort of catching on, but I think some people have it just out of curiosity, just to see does it taste as good as it should do. Yesterday I had Thai food, which was very nice. That was very nice. I had Thai chicken Penang curry, which was very nice actually. In fact, I'll tell the truth, I had 2. Well, I mean, because it was 4 for a tenner, so I thought it seems churlish not to buy all of them and help everybody out. So I bought 2 of those, and I bought a rice, and I bought another little side dish. Jasmine rice. Makes me sound all exotic and posh, but I promise you it's just rice. I quite like egg fried rice, but I think it's not as good for you as the jasmine rice, but very, very nice indeed. And so I had that, and then I thought, today I've got to eat vegetables. I need a day of eating vegetables, so it's Sprouts today. I shall be heading off into one of my favourite shops to buy little Sprouts. And that will kind of see me through, which is very nice. Also, the Derry Girls turned Bake Off a trifle merry. The cast of Derry Girls went in there. Had that dreadful presenter, Noel Fielding. Is something the matter with him? Is he wearing a wig? What is it? Why has he got the most peculiar hairstyle? Not exactly the best-looking person, but they all turned up to do, and they attempted to impress Prue Leith and Paul Hollywood. Well, of course, to impress Paul Hollywood, you have to say, I'm a barmaid, and immediately he takes a completely renewed interest in you, which is lovely. Virginia Blackburn, in her column today, talking about, is Corbyn a Tory secret agent and Blair a lefty? Poor old Corbyn. I watched the interview with Pip Schofield the other day. It was quite interesting, because they had... I can't remember her name. There was another presenter on with him who didn't really contribute very much to it. She wanted to, but she was a bit out of her depth. And Cyprus isn't safe, says the mum of the gang rape teen. We don't know who she is. She's already spoken to radio stations. This is the girl who claims she was gang raped by up to 12 people. And she's now saying something definitely not right over there. And Blackpool's once magnificent seafront has been blighted by a plague of crumbling, empty properties which stick out like broken teeth. Do you know, Blackpool has a staggering 4,500 empty homes, including more than 1,500 which have been unoccupied for more than 6 months. What a shame, isn't it? What a shame. Ridiculous. I mean, back in the heyday in 1895, Blackpool was the place to go to. Not now. Not now. Dump of the North. I hate it. I went there years ago. Ghastly. Really. People ghastly. Place ghastly. All of it. Ghastly. Also, tennis ace Rafa Nadal serving a treat on the beach when he rang in the new year with a swim. Nothing would get me into the water. Nothing would get me into the water in this winter time. Why people do... They must be mad. Absolutely stark staring bonkers. They actually put their swimming trunks on, and around the country people have sort of, gone in for a swim. What for? What for? Why would you want to watch your little bit shrink beyond all possible belief? It's a horrible thing to do. Don't go swimming in the sea. Sit at home, have a bath. Much nicer. Here we go, the tireless army of volunteers who help our elderly come rain or shine. And that's what the Archbishop of Canterbury was saying, wasn't he? He was saying, why don't you do some volunteering this year? I used to volunteer in an old people's home. I would go round and serve lunch, and when I'd serve lunch, I would then go and do afternoon teas and chocolate biscuits and things like that, and I loved it. Anybody could do it. Go to any old people's home and ask if if they need any help with anything. They'll take people on. Might not get paid for it. You might get a free cup of tea and a biscuit, but I mean, come on. Must be loads of you looking to do something. And they say, the trolley treats as such a godsend. So when the RVS hospital trolley trundled back into action, It got a standing ovation from the staff. They got everything. They used to open up the trolley, get drinks and sweets and crisps and cakes and a cup of tea. It's wonderful. It's a godsend. Godsend to a lot of people stuck in hospital. It's like somebody coming around with a load of books on the trolley as well, so you've got something to read. Hidden heart complaint killing healthy women. This is the spontaneous coronary artery dissection occurs when a tear or a bruise develops in an artery supplying blood to the heart. Oh, Lord, about the stuff that goes on inside us. I'd rather not know about it. There's a lady here, Katie Radcliffe. Katie died suddenly, aged 33, days after her son's 5th birthday. She suffered a sudden coronary artery dissection in July, fell ill during son Henry's party 5 days earlier, and her husband assumed it was a touch of flu. He said she woke up on the Friday morning, woke me up at 6:15 and said she had pains in her chest. An ambulance took her to hospital. ECG showed an irregular rhythm. They said she'd had a mild heart attack. John rushed home to feed the couple's daughter and pack an overnight bag, and then discovered that she'd suffered a SCAD whilst having an X-ray. He said, upon arrival, I was told she had a 50-50 chance of surviving. And she didn't survive at 33. It's not right, is it? It's not right. Nice to have your company. Steve in Birkenhead says, I'm starting a petition called Get Steve Allen Back on Our Tellies. Absolutely not. Absolutely. I can't think of anything worse. Lord above, I'm way too old for that sort of thing. Steve, it was definitely Richard who said me duck. He uses it all the time. Oh, right. As it's a Nottinghamshire greeting. I don't think you can lay claim to it. I think it has to go to... Must have been lots of other people saying that, weren't they? Saying, me duck. Me duck. It doesn't kind of mean anything, does it? What does it mean? Are you talking about yourself when you say me? Do you mean my duck? I don't know. I'm really very confused by it. Steve, hello, me duck is generally Midlands. Hello, love is a northern thing, and I didn't think Londoners spoke to anybody except relatives and workmates, too busy keeping the country afloat. Well, you're probably right there, actually. We are single-handedly keeping the country going. No, we don't sort of... I mean, if anybody speaks to you in London, you call the police. Nobody actually wants to be so... Especially if you're travelling on a bus or standing at a bus stop, minding your own business, staring into the distance, waiting to see whether the bus is actually going to turn up. And then somebody goes, hello, and you go... Where's a policeman? You have to look around very quickly. You don't want to talk to me. If somebody talks to you on the tube, you're trapped. You're trapped. I mean, I always try and make sure that I'm sitting on a seat if I'm on the tube, and I start making strange noises if anybody comes and tries to sit down next to me, or just different noises. They don't stick around very long, I promise you. I go, it's all right, it's not contagious. Always works. It always works. And what else? On the normal train, if necessary, I'll stand. I don't mind standing. It's quite good if you think you've got a bad back. I remember being on a bus once, and I stood, and somebody said, would you like a seat? I thought, you cheeky devil. I said, no, I've got a bad back. I have to lie. And then somebody on the bus the other day, they didn't believe that I was the age I was. Because I look so youthful. I'm so lucky, actually, to have permanent schoolgirl skin. Somebody said to me once, I think, from one of the big perfume companies, they said, you're very lucky, you've got very good skin for your age. I thought, well, if I smoked, it would be different. Smoking does give you a bit of a bad skin, or if I was a goth, like Corey, then that would be completely different. I could let myself go a little bit. Don't keep denying this goth thing, I tell you. Get your comeuppance on this programme. We sort it all out. Steve, Elvis used to hire out the fun fair in Memphis for him and his friends. Oh, didn't know there was a fun fair in Memphis. I didn't know there was, actually. But, Steve, my man and I, says Tina, had little sprouts this Christmas. Worth the fiddly preparations. They're much sweeter than the larger ones, and they were only 20 pence a bag from Asda. Yeah, I was paying £1 for a tray of them, for the little ones. They cook easy, so I think I might just have them today with a little bit of bacon. Or pancetta or something. Pancetta. Or make it sound like I know what I'm talking about. I've got no idea what I'm talking about, honestly. I might as well be off with the Pixies. But I fancy that. I think we need to eat some vegetables today. I was going to eat carrots, but you spend ages cooking carrots. Carrots are tedious. And then I thought, if you had leftover food from Christmas, which, of course, we did this year because they bought a slightly bigger turkey crown than we would normally have. They're probably still eating turkey in our family. Still going. Kate says, very happy. I was given one of your tea towels yesterday as a New Year gift from Joe. Joe's gone down with a chest infection, so wish her well. That's the curse of the Steve Allen tea towel. Yes, with it comes a chest infection. Actually, a lot of people are sniffling and snuffling, aren't they? Richard Spur's been sniffling and snuffling for the last 2 weeks. I'm surprised we've not all come down with what he's got, but I've been fairly lucky so far. I've avoided everything. But they did say on the news earlier on that they think snow could descend shortly. Now, whether it descends in London, I don't know. I think unlikely, but I think certainly in Scotland it's going to be, and I'm assuming Thomas is still up there in Aberdeen, and I'm assuming that, you know, places like that, the further you go north, the colder it gets, and the bigger chance there is of having a little odd snow shower, which, as I said before, it looks beautiful. You get beautiful pictures, it looks fantastic, it's wonderful, but it's not much fun to drive in. Or if you're a farmer, it's not much fun. Or if you're an ambulance driver, getting to accidents, because there are accidents, because some people can't drive in the snow. Some people we never have lessons, do you? Did you ever have a lesson driving in the rain? No. Did you ever lesson driving on a motorway? No. So they actually take you out, you pass your test, and then you're out on a motorway. Woo! Is that scary? Is that scary? That's like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation come to life. It's terrible. It's really, really, really busy. Phil Vicker is up this morning, slightly later than usual. I suspect he's having a lazy sort of week. They've got a lot going on in the house. Lot going on. Prosperous New Year, Steve, says Amber. New Year resolution? Not really, no. I thought about it the other day and I decided, yes, I was going to tell you that I've got a New Year resolution. And then I suddenly thought, but I haven't got a New Year resolution. I'd like to wave a magic wand and lose a stone. That would be quite nice. But, you know, I don't have a magic wand and it's not likely to happen. And I don't do drugs, so I can't even pretend that I've lost the weight. You know, if I did sort of puffy puff puff, then I might sort of better pretend to go, oh, look, I look really thin. But I don't think I look really thin. I don't think I look hugely fat. I think I'm Rubenesque. I think that sounds quite good, actually. It makes me sound sort of almost sort of part of the art scene in this country. In the northeast, Steve, it's hello, pet. Hello, pet, says Kate. And that's what lovely warm greeting, especially in that accent. In that accent. I don't know what the northeast accent is. Why, aye, pet. Is that it? Why, aye, pet. Auf Wiedersehen, pet. Why, aye? Lovely warm greeting. Hello, pet. I like the Welsh accent. I have to say that because my friend Lynn is Welsh. And she's liable to say something if I get back home. She'll be going, why did you take the mickey out of the Welsh accent? I don't actually. I love it. I love the Welsh accent, and it's quite nice, actually. I find it a little bit better than some places. I mean, some parts of Scotland I can't understand at all. Because it's a real broad, if it's the Highlands, really. I mean, I struggle with Thomas sometimes. But then most people struggle with Thomas. Steve, roast carrots covered in olive oil. Wash them if you can be bothered, but don't peel or trim. I just don't know. I can't get into carrots. I really wish I could, actually. Early morning dog walkers, says Mary in Oxford, say good morning to each other, even in South London. Yeah, but you're in Oxford. Everybody says good morning. Good morning. Or is it good morrow? Good morrow. Hello. You know, and people take their dogs out for a walk. What people talk about, I've got no idea. Great way to meet people, actually. If you have a dog, you take it out for a walk. And people will always talk to you. Oh, it's a nice dog. What is it? It's a cat. And they go, oh, that's a nice dog. How much do you pay for that? £1,000. You know. And then some woman was on the train the other day with a dog sitting on her lap. Why not on the floor? I've got no idea. And she then gets off the train, still carrying the dog. And I wanted to shout afterwards, let it walk! Can't bear, you know, unless she'd had its legs taken off and she'd put casters on there, I saw no reason why this dog couldn't walk. It looked perfectly... I really hate people who carry dogs under their arm like there's some sort of accessory. If it's ill, fair enough. But not. Never a lazy week, boss. Lots to do. First cup of tea is the best, isn't it just? Isn't it? You know, that first moment here of putting the tea bag in the cup, putting on the hot water, and then putting the milk in on the top of it. It is that cup of tea tastes the best. Absolutely tastes it. It's always the nicest thing to do. And it's always the one that I get most satisfaction out of. And yet, strangely enough, at home, I don't drink tea. I drink coffee, but I don't drink that much coffee. But because today is Thursday, I've got what they call, Phil, a lazy day. I haven't got to do anything at all. Oh, I've got, no, I've got nothing to do. I might take some clothes into the to the dry cleaners to be washed and pick up some shirts that I had, and that's it. I've got nothing else to do. I might go and have a look around the sales. I wanted to buy a new mattress, and I thought about buying one of those mattresses that they advertise on the television. And when it turns up, they go, and just unroll it. Well, you can't lift these things. They weigh a ton. These sort of memory foam mattresses are just absolutely unbelievable. And I thought, I could do with one of those. But then you've got to get the old mattress out and then put the new one on the bed and then sort of, cut the plastic and you go, and the thing takes off like a boat that's just being inflated. And I thought about that. I thought that could be quite nice. That could be my sort of little treat for the new year, a new mattress. And I thought, I'm not sure I can be bothered, actually. Carrots cooked in the microwave, says Phil Vickery, covered in film with salt, pepper, and a touch of olive oil or butter. You see, with the trouble, you do this for a living. I mean, I'm just useless. I never liked carrots that much anyway. Do you know what I did the other day? I went to Costco and I saw a packet of sweet corn on the cob, 4 of them, and it was sweet corn. It's quite nice. And so I thought, I just fancy it. Perhaps that's healthy. I don't think it is, actually, but so I did 2 bits of... I just put some hot water into a bowl. I added a knob of butter in the last 5 minutes and dropped in the sweet corn and then sat and ate it. Normally you have a thing that you push into each end of the corn, but I just used my fingers, knowing my propensity for being burnt. And so I went for that. And it was, in the end, I ate all 4. In fact, I liked it so much, I might go back today and get some. Sweet corn. Nice. I don't know if it's suitable for diabetics, but it's a lovely sort of thing to eat. And you feel so healthy after you've done it. I don't know why. It's just that kind of thing, isn't it? You eat something and then you think it's good. I added mushrooms the other day to this beef stew thing that I picked up in Waitrose. Unfortunately, I added a whole punnet, or whatever they call it, of mushrooms. Way too many mushrooms. Way too many. In the end, I was becoming ill on mushrooms. So I thought today I'm going to have a lazy day. Why not? I've got to get a haircut. There you go. That's today sorted. Haircut. And then I can see in tomorrow, the weekend, which is fantastic. I can't believe the weekend's come round. I mean, this will be the first weekend in ages that we're back to normal as we see it. But we're not sure if we are back to normal. We'll have to wait and find out. It's all very confusing, isn't it? I bet you're as confused as we are. Imagine if you were working over it, not knowing which day you were on. But luckily, Thomas had written it all down for me. This day, you have to wake up a little bit earlier because you're doing early breakfast. Do you know that the T-Rex was even more deadly as a teenager? Well, how do they know that? That's just ridiculous. A T-Rex. Always reminds me of Jurassic Park, when Richard Attenborough's there showing them, and they go, oh, my goodness, do you have a T-Rex? And he goes, we have a T-Rex. In that sort of wonderful voice that he had. And then, just as he said it, there was a T-Rex. There was a T-Rex. And apparently, when they were teenagers, they were more deadly. As they got big, Heavy Company, welcome to Thursday, 2nd of January. For many of you, you will be going back to work. If you're a little person, if you're a school child, a school personage, you don't go back till next week, so you can enjoy the next few days. Somebody recommended a pressure cooker. My mother used to survive on a pressure cooker because you could put cheap cuts of meat in and you just pressured it. But they do all sorts of modern gadgets now on the television. I sit there amazed at, this is an air fryer and you can put 5 trays of food in it. And it always looks brilliant. And it's always Americans doing it for some reason. And they go, get an air fryer. And I think, no, I've had trouble with these things before. I don't think I'll risk anything at all. And I'm quite happy with the way it's going. Quite happy. But you can also, veggies keep their colour and their flavour. Because I suddenly discovered I was literally boiling the heck out of vegetables, and I decided I didn't really need to do it. So sprouts, little ones, cook very, very quickly. And I thought, if I just have that, I'm sure that's going to be good for you. But I've spoken to people over Christmas. They hate sprouts. I thought it was only Marmite that people hated. I seriously believe, people say, oh no, don't like Marmite. But now I've discovered people, in fact, I spoke to somebody over Christmas who thought that we only had sprouts at Christmas. Whereas you get them all year round. I didn't realise that there was a season for sprouts. Very shortly, you'll have rhubarb in. And that'll be the early rhubarb. People like early rhubarb. It's forced, as they say. They have it in dark... I think it goes into dark, sort of growing places, and they've got candles in there. Don't ask me why I know something like this. I've got no idea why I know it or even how it works. But it's called forced rhubarb, and it's the first rhubarb of the season, and it's very nice. Keir Starmer, apparently, is top of the list so far for the Labour leadership battle, which no doubt they're going to be talking about a little bit later on with Nick Ferrari this morning, who is with you from 7 o'clock, and James O'Brien is here as well. Who else is there? I'm trying to think all these different names of people. So who actually gets knocked out? They've got a whole list of people. It's amazing, isn't it? As long as Corbyn goes, I don't think anybody's too sort of worried about it. Whether he goes soon, I don't know. Seems to be clinging on, doesn't he? Mountains of rubbish in Birmingham, the bin men. I remember, I'm old enough to remember coming through London and Leicester Square was full of rubbish. Rats running around openly in the daytime because the bin men were on strike. And it piled up. It was so high at one point you couldn't get to the top of it. It had to be done by sort of like a crane system of getting the rubbish there. Royal Archie gets his own ball pit from his parents. Only 7 months old, and apparently they bought him Christmas presents. Complete waste of time as far as I'm concerned. It's very nice for parents to do, but kids don't know it's Christmas. And also, there they are using the media again. Oh, look, here's Archie. We'll release this picture. Well, I thought you didn't like the media. That's the trouble with them. They're so, they can't make up their minds, can they? The mum of the gang rape teen. This is a strange story. I mean, it really is strange. They've raised £80,000 so far. They think it's all a bit dodgy. And the mother has said that Cyprus isn't safe. You're supposed to microchip your pussycat, or you could face a fine. I think every animal should be microchipped. Obviously not a mouse or a hamster or a guinea pig or something like that. But I think really, cats and dogs should definitely be. And then people can find out who they belong to. Because sometimes cats go walkabout. There was one cat found in an engine the other day, a car engine. It had curled, and there was a snake. Do you remember there was a snake that somebody had sort of decided to transport? The thing had escaped from its case, as they do, and it had curled itself up into the air. They had to practically dismantle the engine to get the snake out, and it was only a corn snake. Not so good, is it? Stories in the paper today about why a gastric band could cost you your marriage. TV Gold could be the new Masked Singer programme. It hasn't started, but already the pre-publicity is out there. They say it's a lesson for Simon Cowell how to update a programme. Phil Vickery has shared a photo with me. Oh, right. So try this with sweet corn. Cut lengthwise, then heat, corn side down in oil, then pop into the hot oven for 5 to 6 minutes. It really is so easy. For you, it's easy. For me, it's a nightmare. It looks like... you know what it looks like, Phil? It looks like snakes curled round each other. You know when they do that thing out in the jungle and they put them in a tank and then they throw all these snakes on top of them? Well, I'd have died of heart attack before we'd even got to that. They only have to lift the lid off and go, here come the snakes. I'd have had a heart attack. No more Steve Allen. And that's exactly what it looked. They frighten the life out of me. They really do. I don't know why, actually, because I've touched them before. I just don't think they look pleasant. I think they look evil. There are some... It's like sharks look evil. Dolphins look quite nice, but in fact they are killers. I was watching The In-Betweeners yesterday. That programme is so rude. It's unbelievably rude. The language they come up with. And this time they all go over to, I think, America, to a water park, and they decide to go over there. And one of them wants to go and play with dolphins, so you pay your $75. And he decides that the good thing to do with his dolphin is feed it food. So he feeds it a hamburger, roast chicken. The next thing, the dolphin's on its back, and he's trying to resurrect the dolphin, which I think has died, which of course it did. It was only a joke. It was only a play sort of thing. But I watched that programme because I've talked to them before, and I've forgotten how rude it is. It's absolutely got everything in there that you think, oh, I could never watch this with my parents. My parents would have gone up the wall not watching this stuff. I mean, the language is much worse on television now. I watched something on BBC the other day. I'll tell you what it was Mrs. Brown's Boys. And that's got a lot of rude words in it. I mean, the F word liberally floated around. I mean, in my day, you'd never have stuff like that, would you? I don't remember turning on Blue Peter to watch somebody there going, where's the effing dog gone? You know, it didn't happen on Blue Peter, did it? They were all sort of nice, genteel people. Now it's all boobies in your face and things like that. All very worrying. Andrew's accuser calls for justice. This is Prince Andrew, but they decided yesterday in the papers not to bother with the Prince thing. Just calling him Andrew because they reckon next year is not going to be any better for him. And the driver spotted with no tyres on his front wheels, just the wheels. He was running on the rims. You get people like this. When they finally pulled him over eventually, he was 6 times the drink drive limit. Borderline death as far as I'm concerned. You do see people like that on these programmes. And the first thing they do is, why is that effing camera in my face? And you think there's some right pond life, isn't there, really? They generally end up on reality shows. We know what they are. Also, Britain shunning healthy food. No, we're not. We're trying to eat healthy food. We're not particularly brilliant at it, but don't keep picking on us. They say that we're eating chocolates, fizzy things, and roll-ups. That's roll-up cigarettes. I saw somebody doing a roll-up the other day, actually. Yeah. Have you ever smoked a roll-up cigarette? No. It's ridiculous. Don't bother. You get tobacco in your mouth and everything. Like that. They always put a little filter in there. But it's about a third of the size of a normal cigarette. You go, like, that's gone. That's it. You've inhaled once and the thing has vanished. And people buy it because you get a lot of cigarettes for not very much money. Mean people. You've never smoked? No. Oh, yeah. He's never smoked, if Corey's mum's listening. Do you know, I used to smoke and I didn't think that my mum knew, but of course they must have known. Because you could smell cigarettes on... She must have known that I was smoking cigarettes, because they had cigarettes at home. Excuse me. And I would have one or two, thinking they wouldn't notice one or two missing. And they never said anything. My mother would have a cigarette at Christmas, 2 puffs, and she'd put it out, and that'd be it. Me, when I gave up smoking, I was doing 60 a day. I'm surprised I'm living. Seriously, 60 cigarettes a day, Dunhill International. God knows what it was costing. But luckily I had friends who worked for the airline, for BA, and they would sell me their discounted cigarettes. Thomas from Aberdeen will have a Scots accent called Doric. It's a gentle lilting accent, says tanker driver Phil. Oh, right. I'm not going to repeat any of these words to him, but I'm probably saying something rude to him. You might. I wouldn't want to get myself into trouble. Rob says... Steve, beware. We bought a new memory mattress from a well-known company for Christmas. It came rolled, and I'm sure it damaged it. It slopes on my side, and I feel like I'm slipping out all night. Oh, sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? I have had a topper before now, but I just fancy buying another I don't know how long mattresses are supposed to last. Or perhaps I should call in a company to take one out. Steve... says Matthew, you mentioned about meeting people walking a dog. That's how Davina McCall met her husband in Richmond Park. Ex-husband. And somebody says, I've been in bed for the past 2 weeks with flu, trying to sleep sitting up to stop coughing fits. Oh, I've had the coughing fit thing. Rubbish. So annoying. It really is, because you can't... I had it on the programme, if you remember, a few years back. I've not had it since, where it was like somebody was tickling the back of your throat with a feather. And so you go... and you could feel yourself about to cough. And it was just... In the end, my poor boss had had quite enough of it, and he said, you've got to take a couple of days off to get yourself better. Because it's false economy just to keep going if you don't really sound very well. And everybody's had it. Richard Spur had it over Christmas. Joanne Webb's had it. Loads of people have had it. Even Simon Conway had it, I think, at one point. It's really difficult. And we had one of our newsreaders the other week. Do you remember? She really sounded bad. Poor soul. There you go. Also, please send love and good wishes to all hospital patients and staff and LBC listeners, says Chris in Cardiff. Well, hospital patients, if they've been lucky enough to be sent home for Christmas, they should be okay. But I think we need to get ourselves healthier, but I'm the worst possible person to encourage you to do this, because I'm not the healthiest person. In fact, I'm really not healthy at all, but I managed to get through it. And sort of, seem to be okay at the moment. Seem to be okay. One here says, I was watching The Chase yesterday. One of the questions was, what name is shared by this morning TV chef and a former England rugby player? And the contestant didn't know the answer, Phil Vickery. But I did, because you're talking about him. Well, he listens. He's a listener to us every morning. Every morning. Even when we don't hear from him, I know he's still listening. Because I did say one day, I wonder where Phil Vickery is. And he went, I'm still listening. He doesn't write in every day. Like Jamie Oliver, he doesn't write in every day, but I know he's listening because he's in the gym. He'll be in the gym at the moment. He will be in the gym. That's what people do. Unfortunately, I can't do it. I really can't. I know people. We used to have a producer here called Thomas, ironically, and he would go off for a 10-mile run after he'd finished his shift. He would go for a 10-mile run around... No, absolutely not. We don't want to do anything like that. Thank you. There's no point. I think, if you don't feel like doing exercise, don't bother. There's no point. There's no point in upsetting yourself. Have a glass of Prosecco or gin or something and just relax and chill out and watch television. My DVD player started playing up at home. I've got to buy another DVD player. It started going, is the disc damaged? And I'm shouting at the television going, of course not. It's brand new. It's really exciting. I went. I got an award. Which I'm very excited about. Phil Vickery sent me a a picture. He said, a few years ago I was filming for This Morning in a snake restaurant in Vietnam, and he's sitting at the table, and there behind him is the man who presumably owns the restaurant with a 6-foot cobra. And they keep them all in cages. They just take... Whether they get bitten, I've got no idea. I've seen it before, actually. I saw it with... Michael Palin, Phil, and he was in a restaurant. He went over to China. There's a friend of his that he knew who's Chinese, and he took him to this snake restaurant where they have all these snakes in cages. They bring them out, and then they sort of basically to show that they're fresh, I suppose, or something. Then the next minute they just come back done up with noodles and bean sprouts. So I seriously couldn't eat it. I seriously couldn't eat snake. I really couldn't. If it came as a meal and they didn't tell me what it was, I might be okay. But the very fact that they might show it to you is not. It's like lobster, isn't it? I've said before. I wish I could eat lobster. I wish I could eat lobster, but 'cause I'm sure it's really healthy, but I just can't. I've tried it. Clive Jones from the Nick Ferrari breakfast show, he took me out to a lobster restaurant, Lobster and Burgers, and I just ate the chips. I didn't like the lobster at all. It didn't taste as I thought it was going to. I don't know what I thought it was going to taste like. I thought it was going to taste like chunks of salmon. It didn't. It was very uninteresting. So I had a bit of the burger and some of the chips. I was a very sort of nonplussed kind of presenter, I'm afraid. I was very, very disappointed. Didn't like any of it at all. And ever since then, I've bought lobsters for people. I bought some for my ex-producer, Sam. We bought a dressed lobster, then we bought a live lobster. And that was quite exciting. But I couldn't eat it. I couldn't kill one of the blooming things either. I just feel a bit sorry for them. I thought they're not doing any harm. Steve, before you buy a new DVD player, try rubbing the disc. I've done that, Rogan. And it does work occasionally. It's just so inconvenient. You put it in the machine, clicks through, and then... Are you sure you've inserted the disc the right way? Yes, of course I have. What am I, an idiot or something? So I might, for the sake of, 40 quid, 35, 40 pounds, I might just go and buy another one. Just for the sheer hell of it. Your old smoking habit would cost you close to £1,000 a month now, says Chris. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely believe you're right. £1,000 a month, it would be. 60 cigarettes a day I was doing. I used to go round to get my hair cut with my friend Nadia. And she had friends in the same road who worked for BA, and I would buy their cigarette allowance. And I would come home with like 1,000 cigarettes. And you think, oh, that's going to last for ages. And you put them in your bag. I used to put I'd take a packet of cigarettes in my pocket and then 2 spare packets in my bag. And by the end of the day, we were down to the last packet of cigarettes. Small wonder I got angina. Steve, what happens in your studio and you need a wee and you have to make a mad dash? How do you and your fellow presenters deal with that, says Simon. I'm fascinated to know. Do you have a loo next to each studio? No, the loo is 5 seconds away from here. At this moment in time, this precise moment, the cleaners are in there. But I have to barge through them because I've only got to wait for my next break to give me enough time to go to the loo, and that's it. I mean, you don't need that much time, but literally it's 5 seconds here. As you come out of every lift, there's 2 loos on each floor, and then some. In fact, I've lost track of how many loos on this floor. I think on this floor there'll be 2, and then there's another one the other end of the other side. So, but there's more than enough. There's more than enough. And of course, if they're cleaning one loo, you use the other one. I've been known to use the ladies' loo before now. If I've got to go, I've got, you know me. If I've got to go, I've got to go. Pablo says I was going to buy a memory mattress, but I forgot. Thank you. Somebody says, do you have a single bed? Do I sound like I've got a single bed? I haven't had a single bed since I was about 12, I think. I like the idea that people take away the old mattresses. And I like an idea of... But I know what you mean about them leaning on one side. I had that with a mattress years and years ago. But to be honest with you, do you know what I really, really want? I really want a super-duper deluxe enormous bed, just like huge, so that you can stretch out in every direction. I mean, it's quite lucky because I'm sort of... I've got a 6'6" bed, is it 6? Yeah, 6'6" or something like that. And I'm only 5'10", so there's a few inches spare, which kind of makes it a lot easier for me because I do tend to lie, not diagonally, but kind of close to it. Kind of close to diagonally, which actually suits me fine. But I just feel like, I don't know, having bought the new duvet, I'm thinking maybe I should complete the purchase and go for a new mattress at the same time. Because I've suddenly discovered all these bed places that are open, and we've got one in Twickenham. The beds seem quite cheap. The mattresses, double the price. You know, they go, and this bed, £287, whatever it happens to be, and you go, oh, that's great, until you discover the mattress, £430. So I'd always probably buy the bed frame and then sort of buy the mattress elsewhere. You can do that. It's not a difficult thing to do. Most of it is standard sizes. Or you could have a futon, sleeping on the floor, but I've never fancied that idea at all. But that's quite... I used to sleep on bean bags years ago. I had bean bags in my place in London, and they were huge. And, you know, you could get yourself comfy beyond belief, until I read that inside them it was polystyrene beads, which, as far as I was concerned, was a fire hazard. And I was smoking quite a lot in those days. You know, when you wake up in the morning, if you are a cigarette smoker, which I'm not, but I don't chastise people for smoking, the first thing you'd reach for after you poured yourself a cup of coffee was the cigarette. And that one cigarette of the day would kickstart the rest of the day. So, in fact, if I didn't have a cigarette till, 10 o'clock in the morning, that was better, because I didn't want one. It was the having of the cigarette that gave me the craving to have the next one. So before I'd even got ready, I could have smoked 10 cigarettes. Thank God the taxis never let you smoke in them. They were sort of against things like that. Snake tastes like chicken when it's cooked, says Mike. I don't care what it's supposed to taste like. I just said, well, if it's chicken, eat chicken. Don't eat... I just can't eat it. These poor snakes, I don't know whether they breed them for sort of the edible market or not, but I just didn't interest me. Just didn't interest me. I was watching, people, and they have these food markets in China where they've got everything. Everything. If it moves, it's edible. As they say, the only thing with legs you don't eat is the table. But the rest of it, you just eat. People eat everything. I can't. It's like you go to, is it Saudi, where they do camel's eyes and, can't be anything worse. Whoever discovered you could eat things like that? That's why I would never, no matter how much money they offered, I would never be interested. And I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. A, because I'm not a celebrity, I'm a radio presenter. And B, because I couldn't bear the idea of being covered in bugs and snakes and eating disgusting things that are still moving. No, thank you. My life is far too valuable. I really couldn't do it. I'm not even envious of people who do it. I think, well, that's great for you. But it's not for me at all. I'm not a celebrity, I'm a radio presenter. No. So I don't think radio presenters are celebrities. What is a celebrity? It's somebody who's sort of, I was going to say personalities, but there's a lot of radio presenters that are personalities. There are a lot of radio presenters who have no personalities whatsoever, and I don't want to name them because that would be rude and very offensive. I'll tell you tomorrow. And, but no, I don't, if you're a radio presenter, you present a radio programme. It's like if you're a radio producer, you produce radio. But you don't really, because it's in the lap of the gods, it's in the lap of the presenter as to which direction things go, unless you're literally putting words into the presenter's mouth, which I've seen before over my time, as you can well imagine. But presenters who've come mainly from television, and they've not been able to do what people on radio can do, which is to keep something entertaining for a few hours. If they don't have a script, or they don't have, a direction from the producer on the screen, then they become a little bit lost. And it's easy to do. That's why you get people who are very good presenters, some people who are really bad presenters, some people who can dance on ice, some people who can play a musical instrument, and some people who can hold a conversation together. Other people, they can't do it. I never understand why they can't, but they just can't. It's probably somebody who plays in an orchestra. I've always wanted to be able to sort of pick up a violin or something like that and just sort of bang out a tune, like on Celtic Thunder. But I can't do that. I could play in a brass band, but I couldn't read music. So I had to know the tune, and I had to put down the fingering, the valve fingering, for playing a brass instrument. So, in fact, but the people who go on reality shows now, they call them stars. The papers say, Jess Wright, star of Towie. No, she wasn't. She was just another old baggage on the programme who put loads of makeup on. That was all it was. And then had these peculiar conversations like that. I'm like, oh, I went out with him, but I'm not sure I can go out with him anymore. And their whole life revolved around what a failure they were. And then they come out the programme and they don't seem to achieve anything at all. That's why you end up with stupid programmes, because they have to capitalise on the little publicity that people get. Gemma Collins, diva forever. She was never a diva, she's just a bone idle bird. That's all she was, the one who sat on the ice. The idea is to skate on the ice. But of course she couldn't. They pushed her on, and she sort of, oh, no, she's on her bum again. There we go. And that was called entertainment. They call that personality. Ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. 26 minutes to 7 is the time. Nick Ferrari back from his Christmas holiday this morning, so he'll be here from 7 with breakfast. There's been a huge rise in the number of migrants trying to cross the Channel by sea, 1 year after the government declared a major incident in response to 138 arriving by boat. It's increased costs for commuters as rail fares rise again, whilst the mother of a Briton convicted of lying about being raped by 12 Israeli men has backed calls for a Cyprus tourist boycott. The City of York plans a car ban within 3 years whilst we bite into a vegan 2020 with the launch of the fake steak bake. And Nick will bring you the latest from Australia, where the bushfires continue to terrorise the country. All of that and more. Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning, right here on LBC. Meat Loaf, as I say, still rocking at 72. I saw him when he did the London Palladium Raw Variety performance some years ago. He was a bit the worse for wear. So what they ended up playing out on the television, because it was not live, was the recording of him rehearsing the song he was singing. I quite like Meat Loaf, actually. I quite like Midnight at the Lost and Found. Dun, 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 dun. Thing for you, for love, isn't it? But I won't do that. Whatever that was. We never knew what that was, but he didn't do it. But he's 72 now, and he's still going. He must have made a fortune. Don't you think so? I think so. Right. I was going to tell you a story about Georgie Toffolo. Bless her heart. She had her car broken into and a bag stolen. This is while it continues a week. It's been a bit of a turbulent Christmas. So she had her car broken into and the handbag stolen. Now, I can't help feeling, and you're probably saying exactly the same to yourself, why would you leave a handbag in a car when you're not in it? And the answer is because there's light-fingered people. All they'll do is somebody will throw a brick through the window, they'll pick up the handbag. They're bound to find something. She says, on the bright side, they did leave a couple of items, so she's trying to look on the bright side of life. Amanda Holden, they'll love this one up at Heart. She's taken 2 mic covers, and she's topless on the beach, and she's put the mic covers in front of her boobs. I know everybody will like that picture. You watch them going, I wonder why those 2 mic covers went to. Colleen Rooney and her son start the new year with a trip to CBeebies Land, as husband Wayne appears absent as he prepares to make his Derby debut. 100,000 a week, I think he's on. I think that's what they were saying. So here she is. She goes out there with her friends. It's a bit of a chavvy get-together, it has to be said. Robbie Williams, enjoying Port Vale football match, keeping off the winter chill. He's got the most peculiar sense of fashion as Robbie Williams. I don't know where it all went wrong for him. And EastEnders have dropped a huge plot twist in an explosive New Year's Day episode. A shocked fan see Linda Carter shoot Keanu in a dramatic flashback. But, you know, I've just said that, and I have no idea what I'm talking about, because I haven't seen EastEnders for ages and ages and ages. Stacey Solomon shows off her curves in a floral bikini, and she's not going to change her body because it's brought her so much happiness. And, as I say, it's not the most flattering picture, but, I mean, who cares? Listen, she's with that bloke with the cotton candy hair. I don't know what it is at all. But it's funny, some people lose the weight straight away. She hasn't, but there you go. Madonna admits she has no regrets partying the night away on New Year's Eve. I didn't. And then, for some reason, Mark Wright dresses up as Marilyn Manson. It's a man, by the way. And his wife, Keegan, Michelle, channels Marilyn Monroe as they host a New Year's Eve party. I've got no idea who else went, but it must have been a bit peculiar. So, Michelle Keegan, who doesn't look a thing like Marilyn Monroe, and Mark Wright, who doesn't look like Marilyn Manson. But never let it spoil a good party. Emma Forbes stripping off. Archie's first Christmas. Harry and Meghan treating their confident social butterfly son. He's 7 months old. Don't be so ridiculous. Can't say he's confident. But apparently they bought him books, building blocks and a ball pit. But he doesn't know that. He has no idea. Little kids of 7 months don't know what Christmas is. Vogue Williams has decided she's going to drink less alcohol. It's not going to help her intelligent level, is it? I mean, she really was a bit bad. And Katie Price jets off to Thailand with her son Harvey after she was banned from taking the other children abroad. I don't know how she's affording it. I mean, is somebody funding these things for her? She's bankrupt. She can't be jetting off doing it. I mean, she's made no effort to find any work. She's got nothing on the horizon. The diary, as they say, is empty. She was hoping that the company that arranges this dreary programme of hers at the moment, which is Katie Price, My Boringly Bonkers Life, would sort of cough up to do her house up as part of a reality show. And then I could get the house all done up for free, and I could get free furniture and everything else. The company who do the current programme say they have no plans to do anything like that at all. So, as usual, Katie Price just spouts rubbish. But as opposed to jetting off to Thailand, not like she's got her diary full of things, you'd think she'd be settling down to try and work out what she's going to do to pay this money back. 800,000 quid, excuse me. It's like poor Victoria Beckham. Victoria and Dave just sit around staring at the walls. They're going to annoy the hell out of each other. She's lost her chauffeur, we're told. She's lost all her plants that go into her offices in Hammersmith. I'd love to go there and see what they look like. But she's not having those anymore in an effort to save money because she lost so much money last year. Was it 12.2 million or something like... Whatever it is, it seems a vast amount of money. So in 11 years, it's about £45 million that we're down, mainly because it's overpriced. Way too overpriced. She should learn her market, which has got to be appeal to the lowest common denominator. Don't go trying to be classy. You're Victoria Beckham. Your initials are VB. It's not the most exciting thing, is it? You know, Dave... I mean, you might as well flog Dave's pants. Ever seen anybody in the shops? No, we haven't either. I keep going there thinking, you know, perhaps we should sort of, you know, see something. People staggering out with bags and having a sale, because it's sales all over the place. But she doesn't seem to sort of worry about it. Well, she does say, oh, I've got to sort of, you know, concentrate on my business. Well, I thought you haven't been concentrating on it up until now. Because I don't know who you appeal to. I don't know what your target market is. Whereas I see other fashion designers, and I know what their market is because I've sort of followed the fashion industry and the way that it goes. In Victoria Beckham's case, I don't know what her market is. I don't know who her target audience is. Obviously somebody with loads of money and very little sense, because, you know, we've seen the price of some of the trousers and the frocks and all the rest of it. But nothing leaps out at me. I mean, mind you, it's not aimed at me. But I just sort of worry about what next year could bring. She can't afford to have another year where you know, she doesn't do very well. She needs to sort of buck the trend. I don't know whether or not she's put the shop in a very expensive area, whereas in fact she's a new fashion designer. I know she's been going for a few years, but it's not been very successful. If she's down 42 million or 45 million, I mean, that's a huge drop. So I do worry about perhaps you should move the shop somewhere else or do it online. That would make far more sense, but she doesn't seem to want to do that. She obviously has got to keep up the profile, and so far Dave's helped out by sort of, you know, opening his piggy bank, and but he's more interested in playing with Lego. And then somebody said to me the other day, because I said he's a bit old for playing with Lego, and somebody went, oh, it covers all ages. I said, yes, it does do, but he's trying to sell himself as a businessman. You know, and I don't know many businessmen running, you know, top companies and all the rest of it who play with Lego. It's a little bit naff, actually. I've just been given a Sleep Easy mattress. Wonderful. Happy New Year. Sounds quite nice. And Steve, I've just realised I can't text pictures. I was going to say most diet products, in my opinion, are rubbish. Cooking fresh food from scratch takes effort, but you know exactly what you're going to get. Like last night stuff. Sea bream, says Mark, and Mediterranean vegetables. 800 calories. Oh dear. Ian says, I remember the great Joan Rivers documentary, the bit where she disliked an empty diary. Oh yeah, she would sometimes go out and she would go into a comedy club and she'd just do it for free. That such was the addiction. Such was the addiction. Steve, my wife keeps accusing me of being a flamingo. I really must start putting my foot down, says Del. Okay, get the gag? Good. Chris says, yes, Mum Lois used a pressure cooker, which I feared might explode. We used to have one with a very big heavy weight on the top, which would go like that, as it was the steam escaping from the top. Stephen Formby says, DVD is fine, but yesterday morning smartphone, lots of rainbows in the screen. Oh, half an hour later, a laptop did virtually the same. Lunchtime, smart TV, no signal. Yeah, I knew about... there was no signal coming. The Freeview had gone down, hadn't it, I think? Went back to bed and put the wireless on. The wireless. Nobody calls it the wireless. Nobody calls it the wireless. We call it the radio or the DAB. The wireless. We put the wireless on in the corner. We were listening to Churchill giving a lovely wartime speech. It was marvellous. Just at that moment, the Zeppelins came over. It was a phenomenal day that we had in southern England. Is everybody hearing me? Hello? Nice to have you. In a moment, music while you work. You know. The wireless, honestly. Does yours heat up? Is it one of those things like a valve wireless where all of a sudden it glows orange and then, hello, this is Luxembourg calling. Hello, Luxembourg calling. You used to have Hilversum was another thing that went up there as well. All these different places. We had a radio, you turned it on, and when you actually looked at the back of it, the actual thing had a bit of string that went round that sort of moved the dial all the way along. You pick up all sorts of things. It's like, I don't know. I suppose because London was calling. I used to like it, I used to love the shipping forecast. Dogger, Finisterre, light to moderate winds, storm clouds moving in. And then there was an advert on the television, which was for hand cream, Neutrogena hand cream, which apparently was favoured by North Sea fishermen. You can imagine it, can't you? A bunch of camp fishermen floating about in the North Sea. Has anybody got the hand cream? Oh, I don't like a bit of hand cream here. Let's do that, shall we? I never believed it at all, but the fishing stuff was brilliant. Dogger Bank, I often wondered what it was. I just did Dogger Bank, it just sounded great. Finisterre. And you could just imagine all these fishermen going, blubbing awful weather. And you think, well, it always is up there, isn't it? It's terrible. I was watching people surfing the other day, and these waves were like 20 metres. Perhaps not 20 metres, but whatever it was, it looked blooming dangerous. Not the sort of thing for me. And then I thought, well, I don't have a beach babe body. I'm not that kind of person. I'm sort of lucky to be Mr. Blobby, I think. But 11 minutes to 7. Front pages of the papers this morning. Yesterday, we didn't even get a full set of papers. We got 2 papers, and it's always the same ones. It's always the Sun and the Times. So by the time we'd looked at that 4 times, we managed to get to the end of the programme. I'm happy to be a middle-aged girlfriend, not a wife, says Kirsty Allsop, talking to Female in the Daily Mail today. Plus, shock surge in child anorexia. What is it? I mean, why would children all of a sudden be sort of starving themselves? I mean, it's actually gone from 1,700 admissions, 18 or under, to 4,500 last year. I mean, that's a horrendous amount of people. Now, whether or not it's the advent of all these programmes on the television where people are thin. If they look thin on your television, believe me, in real life, they're even thinner. So when we talk about Victoria Beckham being stick thin, in the photo she looks stick thin. In real life, she looks even worse. There's absolutely nothing on her at all, but she watches what she eats, but to the point of she's not eating what we're eating. I mean, I shouldn't imagine she's had a packet of chips in ages, or a kebab. In fact, I should imagine she probably recoils in horror. The Pope makes all the papers. Some woman grabbed him and tried to drag him towards... I mean, really a rude, offensive person. But he's had to apologise to her. He whacks her on the hand. I mean, she should know you don't touch the Pope like that. A rather stupid person. She apparently was a pilgrim. I prefer to look at her as a potential thug. As far as I'm... You don't grab the Pope. What on earth are you thinking, woman? Terrible. And if you want a dip in the sea... You have to pay for it. 12 quid for a New Year dip in the sea. And this is a couple of brave souls here, an annual tradition, not for the faint-hearted. And they decided to go into the sea, and they were charged £12, up from £10, for the pleasure of plunging into the freezing Firth of Forth, an event known as Looney Duke. Then to add insult to injury, the revellers in South Queensferry were told by revellers' underbelly that tickets had sold out. Somebody said, it's the sea. They don't own the sea. I absolutely agree with them. The councillor, a Scottish Green councillor for Leith Walk, said, how can you ticket the damned Forth? A spokesman for Edinburgh's Hogmanay said that £1 of the £12 Looney Duke fees goes to the RNLI. What, they're charging you for going into the sea? Absolutely outrageous. What a rip-off. One swimmer was also seen in 1920s costume braving the bitter waters in North Wales. But, I mean, to actually charge you for going into the sea, 12 quid. And then a spokesman for Edinburgh Hogmanay, £1 of the 12 quid goes to the RNLI. I mean, why not all of it to the RNLI? Somebody's profiting. How do you profit from something like that? It's absolutely disgraceful. Also, this dreadful accident yesterday, 3 British Airways cabin crew killed in a high-speed crash between their car and a lorry late New Year's Eve. It was out at Stanwell, which is midway between Bedfont in Middlesex, not that Middlesex exists anymore, and Staines. The 3 victims, 2 men aged 25 and 23 and a 20-year-old woman, along with the 25-year-old stewardess who survived, were friends travelling to celebrate the new year. Terrible. I mean, when you look at the car and you look at the lorry shunted into a river, I mean, it was like a war zone. Witnesses said, we heard the two women in the rear of the car screaming. The emergency services got there really quickly, but they had no chance. I mean, that is absolutely dreadful. I mean, what speed were they doing, for goodness sake? I mean, when you see the front of this car, it is literally, I don't know what the other side looks like, because all the pictures are taken from the right-hand side, and it looks absolutely dreadful. The car is just crumpled. And, I mean, it's a road along there that is prone to have people driving very fast. It was said to be travelling, this Toyota Yaris, at 80 miles an hour. Well, I mean, that just sounds like an absolute disaster. March of veganism in all the papers sees UK meat sales chopped by 185 million. I don't know, is this fake news? Are they just trying to make it so that we feel guilty that we're still eating meat? Because I think you can alternate between meat and you can have meat and vegetables, can't you? I think that's quite nice. Dallas says we should definitely call the radio a wireless these days because all modern devices really are. Silicon chips and not a wire in sight. Silicon chips, honestly. I'm listening to you, Steve, on a 1937 Murphy radio set with the string-driven dial. It's brilliant. I bet I sound brilliant on that. I bet I sound really good. I've often wondered what the programme sounds like, you know, when you listen to it. When you sort of listen to it and you're listening to it normally, I would think on different radios, I'd probably come in sounding a little bit different. And I reckon on some of those old Murphy radio sets or the Bakelite radio sets, there's probably quite a little bit of resonance. Probably quite exciting, actually, really. Ian says, I really enjoyed your shipping forecast. Mind you, a light vessel may have just run aground in Dogger Fastnet. I never knew what it was. It was just Dogger Bank, Finisterre. Light winds, light to moderate. I used to think, are they really listening to the radio on these ships, or is it just something that the BBC have put out for donkey's years and they don't realise nobody's listening to it? You know, because they've all got sat-navs and everything else. They can see what's coming in. You don't need to listen to the radio out there. Oh, good, we'll have some nice music as well coming up in a moment. Definitely listen to LBC, so much better. Christy Turlington today, the Californian supermodel and campaigner, is 51 today. Many happy returns. Also, in 1959, the Russian Luna 1 space rocket was launched, the first spacecraft to reach the moon. And in 1979, Sid Vicious went on trial in New York for murdering his girlfriend Nancy Spungen. He was found dead exactly 1 month later. I met Sid Vicious off his trolley. Dale and I went down to interview. Well, he went to interview. I just went to sort of part of the rear guard to sort of try and look after him, just in case they became a little bit worrying. 1982, Erica Rowe. Remember what she was known for? Come on, Erica Rowe. Little bit when it was fashionable, streaking. She streaked at Twickenham. She took her clothes off and interrupted an England rugby match, and she became famous for that. She was sort of early reality show. You know, when they go, what was she famous? There have been various men who've done it. There used to be one who did it on the television. He did it, I think, on Richard and Judy's show, when he leapt from map to map, and he would start naked. His name was Mark, I think, bless his heart. And he would do a start naked run around. But Erica Rowe sort of started a bit of a trend for people streaking at the rugby. For some reason, people thought it was great, actually. And they thought that Erica Rowe, who was a fairly well-endowed, busted lady, would do very well. And she did. That was her claim to fame. Claim to fame. It's just unbelievable, isn't it, really? Steve, I'm trying to illustrate basic equipment always works. Luxembourg, medium wave, 208 metres. Bong. Thank you. And a lot of people telling me that they bought memory foam mattress, gave it my address, it only phoned me to ask where I lived. I asked him, well, we had a driver this morning, pulled in and went, excuse me, Clapham Junction, he said to us. We were down in Richmond, on the Lower Richmond Road, Clapham Junction. We pointed him in the right direction. Back up that way for 10 miles and then head off. No, we didn't. We told him the right thing, actually, which was good. Doctor Who, gender is off the agenda at last. Jodie Whittaker has told of her relief that the shock of her first female Doctor Who has finally worn off. Oh, thank God for that, honestly. Not any more snowflakes complaining about it. Another one here. Nick Ferrari is back, live on LBC from 7. And Dean says, my daughter's BA, and apparently it's a GoFundMe page. Yes, there is. I think they've got up to about 30,000 already, very quickly. And Peter Jefferson, my friend, says Gillian Molesey, read the shipping forecast for years on Radio 4. He's got a book out. How funny. I used to love all those early radio voices. You wouldn't think, actually, somebody in radio would sort of go for radio voices, but I always used to think I needed one of those Those very dark, chocolatey sort of voices. I quite fancied that. Steve, in stitches of laughter, says, Matthew, about the funny noises on the bus. I tend to be selfish. I plonk a bag next to me. Oh, I've tried that as well. I've tried the plonking of the bag. It never works. Somebody, excuse me. Yes, can't you go and sit somewhere else? I don't want to sit next to you. Daily Mirror this morning, Jonathan Ross, Face It Cowell, Masked Singer is TV gold. It's not happened yet, but people will be watching it, I suppose. It's something different on the television. And a couple found dead after a New Year's Day double murder. That makes a few of the papers, including the BA aircrew dying on their way to a party. I bet by tomorrow morning they'll have pictures of those who lost their lives. Meatloaf has vowed to ditch his carnivore ways after turning vegan. Well, you know, do it. Nobody cares about it. And The Sun, Lied and Groom. Shannon kidnapped mum to marry. Horrible woman. Horrible woman. And that, as they say, is it for this morning. The stories which are running in our papers, because bearing in mind that this situation in Baghdad and the Iranian military official, among 7 people killed, came a bit too late for the papers, so none of them are covering this at all. They're more interested in the mum who staged her daughter's kidnap is, after we told you yesterday, this is Karen Matthews, engaged to, we just thought it was somebody she'd met. Turns out he's a convicted paedophile. Amazing, isn't it, really? Two paedophiles together. There seems to be a lot of it. And now we're being told that sex offenders are allowed to sign off the danger list. We can't seem to tell people that somebody's a sex offender. They go, well, actually, that's a bit private. You think, well, I think you'd quite like to know, wouldn't you? Depending on who was moving in next door to you. Veganism, again, just because Greggs unveil a meat-free pasty. I mean, who cares? I mean, to be brutally honest with you, if you're vegetarian, eat it. If you're vegan, eat it. If you're not, don't worry about it. It's not going to affect you in the slightest. You know, when you look at how many people there are in the country and how many are vegetarian and vegan, it's a piddly little amount. You know, it really is. 66 of us, 66 million of us in this country. And most people eat meat. It doesn't make any difference. It makes no difference. I don't think vegans are any more healthier than people who eat meat. I really don't think so. I think it's sort of people say, as somebody pointed out earlier on, which I thought was quite funny, actually, saying that, you know, if veganism is so healthy, why are they all up at this time of the morning? And I thought that kind of rung true, doesn't it? Because vegans are always going to tell you, as the old joke goes, how do you know when somebody's a vegan? They tell you. They tell you that they're a vegan. Keir Starmer, favourite to become the next Labour leader. Bit of a disaster on that one, I think. Out of the frying pan into the proverbial. Simon Cowell loses 4 inches off his waist. This is what people are doing, is it? They're saying, if you go vegan or if you go vegetarian, you're going to be healthier than other people. Well, there are lots of slim meat eaters. You don't just all of a sudden, you know, it's because Simon Cowell does it. You know, that doesn't make any difference. He's just getting that panic stations in his life where he's going, oh, I've got a son and wife, girlfriend, well, I can't remember what she is now, but, you know, he obviously wants to live as long as possible, so he goes, I'll tell you what I'll do. I mean, the one thing he needs to do is stop smoking. It's got nothing to do with veganism. He needs to actually cut out the dreaded weed. Not so good, is it? Thousands stranded in Australia as they flee the bushfires. Can you believe in this day and age that we still can't get rid of bushfires? This thing is sort of growing like topsy. It's been going for ages now, and we don't seem to be able to do anything about it. Or the Australians don't seem to be doing anything about it. Well, they're doing as much as they can, but it's obviously not enough. This thing has taken a hold. It's going to take them donkey's years to get back to where they were before. P&O have ditched their patriotic sing-alongs. I didn't know they had them, but apparently wallflowers or snowflakes or whatever they call themselves nowadays are sort of up in arms over us being patriotic. Honestly, you do worry about life, don't you, at times? I'm so glad sometimes I'm this age because I can put it all to one side and sort of say, I don't actually really care. I don't really care whether people sing patriotic songs. You know, you can be patriotic all by your little self, and you can sort of do whatever you want to do. You can go to last night at the proms, you can sing Rule Britannia, you can sing Jerusalem, and if they choose not to do it on P&O, well, so be it. But I don't think it's worthy of any sort of interest at all. Doctors are being told to prescribe what? Kindness to patients. Apparently kindness works. Kindness is a good thing. It's no good people going in there and go, I want tablets, give me tablets. They had a bloke the other day, he was arrested. It was one of these police interceptor programmes, which you know I'm addicted to, and I do like them. And this particular bloke, he'd been accused of beating up his wife. And he claimed he didn't speak much English, but it turned out he actually spoke quite a lot of English. When he gets to the police station, he's decided he's going to kick off. So he starts kicking off, saying, strangely enough, I got chest pains. So, you know, to cut a long story short, they have to sort of worry about the fact he might be having chest pains, whereas I looked at him and thought, you're a compulsive liar. As it turned out, he was, but they'd wasted time taking him to hospital in an ambulance for the doctors to check him over and go, nothing the matter with him, he's absolutely fine. So he'd wasted... I think people like that should be charged. And then at one point, he took his trousers off and walked about in his pants. He was a rather stupid, pathetic person. Another one here, talking about the going vegan. Why are we talking about vegan? Is this just Greg's launch a pasty? Is that all it's about? It's not veganuary. Some little marketing exec has gone, oh, let's call it veganuary, shall we? And we make lots of money about that. Okay, sausage rolls, everybody? Yeah, of course they are. You don't believe all these people who talk about veganism are actually vegals. And did you say Simon Cowell needs to cut out smoking? Yeah, the cigarettes. You know, cigarettes. Don't be so stupid, honestly. I can't bear thick people at this time of the morning. I don't mind somebody being a little bit naive and stupid, but I tell you, we had somebody yesterday, I didn't bother correcting them, because I thought they were even too more stupid for words. Somebody talking about, oh, I've got a 1937 radio, and that works perfectly well to pick you up, until somebody pointed out, we're in FM. You can't pick up FM on a 1937 radio. But some people are so stupid and so thick that they honestly they make their whole life is like a little bit of a fantasy. Well, on a rate, well, it would be the light programme, medium wave, and that'd be it. You certainly wouldn't be picking up FM or DAB on a 1937 radio. You'd be picking up absolutely nothing that responds to anything nowadays. But some people are really a bit mad, actually. Steve says, Shane, in all my 61 years, I've never seen bushfires like it. No, well, we haven't either. Or either. And I do worry. P&O are that patriotic. All their ferries in Dover are now foreign registered for tax purposes, says Dave. I don't know. Somebody was telling me the other day who all the different companies are who support Brexit. There's a whole list, apparently, on the internet. I've no idea. You know, big companies that I might have done business with or might not have done business with, depending on what my political persuasions would be. Somebody also phoned up and said that Diane Abbott should be the next Labour leader. That was on Sheila Fogarty's show. Did you hear it? So Sheila Fogarty challenged him. He couldn't give one reason why Diane Abbott should be Labour leader. I mean, she has no idea about figures. She's disappeared altogether, I think, from the Labour Party. I don't know if she's even still in it. I'm assuming she must be. But she's gone a little bit quiet. I thought she'd be coming out supporting Corbyn and supporting Keir Starmer. But no, quiet as a mouse. Quiet as a mouse. Also, I went vegan for 7 years, but due to GMO... soya produce, I don't even know what this stuff is. And soya flour and soya milk in everything stops the breakdown of fat, messes with estrogen levels, causes breast cancer in women. Well, I can never say something causes breast cancer in women. It might not help the situation. But don't you have to take supplements if you're vegan? Because the things that you'd be missing, you need to take. But I don't know. I mean, Richard was saying that most vegans or vegetarians looked a bit pale and pasty. Well, it just means they don't go out in the sun as much as everybody else because they're up in the early hours of the morning. But I don't sort of mind that. I couldn't. If somebody wants to, just eat vegetables or eat soya or anything, that's their business. It's got nothing to do with the rest of us. Just shut up about it. If Greggs decide to assemble a group of students outside one of their shops, because believe you me, I was at another Greggs and there was no queue, no nothing. Oh, there was a homeless person sitting outside. That was the only people out there. Nobody was queuing up for fake steak bakes at all. Steve, I'm so glad my partner and I feasted well this Christmas, especially with the situation in Iraq. Well, we don't know how it's going, do we? We don't know if it'll just finish here because, given the options, it would not be the best thing to do. But it'll certainly change the breakfast show this morning, I should imagine. We don't know. Nothing might happen after this. It might just because it was tit for tat. Wasn't it? Which is, it is like children. Only it's just a bit more dangerous. When you actually get children arguing about something and nobody's going to back down, it is like, I've got bigger toys than you have. And that's exactly what it comes down to. Who can actually bluff it more? This was a drone attack, I believe. I think a drone attack. A lot of people sort of trying to ring the number. This is not a phone-in programme, by the way. I should point this out, actually. For 41 years, it's not been a phone-in programme, and it's not going to be starting now. Also, somebody else saying, could you explain what caused the bushfires? I cannot remember how it started. Was it just because it was very dry and very tindery, and so obviously little fires start, and then little fires turn into big fires? But you thought that they would be, in a country which is well known for the heat, You'd think that they would know about it. In certain countries, remember they did an advert years ago for a car, was it a Peugeot? And they went and they burnt fields. And people were complaining about it. Snowflakes, even back then, going, how disgraceful that they're burning all these fields of sugarcane. And it turns out that every year, at a certain time, they burn the sugarcane fields and raise it to the ground so then they can mulch it up into the soil to grow the crop for the following year. That's how it works. And they just decided to film it. Some people thought it was set fire deliberately. Steve says, James, Iceland sell Greggs sausage rolls. Reading the contents, it's only 20% meat. Oh, I would think so. I mean, I don't think there's any rule about how much meat is supposed to be in a sausage roll. I mean, I've had a couple of ones that I bought from Waterloo Station. Other places are available. And to be honest with you, it just tastes like sawdust. It doesn't taste... Why can't they just put a sausage in the middle of it? I told you I bought... What did I buy? Because I'd seen an advert on the television. I was quite excited, actually. Richmond sausages. And there's some butch builders sitting in the back of a van eating Richmond sausages. And I thought, oh, I must get some Richmond sausages. Well, to be quite honest with you, they came out as if they were phosphorescent. I wasn't too sure, actually, whether or not, you know, people would be sort of actually eating these things. So I did cook 2 of them. And I looked at them, I thought, I think not. They're a bit like chipolatas, and I quite like chipolatas, but I decided not, actually. Speaking of P&O, Steve, I have a wedding in Ireland this year, really looking forward to it. First visit, I wanted to take the car, £400 for a ferry crossing, good Lord, versus £80 for a return flight. Oh. Mind you, if you want to take the car over there, you're going to, presumably if you take the car over, you're going to take the car back, aren't you? I would have thought so, actually. And Brenda says, I want to send my sympathies to all the Australians who've died. Unfortunately, that's a bit of a waste of time, isn't it, dear? They're dead. They're not going to be hearing you or anything like that. Do you mean the families of the people who've lost their lives? It's about 17, isn't it? 17. Which actually, when you consider how bad it's been, doesn't actually seem a huge amount of people. But anything more than 1, I'm afraid, is not good at all. 2020 is going to be the best year ever, Steve. I walked around Venice today, noticed lovely hanging baskets, says Yvonne in Sarasota. Know Sarasota very well, thank you. I took my mother to Fortnum and Mason's, and to my surprise, says Julie, I saw a patisserie Valerie on the corner. Really? I know that they've got... There's a cafe which has sprung up all over London, probably is elsewhere as well, and it looks Cafe Concerto, I think it is. And it's all chrome and brass, and it looks really super, actually. I don't know how much a cup of tea and a cake is in there, but I think it's a similar sort of thing. Patisserie Valerie. I thought most of them went. Our one's gone in Twickenham, even though it had a sign up saying closed for refurb. Well, that was months ago now. I don't think they're going to be refurbing anytime soon. Also, a pair of alpacas. Now, they're not like mice. They're not like, they're not like gerbils or guinea pigs or anything like that. They're quite big, aren't they? They are quite big, alpacas. So the couple there were due to take them home. They left them in the car park. They actually forgot to take the alpaca. Well, how can you forget alpacas? They're not exactly small things, are they? And what was the other one? 17 million of you saw Gavin and Stacey. 17 million of you. And that, in terms of television programmes, is what they call a huge success. Meanwhile, the attention-seeking Beckham family print a picture of just how marvellous they are, which, of course, is now beginning to get on everybody's nerves, a bit like Prince Andrew and his children. And did you see that thing from Sarah Ferguson as she looks out from their £13 million Verbier ski lodge, looking at the mountains, being positive? I'm thinking, what land are you living in, darling? Where are you coming from? Is it Doolally land? Yeah, because we all want to look out, don't we, from a £13 million chalet in Verbier. Prince Andrew not there, but she's still waving the flag for him. Unfortunately, it's a lone flag. Because the latest girl to get married out of Prince Andrew's family is apparently going to have a low-key affair. Thank God for that. I wish the first one had been a low-key affair. Would have made it so much better. Steve, we're in drought. Haven't had decent rain, says Shane, for a very long time. The temperature's been in the 40s. So, I couldn't cope with stuff like that. I really couldn't. In the 40s, I mean, that would be... Apparently, people have been sitting in the sea. I think Move would be definitely the best thing to do. OK, you want a time check? If you've just woken up, incidentally, we're waiting to check on a situation in Iraq after America sent a drone in Iran, after America sent in a drone which has killed 7 people. Does it go any further from that? Does it escalate? We'll find out shortly. 18 minutes past 4.
This is LBC.
Every day someone dies waiting for a transplant. From spring 2020, the law around organ donation in England is changing to allow more people to pass on more organs to save more lives. Unless you choose to opt out or in an excluded group, all adults will be considered as a possible organ donor when they die. Whatever your choice, make it clear to your family and closest friends to ensure your decision is honoured. To find out more, or for the choice to opt out, visit organdonation.nhs.uk. Pass it on.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
I was right. It was Baghdad International Airport. It was Iraq. And it was 7 people. Where it goes from here, I really don't know. Trying to wake people up the other side of the world is proving a little bit more of a challenge than we thought, actually. Dev says, my linguistic skill is now not to say patriotic, and will now pronounce patriotic. Still getting better at the English. I don't even know, I've been here for 50 years, 25 years. Patriotic. Everybody's got different pronunciations for things. There was a lady who came on earlier on. What was the word that she couldn't pronounce? I can't remember what... she had a word that she couldn't do, and she repeated it about 3 times, and I'm sort of shouting into my, a bit of a waste of time, into my microphone, going, no, it's not pronounced like that, it's pronounced like this, because some people can't pronounce certain words. Steve, Cafe Concerto, you must go. Patisserie Valley, just opposite. Is it? I shall have to have a look at that, because I use that road every day, every single day. I mean, it must be one of the only ones that's still going. Our one died ages ago. Steve, I had a Greggs sausage roll some time ago. I thought it was rubbish. Oh, I quite like their sausage rolls. I don't have any problem with their sausage rolls at all. Some of the ones at the station are terrible. I mean, it's almost like filling in there. Why can't they put a proper sausage in? Much sort of easier. Steve, vegans, vegetarians, they don't understand why they want to be vegan. Well, because they think it's healthier. And because they like animals. I've got my godson. He's decided to go vegetarian. He might not do it for very long, but that he wants to try it, and if he tries it, that's good for him. And I've got 2 of my godchildren need to sort of get special menus when they go to restaurants because they've got special dietary requirements. It's quite normal nowadays. I often wonder why I've been ill over certain places because I've had the wrong thing, and I have to remember what I can eat, what I can't eat, because there are certain things I eat that make me not very well. Steve, I have a sweater made out of alpaca wool. It's beautiful. Are they related to the llamas? I think they're roughly related. Well, unless they're sitting in a car park. Imagine just leaving 2 alpacas sitting. Aren't alpacas the ones that spit at you? I'm pretty certain they do spit. Not very good at all, but, the kind of thing. I suppose if they're sort of friendly and feeling a bit sort of kindly disposed to you, maybe they don't spit. I don't like the idea at all. But I fancy the idea. They did one of those programmes where they were looking round at houses, and this particular lady said, I want to keep alpacas. I think she said, but she definitely didn't say llamas, because I think llamas are bigger. Alpacas have got pretty little faces. Llamas have got pretty faces, but they're not as pretty as alpacas. And so I was sort of looking at it. She said, and it turned out the house that they were looking to buy, one of the many that they were being shown, actually fitted in quite nicely because they already had alpacas there. And they looked like something out of a TV film. You couldn't quite make them up, but they were absolutely beautiful. That's right, metabolism. Well done, Chris. Metabolism, didn't she say? So whatever it was metabolism. And I thought, perhaps some people have never learned to pronounce different words. I mean, it's quite a long word. Sometimes I look at words which come up on and I have to try and work out on exactly what it is somebody's saying, because I can never tell half the time. But a sweater made out of alpaca wool, how lovely. That sounds quite nice and soft, doesn't it? They are very pretty, and they come in lovely sort of different shades, like sort of chocolate and sort of mocha and stuff like that. It all looks very nice. But whether or not I'd want to keep them, I don't know. I don't know what they eat. Horses, I understand that. My godchildren are moving to a house where they've got a place where you can have horses. Like a field, I think, like loosely called a field. And they've got stables and everything else. And they're quite nice, because whenever you go and feed horses, apples. But they eat apples really quickly. Like, really quickly. It's just sort of one bite and the blooming thing's gone. It's like feeding an elephant. You can feed an elephant with sort of a ton of... It's like, I suppose, pandas, giant pandas, eating bamboo shoots. They eat tons of it. absolutely tons of it. Patisserie Valerie still going strong in Colchester. Steve, how many godchildren have you got? Well, I've only got 3. But believe you me, I mean, if I'd said yes to every time somebody said, would you like to be godparent, I'd have had about 10. And I decided it's quite costly enough having 3. So we've decided to leave it at 3. I know it sounds like 120. So that was metabolism. I think she called it metabolism, as opposed to metabolism. Have you tried Laurent Perrier Rose Champagne, says Julie? No, but who was going out to buy... There was somebody going out to buy some the other day, actually. They wanted some rose champagne. And I remember thinking, that's quite nice, actually. I quite like rose champagne. I've had other champagnes, but to have rose champagne sounds a bit posh, doesn't it, really? So, in the papers for today, and nothing on Iraq and nothing on Trump... And I don't know what the time is over in America, but it must be the time where they're all in bed. Because we're having a devil of a job trying to find somebody at the moment, but I'm sure that we will. Boris Johnson has been urged to make a staging the 2030 World Cup in the north. The centre of Britain bid to host it. Also, there's somebody in Silent Witness. Her name's Liz Carr. She's attacked the BBC for failing to feature any disabled actors in a trailer for its upcoming shows. And to be honest with you, the BBC have already apologised. They've said, actually, she was in the trailer, but there was an editing mistake, but it's now been put right. But I remember thinking at the time, does it really matter? You know, have they put every single gay person who's in Silent Witness into the trailers, every single ethnic person? You know, everybody, it's the way it goes, isn't it? So they weren't deliberately kept out of the trailer. As the BBC said, they made an editing mistake. They've now put her back in again. It's, you know, I wish we'd stop complaining about everything. You know, it's like, you know, should we be mentioning every single gay footballer who appears on the television? And here's number 23, and he's gay. You know, or he's pansexual, or whatever it happens to be. I don't see why, you know, it doesn't make any difference, does it? If everybody complained because they didn't appear in something because of, you know, either a disability or a sexuality or an ethnicity, God, we've been in a terrible state. Terrible state. Alpacas, says Kerry, are very docile. They don't spit at people. Llamas do. My mum's got 3, Bracken, Bailey and Bear. They eat alpaca pellets. What in God's name are they? Is that sort of, it gives them all their sort of daily nutrients. Donkeys love polo mints, did you know? Horses like carrots. Yes, polo mints, actually. I think my dad used to give his horses polo mints when we used to ride years ago. In fact, actually, most of our pictures of when I was a younger person are me on the back of a horse. Because we did a lot of horse riding, which I quite liked, actually. Except the first time you did it after you got back from holiday and you hadn't ridden for ages, you ended up sort of walking like somebody in one of those Hollywood films. You know, the inside of your thighs was an absolute nightmare. So they managed to get loads of publicity, Greggs, selling a fake bake. And so they've asked various people. Somebody here, a Smithfield worker, says it was all right. I didn't know it wasn't meat. Somebody says nowhere near as good as steak bakes. Somebody said it tasted just like a steak bake. Somebody said I wouldn't buy it, but it was lovely. This is a form of vegan. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just jumping on a bandwagon. That's all it is. It's got nothing to do with they want to try and save the planet or save the world. It's a case of, wait a minute. So there's obviously a few... Because every time I go in there's loads of vegan sausage rolls left, but there's not many of the other sausage rolls. So obviously it caters for certain people, but not everybody. But then perhaps we should just have vegan bakers. That would make it easier, wouldn't it? So all our cakes are vegan, all of our pasties and sausage rolls are vegan or vegetarian, and then people wouldn't get confused. It must get very confusing, because apparently the gravy's the same, I believe in this. I mean, I've never eaten corn, anything like that. I've seen it advertised. I've often thought, would I want to eat corn? I'm like, not really, no. But then that's just me, isn't it? That's just me not wanting to eat something like that. I don't have a problem with anybody wanting to be vegetarian. You want to be vegetarian. I've got friends who are vegetarian. Well, mainly vegan. There's also one at Cabot Circus in Bristol. That's a patisserie Valerie, says Jane. And Ian says alpaca wool makes great polo necks. Polo necks? Who has polo necks? Do people still have polo... We still have polo necks? We don't have polo necks, do we? Anymore? Oh, we do? Oh, okay. Oh. I'm obviously a bit out on fashion. You haven't got any polo necks, have you? Oh, right, okay. 1 or 2? Yeah, he has turtleneck. He doesn't have polo neck. He has turtleneck. Yeah, I haven't got any polo necks. I remember them from years ago. You have them up and you turn them down. You've got one? You got 2? 3? Heavens above, they're growing. You leave them long enough in that wardrobe, you could have an entire team. They multiply. You know what these polo necks are like when they get together? It's like, hello. And what do? I'm a polo neck. Ooh, let's make fun polo necks. I quite like little polo necks for children. In some of the little, is it Batiste shops or something like that? They have little tiny outfits. They're so cute. But they cost about the same as an adult. I see that all 32 FA Cup games this weekend will be delayed by a minute, as there's a video narrated by the Duke of Cambridge plays on big screens. I mean, do we really think that the Duke of Cambridge knows anything about mental health awareness? It seems to be quite common in the real world, but I don't think the royal family are in the real world. I don't think they are. I think they just have to find something to sort of, latch on to, so they can go, this is my charity, and we're trying to raise... I was amazed at how many people... Frank Lampard is supporting, and Rosella A.N., I think, Dele Alli, Harry Maguire, loads of people, actually. And they're all... Alex Scott features in the Duke's film. It's a very good thing nowadays to link yourself with a member of the royal family. It always goes very well. Wayne Rooney makes the papers today. He's confessed that losses from gambling hit his performances on the football pitch. How much do you think he earned at Man United? If I told you £300,000 a week, that's £1,200,000 a month. That's more than £12 million a year. Good God. And he still can't grow hair on his head. He's still got that dead hamster or shredded wheat. He was sucked in by early betting success. He said, I ended up chasing my bets, trying to win my money back. They reckon in 5 months he ran up £700,000 worth of debt. That's like people who play fruit machines, isn't it? It's very, very addictive. They just play fruit machines. They stand there, just putting the money in. And I did it when I was younger, but only when I was 18. Rob says, can you eat alpaca? Oh, I don't know. I suppose so. I don't see any reason why not. I don't like the idea. Not sure about that. And somebody says you're fired on all 4 cylinders this morning. We changed your medication. You can't change. How can you change your medication? Well, you think I've been to the hospital and gone, I don't like these ones. You've got pretty colours. I do 80 tablets a week, and that's quite nice. Steve, I'm a delivery driver that has a contract with Patisserie Valerie. At one point, we were not allowed to deliver unless there was a cash payment, but that's now resolved. But still a few stores left. And Steve, Bristol Cabot is one I deliver to regularly. I just miss our one, actually. It was a nice place to go to get a few little bits and pieces. 4:30 the time. It's 7 minutes to 5. So you're waking up this Friday morning, the 3rd of January, to the news that there's been an airstrike launched by America. And this was at the airport in Baghdad. 7 people have been killed, I believe, by a drone, including a senior commander in the army. And we're waiting to see how this develops. It might not go any further, or on the other hand, it might go an awful lot further. And what they've got is a statement issued by the Department of Defense. And this is at the direction of the President. The US military have taken decisive defensive action to protect US personnel abroad by killing the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. And General Soleimani was actively developing plans to attack American diplomats and service members in Iraq and throughout the region. General Soleimani and his force were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of American and coalition service members and the wounding of thousands more. He'd orchestrated attacks on coalition bases in Iraq over the last several months, including the attack on December the 27th, culminating in the death and wounding of additional American and Iraqi personnel. General Soleimani also approved the attacks on the US embassy in Baghdad that took place this week. This strike was aimed at deterring future Iranian attack plans, and the United States will continue to take all necessary action to protect our people and our interests wherever they are around the world. Now, that statement has just come out from the Department of Defense. Rockets were fired, I believe, and this is going to draw severe retaliation from Iran and the forces it backs in the Middle East against Israel and American interests. 3 Katyusha rockets were fired at the airport And Iraq's security media cell, which releases information regarding Iraqi security, said the rockets landed near the cargo hall and added 2 cars were on fire. This was a nighttime attack. More details as we get them this morning. So this 7 people have been killed. 7 people have been killed, but compared to the hundreds at the president, and it was on the instructions of the president that these attacks took place. Where it goes from here, hold hands up and go, let's wait and see, shall we? More of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says you've not spoken to Siri for a while. Oh, you don't know the private conversations we have. We have lots of private conversations. Siri and I are best mates. Bezzy mates, definitely. And somebody was talking to James O'Brien. It was like being back to normal yesterday listening to LBC, because we had James O'Brien on, Nick Ferrari was on, Sheila Fogarty was on, and it was nearly there. So by the time we get to Monday, we should be firing on all cylinders. And what a time to everybody be back just after Christmas. Steph says, thank you for making my grumpy teenager laugh her gothic socks off this morning. Oh dear, gothic socks, I can't imagine what they look like. And the woman who wanted to extend her sympathies told, what's the point? Yeah, I mean, to the person who's died. I mean, you could understand if they'd actually said, you know, sympathies to the family of the person who's died. That would make more common sense, but not to the person who's actually died. Like, I tell you what I was amazed at yesterday, but not those 3 BA cabin crew who died. One who'd only just joined, and then there were 2 others. Well, they were going out and they had this terrible accident, Stanwell, which is literally just down the road from Staines. I mean, really terrible. Somebody said the car was travelling at 80 miles an hour. Somebody survived the crash. I think they might have been sitting in the back. Whatever it is, it was the worst thing that could have happened. But the amount of money that they've raised, I think it was something like £30,000 in a matter of hours, and I think it's up to about £90,000 now. Absolutely phenomenal amount of money. This is to presumably cover funeral costs. It doesn't compensate, though, does it? It really doesn't compensate for anything. I've often thought they're very good, these fundraisers, but it doesn't bring somebody back. If you were, you know, one of the parents of, you know, who'd lost somebody in a car crash like this, no amount of money is ever going to compensate. It just shows that there's enough people who work for BA to go on, you can put your hand in your pocket, go on. You know, do that. It would be much nicer thing to do. And it kind of makes you feel a little bit better, but it doesn't bring somebody back. Very tasty. The delicacy of Peru is guinea pig. I think they do eat alpaca. Well, I see no reason why you wouldn't be able to eat alpaca. Once you've sort of taken all the fur off, I suppose it would be as edible as anything else. But yes, I know that Peru eats guinea pigs. And Teresa says, listening to your dulcet tones as I try to sleep. We don't want anybody sleeping on my programme. It's Friday. I've got to go and I should have gone yesterday, but I didn't. I thought, no, you know when you do something and you think, I'll go and do this, and you think, no, I can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered to go and get my hair cut today. So I'll get it cut today. So yesterday I didn't do it, which is a bit naughty. Steve, a vegan caller, told Tom Swarbrick, we shouldn't breed humans as they harm animals. Yeah, you're probably right on that one, actually. And but it's a personal choice, isn't it? It's entirely personal. If you choose to eat meat, you're going to eat meat. If you don't want to eat meat, don't eat meat. If you just want to eat vegetarian or vegan, eat vegetarian or vegan. I refuse to be dictated to by anybody. You know, if somebody chooses to do something, that's their choice. And I respect that. It doesn't make it. It's like somebody who says, oh, I'd never put up a Christmas tree. And you go, well, don't put up a Christmas tree. Not going to change my life, is it? You do what you want to do. Oh, I'm not going to put any Christmas lights up. Don't put any Christmas lights up. Stop being a snowflake. You know, people sort of worry about everything nowadays, and you don't actually need to worry about it. You just do something that makes you feel a bit better. And if you feel better by not eating meat and feel like you're saving the planet, well, so be it. Good for you. But don't try and bore everybody with your own dreary beliefs, because that's your belief. They have a different belief. It's just that they might not be as articulate as you. Steve, at the Breitling Seafood Fair last summer, amongst other delicacies, they were selling alpaca and ostrich burgers. Didn't fancy them myself, but plenty of people did. Yes, I've seen that at, these farmers' markets. Ostrich burgers. I mean, I wouldn't want to eat one either, but I'm sure they're all right. I don't think it's actually going to make any difference to you, is it? We've all eaten horse, haven't we? Do you remember that trouble we had over eating horse? when they were mixing it in with other meat, and that didn't do us any harm, and the French have been eating horse for ages. Here's a question for you, talking of the French. Who first ate frog's legs? Who first ate frog's legs? This was a question that came up the other day, and I remember thinking, that's a good question. Because you know the answer, France. Well, it wasn't France. It was us. They have evidence that at Stonehenge they were eating frog's legs. So, obviously, it goes back even further than we imagine. I think about 8,000 years ago, we were eating frog's legs. I have eaten frog's legs, and I didn't actually enjoy them at all. There's certain things you can eat and there's certain things you can't eat, and I decided going into 2020 that's not something that I want to eat, actually. But I don't object to anybody if they enjoy it. Warren says it's been a very sad time at BA. Warren works for BA, as you know. He's off to Saudi today. He says, wish me luck. Yes, he said, wow, Trump's gone and blown up one of Iran's top military men. I think it's time to fill up the car with the fuel oil prices all over the place. Yes, and they'll go on the rise, won't they? You can just tell. I don't know, do you think Trump engages his brain, or do you think he's so pig-ignorant that he just blindly goes ahead with things? Teresa says, LBC, not Friday yet here. It is here. It is definitely Friday here. Also, I'm going to have steak and chips for tea, says Shane in Sydney. See, that's great. I mean, do you know, I can't remember the last time I had steak and chips. I've had steak and mashed potato and steak and other things. That I haven't had anything like steak and chips. It always sounds a bit basic, doesn't it? Always sounds a little bit basic. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Yes, I know exactly, Warren, I know exactly. Somebody else says, I keep thinking it's Thursday. The bank holidays always throw... Well, listen, join the rest of us, because we don't know where we're coming from at the moment. All I know is this weekend is tomorrow, and today is Friday, and tomorrow morning I'll be here with the best of Steve Allen and In Conversation. I can't tell you who's on the In Conversation because it's been assembled, and I'll use a technical term now, published. See? I'm none the wiser what it means, but it's published. And that means it's all ready to run tomorrow morning between 5 and 7. 5 to 6, the best of Steve Allen, 6 till 7, In Conversation. All I can tell you is it'll be brilliant. We've had some really super guests. Last year we had some super guests, some lovely, lovely people. I think actually there were only 2 last year. Was it? Yeah, 2 that I would sort of put them down as my failures. People that you sort of thought, I was really looking forward to talking to you, and they turned out to be a pain in the rear end. I'll let you work out for yourself who it's going to be. The oldest sweetie shop in the world is up for sale. It's got your name written all over it, says Sally in Tunbridge Wells. Because my friend Rich, actually, he celebrates, and I think, what was it? When he was celebrating? I think he said it was 11 years or something, which is very good. He said, I've only got another 29 to catch up to you, because I'm in my 41st year now, and he's done 11. I think 11 is brilliant. So, well done to Rich Walters. So this sweetie shop, yeah, it goes back ages, doesn't it? When they used to sell sweeties in the jars, which actually many of us listening will remember sweeties in jars. You'd go there and you have, can I have 2 ounces of the sort of toffee crunch or whatever it was? And the shopkeeper, we never thought about pinching. Well, I didn't anyway, but I know other people did, would sort of take the jar down, shake it up a little bit, and then pour it onto the scales. You could get 2 ounces, was fantastic, of all those sort of your favourite sweets. And you try and make your money go as far as possible, but sometimes it was just a bewildering array of sugar sitting in jars, and you just go, oh, I could have that, couldn't I? Toffee Crunch was a particular favourite of mine, or Cough Candy. Cough Candy was really, really nice. I'm not even sure if you can still get it now. I think you can, actually. I think you can. Steve, frog legs are so small, they must be all gone in 2 mouthfuls. Have you ever eaten snails? I did. I ate a snail. Only the once. I didn't quite fancy doing anything else. I thought it was just one of those things that I thought was just too much. And so I decided not to go there. Steve, Subway have started to sell meatless meatballs from yesterday, says Richard in Cheshire. They're all jumping on the bandwagon, aren't they? They're all jumping on a bandwagon, and they're all sort of doing things because they think that's what people want to do. But it's such a small amount of people. I mean, I've stood in Greg's queues for quite a while now, and I've only ever heard one person ask for a vegan sausage roll. And that's in all the time I've been there. And this is in Richmond, which is a very busy Very, very busy, Greggs. After the break, I'll be speaking to Patrick Coburn, Middle East correspondent for The Independent, about those developments at Baghdad. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. We're talking about those developments at Baghdad Airport in a moment. More of your texts. Have these vegans ever thought that if everybody went vegan, Steve, farmers would face mass unemployment, so animals wouldn't be farmed or bred? Yeah, I don't think it works like that. I don't think it works. I think people go vegetarian or vegan because they're on a mission. I don't think they actually think they're probably saving animals, whereas in fact, really, I don't know what you would do with, the cows would still have to be milked. You can't not milk a cow. You have to actually go for it. So we'll talk more about that, because this is, literally based on the back of Greggs launching a meat-free pasty kind of thing. And that's it. It's not the most exciting or riveting news I've ever heard. The riveting news this morning is the fact that a high-ranking Iranian military official is among 7 people killed in an airstrike at Baghdad's international airport. General Soleimani, the head of Iran's elite force, the deputy commander of Iran-backed militia known as the Popular Mobilization Forces, were killed in the attack. 3 Katyusha rockets were fired at the airport. What happens now? Let's talk to Patrick Coburn, who's the Middle East correspondent for The Independent. Well done for waking up, Patrick.
Thank you.
So, what happens now? Is this the start of something bigger, or is it going to go away?
I think it's something bigger because, this is an enormously important person who the Americans have just killed. It's rather like, somebody had killed General Montgomery in Britain during the World War II. It was somebody of that stature. When it comes to Iran, they also killed the most important militia leader in this attack. So it's pretty extraordinary assassination of foreign leaders. So I suspect there will be a quid pro quo. And it also will set alight very dry tinder in Iraq. I can't see the Iranians allowing the Americans to have forces in Iraq after this. So this is a tremendous escalation.
Do you think that President Trump took this decision lightly, or has he just blindly gone on?
I think blindly gone on. I think that, there's always been this problem with Trump of how much did he know what he was doing. Remember, a few months ago, he suddenly announced this withdrawal from northeast Syria, and that immediately precipitated the Turkish invasion, and hundreds of thousands of people were turned into refugees. How far does he think these things through? How far does he have people around him who have a clear view of what is happening, of the situation on the ground? How far are they responsible people? But Trump hasn't started a war so far in the years that he's been in the White House. But this is probably the most important escalation that he's ever carried out. One can't overestimate the significance of what just happened overnight. And it really is pretty important. These are 2 very important people. So this is a tremendous escalation of the conflict between Iran and the US, which has been on the edge of war for months, if not years.
Are we seriously talking about war? Do you think we're talking war?
I think a serious escalation. I think the Iranians don't want an all-out war, like World War II or something like that. But I think that they will retaliate militarily one way or the other. I think they'll want to get the US out of Iraq. The US has about 5,000 troops in Iraq. It has bases scattered around the place. There has been an escalation over the last few days with the Americans. This started off quite minor thing a week ago with a rocket fired by a pro-Iranian militia at at various U.S. bases. One U.S. contractor was killed. Then on Sunday, the U.S. escalated the situation by attacking 5 pro-Iranian militia bases. They killed 25 people. Then the Iranians escalated again by a demonstration which sort of penetrated the outer parts of the U.S. embassy in Baghdad. But this is a tremendous escalation. It had been thought things might die down because the protesters withdrawn from the U.S. embassy might die down. This makes it obvious it isn't going to die down. That this is a tremendous escalation, the biggest escalation we've had in this conflict between Iran and the U.S.
Something we don't need going into the new year.
No, and it catches me by surprise because for all his rhetoric, Trump has been fairly cautious of what when it comes to military escalation. One saw that in Syria, but launching missile attacks on Syria. So this is a pretty extraordinary escalation to assassinate the top Iranian figure in Iran and one of the top militia leader. So I don't think anybody was expecting this, but that's always been the danger with Trump. Is did he actually know what he was doing? What does he know about what the situation is on the ground? So these aren't going to be the last people to be killed. So I think that once more Iraq is going to be at the center of turmoil, and the conflict between the US and Iran is going to get a great deal worse.
Yeah. Who do you think would be siding against Trump on this one? Russia? Would they back Iran?
Well, they're on the Iranian side. In Iraq itself, one aspect of the conflict with Iran, it isn't just with Iran, it's really with the Shia, the Shia sect, which is a variant of Islam, to which almost all Iranians belong, and a majority of Iraqis. And they're the largest community in that part of the Middle East. So I'm not sure that Trump has ever figured out that his conflict is with not just a single nation, Iran, but with a religious sect. The Iraqi government will be furious at this, because after all, you're assassinating a foreign leader in their country. You're behaving in their country as if it was part of your territory, which is one of the things the Iraqis objected to when last Sunday the Americans suddenly launched all these attacks within Iraq and Syria. That they were sort of treating Iraq as if it was a conquered territory. So that will infuriate them. But I think this will go down as a historic event in the Middle East. As things that changed the way things were going, and it sets the course very much towards more violence, toward more conflict between the Americans and the Iranians. The Americans they have 5,000 troops in Iraq, but I find it difficult to believe they're going to stay, because they're going to be very vulnerable. The U.S. Embassy will be very vulnerable.
Yeah.
What if there's more attacks on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad today? Are the U.S. Marines going to open up on the crowds and kill more people? I really wonder if Trump has seen this through. It may be that he just sees this as very much the same as okaying the killing of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, a few months ago, and there was a great sort of acclaim to Trump, and this was a big success. He may think this is much the same.
It's not.
His eyes, but actually, it's not. It's this Iran is a country of 80 million people. You killed their top general. You've done it in Iraq, behaving as if Iraq was a conquered country. So one was always nervous that Trump's simple ignorance of the way the world worked was going to produce something like this.
We don't really seem to be heading to peace. I mean, maybe he's overstepped the mark this time and everybody's saying to him, listen, this might have been your biggest mistake.
Yeah, but how, does Trump respond to that sort of thing?
No.
Previously, there seemed to be a sort of caution. As I said, he hasn't actually started a war yet, whatever his sort of rhetoric has been. So this is really raising the odds, and how far it doesn't really weaken the Iranians. It will convince even more people that Trump is a danger, is a wild card, that you can't predict what he's going to do. He just doesn't really know himself what his significance of what he's doing. An assassination is a two-way street. I don't mean that the Iranians will necessarily try and kill him, but they'll certainly retaliate once you, generally speaking, countries don't try and assassinate each other's leaders, not publicly. If they do, they have to expect some form of retaliation.
And do you think it will be quick?
No, it's usually with the Iranians. It could be either. The Iranians usually have a plan for something like this. How would they retaliate if there was an escalation? I don't believe the Iranians would have expected this, because after all, the guy just arrived in a plane from either Iran or Beirut, because on an ordinary flight, he'd been picked up at the airport. It wasn't as though this was a covert operation on his part.
Certainly something to watch, though, Patrick.
It's something to watch. It's going to be, perhaps we've just seen the most important event of 2020.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's the 3rd of January, and it's not exactly the best start to 2020, is it, really? I mean, it's just... You sometimes wonder whether or not, if you actually took Trump's head and banged it against a brick wall, you could actually sort of inject something into it that might not be there at the moment. I mean, it's not starting off very well, Steve. And we're only just into January. I know. In fact, it really couldn't be the worst thing to actually happen. I don't think they intended to kill this particular person. I think that was just, unfortunately, it was going to be a strike. But the trouble is, if I was in the American embassy in Baghdad, I'd be thinking, get us out now. It's not going to look very good. This place could be bombed and everything. I don't know how many staff are working in the embassy, but whichever way it is, it doesn't look particularly promising, as you just heard a moment ago from Patrick Coburn, the Middle East correspondent for The Independent. So where we start, I've got no idea. I've got a horrible feeling where it finishes. And that will be with the loss of life. They're not going to just sit back and go, OK, that's OK, you can do that. Because Trump's, I think he's overstepped the mark on this one. He's made a big mistake. Big mistake. I understand where he's coming from. I understand the whole idea about, don't threaten us. You were responsible for the deaths of all these people. Well, I suspect there's going to be more bloodshed. And I don't think you'd have to be a clairvoyant to work that one out for yourself. Somebody else, Connie pointed out to me, what they need in Australia, where they've still got all these bushfires going on, which have just raged for days and days and days, is a thunderstorm. And what is interesting about this is I thought years and years ago, and I might be wrong, but I'm pretty certain I'm not, they can send rockets up into the clouds and they can release the rain which is held in the clouds. It's because when they've had various areas that have been terribly dry, they've sent rockets up in certain parts of the world. The rocket explodes inside the cloud, which then in turn releases the rain in it. Because all this going over the plane and emptying what looks like a thimble full of water doesn't seem to be doing any good at all. I think you need to actually get up there and do something a bit more like... I mean, you could literally, engulf the whole place in Victoria Falls, and it still wouldn't make any difference. So that's why... best solution to extinguish, says Connie. You're absolutely right. It's how you'd think in this day and age we can put somebody on the moon, whether you believe it or not, and yet we can't extinguish these bushfires. Ridiculous. Steve, Keir Starmer, favourite to become the next Labour leader, according to a new poll. Who would you like to be the future leader? Well, I don't think it's Keir Starmer, is it? Out of the frying pan into the fire, by the sound of it. I don't think I think the Labour Party have just lost their way. Not helped by Corbyn, although so interesting to hear a few people defending him when you think it's totally indefensible. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Ben says there aren't any clouds. Of course there are clouds. There are always clouds. Cumulus nimbus, very popular over there. All you've got to do is try and sort of work out which ones have got the rain in them. But that's what we pay scientists for, isn't it? You don't expect a bushfire to rage for this long, and all they do is they go over in planes with sort of a little bit of water. And it just doesn't seem to be working. Years ago, you could stop some of these fires by literally digging trenches so that it stops. It can't go any further than this particular area. Why this isn't working, I've got no idea. Terrible. Another one here. Oh, they were talking about organ donors the other day, and there's Max Johnson. He's 12. He's marked his birthday by urging families to talk about organ donation. I thought that this had gone through, which is whereby years ago you had to carry a donor card, and that donor card said, in the event of my death, please take any organs that you think might be of use to you. I think they're changing it so that, in fact, you'll need a donor card to say, please don't take any of my items in my body. So, in other words, as opposed to actually saying, yes, you can take it, now you need the card saying, no, please don't take it. Some people don't want to do that. But that's the only way that some people end up with the gift of life. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. John says, on the 24th of January, I'll have worked for the same company for 50 years. I'm 65 and I intend to go on for as long as possible. Yes. Never wish things, actually. Never wish things like that. On a health kick for January, supposed to have porridge for breakfast, but unfortunately, it's a crispy bacon sandwich with brown sauce. Followed by, yes, I'm going to try and cut those out this year, actually. Followed by hot toast and lime marmalade. Do I stick to the plan or capitulate, says Mike? Oh, stick to the plan, actually. And somebody says, I seldom eat chips, but last night I had a beef curry and chips from my local Chinese. I know it's bad for me, but who cares? It was so good. Oh, I agree with you. I would go for a beef curry every time, or a pork curry. And you're right, with a portion of chips, I mean, you can't beat it, can you? But years ago, we never had things like that. It was just something that sort of came into our psyche, and then all of a sudden people started putting on weight. And then you go, oh, come on. It's only once every so often. I mean, I think it's different. You're not eating Chinese takeaway or Indian takeaway or any of the takeaways every single day. You're only eating them every so often. I think every so often is fine. It's like pizza, every so often. KFC, every so often. McDonald's, every so often. Not all the time. Not all the time. I don't think that's a very good idea at all. Also, Matt Evers has revealed he'll be doing all the heavy lifting in Dancing on Ice, as Ian H. Watkins can't pick him up. Well, he's a weed, isn't he? He's a weed, Ian H. Watkins. Why would he pick somebody up? The other bloke towers above him by a foot. The skater, Matt Evers, who partnered Gemma Collins last year, didn't name names, but instead used his interview on This Morning to praise ITV for no longer freezing out same-sex parents. I think it's boring and dull. To be honest with you, to be brutally honest with you, it's just, who gives a stuff? I don't watch a television programme to go, I wonder if that person's gay, pansexual, transsexual, trisexual, wallflower. I don't really, I'm just looking at people dancing. I don't care what their sexual orientation is. You know, Ian H. Watkins was a bore years ago. He hasn't changed at all. Then there's the lottery winner who believes her £1 million Christmas Eve windfall was down to her late mother. Lisbeth Ramos was struggling throughout the first Christmas without Mum Lavender when she discovered she'd landed a Euro Millions win. I thought there were supposed to be 10 of them, but they don't seem to have found 10 people, which is a bit of a shame. But she says the win will sort of... She thinks it's her mother's help from beyond the grave. I have to tell her it isn't. OK, I'm not being bad about it. I'm just telling you it's not that at all. It's just the fact that you had the right numbers. It's as simple as that. Got nothing to do with your mother. Bless her heart, I'm sure she's fine. The existence of the Loch Ness Monster, please... Ghosts and aliens are the mysteries children would most like to have answered. I wonder if these are the same children who were complaining about the Tower of London and that it was too gruesome. I mean, you could walk around the Tower of London with the best will in the world and you wouldn't have the faintest idea of any of the atrocities that went on there, any of the executions. You could just sort of wander around it and see suits of armour. I think they've got Henry VIII's suit of armour, a little short, fat bloke he was. But I just wonder, really, why sort of people worried about it. I've been to the Tower of London no end of times. I don't go there for its gruesome history. I go there because it's very old and it's still standing. and it's by the side of the Thames, and it's got Traitor's Gate, and I just quite like our history. I'm into our history. The fact that people died there, I mean, you could probably go around London and find all sorts of places where people were executed. Hounslow Heath, he says, throwing caution to the wind, used to have a gallows on the entrance to it where they used to hang highwaymen. Highwaymen were hanged all over the place. You'd think somebody would have realised by now and said, whatever job you're going into, don't be a highwayman. You're going to end up losing your life. Stacey Solomon apologised to her third son Rex after calling herself a mum of 2. Let's hope she doesn't teach maths to these poor children. And honestly, I have to, as I was watching Loose Women the other day, it's turned into sort of grinning babes kind of station, sort of, without, the booby bits and all the rest of it. It's a bit bizarre to watch. It's a bit sort of naff now. It's lost its way a little bit. Also, what have we got here? Nice picture of Lisa George. I don't know who she is either. Isn't that awful? We're supposed to know because she's a celebrity hitting the rink on Sunday's Dancing on Ice. And then I was watching a television quiz on BBC One the other day. It must have been Mastermind. And it was a celebrity version. The only person I knew on there was Levi Roots. I had no idea who the other people were. Who, God's name, were they? Where did they get them from? What qualifies as a celebrity now? Is it somebody who you sit there and you go, who are they? I've got no idea. Levi Roots was on. I remember thinking, that's Levi Roots. Because you know what he looks like. He's very smart. Mind you, talking of smart, the Beckham children and Dave. Dave, who thinks he's sort of a country squire, as opposed to being a bloke who likes playing with Lego, was sort of dressed up, a little bit poncy the other day. And they go, they so want to fit into the countryside. As if by putting on a set of clothes, that made you country folk. The most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. What have the Beckhams ever done for the countryside? Nothing. Nothing at all. Very entertaining. Jacob says, this Iran attack frightens me. And I knew Bruce, is it Langan, who was a Minnesotan? He was held hostage in the Iran hostage crisis. He was the embassy charge d'affaires. The stories he told me what Iran is capable of, says Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor. It is frightening. It is frightening. I think it's very frightening for the people in the embassy over there who, do you think they were told, oh, by the way, Trump is about to do this? And they're going, what? What? Where do we go from here? And the answer is, where can they go? Where can they go? They just have to sit tight. I don't think it looks good. Steve, my little nephew of 5, used to check under the bed for monsters. Oh, I did too. I didn't want to sleep with the curtains drawn. But on the other hand, if the curtains were open and there was a tree outside the window, the moon would cast a shadow, and you'd see the image on, and sometimes the image on the wall used to look like a person coming to get you. And I could never sleep with the bedroom door shut, or the landing light off. It had to be, or the wardrobe open. Scared of the wardrobe. That is slightly odd, slightly peculiar. My one with the window is okay. And my brother could never have the window open because of moths coming in. He was terrified of moths. But if my parents used to, if they had people round for dinner, which they did on a few occasions, they would come upstairs and shut my bedroom door. So I'd creep up, open the bedroom door. The light had to be on. I wanted to know what was, oh no, I've seen those films where all of a sudden somebody's lying in bed and you see the door handle slowly opening. And you go, oh, no. You dive onto the bed. So definitely looking under the bed for monsters was quite normal. Steve, Australia's packed full of eucalyptus trees, which are packed full of flammable oils. I feel anguish for the folk that are losing their homes. Well, they've had it in America. They've had a similar sort of thing. Tricia in Bedfordshire, off to Heathrow this morning. And another one here, which says porridge with blueberries for breakfast. I have had porridge, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's kind of nice actually, but it's not the be all and end all, is it? Although actually, beef curry could be very nice. There's a Chinese restaurant down the road from me. I would need to get in the car to go to it, and it's in Isleworth, and it's and they do a lovely pork curry. It comes in the metal, and you could just eat the sauce by itself. I've been to Phoenix Palace. No. Is that a Chinese? Really? Do you go there for New... Oh, that's right, you went there for New Year. You had Chinese for New Year, and it was very expensive. How much is very expensive? How many of them were you? 4? 8 of you. Okay, 8 of you, so 30 quid at 8, 3 to 20. £240? Little bit, how much more, little? About 40. Oh, that's all right. That's okay, I would think. Yeah, Northerners. Oh, by God, we could have fed the whole village for 10 quid. I can't believe it in our day. You know, we had a Chinese takeaway, but it were expensive. They were charging £1 for the rice. I don't mind paying for good Chinese food. I always go to where all the Chinese people eat, in Soho, because if they're eating in there, it's got to be good food. Morning, everyone. I finally used a voucher yesterday. You know, occasionally in Marks and Spencer's, they give you a voucher. It just sort of pops out of the till, and it goes... Over Christmas, they were real swizzes. It said, if you spend over £40, you get £5 off. And I thought, well, really, it should be... I mean, this thing pops out. It doesn't pop up for everybody, which it actually probably could do. And then it changed for the new year. If you spend £35, you get a £5 voucher. So it came to 40 quid. So, of course, I gave them my voucher, not sure whether it was valid or not, and luckily it turned out to be valid. So I got my £5. I felt quite as though I've achieved something, which, of course, I hadn't. They just gave me a little bit of a discount with a £5 off, which is no big deal when you consider the markups on these things. Chris in Brentwood, good morning, had the misfortune to go to Blackpool yesterday on business. Do you know they've got nearly 4,500 empty homes in Blackpool? 4,500 empty homes. I mean, I've been there, as you know, and when I went there the first time round, I thought it was the most awful place I'd ever been to in my entire life, with the most awful people. But then I'd been to Hounslow as well. And so I go to Blackpool, and luckily we stayed outside of Blackpool, which was good, in a guest house, which was a very nice guest house, which features on the television, because it's a boutique hotel, which means it's somebody's house, some lovely big houses, you know, in St Anne's and places in Lytham, and very nice. And this was a big Edwardian house, and the lady had 3 bedrooms upstairs, which she rented out, and that's where we stayed. And there was a television in the bathroom, which I thought was terrible. You could sit in the bath and watch telly, which I thought was very flash. And there was a fridge, and you could take, you know, chocolate out of it and stuff like that, years ago. And it was quite nice. Right outside the front door was the bus stop, so that you could get into Blackpool. But Blackpool itself, I wouldn't give you threepence for. It's got a lovely theatre, really, really nice. And I had the misfortune. So anyway, so he says, I decided to take in a visit to the Tower Ballroom. Oh, it's stunning. It's Frank Matcham. The Tower Ballroom. It's like walking inside a wedding cake, Chris. Oh, it is. Oh, I've got pictures of me inside the ballroom. And people still go there and dance to the organ. You have somebody playing the organ lunchtimes, and people will go there, been tea dancing for ages, and that's their bit of fun. But, oh, it's beautiful. It is beautiful, the Blackpool Tower Ballroom. If you've never seen it, go onto YouTube and check it out. You'll go, wow, that is a place. Morning, Steve and the Groovy Gang. I've just started up renaming them the Groovy Gang. I've been taking my granddaughter to the Tower of London since she was 5. She's 12 now. She loves it and enjoys learning how we used to live. Down with the snowflakes, I say. Me too. Down with the snowflakes. Go to the Tower of London. It's a fascinating place for children. There's always groups of children going around there. Who these drips are who go, oh, it's too violent. They're not exactly... You don't go in there now and they go, oh, by the way, this way for the execution. It's taking off in 10 minutes. Doesn't happen like that at all, actually, does it, really? So, the Groovy Gang, I don't know whether they've ever been to it. I shouldn't imagine so. You've been to the Tower of London? No. See, is it funny? All the people who live and work in London don't do the tourist sites. I've been there. Yeah, I think by the time we get to Winter Wonderland, it's going to be closed, isn't it? We'll have to wait till next year because it's the 3rd today. I think it closes on the 5th. Got to get the Christmas trees down as well by the 6th. So I've got to check today when Paul Cooper and the lads will be round to take away the trees, because we recycle trees, which is not everybody recycles, but I love it. You can buy that Chinese curry sauce online. Oh, right. Oh, there you live and learn, don't you? I'm not sure I want to buy it. I'm sorry, I only go to places where they make it. And what they do is they put all the vegetables in and the pork and everything else, and then they pour the sauce over the top. It's delicious. Donnie says, did I hear a rumour you're opening the phone lines today? No, you didn't. Funny that, isn't it? I hope, says Elaine, that Trump doesn't drag us into conflict. I fear it might be too late. I don't want to be the prophet of doom, but unfortunately 7 people have died. They're not going to just go, well, that's okay. Okay, that was in retaliation for what we did. No, there's going to be retaliation. And I think the retaliation is going to be at the risk of upsetting everybody who's in the embassy in Baghdad, I think that's where it's going to centre on. There's going to be crowds who are going to be surging around the outside. I've just got this feeling. I can't see that they're just going to let it go. Why would they? Why would they? Gordon Ramsay took his youngest son, Oscar, for a walk, 8 months old. What a cutie. What a cutie. And there's somebody here, they're laying out... I love incense. I love incense sticks. We used to have it years ago when we lived in Hong Kong. It was absolutely wonderful. And I did go through a phase of sort of having incense sticks. But the trouble is, the end of it, as it burns down, it sort of falls off, and it's a bit messy. A little bit messy. Another one here. It says, the theatre you mentioned in Blackpool, Steve, it's called The Grand, which is also one of Matcham's. He built it before the Tower Ballroom. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it's not big, but it's beautiful. If somebody said to you, I'm going to give you a theatre, that would be the one I would like. Thank you very much indeed. More on Prince Andrew's friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, been accused of being a foreign intelligence asset who's living in an Israeli safe house. Doesn't she want to come out and tell people, exactly what went on? Would that not make perfect sense? Or is she so cowardly that she doesn't feel she can say anything at all? It's claimed powerful friends are protecting her. Becomes more seedy by the day, doesn't it? I don't like anything there. Gareth Thomas is calling for people to join a series of charity runs to help fellow stroke survivors. Former Wales and British Lions captain had a stroke when he was 28. Grief. And Crippen. Now, I had to explain who Crippen was. The producer didn't know, because obviously it was way before his time. Crippen was a notorious wife killer and a cousin of Dr. Crippen, called Patrick Crippen, who's 82, claims his relative is innocent and his body should be flown to his birth city in Michigan. In one of the most publicised murder cases in British history, Crippen was hanged in Pentonville Prison in London in 1910. He was found guilty of poisoning his wife Cora and hiding part of her body in a coal cellar. Tried to flee the country by ship with his mistress, Ethel Leneve, but they were arrested as they docked in Canada. They were the first criminal suspects caught using wireless telegraphy. The ship's captain, Henry George Kendall, recognised Crippen from a newspaper front page, and so they sent a telegraph to Scotland Yard, and he was then arrested. Interesting. Ethel, who worked as a typist, was acquitted of any involvement with the murder at the Old Bailey trial. She later married another man and lived in Croydon under the name Ethel Harvey, which is Crippen's middle name. She died in 1967. Crippen's second cousin, 3 times removed, thinks the execution was a gross miscarriage of justice. Well, so funny when you look at sort of pictures. And there is a picture here in the court of Crippen. We used to be in studios down the road from a notorious killer as well, when we were in Shepherd's Bush, which again, I mean, they don't have the road there. It's gone now, but that was also very famous. And so Patrick Crippen, who's his distant cousin, I mean, so far removed, we've never even heard of him, says the Crippen families would like to bury him with his relatives. Unfortunately not. I think if somebody is executed, then I think they're buried within the confines of the prison. I think that's how it works. But they were telling here they found diamond rings upon him when Crippen was arrested, but he was hanged, and they snubbed his previous request for a pardon and exhumation after it was decided that Patrick was too distant a relative. Oh, he's 82. He's obviously mad as a fruitcake, and so he's so far away they didn't even include him in the proceedings. Steve, the Good Earth in Richmond, best Chinese we found, and they deliver. I don't want anything delivered. I've decided if I'm going to eat something, I'm going to go out and eat it in the actual restaurant itself. It's not the same. It doesn't get it doesn't get good things. My friend Jeff Stevenson says he's a comedian. So I tell you that now. And he heard you talk about Blackpool. Totally agree with you. Can you imagine doing 26 weeks at the end of the North Pier? I love the theatre and had a great time on stage, but it was lovely to get back to the smoke. He said, I'm off to Melbourne to join the Queen Elizabeth. That's what he does. He spends a lot of time cruising, and they fly you on and off ships, and he goes on, he does his act. He might do it to a couple of nights, and then off he goes at the next port, off to another ship. I mean, to be honest with you, comedians are quite lucky because they've only got themselves and some clothes to wear. Well, I'm assuming Jeff isn't doing it naked at the moment. But if you're a magician, you've got to have all your equipment with you. And if you're a dancer, you've got things and jugglers and everything else. But comedians just walk on and off with a little suitcase, I should imagine, which is good. Steve, hope everything is good, says Chris in Canterbury. I used to live in Southall, and after a beer, we used to go to a burger bar on the Great West Road in Osterley. It was called Dinaways. Best burgers you ever know. Is it still there? Not on the Great West Road, no. I know the Great West Road very, very well. And there's nothing. I'm going in my mind all the way up from Chiswick Roundabout. Nothing. Nothing. Osterley? Nothing. There's no sort of restaurants at all the way up to Heathrow I could probably go. And no restaurants, not that I know. So it was obviously a long time ago. Steve, you're not alone when you speak of Blackpool. First time I ever went there, I pranged my new car. The tower was my favourite bit. How's Barbara Windsor doing, Steve? Much love to her. She's okay. She's okay. Though I told you there was a picture in the papers the other day and online of Barbara standing in front of a television with a younger her playing on the TV screen behind, which I thought was lovely. I like that a lot. Steve, my dad used to pretend to speak to a policeman walking around our house to make my brother and I feel secure at night. I heard that before, actually. Did you hear about who did it? It was a child or something. And the parents, in an effort to get the child to behave properly, got a friend of theirs to phone up to pretend to be a policeman. You know, saying, if you're naughty again, we will be round with the rest of the police force, and you will be arrested and taken in handcuffs and chains. I thought, oh, blimey. It's enough to put the fear of God in. The Aussie Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, was told to off as he toured towns ravaged by the country's worst wildfires. Not looking promising. And I did think it was sweet. The toddler son of a fireman who died fighting Australia's wildfires was presented with his dad's bravery medal at his funeral. Bless his little heart. Harvey, 19 months old, wore a uniform as hundreds of colleagues formed a guard of honour to salute the coffin in Western Australia. A mug placed on the coffin bearing the message, "Daddy, I love you to the moon and back," was there. And he's looking down as they're pinning this sort of medal on his, bless his heart. He's only 19 months old. He doesn't know. They don't understand about life and death and stuff like that. But he did get his dad's bravery medal at his funeral. How sweet. Such a sweet picture. Such a sweet picture. I've not seen Dracula. I haven't seen it at all. It doesn't interest me. I don't want to watch the television to be frightened. I really don't. I mean, I have enough trouble sort of dealing with day-to-day life without being frightened by things. I mean, I can be frightened by the lights going out. If all of a sudden the lights went out, I'd be fairly frightened. That's the kind of thing I would definitely be frightened on. And now they've got... Because the sales are still going on, and I don't know how many of you are interested. My driver this morning wasn't remotely interested in going to the sales. Couldn't care less. Couldn't think of anything worse to do. But his wife likes going to the sales, whereas I'm also not a fan of the sales. If I'm out and I see something, I might buy it. But as he said, if I want something, I'll go and buy it, like I did the other day. Did I mention I bought a new duvet? And so I bought a new duvet, and that was it. I didn't sort of think, oh, I'll buy it because it's in the sale, because unfortunately for me, it wasn't in the sale. But I've enjoyed sleeping on it. I might go out and treat myself today to another fitted sheet. I might go and treat myself, although I have a feeling I've got a couple somewhere, but I don't know where they are. Stuart Manning's en route to Scotland. Dear boy, he says, dear boy. I was supposed to say that to you, because I'm older than you are. I'm off to Scotland. How lovely. How lovely. They were saying in the papers the other day that there's a good chance we could get snow. Not here, I don't think, but I think up in Scotland. Lorraine says, I used to have a ring and pretend to be Nanny McPhee to get the grandchildren to behave. You know what you want, Lorraine? You want one of those canes that when Nanny McPhee banged it on the floor, sparks came out of it. I think we'll go to bed now, children. No, we won't. No, we won't. Yes, you will. Nanny McPhee's going to bang her stick on the floor. Bit of a trek for you, but on Hampton High Street, good Chinese takeaway. 2 people have told me about it now. I've yet to get there, says Angela. I'm in Ham. Yeah, I mean, I've been to quite a number of Chinese... I mean, I've had some good Chinese takeaways, and I've had some blooming dreadful Chinese takeaways. But this good one that I like is in Isleworth. Used to be a woman there. She used to sort of, take your orders. She had a right turn of language, I can tell you. And I can't even repeat any of the things she said. But you'd go in there and she'd let fly with this torrent of abusive words. But the pork curries were very nice. The pancakes. Yeah, I used to have a pancake roll as an extra. So you say, so-and-so, and a pancake roll. So you knew that when you got back in the car, you had a pancake roll you could eat, because you can't eat curry in the car. Not possible. We did try once, me and my friend Jimmy. We bought sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork, and it came with one of those polystyrene cups full of that glutinous orange stuff, which was called the dipping sauce. And we dipped the chicken in, and then Jimmy dropped it on the seat. We had a whole pot of this blooming... Oh, it was awful. It was like a beige sort of flock kind of... It was in a mini. And this sauce went every... It was just my worst nightmare. Not as bad as when, as you remember, I did have a Chinese takeaway, and I fell asleep eating it at home, and I was sitting there in my pants. Don't ask me why. And unfortunately, as I fell asleep, it was balanced on my legs, and I just sort of... You know when you just go like that, and all of a sudden your head goes... And my legs opened, and as they do, and the whole sweet and sour pork and chicken went all down my legs. But I didn't know because I was asleep. And so when I woke up, I looked down at my... I thought I'd hemorrhaged. Sweet and sour chicken balls and pork balls. And this orange glutinous sauce running down your legs. I thought, oh, no. Worst thing ever. Worst thing ever. Carol says, what nonsense about the Tower of London being too scary for children. More frightening is the Clink Museum. Our children loved it. See, children like being scared. Isn't that the whole thing about scaring? You go, boo! They go, ah! I'm a bit like that now, actually. I don't like being chased. But kids like being chased. You know, you see babies, and then you stick your head round and go, woo! And they go, ah! That's what happens, isn't it? That's what happens. I like things like that. Steve, I always found children very stressful. I decided not to have any. I never regretted. Yeah, I think you're either a children person or you're not a children person. Where'd you get your duvet from? I got mine from John Lewis. They sell them all over the place. Depends how much you want to spend. And I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous, but you can spend a lot on a duvet, or you can spend a little bit on a duvet. You know, you don't have to spend... different amount. You can spend 60 quid on a duvet, but you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. And if you pay a lot of money, you get a good quality duvet. Do you know, my screen has got a mind of its own this morning. It keeps closing down, which is good. Well, it's not really, actually. Carol says there's all sorts of artefacts in the Clink Museum, including different methods of torture. You see, I don't think kids believe that they really are methods of torture. Madame Tussauds has got a similar kind of thing, but the Clink Museum is very famous, isn't it? Very, very famous. Happy New Year. I remember as a child, Steve, watching The Laughing Policeman in Blackpool. You put the coins in, and this puppet, he'd sit there, go, oh, and he'd lean forward, and then lean back. And there was a song by Charles Penrose called The Laughing Policeman. I know a fat old policeman. And then he goes, oh. You can find it on YouTube. It goes back many, many years. And if you're an elderly person, which I have to include myself now, I think it's actually quite a good thing to watch, because it's not possible to actually have it and listen to it and not smile. And I used to have some puppets, and I used to play The Laughing Policeman, and my policeman would laugh, and he'd double up in. It was the funniest thing ever. Oh, I'm obviously a person of very simple pleasures now. Really very simple pleasures. I watched Dracula last night, and God, it was more gruesome than scary. Excellent, though I also enjoyed the Christine Keeler adaptation. I'm old enough to remember first time round Christine Keeler. Steve, I'm an adult, and I love being scared. I love horror movies. I don't. I'm not into... I come in here every day, and that's a horror movie as far as I'm concerned. You've only got to see the producer going, ooh, you go, ooh, don't do that to me, don't do that. Wurzel Gummidge. You're not Wurzel Gummidge. You were when you fell asleep and woke up, but that was real. That was the ultimate. I mean, whether or not he's one of those sleepers. This is Corey, the producer, this morning, because Thomas is still away. He's having Botox, I'm telling you, and he'll come back here a different person. He went away to Switzerland one year, came back complete. Well, he went away as Susan, and he came back as Thomas. Unbelievable. But no, I bet you anything he'll be having a bit of... When I looked, and don't tell him, but I saw Matt Stadlen in over the festive period, and I looked at him, I thought, I couldn't quite work out what was different. I think he's had Botox. Dude, I did. His forehead is line-free. There's not a line on it, and I was thinking, that looks... Because, you know, when you look at somebody, you think, I see you all the time... And then all of a sudden, I see you and I think, what's different about you? You know, have you had sort of fillers or something? And I was convinced he'd had Botox. I think he might have it, actually. So I'm going to check. Next time I see him, I'm going to come right out and ask him, have you had Botox? That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to come right out with it. I'm not scared. I think they inject. It freezes. It only lasts about 2 or 3 months. But what it does is, I mean, you don't need it because you haven't got any lines because you're only about 15. But I mean, you know, I don't have any lines on my forehead, and I never have had, but sort of round the eyes. But I just don't fancy having an injection near your eyes. It frightens me in case it goes wrong. So I'd never have it. I mean, I might just have to go out and buy some cream from one of the big manufacturers today, which might work. Steve, I hear you're buying new sheets. Do you use bed linen with a high thread count, says Helinka? 800 is very luxurious. Do you know, somebody told me about this, and I can't remember what the actual thread count is, but you're absolutely right. Bigger the thread count, the better it is. Steve, I know Sutton's a long way from you, but there's a Thai restaurant called Number One Thai. It's amazing. The only good thing about Blackpool was Joe Longthorne. And even poor Joe isn't there now. No, I reckon he's and also John Inman lived in Blackpool. Mother used to have a boarding house. You remember all these silly things, don't you, really? Have you ever tried vegetarian meals, says Susie? Well, I've eaten vegetables. It just doesn't come into my life at all. You know, I've got friends who are vegetarian, who I've discussed at length on the programme, and I've got people who work on the programme who are vegan or piscatorians or whatever they are, I can't remember. I think Thomas is, but he's flexible. He's actually flexible. He has eaten meat, and he's a flexitarian. That's what we call it. We call him a flexitarian round here, or basically a hypocrite. And that kind of works just the same way, because some people vary, some people miss it. I had a friend of mine called David, I've not seen for years, and he was vegetarian. He was the only one in the family. So his mother had to cook a separate meal for him. I always remember it, because I remember thinking, what do people... And, of course, every time when we talked to little Luke here, Luke is the vegetarian and vegan, and he, nut roast, it seems to comprise of a nut roast, but they do a lattice, you can get all sorts of different things, but it depends what you want to eat. If you want to eat corn, eat corn. If you want to eat meat, eat meat. If you want to eat, sausages, eat sausages. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't go around people's house knocking on the door. Excuse me, what are you eating? Are you vegetarian? Boo! Boo! I don't do that. It's up to somebody what they want to eat. Some people only eat... soups. Some people make their own soup. Some people would never buy a takeaway. I mean, I have to be honest, I don't live on takeaway. I know people who do live on takeaways. They'll live on pizza or KFC or Spaduli K, very popular one, because you can have sort of baked potato with beans and sausages or chili con carne, anything like that kind of thing. But not for me. I try and sort of vary things, but I don't eat a huge amount of meat. I might have some bacon one day. I can't remember what I had the other day. I think I had soup. I don't know what I'm going to eat today, because it's going into the weekend, and tonight, being Friday, late night for me. I won't go to bed till 7. It's like pushing the boat out. People say, what time do you normally go to bed? I go, well, normally it's about 5. So woe betide anybody who phones me. Not that it wakes me up at all. But on Friday, it's late night. Late night. I might have a couple of glasses of Prosecco. I don't know what to have to eat. I have to go out and see something and then go, that's what I'm having tonight. I keep threatening myself with having KFC just to be different, but I never get round to it because I can't be bothered to go out. Once I'm in, I'm staying in. I'm not going out anywhere at all. So I see what I've got in the cupboard. And at the moment it consists of asparagus and sprouts. Not going to go very far with those, are we? Oh, that's what I had yesterday. I had sprouts with tinned tomatoes. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it, really? Actually, when I think about it, it's not good at all. Steve, I bought a mountain goose down duvet from John Lewis. Best purchase of the year, says Rudy. Yeah, mine's Siberian goose. Wayne the trolley dolly. Poor old Wayne, honestly, the trolley dolly. Not a good time, is it, for trolley dollies, having lost 3 the other day, which was absolutely terrible. My favourite Chinese in London is called Hung's in Chinatown, Soho. 2 minutes from the studios. All the local Chinese people eat. They're fresh, hot quality and reasonably priced, and open till 4 a.m. Oh, blimey. Trouble is, I start at 4 a.m. Imagine. I don't think I could actually work if I'd eaten Chinese takeaway. I don't think I could anyway. But mind you, having said that, I could probably push it a little bit. Sometimes I go to M&S and I buy those little spring rolls with duck in. But, I mean, there's 10 in the pack. I can eat the whole 10. I don't find it difficult at all. I find it very easy. 11 minutes to 6. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So that news that you're waking up to, this airstrike at Baghdad International Airport in Iraq overnight on the order of Donald Trump, who claims the strike was ordered to protect US personnel abroad. Now, there are, as far as we know, and incidentally, a high-ranking official has died, 2 of them. One is General Soleimani, and the PMF blamed the United States for the strike, although this is in retaliation. There were 3 Katyusha rockets fired at the airport, and as we've already discussed on the programme this morning, there's a very good chance that there's going to be retaliation. And I'm assuming the retaliation is because there are staff over there at the moment, American personnel, 5,000, I believe. The embassy is definitely going to come in for it. The Iranians are not going to be sitting back going, that's okay. You just do what you want, Mr. Trump. I appreciate the fact of how he's worked it out, but I think he's overstepped the mark on this one. I can only be proved wrong, which I'm praying to God I am, but I don't like the idea that there's a lot of people stuck in an embassy in a country which is going to be fired up, I should imagine, by television programmes on what Donald Trump has done, and the retaliation could come thick and fast. But you'll hear it first on LBC. I like the idea that already people have started saying, oh, this is the start of another war. Let's hope not, shall we? Let's hope not. That's the only thing you can pray for in this day and age. Steve, hearing about the way you got into a mess with your takeaway in the car reminded me of my friend. She and her boyfriend had an argument in the car. She got angry and tipped the meal over his head. Oh, blimey. That's even worse than my one, actually. Dickens says, rub egg white near your eyes. That's supposed to... Well, actually, I'll tell you what's even easier. Hemorrhoid cream. Take hemorrhoid cream, rub it very lightly around the eyes. It's a model trick, and it tightens up. And so it gives you a temporary sort of facelift thing. Best sheets to have on the bed, Steve. Egyptian cotton, very luxurious. Lower the thread, says Trev, the more comfortable as they breathe better. Oh... So I live and learn. Mark in Shoreham says, best thing out of Blackpool is the M55. Yes. You are now leaving Blackpool. Goodbye. When I was a kid in the 60s, says Shane, my mum took me into a police station in Sydney. They kept me there for half an hour. I don't think they can do that now. No, they always ask, whenever we sit... This is the odd thing about Australia, and New Zealand does it as well. They stop people for drink driving. They say, would you like to come with me to the station? And then they go, no. It seems a patently obvious answer, doesn't it, to give. Would you like to come to the station? No, I won't. Thank you very much indeed. Duncan says, why do veggies disguise soya in the shape of sausages and veggie bacon? Oh, listen, if I knew that, I could read Tetley tea bags. Steve, do you oven bake anything? No. I tell you for why it takes such a long time. You've got to heat up the oven, then put the... I can't be bothered. I want something a bit quicker. So I use the hob. All the time. Tony in Bearsted said, it just reminded me when you said you didn't like being chased, Duncan Norvell in his tagline. Yes. that face. He listens to... He's been a listener to the programme for a while, actually, Tony. Duncan's written into us on numerous occasions. Always used to make me laugh. But then, you see, I used to laugh at Ken Goodwin. You know, he just looks so sad on the television. And, you know, certain people, if you're over the age of 60, you know who he is, don't you? Ken Goodwin. And he said, oh, you just couldn't help but laugh. He just had one of those things. Steve, we went to Blackpool in October for the Illuminations and the Tower Circus, which were both brilliant. We'll be back next year, says Stephen Eastbourne. Well, you're from Eastbourne. It's probably luxury for you, I should imagine. God in heaven. I had some vegan sausage rolls a few months ago that were on the Tesco reduced shelf. 5 of them from their butcher section, reduced from $4.99 to 29p. At 29p, says Matthew, they tasted great. Yeah, probably not so much if it was $4.99. Amanda in Greenwich. Can you imagine being an American coming over here? Is that pronounced Greenwich? How do you do that? No, it's Greenwich. And you get Greenwich. Doesn't look like Greenwich at all. Have you ever been lucky enough to attend the ceremony of the keys at the Tower of London? Very interesting. I was invited. I could never get round to doing it. It didn't fit in. But I have seen it done. Egyptian cotton, very good. Yeah. Wife won't eat, says Andrew from Sheen, from the local Chinese takeaway, as it's not the same. Always got to be Chinatown. Aha. I don't know, I like local. We used to have a really good one in Twickenham. Very, very good. And then it got kicked out because they wanted to put the rent up and they put somebody else in there. That was the worst day of my life because I could, literally nip out and within half an hour be back with a fully primed and ready to be eaten Chinese takeaway. It was delicious. Sometimes you go the whole... And once I went the whole hog and had a whole crispy duck. Like 26 quid's worth of whole crispy duck. It was absolutely delicious. Unfortunately, I felt as I was about to explode having eaten it. But I used to get the same things. Char siu pork, bean sprouts in garlic sauce, and a pancake roll. So you could eat that on the way home. But sometimes it was so hot. But in a couple of... We've got a Chinese restaurant in Twickenham. It's a bit too far for me to go. And you can watch them cooking your food. It's not half as exciting as you think it is. I was a bit disappointed, really. Lots of discounted things, you know, bicycles coming down in price. And all the shopping channels on the television, they've got all the discounts at the moment. I think on JML, they sent me a thing the other day because I bought stuff from them before. And they were sort of, you know, we got a discount on this. Used to be £39, now it's £19. And I love a bargain. I do like a bargain. I don't always take advantage of it. But if it's something I think, I could use that, then I do buy it. Louise Redknapp has suffered... Oh, go away. I'm so bored with people, honestly. They're all going, it's been a really, really tough life. Really, really tough life. And last year was really, really tough. And I thought, well, you know, what do you think other people have out there, dear? You know, try and think about other people. It's not all about you. These people in show business, there's more people out there gone a bit drippy than we've known in recent years. Also, football stars teaming up with Prince William for a new mental health drive to stop players and fans suffering. Dear, it's all over the place, isn't it, really? And you know, Cuba and North Korea, the only countries in the world where you cannot officially buy what? You cannot officially buy it. So under the counter, you can buy it. But officially, Cuba and North Korea will not sell you Coca-Cola. I don't know why. I can't think of any logical reason. Hungry punters, they must be on a freebie, mustn't they? They all look like poor peasanty students. What? Yeah, where? Free steak bake. Free steak bake. Can you just stand and queue here and pretend you're really interested? And so they've all got their bags. And it was £1.55. I bet they never baked. At the front of the line was bakery chain superfan Danny Deloncho of Durham, who's got a steak bake tattooed on his right calf. Oh, God, honestly. How tragic is that? Stacey, this is Stacey Solomon. She's doing one of those, you can't shame me just because I've got mummy tummy. In fact, she's got quite a bit of mummy tummy. Some people don't get it, do they? Some people are very lucky. And also, a wanted criminal arrested midway through a haircut. Police were driving past a barber's shop and they looked to the left and went, that's it, just stop the car. So they nicked him very quickly. Very quickly indeed. Also, watching lots of TV is to blame for a couch potato generation of obese kids. I don't think it's... When we were children, we didn't watch television as much as I do now. Nowhere near as much as I do now. We really didn't. My mother, you know, we had the television, it was colour. We had colour, you know, eventually. And it was a case of, you know, do you want to sit in front of the television? No. Right, what do you want to do? We're going outside to play. You'd be on your bikes. You'd be kicking well, we didn't kick footballs around. We didn't do things like that. But we had, you know, we were out there. We were sort of climbing trees. Not anymore. I tried climbing a tree about 2 years ago. Worst experience of my entire life. I was too frightened to get myself up onto the branch. And then when I got up there, I thought, I can't get down. I'm now stuck. And I was only like 3 foot off the ground. Ridiculous, isn't it? I'm not doing very well with the steps. I should be stepping more. How many steps are you doing at the moment, Twizzle? How many are you doing for, how much? Yeah, today I've done 785 steps already. Well, how is this possible? You've done 1,800 steps. How many did you do yesterday? How many steps? Come on. If you've done more than me, I'm not talking to you ever again. You can't use it, okay. It would be a sort of a click on either a date or an arrow or something like that. Oh, useless. Useless, honestly. I did 5,217 steps the other day. It's not going to make the slightest difference to anybody. When I see all the people back in the office later on next week, nobody's going to say to me, oh, you've lost weight, Steve. No, they did 6,400. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, just a little bit more than me. Not that I really care. Stormzy's still around, and somebody called Wiley. Don't they have proper names, these people? What's your name, mate? Stormzy. Is it Eric? Is it Eric? I don't know. And park bosses have hit the wrong note by putting instruments in the playground. Locals say the drums and xylophone make the area too noisy. Too noisy. Oh, we're snowflakes, too noisy. It's for little children. They like doing that. I think give all kids trumpets and big bass drums. Let them terrorise the neighbours. Best thing to do. Somebody says, Steve, we have Greenwich in Connecticut at the USA. We know how to pronounce. Really nice to have your company. It's Friday, the 3rd of January. I know it doesn't seem possible, does it? Another weekend. Another weekend. If you've had your extended Christmas break that's gone on for, goodness knows how many days. About 2 weeks, isn't it, really? And then a lot of people will be back to work. Not today. I know a lot of people went back yesterday, but it'll be Monday, which will be the official day. I think the schools are back Monday, Tuesday. And parents are going, I'll be so glad when they go back to school. It becomes quite a trial, doesn't it, really? Getting everybody ready for school and making sure you've got everything and the bags and all the other little bits and pieces. But so today, it's the start of the weekend, which is nice. And what do we have? We have airstrikes at Baghdad's International Airport, killing the head of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps force. And 7 people have been killed, including a high-ranking general. It's not looking good. It really doesn't. The United States have issued a statement. This was all at the direction of Donald Trump. And the retaliation, we think, will come. They've actually... the head of the Revolutionary Guard was killed over there. Whether it was intentional, I don't know. We haven't managed to discover that as yet. It was a nighttime attack. There were 3 Katyusha rockets fired at the airport, and I think 2 cars were on fire. Either way, they've issued this statement saying it's in retaliation for the deaths of hundreds of American and coalition service members, but the retaliation will come. Make no bones about it. Where it occurs, we have no idea. The Americans got about 5,000 people over there, troops and others. So whether they try and get them out of the country, I don't know. But I suspect by the time this hits all the news agencies around the world, over in Iran, they're going to be surrounding the American embassy, of which there are quite a number of people inside. Now, what happens if they start attacking? Will the guards open fire on them? We don't know. We absolutely have no idea. It's fine for Trump to say, oh, yes, this is in retaliation for the coalition service members, hundreds of them who've been killed by the Iranian security forces. And so, but he doesn't think about the people who are stuck in Iran at the moment. They say the United States will continue to take all necessary action. The strike was aimed at deterring future Iranian attack plans. I fear not. I seriously fear not. I mean, they're just not going to sit back. They will bide their time. And there will be, we all need to heighten our defences. It's, Donald Trump tweeted 3 hours ago, the flag. He just put the flag up of the United States, and then he says here a lot of people were taken down by these things and had happened to a presidential candidate or president who was a Democrat. Everybody involved will long be in jail. That was earlier in the day, but he's just put up as if that covered it. As if that actually covered it. Well, we'll wait and see. You'll hear it first on LBC. Nick Ferrari will be talking about that this morning. They've rearranged the programme. Michael, actually, I've got a story about a driver. This is an odd one. This is a very odd one. And this story didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out. This one turned out completely differently. So here is a taxi driver in Plymouth. Okay, Plymouth, it's sort of an up-and-coming area. It wasn't, but it is now. He chased after 3 women who tried to get out the cab and run, not paying the £7 fare. Seems quite cheap. Anyway, he blasted them with pepper spray. Not the kind of thing you should do. He lost his temper with these 3 people who had no intention of paying. Okay? He was the one who was taken to court. Not only was he taken to court, he was sentenced to 6 months in jail, suspended for a year, ordered him to complete 150 hours unpaid work and pay £150 compensation. His taxi licence was taken away. Portsmouth Council said the safety of passengers is of paramount importance. I understand that bit, but what is he supposed to do when 3 people in the cab do a runner? I mean, I felt a little bit sorry for him. These people had no intention of paying. No intention of paying. And I've seen taxi drivers over the years, they've done it as television programmes. They've been abused by passengers. They've called them every name under the sun. They're generally drunks. Generally sad drunks. But he got taken to court and now he doesn't have a job. They, of course, and he has got to pay them compensation. So he's still never got his fare. which isn't the best thing, is it, really? Poor soul. But, you know, you can't go around attacking people if you're going to be a taxi driver. People should have to be reasonably safe. Yesterday you made me question my mattress situation because my house has got a spiral staircase. Difficult to move things. Well, I mean, how ridiculous. A spiral staircase, honestly. How are you supposed to get that? So, in other words, I consulted the neighbours and they helped me turn it over side to side and end to end. Worked a dream. I think trying to sort of, you know, get things in and out. Sometimes, do you look at people's front doors and you think, how do you get a three-piece suite through that? They don't seem to be very big nowadays. And I thought, my one, we had to get in through the patio doors. It came in through the patio doors because the front door was at an angle and there was no point at all. But through the patio doors. And I look at some people's front doors, especially if it's been a conversion, and they go, we fitted a front door in. You think, yeah, for somebody who's about 2 foot tall. And then you can't actually get everything in, which is not very good. Matthew says, I'm going to see Louise Redknapp at the Civic Centre in Kingston. Well, she's not got a gig there, has she? The Civic Centre in Kingston. Good Lord above. I mean, that sounds quite interesting. I don't even know where the Civic Centre is. Where is the Civic Centre in Kingston? I'm sure we shall find it. 2 good local takeaways, says Chris in Cardiff. And coming home from evening hospital visits, I've taken solace with hot food. Oh, yes. And one here says, Steve, I jumped out of bed thinking it was 6:30am and I was late. I heard you head for the 6am headline, so the bad news is I've done myself out of an hour's kip. The good news is I get an extra hour review, which I wasn't expecting this morning. Dawny says, winner, winner. Thank you. Regarding lines around the eyes, I was told tea bags or cucumber slices were very good for them. Oh, that's an old one. That's an old one. Steve, I've got a mummy tummy. I've never had children, but I eat donuts. That is the danger, isn't it? I've eaten donuts. Somebody says, Steve, I average 15,000 steps a day, which is roughly equivalent to about 8 miles. Not bad for a chap of 60. It's not bad at all, actually. But it's good. I think that's very good. I mean, I applaud that. I think it's a great idea. I'm rubbish. I just do it as part of the normal thing. I mean, yesterday, both Corey and I walked to Embankment Tube Station, which actually, the first time you do it, it's like, oh, I'm going to die, because it seems like miles away, but it's not really. And then you actually do it. The only thing I've got to do is lean backwards going down one of the roads, because it's quite steep. And now it's a doddle to do. It's not a difficult thing to do at all. So I'm trying to this year get myself. I used to walk to Richmond every day with my friend Graham. And to be honest with you, I've not done it for a few years now. And when we first did it, walking to, I was exhausted. I was so tired. And then by the end of the first week, I'd managed to pace myself, and I didn't find it too difficult. So, you know, today, do I go Waterloo, or do I go the Underground? Because I think a lot of people will still be off, so the Underground trains are not too... And literally, I arrived at the Underground station yesterday, same time as Corey, different lines. I walked down the stairs. Within 5 seconds, my train was in. Got on, got a seat, and then and I sat there, and I thought, I'll just close my eyes. And it was really... I closed my eyes, but I didn't... No, well, I think I dozed. Because when I woke up, there were other people, and they were also asleep. Were you asleep? You ended up in Cockfosters? God, honestly, hopeless. How many stops was that away from where you should have been? 15. Oh, that's awful. Because the trouble is, when you're nice and comfy, it's awful. And it's very, very therapeutic. It's also not very good, actually, really, is it? I've only ever once overslept and been sort of caught out in the middle of nowhere. Got to do it, though, haven't you? But if you're off today, make the most of it. Make the most of it. Steve, I love spiral staircases. They are so stylish. And by the way, if you think Blackpool's bad, try Skegness. Oh, Skeggy. I've got fond memories of Skegness, but I don't think we've ever been there. But I should imagine it's probably roughly the same. It's a seaside resort. Bournemouth, you've been to Skegness? Oh, it's all right, it's Yorkshire. All right, you get a whole toffee apple. It was like 6pence it were when we went on pier. They don't talk like that. I'm just doing sort of the generalisation of it, just in case you think, my goodness me, there's a Yorkshire person wandered in. I remember going to school in Yorkshire and everybody spoke broad Yorkshire except me. Little posh boy, I sounded ridiculous. Small wonder I wasn't beaten up on day one at school. If I'd been from Yorkshire, I'd have beaten me up as well. Isn't it a wonderful world we live in? Says Harry. It is. Don't you think it... Are you joking? I think it really is, actually. I think there is so much in the world. And the funny thing is, the older you get, the more you will appreciate it. On the plane back to Shanghai. Just got off listening to not only your podcast through the Planes Entertainment, but also listening to you live via the Wi-Fi. Amazing. I think that's fantastic. I'm on a few aeroplanes. My In Conversations are on a few aeroplanes. And I never know which ones they're running or which aeroplanes they're on, but I am on some of them. So if you're listening to me on the plane, hello, look out the window. That's me down there waving. Hello. I wonder if you could ever do that. I told you I had to do a kids programme once, the Mr. Men, and I had to pretend that I was under the seat so that children thought it was a bit exciting. I don't know whether it was ever believable that I was actually under the seat. Disney, I wonder what films they're going to have out this year. I don't know what films I'm looking forward to. Must be some... Why can't we just have good old family films? When you think about it, what do they show over Christmas? Oliver. How old is that? Sound of Music. How old is that? But yet they were good family films. We don't seem to have good family films now. The only ones you get are like Toy Story, which I quite like, don't get me wrong, but it's not sort of real, is it? Isn't it? I just assumed Buzz Lightyear was mad as a broomstick. And did you know that parents will spend the equivalent of 4 days every year getting their children into the car? It takes 20 minutes on average to get a child into it. Is this a child with a seat where you sort of strap the child in and child, oh, the seat? Must be that. Can't be anything else, can it? Goodness sake. Anyway, what we do... So exciting! I've got a global award. I don't think I'm in the list this year. Interview is suggested by the listeners of LBC. God forbid I should be directing you to do something else. Somebody says, "Excuse me, Steve. Skegness is in Lincolnshire. I can't do a Lincolnshire accent. All right? Good Lord above. I mean, honestly, listen. That's why I did Yorkshire. I had to do the Yorkshire accent. You know, why I pet. You know, well, that's another one, isn't it? But I can't do Lincolnshire. I don't know what they're like. I've got no idea. Somebody says, I live in Skegness and it's fab. Well, you'd have to say that, wouldn't you? You'd have to say that. You're not tagged, are you, by any chance? I always check with people. They say, oh, I live in Skegness and it's fab. I moved here 5 years ago from London, although at the end of the month I'm moving to Louth, a small market town in Lincolnshire. Why I pet. There you go. Is that a help? I quite like the idea of a small market town. When I see it done on the television, they show you these lovely little places. They're quite nice. Quite a lot of our management live out of town. They live in sort of leafy suburbia. And you suddenly forget how far out some of these places are. But even in London, you know, for people to travel, you know, for an hour, it's not unheard of. Yesterday we had... one of the producers, and he lives out my neck of the woods, so he's got to get a train from London out to where he lives, and then he's got to get a bus, and then when he gets off the bus, he's got a 10-minute walk. And you've got to do that twice a day. I mean, I think that's quite... You know, some people should be very lucky when you think you hop out of bed and you walk into work. It doesn't happen in London. London's very, very busy. So Liz is in New Cross Gate, talking of furniture, which we were. I used to live in lovely Rotherhithe. I always remember the day a crane arrived outside and my opposite neighbour had his nice leather sofa delivered through his second-floor balcony door. It was quite fun to watch. My parents had it as well. They had a Mews flat in Knightsbridge behind Harrods. And because it was a little Mews cot, you couldn't get the furniture in. So what they had to do was they had to bring round the furniture lorry, and then they climbed onto the roof. They took out the window frame of my parents' place and they pushed the furniture in through that way. And I remember thinking, I wish I'd been there to photograph it, which would be quite nice. Can you do an Eastbourne accent, Steve? Says Donny. What? Why I pet? I don't know. Of course I don't do accents. Ridiculous. Steve, says Lorraine, you get to bed at 5 p.m. What time do you get up? Do you manage to get 8 hours sleep? No, this 8 hours sleep malarkey is ridiculous. You don't need 8 hours sleep. I probably had about 5 hours yesterday. Quite enough. Because if you have too much sleep, you're not tired when you go to bed. And I do like my bed with my new duvet. Did I mention my new duvet? Somebody says, do you think the Carry On films... I think you're getting the box set, says David. Listen, for 22 quid for 30 films, are you mad? Of course you're going to buy it. There won't be any left by the time I finish telling everybody about it. 30 Carry On films for under £23. Less than a pound a movie, good Lord above. And still poor Barbara doesn't get anything out of it. It's ridiculous. These things have been sold time and time and time again. There was one the other day, Carry On Behind. I'd forgotten about it until it started, and then I remembered the film. But yeah, it's very good value, the box set. Very, very good good box set value. So go and order today. I can't remember how much it is on Amazon. On Amazon, oops, sorry. On Amazon, it'll be on there. Everything all right now outside? Everything all settled? Oh, good. It's like a nice calm office today, you know. It'll be fairly lively later on, I should imagine. You can just see it. Uproar as P&O go PC. Apparently P&O used to have patriotic sing-songs and Union Jack flag waving as the ships head home from foreign ports. I've never heard of such a thing. But apparently that's what they do. And they've decided to ditch it because snowflakes have complained about it, that it's offensive. I don't know, there's far more offensive things in the newspaper today, including the new fiancée of kidnap faker Karen Matthews, a disgusting piece of work. The new fiancée is a convicted paedophile. Fantastic. You know, just what you need, isn't it? Two disgusting people together. Also, what have we got? East Leek in Nottinghamshire. I can't do an accent for there either. And this is a man and a woman charged with assaulting two policemen. What on earth is it with people? You know, could you think we could have a nice quiet year? You know, we're we all go and we're nice to each other. Morning, hello, happy Tuesday, happy Friday, good morning. You know, we try and instill it in people and just get looked at blankly. I was watching some people the other day fighting on the television. It was a police programme again. And these people, they seem to have the strength of 10 men when they've had a few drinks. I think we just need to build prisons for drunks. Because they were all over the place on New Year's Day. New Year's Eve was bad enough. Not really very good at all. And then there's this odd picture of all these peculiars standing outside the Newcastle... Well, it's Newcastle, isn't it? Greggs. And they were among the first to taste the firm's new vegan steak bake. My God, what a cheap bit of publicity that was for Greggs. Well done you, who put all their prices up, by the way, I should point out. It's an extra 5p on a piece of tatty bacon and a little skinny sausage. And everything's gone up. They didn't tell you about that. Obviously, there's a world shortage of bacon and everything else. Plus, ZSL London Zoo, they're doing an audit of all the animals. 600 species. Last year, 19,035 creatures. Isn't that nice? Have you ever been? Should go. They do a lot of good work. They do a lot of, preserving species and stuff like that. The Gavin and Stacey Christmas special, watched by more than a quarter of the UK's population. I think mainly it was a lot of people who'd never seen it before, and they just started talking about it. So when you've generated enough excitement, it's a case of, here's the excitement, blah, 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 and we better watch it. And then people watch it, they go, oh, OK, that was it, was it? You go, yes. So lots of people caught it on catch-up. And it did very well. Plus, they're also looking celebs who are forever young. You've got Victoria Beckham, who looked like she's caught in one of those wind tunnels. And she says, I'm not attractive. You know, a bit harsh, but I concentrate on the business, love. Don't start worrying about your looks. You know, if you concentrated more on the business, you might not be in the financial straits which you are at the moment. Also, Tess Daly and her TV presenter husband, Vernon Kay. He used to be a model. They say he looks the same. Well, of course he does. He's got the same teeth by the look of it. She's been sort of done up. And then Sting, an impressive he's 68, Sting. He does tantric sex. I don't know what it is. I think it just means it's in your pants or something like that. I don't know, really. And then they've got a picture of Elton John. He's 72. And his husband, Dave, 57. Yes, they don't really look any different, actually. Elton's got different toop stuck on his head. And then Rod Stewart and Penny. Rod's 74. Looks a bit craggier. Well, he's 74, for goodness sake. He's in the business. You know, I watched the other day, it happened to be on the telly, and I was sort of flicking through the channels, trying to find something that was remotely interesting. Anything to do with sort of climate change or a David Attenborough documentary, and I ended up with Queen at Wembley. And I suddenly realised that this was a little group of, how many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, including Freddie. 5 including Freddie, or was it 4? No, 5, I think. And they entertained Wembley, and it was the concert to be at. It was the concert to be at. There's no doubt about it that Freddie went way too young. But then there's a picture in the paper today of Ollie Murs, who unfortunately has got a new girlfriend. I say unfortunately, he's wearing matching shorts and a vest, the same material. It's the kind of thing 3-year-olds wear. But Ollie, who's never been one for fashion, decides obviously this is the thing to wear. His girlfriend, I believe, is a bodybuilder. Ollie Murs is not a bodybuilder. Plus a mum. Now, you've got to watch this one. Happens in around London as well. Terry Akers is her name. She's the latest person to be penalised at the East Midlands Airport. A 10-minute drop-off is £3. In other words, it's no good. I mean, basically what you need to do is drive past slowly, throw them out the window and the luggage to follow. Because she got fined £100. She dropped off a pal at a petrol station next to an airport car park. Signs warn people not to use the petrol station as a drop-off. Mrs. Akers, obviously blind as a bat, said she didn't see them, but she was caught on CCTV. She says, my friend noticed the garage, then realised he could jump out while I filled up. My intention was not to defraud the authorities. Out of £3. What sane person would insist their friend wait for fuel to be paid when the airport is a short walk away? Airport bosses reiterated that using the garage to drop off or collect people is banned and that signs have been up. So she got £100 fine. And that's it. You pay it. You know, it's not your... I mean, you know, you must know because most of these airports have a... You would check something like that, wouldn't you? It's no good coming up with excuses. You were caught bang to rights. They said, don't drop people off, please, at this filling station. But she did. And so she's paid the price for it. No good whinging about it afterwards. Oh, I had to pay... I didn't know I was going to have to pay this price and all the rest of it. But you had to. Plus. This is Bongo. Oh, the Bongo story in this playground for little... Hello, Pop. Did you get your stuff yesterday? Was it cool? Do you know, that's so... I think that's so exciting. There's only 4 of those in existence, and you've got one of them. Yeah. I had 4 made, and I thought, mind you, it'll last forever. I've got a jar of Marmite in my cupboard at home, and unfortunately, when I used it the last time, which was about 10 years ago, a bit of the Marmite dropped out and is now solidified. You can't even move the jar. I need a hairdryer to get it out. But it'll last you for ages. No, you don't want it used. You need it sealed. I don't know how long it stays. If it's sealed, Marmite, I don't know whether it's got something in it that acts like a preservative. It's so cute, though, isn't it? I mean, I think that's a rare piece of LBC memorabilia. Keep Andrew's pillow. Oh, see, on the other side of the bed. What's on the other side of the bed? You've got what?
Double bed now.
You've got a double bed? Oh, is that recent edition, a double bed? Sorry, excuse me, your girlfriend stayed over. When did this happen? Does your mother know about this? Does Helen know? Is Helen aware of this? She's okay with it? Oh, right, okay. Very modern, isn't it? These modern young people now, we're not in favour of that. But no, that's a piece of LBC memorabilia. Nobody else has got the blooming thing. Just you. Yeah. Big up, Connor. You're very welcome. Very welcome. Should be an interesting breakfast show this morning. Hands up who likes chocolate. The entire nation puts their hand up. So I'm not particularly fussed about chocolate, but there is a chocolate expert here called Angus Kennedy, and he's been offered a dream job 6,000 miles away in the Amazon jungle, because the industry that's declining in the South American country is cocoa. And so he's been brought in, so he will test 200 products a month for his confectionery trade magazine, joined by his wife Sophia, kids Lorna 20, Leon 19, Ruby 17, George 13 and Kieran 8. My God, a huge family. And you know me and huge families, big fan. Angus says the offer came out of the blue. When I told my wife, she didn't believe it, but it quickly became apparent that they were deadly serious. So that's nice. And yesterday I mentioned Diane Burstein, because Diane Burstein used to feature on my programme many, many years ago. And she is a guide to London. She's a Blue Badge guide, and she does all sorts of... She said, I'd love to come and do the programme again. She was on every week, and every week we do a different walk in London to try and get you up off the settee and go out there and explore. And she got lots of LBC listeners on her walks. And she does Jewish London. She does the Ripper. And I know... We go from one extreme to the other, but she's very knowledgeable. To be a Blue Badge guide in London is quite something to actually get. And so I was delighted to hear. I hadn't heard from her for years and years and years when we sort of turned the programme around some time ago, and so she's still doing the walks. Just check her out. You'll find her on Google. Diane Burstein, Blue Badge guide, and London walk. Secret London, I think it is. Yeah, secretlondonwalkingtours.co.uk. And if you've never done them, she said, thank you for mentioning my tours. It'd be lovely to make a contribution to your show again. I wish we could. It doesn't sort of fit in with the latest thing, but I'm glad that she's still walking and taking people around. So if ever you see a group of people are down Fleet Street and places like that, and there's a little lady in front of them, that'll be Diane Burstein. That'll be her doing her walking tours. And it's a great way of seeing things in the capital that you might walk past or drive past every day or go past on the bus, and you don't know what they are. And she can tell you. I mean, she's a mine of information. As I said yesterday, most of the information I picked up about London and some of the things is from her being on the programme. Because I think that if you live and work in the capital, or you work in any town, could even be a little village, they've all got history. They've all got history. Even in Louth, apparently, Steve, it's very nice, but there aren't many buses. As my father once said, don't worry, the stagecoach comes through once a week. Chris says, did you have a good New Year? No, not really. I mean, it was no different. I didn't have a bad New Year, put it that way. I had a New Year whereby I went to bed early because I was up to come in here, and then had to suffer with the dreadful traffic in the morning. It drives me mad. Seriously. Although Dave, the editor of Nick Ferrari's Breakfast Show, he came in from the opposite direction. He managed to get in okay. I don't know why my one was... we should have done a different route. Dallas says, I heard a programme about Pinewood Studios yesterday, and the director of Carry On Camping was talking about how the set was so muddy. Yes, I told you, they sprayed the mud green every morning. That's why there are no leaves on the trees. But everybody thinks, because they're all standing there in their bikinis, that it was boiling hot. No, middle of winter. They didn't waste money, put it that way. David in Chelmsford said there was a great big spider in the shower room this morning. Felt a bit silly. Had to get somebody else in to deal with it. I know, even if you flush it down, it'll come up the overflow pipe, and they sit there looking at you through the little grill on the overflow. So if you're sitting in the bath, don't sit in the bath. So, do you know, I've not seen spiders for ages. You get little spiders outside, but I don't seem to get spiders inside. And I used to get quite big ones a short while ago. Where my godchildren are going, where they're moving into this house, which is very old, 1600s, parts of it. I mean, really, you know, I love a house like that. But they have to bring in the pest controller because they've got mice and rats. Because you get that I tend to forget, in the countryside, you get all the things that we tend not to see in London. Although, having said that, I take it back. Just up the road in Soho, you will see rats in broad daylight running around the streets. Because there's so much food and dirt and everything else. Don't forget to fill up your car. The world oil price is already up 4%. Thank you, Donald, says Mary. Yes. Claire's going to the Palladium today, the London Palladium, the famous London Palladium, to see Goldilocks. You'll love it. Spare a thought for them. They must be pretty tired by now. Pretty tired. It's great to do it, but on the days where you've got two shows, it's very difficult to just fall asleep in between shows, but you'll love the show. It's very good. Have you got the Carry On album that features the scores of all 31 films, says Chris? I recommend it. That can be bought cheaply. No, I don't, because it was the film score appeared on most of them, except Carry On Behind. The film score was very different for the Carry On films. And the reason they sounded good is because they used a full orchestra to make it sound big, even though the films were sort of cheapy and filmed, you know, just in places where you would normally be walking. The scores were very, very good. The joke airline, Aeroflot. You know, we used to joke about Aeroflot. That was the airline with the outside toilet. And the stewardess who'd flick through a book of her, you know, in Bratislava or something. They reckon they're now trumping the British rivals. They've soared past the British rivals to be the world's most punctual. Aeroflot saw 86.7% of its flights operate on time during 2019 to come top of all the airlines. British Airways was third. No, Aeroflot first, then Delta Airlines, then Air France, then Virgin Atlantic, then British Airways, then Ryanair, then Aer Lingus, then EasyJet. British Airways, 76.98%. Aeroflot, 86.68%. Virgin Atlantic, 78.23%. I don't think it matters what time they take off. I'm quite grateful to be on an aircraft when they go, and we'll now be taxiing out, you know, if you like to fasten your seatbelts. Put away your telephones. Nowadays, it doesn't... Do you remember the day when you couldn't use your telephone on a flight? You know, extinguish your cigarettes. Extinguish your cigarettes? Some of the airlines are so old now, they've still got the ashtrays in the armrest. You know, and the no smoking sign will actually come on. Interesting. Steve, talking of rats, I was followed by one on the concourse at Victoria Station the other week. I thought it was going to board the eastbound train, says Donny. I've seen pigeons getting on trains. Seriously, I was on the train and the pigeon hopped on, obviously knowing that there'd be food dropped on the floor. And I was going, shoo. Shoo. They don't take a blind minute. No, they couldn't care less, pigeons. Arrogant little so-and-sos. Shoo, get off the train. Off the train. And then I thought, the doors are going to close and we're going to be stuck with a pigeon that's going to go mad. But luckily, it obviously knows that, I mean, it's obviously read the timetable and it's quite clear on when the train leaves, because just as the doors are about to close, it hops off the train and wanders off to another platform. I mean, seriously, it didn't even buy a ticket. No ticket, no nothing at all, didn't have any luggage, just hopped on thinking if I could crawl under the seats, somebody will have dropped a bit of biscuit or something like that, and that keeps... They don't seem to eat an awful lot, pigeons, yet round our way, people feed them all the blooming time. They're so fat, they can't fly. Seriously, you have to stick them on, on a roller skate and push them down. They can't do anything at all. Ghastly. But it just walked under the ticket barrier. Didn't even bother and the guard didn't even stop it. The man looked at me. I go through it, because I'm free. And, which I'm sure annoys people. I wonder if it says up there, free, elderly person. I like that, actually. Steve, houses with thatched roofs often have mice living in them. Yes, I heard that as well. My brother's daughters, one of them, I think it was one of them or the other one, said that she could never live in a house with a thatch because of the spiders that live up in the thatch. Oh, we used to have a house years and years ago. You could hear the mice in the walls running up and down inside the wall coverings. Just to frighten the life out of me. I don't like things like that. They found a seal, a baby seal, trying to clamber into a castle. Nothing unusual in that, except it was 15 miles from the sea. Well, how on earth did it get there? It's a 3-week-old pup, used his flippers to haul himself along after getting lost in a river system looking for food, and he ended up in Lincolnshire, YI, and, so people in Lincolnshire are going, oh, he's one of us, YI, Steve. And Michael and Charlotte Poole and their 5-year-old daughter Tilly said it was on riverbank, looked exhausted, came out of the water and went into a field. It was using its flippers, but it tried to bite me and hissed it. Well, of course it will try and bite you. It's a seal. It doesn't know who you are. Did you see the other day that, I don't know if you noticed it, I thought it was a mistake, but it's not. Dot Cotton in EastEnders, she was going through bits and pieces, and at one point it homed in on her bank statement. Do you know that Dot Cotton in EastEnders has got more than £1 million in her bank account? £1 million. And somebody said, oh, they made a big mistake on that one, and the BBC went, no. She inherited it from Dr. Legg. When Dr. Legg, in the square, died in the series, EastEnders, he left all his money and houses to Dot Cotton. So Dot Cotton has got £1 million in her bank account. I mean, it was almost like they'd made a bit of a mistake here, but no, definitely not. Definitely not. Darren and Gina in Staines upon Thames this one. You cannot elevate Staines to anything else. It's got, it is the holding pen for what used to be the Jeremy Kyle show. And they haven't found a replacement for that, have they? They've just given a little bit extra to this morning. Can't wait for Pip and Holly Willoughby to get back. I like stability. I'm not very good with things that sort of change around. I'll give you the front pages of the papers in 1 second, but anyway.
That's a good shout.
Yeah. Nice to see you. Busy news day today. It really will, as you'll discover after the news. Steve, favourite place for rats and mice in your hot tub insulation? Think 70% of outdoor tubs have them. I'm not into outdoor hot tubs. Steve, I wish I had £1 million. I'd leave this country overnight and go to a country which had a sunny climate. Winter here is miserable. Well, it's what you make it, isn't it? I've never worried about the winter side. I don't get sort of down for those things. But it was the Dot Cotton story that she had £1 million in her bank account. And people were saying she's living in Albert Square and she's got £1 million. She's the richest person there, probably in real life. Which is lovely. Front page of The Sun, gang rape lie. Brits plea to Prime Minister, calls for pardon as teen faces jail. Also, every fang you need to know about Dracula. Uproars P&O go PC. The alpacas left in a car park after their owners forgot them. How you can forget them? They were heading home from Stratford-upon-Avon when Travelodge staff alerted them. So they then collected the pets 8 hours after leaving. Oh, were they in a sort of a box, or they're just tied up to a sort of a post or something in a car park? Never heard of it. Never heard of it before. Also, new broom Boris will end the lazy bias of Snivel service. Yes, I have to be honest, you really need to sort of upgrade the civil service list, don't you? Do they need that? And you've no idea how many civil servants you've actually got who don't appear to do anything. If you want to see what they don't do, watch, Yes, Prime Minister. That'll give you a rough idea. They talk about it. It was Mrs. Thatcher's favourite programme. She said it was so accurate. 4-poster beds had roofs to stop mice and creepy crawlies falling onto you. Says tanker driver for... Is that what it was? God, that would really frighten me. I mean, I can't think of anything worse than a mouse or something dropping onto you from on high. Or spiders, even spiders. I mean, I'm not a big fan of spiders. Also, David Beckham's kids. Never a day goes by we don't get another dreary picture of this boring family. Dave dressed up like he's wandered out of Oliver Twist. I mean, it's so fake. It's just ridiculous. And they've got sort of... it's funny because Victoria, who apparently is a fashionista, not a particularly successful one at the moment, but Brooklyn took inspiration from his dad's headband. God, honestly, something the matter with it. Perhaps let's see how successful the rest of the family are going to be. Dave's work's tailed off a bit. Victoria's losing money hand over fist. This year better be a good year for her. Perhaps reducing the prices might help. Rooney wasn't on the ball when I bet. He was another one addicted to gambling. So much money, and yet, he was spending. I think it was about £700,000 in debt or something. I mean, admittedly, he was earning about £300,000, so he could always pay it back. The Daily Mirror, Dracula stars secret heartache. Boris urged to make staging the 2030 World Cup in the north the centre of Britain's bid to boost it. So that'd be quite nice. Also, Strictly dancer Graziano Di Prima says he doesn't care about the hundreds of viewers who complained about his same-sex dance on the show, saying they will change their minds. Oh, you don't worry about people like that. You always get those sort of people, the peculiars they're called. They generally don't have any sort of relationships going on in their life, but they think they have a right to interfere with something that's on the television. The sort of people who used to write to Points of View, praising a biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen. Who cares? Nobody cares. Also, Queen, impressed by the Duchess of Cambridge's quiet dignity. Well, she's certainly doing well, isn't she? Meanwhile, Harry is still on holiday. Perhaps they might come back one time. When? I've got no idea. They're so exhausted. In fact, if you read Jan Moyer in the paper today, she's really nailed it. Really nailed it. Guardian, how choirs got Britain singing. It's the only thing that we can all agree on, isn't it? We're very good at singing it in choirs. We're very good. It makes you feel good. And that lovely picture of Harvey Keaton, 19 months old, given a medal. His father, Geoffrey's posthumous commendation for bravery at the Rural Fire Service volunteers' funeral in New South Wales. Bless his heart. He's got his dummy in his mouth. He's looking down as they're pinning this medal on his chest. Very cute. Also, London Zoo's annual stock take. They're counting their Humboldt penguins. So they've got 600 species swelled by 6 penguin chicks, 4 giant Chinese salamanders, 4 big-headed turtles, a two-toed sloth, and a baby tamandua. I don't even know what that is. But I've seen the penguins. In fact, I've had a penguin in the studio before now. Prue, get the bug for eating insects. She says, this is Prue Leith, people should ditch meat for insects to help the environment. I do not want to eat insects. I really don't. I don't care what anybody says. I'm sick to death of it. These people telling us what to eat. Even though it is the lovely Prue Leith, I'm not eating insects. If I wanted to do that, I'd go on to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, which would be pointless because I'm not a celebrity. Column of smoke rising from East Gippsland, Victoria, one of the areas hit by these wildfires. I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? It really is awful. And also, couples are citing environmental concerns as one of the most common reasons for remaining childless. Daily Express this morning, worth the wait for a vegan steak bake. Listen, you've got to be the saddest person in the entire world to queue up to get a £1.55 steak bake. Get a life, for God's sake. It can only be students, can't it? Anybody normal goes, what are they doing? They're queuing for a steak bake. What? That's what they're doing. Cystic fibrosis crusade in the Express today. I feared my life was over. Now I have a new one. High praise, the Queen and Kate. They seem to get on really well together. I think Kate is marvellous. I mean, I'm not going to sort of rave over her because I just think she's sort of another person in the family. But she seems to know, how to handle the Queen. And it can't be easy. Can't be easy. Oh, by the way, they're all saying now, because of the situation with Donald Trump and the 3 rockets, start filling up with petrol. You watch, the next thing is there'll be people queuing outside petrol stations. We haven't had that for years and years, have we? Plus, only the courts can tackle terrorist bigots, says soccer club chief. And Corbyn's futile bid to block no deal. He's just got to step down and go away. I don't know what you do with him or where he goes. I have no idea. Rory Bremner was so good at doing the then Prime Minister John Major, it was feared he could end the shaky government. Michael Grade, Channel 4 boss at the time, says he was asked to stop Bremner's prank calls in case he tricked Kenneth Clarke into leaking details of the budget. Very good impressionist. He does one of me, actually. Although, to be honest with you, I didn't think it sounded like me at all. Everybody else said it sounds just like you, Steve. I said, no, it doesn't. We never think that, do we? Somebody does an impression, you go, and who would that be? And they go, that's you, Steve. And you go, well, it doesn't sound like me. And they go, it sounds exactly like you. My friend Ant, who works for one of our sister stations, he also claims to do an impression of me, which I think is absolutely outrageous. So he's off the Christmas card list next year. The Daily Mail, free tomorrow to lose the festive flab. I love the way that they think the entire country is full of flab. Whereas we're not really at all, are we? 3 and 4 taken off the register of sex offenders after applying to the police. Nearly 3/4 of applications from sex attackers who claim they no longer pose a threat are being approved. I love what they tell you they're no longer a threat. Good Lord above. And other stories, mum who faked her daughter's kidnap is engaged to a convicted paedophile. He's got a criminal past, as Paul Saunders. What is it about paedophiles and perverts like this that sort of attract each other? Victoria Beckham, another dreary interview. She conquered the pop charts. Well, she didn't. The group did. And now she's finally defeated that most formidable foe, the mirror. She says she's only now learnt to accept her imperfections and flaws. Oh, you could have asked anybody, dear, over the last 10, 15 years. She says, do I think of myself as beautiful? What a stupid question. Stupid question. But she joined the Spice Girls, says, I've learnt an enormous amount. Not about fashion, sadly. It's in Harper's Bazaar, so it's the kind of thing that puts her in there. But she says, I'm very lucky to have a job that doesn't feel like a job. I know it's great when you're sort of spending other people's money, isn't it? That's always a good one, I always think. How many million? 42 million over 11 years. That doesn't sound like a very successful business at all to me. Plus. Landlords who keep renters' homes too cold face a crackdown. That'd be a good idea. And yes, this ridiculous lineup of people queuing outside of Greggs for a vegan steak bake. As I say, typical, not like Londoners are far too above this kind of thing. I'm sorry, queue for what? A steak? Are they giving away free money? No, it's a steak bake. Well, we're not going. I've got to go. Caprice, you don't know who she is. She was an old has-been some years ago. She's sort of dancing on ice, but I mean, frankly, they put her down as a model and an actress. Which one we take this morning, I've got no idea. She says her new husband wants to see her naked all the time. Why would you tell somebody that? She's done an interview in the papers. I mean, it's bad enough next week you're going to be bored witless with Louise Redknapp, who's telling you about what a dreadful year last year was. Who cares? Heavens above, there's bigger things in heaven and earth. You know, the high street's disappearing. The bushfires over in Australia appear to be not slowing down at all. If anything, they're getting worse. And now you've got the added alert while sort of Looney Tunes over in America, who's decided he thinks that by assassinating somebody, that's going to stop war. Good. I'm glad he's in his tiny little mind, because to be honest with you, I think we're in for a rough ride. There will be repercussions. There will be people. I heard people talking on LBC over the weekend saying they thought the man who was assassinated was marvellous. You know, and you think to yourself, well, the reason that he was... whether he was targeted, I don't know. I've never actually found that bit. Whatever it is, it's going to be a dangerous time. And then they're going to all the people who are in Iraq. They go, you need to get out of the country. What are you going to do? Just wander out the front door with a pair of suitcases? They think about these things. Of course they don't think about them. H from Steps, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm bored already, says the BBC is nasty about same-sex dancing. God, we're in for a really peculiar year, aren't we? I mean, this is going to be one of the oddest years we've ever had. The human Ken doll, who never really looked like Ken at all, unless your idea of Ken was somebody who looked terribly plastic with loads of makeup on, which of course he didn't have, but now he's turned into Barbie. Well, that's what you call a crossover, so apparently he said he's always wanted to be Barbie. OK, fine. I don't have a problem with this. It's just that why do you have to keep boring us with the silly, boring story? Also, the BBC will only be showing limited coverage of Beatrice's wedding. This is one of Andrew's daughters. The other one got the millions of pounds spent on it, and to be honest with you, they're nobodies. And now you've got Beatrice, and they'll be scaling that one back quite a lot, which is good news, because to be honest with you, nobody cares. You know, we don't want to see him. We don't want to see Sarah Ferguson, who was looking out of her Verbier chalet window the other day and says we must look to the future. Yes, if I was living in a £13 million Verbier chalet, dear, I'd be thinking the same idea. Let's look to the future. Oh, by the way, fondue anybody? She's living in some barking mad world. Yogurt's a loser. You're not buying enough yogurts. I love a good yogurt. We used to have Ski, the full of fitness food. Ta-da! You know, and then I like Muller Corners, which are quite nice. That's where you had to scoop the stuff into the yogurt yourself. And, Yo. Yeah, Yeo, was it Yeo Valley? That's quite nice. And there's another one as well, isn't it? Muriel or something, or somebody like that. Muller? Could be Muller, I don't know. I used to love a yoghurt. That was the cheap pudding in the early days. You know, if your mum couldn't make an apple tart, and who could round our way, then she'd say you can have a yoghurt. We were quite happy with that. Nowadays, it's junket. Did you have junket? No, junket, yeah. Make it with rennet. You used to pour it into milk and then had little bits of coconut in it, then you pour it to the thing and make it set. Yeah, junket. God, you're obviously older than I thought you were, Nicholas. Very much older. Of course, I mean, not a clue for Luke, honestly. I mean, really. Even mentioning the word yoghurt confuses him, doesn't it? Have you had a yoghurt before? Oh, it's not vegan, is it? Vegan. Oh, you get vegan yoghurts? Oh, right. Oh, that's quite nice. Oh, I'm all in favour of that then. You can have vegan yoghurts. What did we have the other day? Have you tried the steak bake from... No. Looking forward to that. Very exciting. Waiting for me to buy you one. Well, by the time I bring it in, it'll be all cold. I could bring you one in, but I never know when you're here. So I don't want to sort of, you know, people to sort of think that I'm sort of feeding you out. I don't want to be in trouble because you're obviously on a diet to lose weight. And so I don't really... I mean, it's always bad enough with this one this morning. He's already consumed. I stupidly brought in donuts. And you know, you can't have donuts, can you? Oh, right. Okay. All right. No, they aren't custard. They're jam donuts. And he's already... The moment he sees the packet, and he looks at it for about 2 minutes, trying to sort of suss out, you know, when would be a best time to open it before he then throws himself headfirst into the bag. And he's freely admitted he's weak. He's freely admitted that once the packet's opened, they go one by... They just vanish. And then I tried him on one of those Cadbury's eggs. Well, it was like a man possessed. Man possessed. I'll have an egg, he said. I didn't think he was going to have one, actually. Happiness is an egg called Cadbury's. You can't have those, can you? No. Oh, well. More for you. But you can have a donut. Oh, that's all right, yeah. I don't think they're very good for you, although Nick's managed to hold off for a little while. He hasn't had them for, well, all over Christmas, really. He's been sort of, you know, watching his weight. And then, of course, he comes back into the new year and Muggins Allen brings in donuts again. The trouble is, who wants the healthy stuff? How dull is that? You know, have a Satsuma. You know, have a Chinese pear. Have you had a Chinese pear? Yeah, they're nice. See, I like those. They're apple-shaped, yeah. Have you ever had one of those? No. It's a Chinese pear, I've just told you. I don't know how, you're deaf as well. Come on, it's a Chinese pear. Have you never had one? Because you eat it like oh, it's delicious. I don't know if I've even got... Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, just hang on 1 second. We have to take the lights down tomorrow at home, although some clever clogs thinks we have to start turning them off now. No, 12th night, isn't it, which is tomorrow. So excited. This is like unwrapping a Christmas present. I've got one left. Have you ever seen these before? You really don't get out much, do you? This is a Chinese pear. And I promise you will bite into this, and it's got so much liquid in it, it just goes everywhere. Seriously, would you like one? You must really try it, I promise you. You would not be disappointed, and I'll let you take the other donuts back in. It's like, look. Bribery, innit? Have you noticed? Sheer bribery. If only we could do the same for the Iranian government, that would make it so much easier, wouldn't it? Life be easier. I promise you'll like that. And that's that's the donuts as well, okay? It's like being Father Christmas, only on the 5th of January, isn't it? I'm surprised he's never had a pear. They were nice, weren't they, those Chinese pears? But if somebody has not had one before, it's going to come as a bit of a surprise. Is there anything? No, there is no... Come on, you can open your mouth wider than that. Come on. It's nice, isn't it? It's like an apple. It is like an apple, yeah. It's a Chinese pear, though. That's why it's called. It tastes like you eat it like an apple, but it's very juicy, very juicy. No, don't tell him what's in it. But the funny thing is, 12th night, it just means, and I think it's biblical, isn't it, where for some reason it's the 12th night after Christmas. But some people think, now you can get away with it by just turning the lights off. OK, you don't actually have to dismantle everything, although we've only just noticed, our newsroom out there, all the balls are down. And there was a few hundred up on the ceiling, balls everywhere. We're walking balls, balls. And then all the trees have gone as well, which they must have done yesterday, because they were here on Friday. Were they here yesterday? Somebody's worked very hard to get rid of them. Now, you know that we take all your texts and emails on the programme, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So the good news is they're not going to be showing much coverage of Beatrice's wedding. I mean, she's a minor member of the royal family. That's it. She's Andrew's daughter, poor soul. You can't have everything, can you? And I don't really think I want to waste BBC licence payers' money. Thank you very much indeed. Plus, Channel 4 ratings have slumped, making for horror viewings. But none of these people are they don't seem to be catering for us anymore. I don't know what it is that we want to see on the television. I mean, I really don't know what the answer is. If somebody said to me, plan out, BBC, ITV, BBC 2, Channel 4, Channel 5's, sort of rundown of different programmes, I wouldn't know what people want to watch. I mean, Christmas was lazy. Yeah, Christmas was actually very shoddy this year. I thought that there would be loads and loads of really good, sort of proper Christmassy shows, family-orientated. Hardly anything's family-orientated now. The language is atrocious. I mean, even I'm shocked at some of it. I would never use some of those words. The F word. I mean, can you imagine? Actually, the Queen's speech I thought was about the shortest I've ever seen. It was padded out by a sort of a brass band and a choir. Still enjoying the apple? It's not very, very juicy, isn't it? I mean, it is very, very juicy. But they're very nice. They're very cheap. Very cheap. I wouldn't have given it to you if it cost money. You couldn't afford it. No, obviously not. But I'm lucky. I can. I think you get 2 for £1 or something like that. It's too expensive for you. I mean, seriously, you'd be better off with a carrot. They were showing us the other day how to make, was it kulfi ice cream on one of these Come Dine With Me programmes, and somebody said, oh, what is that, kulfi? I thought, how old are you? You've never heard of kulfi, Indian ice cream? I thought everybody knew what kulfi was. You've never had it. I didn't think you would have done. You've never had kulfi either. Oh, right. I quite like it, although we did go out for an Indian meal. We're going out for a Chinese meal. It's a little group of us, about 6, I should imagine. And I'm really looking, it's one of these eat all you like Chinese restaurants, but you order off the menu, which is so much better. So when you order sort of spare ribs, you get proper portions. Because there's no point just bringing out tiddly portions. Bring out proper portions. Also, a Brit has warned of cheap overseas treatment. If you're going abroad to go and get cosmetic surgery, don't do it in certain places. You've seen the way that some people come, but look at the way that poor old Katie Price looks. I mean, seriously bad. Really, really bad. Also, I've got 12 adventures for children, which will make 2020 the year of teenage kicks. TV's Jason says Holly and Phil are fake. See, I don't think they are. I've said this before. I don't think they are fake. I mean, the other day, what was it that poor Eamon Holmes couldn't pronounce? I mean, sometimes you wonder where his brains are. And then, Ruth has to sort of correct him. There was something he couldn't say. There was some word. Oh, it was waffles. You know what a waffle is? He called it... Yeah, it's a potato thing. He calls it a whiffle. A whiffle. It was either a whiffle or something like... Whatever it wasn't waffle. And she had to explain to him in sort of words of one syllable, because he's not the brightest penny in the book. And I began to wonder whether or not he really was that stupid and didn't know they were called waffles. They're called waffles. And he said no, and he then went into this sort of... It was the most tedious piece of television I've ever seen. Never mind. 2 die in that M1 lorry crash the other day. That put paid to a lot of people because that's such a busy motorway. Plus the bushfires. You would have thought that by now they could have worked out how to obliterate these bushfires. Well, they can't. If anything, it's getting absolutely worse. And I don't know, we have listeners over in Australia, and nobody seems to have the answer. We can do loads of things, and yet we can't put out a fire, even though we've got planes that drop all this stuff all over. And would it not make sense to sort of destroy the stuff that it's heading up to? I thought that was the idea with these bushfires. You then dug a huge trench about 10 foot across, so the fire can't leap and go to the next bit. That's what I thought. And then I told myself that they used to be able to send rockets up into the clouds, which made them rain. So you sent up a rocket and you released the rain that was held within the cloud. And I thought, well, they must have thought of all these things. And somebody said, what if there's no cloud? That's what somebody said to me, there is no cloud. And I said, well, I think there is clouds. So I remember seeing a picture of it. And then I heard somebody, it was so funny, the poor bloke who was obviously off his trolley, trying to explain to Nick Abbott that he knew more about Iran than he did because this bloke had been there and had his hair cut. And Nick was taking the mickey out of him, and he didn't get it at all. And he obviously thought that he knew more about Iran because he'd been there, and apparently had surveyed the entire country, and they were all, in favour of sort of attacking people. And then somebody else came on and said that Mike Dickin did his programmes from home. No, he didn't. Ever. LBC wouldn't have forked out for an ISDN line, and also Mike stayed in London during the week. He only went home at the weekends. I know that because he used to drink, and sometimes you'd come in the morning, he'd be slumped over his desk. He'd have fallen asleep in the office, bless his heart. Oh, yes. Can't tell me anything about Mike Dickin. He used to have a rant about people with caravans, people like my family. We used to have a caravan club, and we'd go off touring because it was a cheap holiday. And of course, and he was so anti-caravans till somebody went down there and took a photograph and suddenly realised on his driveway he had a touring caravan. Exposed him, which is... I always laughed when I heard about the death of Derek Acora, only because it was the biggest pile of rubbish that he used to trot out. Didn't he channel a dog once? He used to have a spirit guide, a load of old toffee. People want to believe in it, fair enough. But I couldn't believe that his wife was in a terrible state over it. Because if you believe that he talks to the other side, I should imagine she hasn't shut him up since he passed over. He must be chattering 16 to the dozen. He got into trouble once, didn't he? Didn't he channel the voice of Madeleine McCann and say that he'd spoken to her and she'd passed over? Well, that went down like a lead balloon, as you can imagine. No, it was a load of old rubbish. At one time, he started sitting there going, woo, 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 and it was some dog that had died. It's almost like watching Sally Morgan. Is it somebody called Martin in the theatre? A theatre of 600 people. Of course there's somebody called Martin in there. Has he passed over, darling? She'd say in this quavering vibrato voice. And they go, no. What, are you sure? No, he's here. He's sitting next to us. Oh, he's here with me now, darling. She'd do this sort of cod act, which people quite liked. People like that sort of thing. But, when I heard that he'd passed over, he seemed to fall out with loads of people. It's just rubbish, isn't it? I mean, if I actually said to you, oh, by the way, don't worry, I spoke to Derek Acora only yesterday, and you go, no, you didn't. And I go, well, you can't prove I didn't. And why not? He's always contacting me. I keep going, do you think he believed himself? Yes, I believe that they do. Apparently, according to the wife, second wife, he was being trolled by a pair of psychics, which and she said, oh, I didn't want to say anything, and I thought, so somebody was trolling him while he was ill in hospital, and you didn't go to the police. And she said, well, all it means I'd have to go to the police station. Yes, dear, that would be it. Go on, tell us who they are, because otherwise nobody's going to believe you. If you say he was being trolled by a pair of psychics, I want to know who they are. I want to know who they are, and the police would want to know who they are. You have to stop. Trolls are very easy to stop. You go to the police, they have a department in a lot of police stations where they can deal with trolls very, very quickly. Once police officers turn up on the doorstep, oh, their little mouths shut so tightly. It's so funny. So funny. So we want to know who it is, dear. Don't give us this load of old garbage to the papers that he was being trolled by people. Who is he being trolled by? Who are the two psychics? Because they've got to be well known. Because there aren't that many psychics around. We're all a little bit psychic, I suppose. It's like you sit there sometimes, don't you? We've all done it at home, and you go, do you know, I've not heard from Luke for ages. All of a sudden, the phone will ring. It'll be Beryl. And you sort of think, oh, always, if you think about somebody, the chances are they will get in contact with you. That's how it works, isn't it? You work on the assumption, they might be thinking about me at the same time. Whether it makes me psychic, I don't know. Probably not. But, sometimes it is the power of attraction, isn't it? That's what it is. It's also, I'm sure that we've all got the ability to be slightly psychic. Do you ever think you've been a little bit psychic, Luke? All the time. Oh, good Lord above, honestly. You are Psychic Luke. Make Mystic Meg look a bit naff, don't you, really? She used to come on the television, and the winner is behind a green door, she'd say. I used to see her. She haunted like a spectre backstage at the lottery when Dale was doing the lottery. She'd wander the corridors. It was like bumping into a very, very thin ghost with this dreadful acrylic wig on. She was just a secretary, and they needed somebody to take over from June Penn, I think. And so, because for some reason, and I'm as guilty as the next person, I read these things. I don't necessarily believe it, but sometimes if it says you've got to come into some money, I always think, oh, that's nice. And then, but it doesn't say how much money, so it could only be like £5 or something, which is, probably nice for somebody, but it's about as much use to me as a chocolate Fireguard. I couldn't care less, When they say, oh, congratulations, the ticket you bought on the lottery, is a winner, and you check on it, £2.62, or don't insult me. Please don't insult me. Just store it up until it reaches something quite nice. I won 30 quid the other night and £100. Had a few little, but nothing major for ages. Nothing major. And the worst thing is I've just found this new house I want to buy, and it's in Marylebone, 14.5 million. But it's big. It's got like 9 bedrooms, and it's got 5 reception rooms, 7 bathrooms in Marylebone. And also at the back of the property, there's a Muse house, which is connected to you as well, with a huge double garage. And that can seat people. 2 people could sleep in that one as well. And I thought, in Marylebone, it's ever so flash. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit light in the pocket. It's 14.5 million, and I'm missing 14.4 million. So, not a lot to play for, I suppose. But, I mean, I could do that. I'd buy it like a flash. Is air quality not great? I looked at Regent's Park. Dale used to live in Regent's Park, and he had this house which started off as a 4-bedroom house. By the time he'd finished, it was 1. He had this most peculiar thing, which is in the bedroom upstairs, the whole top floor, which was 2 bedrooms, was converted to 1. They put a spiral staircase in to go to the bathroom. But that's where the toilet was as well. He only seemed to have 1 toilet in the place, and he was toilet phobic. He was absolutely toilet phobic. If he thought that, people could hear him in the bathroom, that'd be it. He'd be up and out straight away, as happened to us in Gran Canaria, when we had adjoining rooms, and I just said it as a joke, really. I said, I could just hear you in the bathroom. That was it. Next time, he'd move to the other side of the hotel. Didn't mind anybody else hearing it. It was just people that he knew. No, it says, do you believe in Mystic Meg star signs? No, I don't really, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Staines Debenhams will be one of those closing this month. Is it really? Staines, yeah, I'll have a tea, yeah, thank you. Staines Debenhams. I used to go to Staines Debenhams all the time. You see, that's another huge building on a corner on the one-way system. That's quite a big... Goodness, honestly. Whew, blimey. Will says, I went to a Sally Morgan reading. I paid 150 quid. Really? Good Lord. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Also, Derek's spirit guide was called Sam, says little Julie. And do they all have to have spirit guides? I mean, I'm not really... My mother used to go to a psychic, only on a few occasions. She went on a recommendation of an aunt. And I always remember this woman looked at my mother and held her hand and said, "You've got healing hands." My mother couldn't stick a Band-Aid on straight. I mean, seriously, how that ever worked out, I've got no idea. Steve, calendars will not show the new change to the Maybank holiday on May the 8th. Oh, somebody said to me, it's the 5th night that the decorations come down. No, it's 6th night, I'm afraid. It's the 12th night, but it's the 6th of January. It's not the 5th of January, okay? And so that's how it works. Iceland sell frozen little sprouts, says Sylvie, with little bits of... Thank you. There's no room, is there? Oh, God. Do you want to put that over there? That's it. Thank you. All right. What did you get for Christmas?
Not much.
Not much?
No.
No. You don't when you get to a certain age, do you, really?
No.
People go, did they get that top?
Yeah, it's not. I got a cashmere jumper, actually.
Did you really? How cashmere is wasted on some people. It really is, honestly. Because actually Connor got an Adidas sweatshirt. I said, we'll be seeing that for a week. and Luke got that sort of jumper. That's nice. Was that from your girlfriend or your mother? That was a charity shop. Don't tell him, honestly, we can't do charity shops. We're middle-class people. Don't do we walk past charity shops and we donate. I've often wondered, actually, if I donated all my stuff, whether or not I'd be walking down the high street and see somebody walking in the opposite direction wearing my clothes and looking better. There is that danger, isn't there? So, the 12th night, here we go, is a reference to the 12th night after Christmas Day, called the Eve of the Feast of Epiphany. Originally a Catholic holiday, and therefore, like other Christian feast days, an occasion for revelry. Servants often dressed up as their masters, men as women, and so forth. See, even in little Shakespeare's day, there were people dressing up as women. Mind you, actually, in most of the theatres, that's how it happened. So it's 12th night, which is the 6th of January. If you're doing it on the 5th, you're out to lunch. Steve, I have your tea towel, says Anastasia. And I had to buy it on eBay. I couldn't buy direct from LBC. No, they all sold out. We sold 5,000. We only had 5,000, actually, which is a shame. Steve's still in hospital. Thank goodness for Steve Allen. You make my long days here more bearable. And if you're in a hospital, you sort of lie there, don't you? I've done it. I've been in hospitals. And I was, at one point, when I had my heart surgery, they didn't let me sleep. Every time I sort of dozed off, they came, Stephen, wake up. Oh, just let me sleep, for goodness sake. But they didn't. I don't know, because they have to monitor you. So I was connected up. I had all these stickers all over my chest. Quite a lot of stickers, as you can imagine. And they sort of put them all on there. Then you're connected up to the cardiac machine, and they leave you there overnight. And just so I was sort of, like that. Stephen, wake up. Oh, go away, for goodness sake. Give me a Red Bull? No, they didn't give me anything. I asked for a cup of tea. I got a cup of tea, but because you're connected up to all these things... I mean, it's a bit difficult, isn't it, really? I don't know if perhaps you've not been into hospital and had any surgery. You will. No, what do you mean too young? There's loads of young people in hospital. Look, you can get ill at any age now and you go into hospital. When I went in there, the first time, they sort of do a survey on you and they make you, I said, please don't make me run or walk on a machine. I really don't feel up to that at all. So they just gave me an injection and then monitored what happened. But the oddest thing was when they finished doing the surgery, they give you this injection thing, and it literally floods your body with heat. It starts at the top of your head, and it goes... It's like somebody's got two hand dryers going whoosh, all down your body. And so, whoosh, all down my body, I felt this warm glow, which was quite nice. It's a very odd thing to have. I still don't like the... Morning, nice to have your company. Dean says, I found 2 unopened Christmas presents from friends I hid. I shall open them later. Can you not remember what they are? Or you don't know what they are, do you? Actually, I've got some cards that I haven't opened yet, which only came in the other day, so I'm looking forward to that. Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor. Yes, today is the second Sunday of Christmas. The tree should stay up until Monday. Those who take the trees down before that... are heathens. And this is a minister. That's frightened everybody. Yeah, but apparently you don't have to actually dismantle it. You just turn the lights off. That covers you, and it's. I don't know. You still allow mince pie? Yes, I think so. I mean, somebody thought you only had sprouts for Christmas Day, and I said no. I've had sprouts yesterday. Doesn't seem to make any difference. I mean, I'm eating as much green vegetables as I can sort of cram in my mouth. And sprouts, definitely. What's your favourite apple, then? Pink Lady, how many types of apple can you name? Oh, a friend of mine, Paul, has got about 15 different types of apples at the moment. Granny Swiss, Braeburns, Cox, and other ones. Pink Ladies, Russets, green apples. A lot of them are shiny at the moment. Sorry? Apple Tango. That doesn't count as apple. You can't include that one. That's cheating. Apple... No, stop it. We're not doing Appletiser either. Nobody has Appletiser. We were talking the other day about Corona and saying that I've never seen Cherryade for a while, and that was a thing. In the film Steel Magnolias, they have an open bar there, and the girl comes up and she says, can I have a cherry cola? And he says, I make the best cherry cola. And I'm thinking, he's trying to pick you up. Don't let him pick you up for a cherry cola. You're worth more. Anyway, she had a cherry cola, and he said, is that the best cherry cola? And she went, and she was sort of sucking on the straw and all the rest of it and trying to make it look a little bit provocative. And she said, yeah, it's the best cherry cola I ever had. And I thought, I don't think I've ever had cherry cola. Cherryade I had. What was it? God alone knows what was in it. You would glow afterwards. It was a bit phosphorescent. But I used to like things like that. Cherryade. I don't think I've ever had Appletiser. That sounds horrible. That really doesn't sound very... I had a chocolate milk the other day. That's a bit exciting. That was very nice, actually. In fact, you can't put it back on the fridge. I know, it's one of those... And it was only a little bottle. I drank it on the bus. And then I discovered I had another one in the bag, so I drank that as well, which was lovely. Am I doing Sober January? What's that mean? What do you mean? Do you think I need to do Sober January? Have you ever seen me drinking? No. You don't ever see me drinking. I hardly drink. I spill most of it. No, I'm not doing sober. Are you doing Sober January? Oh, right. Maybe you are vegan. What's the point of doing veganary or whatever they call it? Oh, no. Listen, if you haven't even had one of these steak bakes from Greg's, you know, I mean, they've been out for a few days now. You should have made the effort, Luke. I mean, goodness sake, you're the only person that we know who's vegan on my team. I've never had a vegan before on the team. I'm not sure. I have to treat them all with kid gloves now because you never know. You know. Thomas is a cheat. Thomas is a cheat vegetarian. He started off being vegetarian. I remember thinking, oh, that's quite nice. And then it turned out sneaky. You're still going with the donuts, are you? Why did you give him the donuts? Why? Please. He's not supposed to eat that many. He'll end up eating 8. He will. Seriously. He has no shame whatsoever, but at least it puts a smile on his face, which is something nice. He just can't stop eating It would be a lot easier if we just had one long donut and you just sort of chomped it all the way through, like sort of giant sausage rolls or something like that. I haven't had a donut even I haven't had one of the donuts. Last time I bit into the wrong bit and the jam went all down the front. You feel such an idiot, don't you? You think, I've only just put that blooming shirt on. But it doesn't matter. This is only a short show today. As indeed, we'll be back. I don't even know who's on the In Conversation. Isn't it funny? We didn't have any idea. Yeah, and yesterday I can't remember who it was because I can't remember. It was a brand new one. Oh, Larry Lamb. Oh, love Larry Lamb from Gavin and Stacey, and former LBC, of course. Actually, we spoke about that. Actually, I think in the interview. He's lovely. We love Larry Lamb. He's such a sweetie. He really is. Who is the other one? There you go. Rack your brains. Isn't it awful when you can't remember? It only went out a few hours ago and we can't remember. No? Give me a clue. No, not happy with the clues either. Then I could try and work out who it is. Little Julia, remember who it is. The Trail. Oh, it said it was going to be Claire Balding and another... It was Larry Lamb and somebody else. It wasn't Claire Balding. All right, we like Claire Balding as well, actually. Jazz apples are good, says John. No. If you like them hard and sweet, I do like hard. I don't do soft, squidgy apples. And I do like stewed apple. Stewed apple. Corona cherry turned my teeth pink, says Pablo. I had to brush them with bleach. Not a good idea, I suspect. Not a good idea. Steve, sorry, says Claire, but the tree and decoration include that have to be put away by 12th night. No, turning them off counts. Turning them off counts. I'm sorry to contradict you, but I am always right. Never, ever wrong. It's the way it goes. All you have to do is just turn the lights off and then you can take it down at your leisure. Otherwise, it's ridiculous. It's supposed to be bad luck. But to be honest with you, we didn't take ours down last year for ages and we had... we actually took them down, but we had loads of bad luck. At home, not here. Anastasia said I sent you a Christmas card and letter. Yes, we got that. Thank you. I was working my way through them slowly but surely, and I've got a stack in front of me here. Steve says, Shane, I still have Christmas pudding and mince pies. I bought extra. Christmas pudding? Yeah, you could have Christmas... I think you could eat Christmas pudding now. I'm not sure about mince pies. In fact, I think I have more than enough mince pies this year. I think... I'm led to believe that they're actually quite fatty. I knew a girl down in Old Soho where they drink champagne and it tastes just like cherry cola. They had to change it, didn't they? They had to change it. This is the Kinks. I met her in the club down in Old Soho where we drink champagne. Tastes just like cherry cola. C-O-L-A cola. Yeah. It actually said something else before that. And, of course, the club was any one of a number of drinking clubs in Soho where they weren't licensed, so they would charge you champagne prices for a Coca-Cola and things like that. And then at the end, if you didn't pay, they had very big bouncers who took you to the cash point and made you pay. Rip Off Soho, it was called. Rip Off Soho. Just to watch people dancing naked. Come around here. Come around here, there'll be people dancing naked. It's quite normal. Still can't believe we're not eating yoghurts. Isn't that funny, actually? Steve, another one here. Larry Lamb was originally from Brettenham Road East, or Edmonton. 30 doors up from me, says Jane. Woo! Steve, I find it really annoying that Greggs charge you for more heated food, as it's law if it's heated, they charge VAT. No, it's whether it's takeaway they charge VAT. That's why they always say to go or not to go. So it doesn't make any difference whether it's hot or cold. It's whether you're taking it away. If you take it away, I can't remember now, do you pay extra? No, it's cheaper if you take it away than if you have it in. That's the way it works. Also, Steve, got so many of these coming in, actually. Derek once channeled spirits called Rick and Creed, anagrams of Derek Lies and Derek Faker, says Jordan. I mean, I don't think anybody believed him, did they? Do you believe any of those sort of things? Most people don't. The 6th of January is Epiphany, says Paul, when the 3 wise men arrived to see Jesus. That's why some countries still share gifts on the eve of the 5th. Yeah, but you take down on Twelfth Night. James says, I'm enjoying you this morning with hot tea in my lovely green steam train I bought myself for Christmas, hand-carved and painted. Oh, I like that. I like things like that. I think it's good. We like trains. I've got a thing about trains. I'm watching all these programmes about trains in this country, and I could sit there for ages. I'm thinking I must be an armchair train person, which is very good. Giles Brandreth was the other... Oh, in conversation. Oh, he's very... that's why somebody sent me a thing saying I'm going to get his book. He's really good. Giles has been coming on the programme for best part of 40 years. I remember interviewing him years and years ago. He's president of the Teddy Bear Society, the pantomime. He's the president of so many different things. He's the most articulate man you'll ever meet. I think he also holds the record for a long after-dinner speech. Although, actually, I spoke to a friend of mine the other day who's getting very amorous with his girlfriend, with his new girlfriend, and he proudly told me, he said, we had a bit of a... Let's go no further, OK? Come closer. He said, we had a bit of a session the other day. I said, oh, right. He said, 5.5 hours. I said, 5.5 hours? You could paint a house in that time. This is Caprice's husband, yes. I want to see her naked. On second thoughts, maybe not. Yeah, 5.5 hours. I didn't... Honestly, when you get to a certain age, I'm very surprised anything more than 10 minutes. You know, including a shopping list and a cigarette. Debenhams in Chatham closed last Friday, Steve. It was the ex-Alders building. I fear for the High Street. You fear for the High Street. We've got a number of shops closed in Twickenham High Street, and because of the high rents that are charged by it's just sheer greed. Sheer greed, and all they do is they put in, what have we got a lot of? Charity shops, coffee shops, estate agents, and hairdressers. And a Subway, yes, we've got a Subway, and we've got, we don't have a McDonald's, that closed. It's become one of those shops where you go into to buy a book which you can colour in. And their rent was about $150,000 a year. I mean, it's just a fortune now. And we've got a few other empty shops, not looking good. We lost one, I think, called the Courtyard, which was a hairdresser's for ladies. Beautifully done out. He'd been there for about 14 years. Not good enough, is it, really? Steve, have you ever tried Old Mount cider? No, I don't do cider. I'm afraid. I can't, it just doesn't do it for me at all. I tried it, but students drink cider and lager. It makes a snake bite, and it's the cheap way of getting drunk. Peasants that they are. And and I saw these pictures of people wearing clothes totally inappropriate. Why, when you go out and they go, and here are pictures of people celebrating New Year's Eve and things like that, are people wearing the most inappropriate clothing? You know, and some of them, they didn't even have a coat on. Catch your death of cold out there. There were people in Blackpool, God help them, and they were up there wearing, I mean, practically micro little skirts. I mean, really setting the women's movement back years. Steve, another one here. My mother used to have a huge bowl of white hyacinths ready to bring in when the decorations came down. Well, hyacinths, I mean, I bought some, they look like snowmen's heads, and I gave a couple away to a couple of neighbours, and they're lovely. The hyacinths have just started coming through. Can't beat the smell of hyacinths, can you? So the ethical vegan who won a landmate case to protect his beliefs by law told LBC he could never date a non-vegan. I suppose that, yes. Consider yourself lucky, Luke, that you've actually managed to find somebody. She came in. Really? Oh, right. I can't imagine what she looks like. One only hazards a guess at these things. I never think about that. I've got so many of my production staff, as we call them, the family, le famille, have got these sort of girlfriends, but you never imagine what they look like. It never crosses, because they don't sort of pop in and sit there staring at me, thank goodness. So, you're going to produce a photograph, aren't you? I could just tell. Do I want one? I could have a look at one, yeah. I mean, I'm not sort of averse to looking at things like that. Have you got a picture of you both on the beach at Frinton or something like that we could look at? That'd be much more pleasurable, I think. Back on the narrowboat, Steve, so no hot water, and a filling fell out on Friday. So, dentist tomorrow. And somebody says here, morning, Steve, I've paid, says Alan, the ultimate price for saying no. I'm waiting for the phone to ring from my grandson. I said no. After Christmas, he wanted a guitar. He said he wished me dead and said a rude word. It's been 2 years now. He's 9. Problems are, it's the first time I disagreed with him. This happened 2 years ago. Oh, my goodness me. That's a worrying one, isn't it? They were saying the other day, there was a bit about Harry and Meghan and what they bought Archie for Christmas. I thought, Archie's not even 2 years old. You won't know what Christmas is. We bought you this for Christmas. It's tax deductible. Well, it's the next thing you've got to pay, isn't it, at the end of this month? Tax. Oh, God, honestly. There's always something, isn't there? Just when you think you've cleared everything up, another blooming bill comes in. Another bill. Jenny says, little Julie, the winner of the Spikers Facebook group Christmas tree competition, received her prize the other day. A personalised bottle of Prosecco. Woo-hoo! That's what we call is good. I judged it. I was the final judge. It was a good tree. It was a good tree. Mine, so-so. But it's okay. Got this wrong yet again. That Monday, tomorrow, we're all back to normal as we can be. I think the kids go back to school. Parents everywhere are going, thank the Lord for that. I think they go back to school, some tomorrow, some on Tuesday. Because even they must be bored at the moment. There's nothing to do. So that's why there's some pieces in some of the papers today of how to keep the kiddywinks involved with things, you know, go out cycling, do a treasure, do all that. I'll run through the list later on. There's some good ideas in there. And for those parents who are going, they've been a real pain because they want to sit in, don't they? If it's miserable outside and it's wet. However, they've said that there could be snow on the way. They said after we've had the rain this weekend, there is a good chance that next week, where I don't know, there will be snow. And that's the one thing we don't like. I don't mind looking at it out the window. I think it's really pretty and it looks lovely in films. But to actually experience it and drive around on the road, and also your car gets so dirty. I mean, I'm not surprised the car washes do particularly well because, you know, you get it, especially if you've got a car like mine, which has got sort of underbits and all. They did a thing. What is this programme called? Is it Wheeler Dealers? Have you ever seen it? Where this bloke goes out there and he buys a cheap car, then he takes it in, and this bloke, who is quite clearly a saint, puts the thing back together again. It gets resprayed. They had a Bentley the other day. It was a turbo, I think. And whatever it was, it cost them £3,500. It was the rusting and everything else. They literally resprayed it. They did what I did with one of mine years ago, put a different grille at the front on the radiator, changed the lighting configuration to make it look better. And this car looked amazing. And it was in grey, Gunsmoke grey or something like whatever it was a very popular Bentley colour, and this guy sprayed it, and it just, I looked at it, I thought, wow, that is amazing. And so they paid £3,500 for it. They made about £1,500 profit. They could have got more. They sold it for £8,000. Now normally the people come along and look at these cars and they go, oh, it's too expensive, I'll give you £6,000. And you go, no, and he actually played it very well, because he said to the bloke who was looking at it, he said, listen, I don't need to tell you what it is. You can see how good it is. The paint job was beautiful. They put new wheels on it. It had everything. It was all singing, all dancing. All the seats had been reconolized, which is like a paint. They clean it, then they put a paint over it, and it looked brand new inside. And he said, it's £8,000. He said, that's the price of it. And the bloke went, I'll take it. And I thought, yeah, thank you. I think you should have pushed it for 10,000 for a car that had been through that. Complete respray inside, all the new bits. The Connolly height looks stunning inside. It really did. I love it. I always never get used to the fact that they paint the seats. So, in other words, if you've had a seat where you've got somebody's bottom on that's been sitting there for a few years, then you sort of rub it down and then you paint this stuff on, and then you just literally get a sponge and you paint over whatever colour you want. So you can have whatever... Sorry? You're painting leather, yeah. Connolly hide. And it absorbs it, and it it looks stunning when it's done. It really does. It's an amazing thing. Because I only like cream upholstery. They keep trying to persuade me to do black, and I can't do black upholstery. It never seems to... I think it's covering up a load of sort of things inside the car, so I've always had cream. I've only ever had cream. I haven't even had any different colours. There you go. Steve, Debenhams in Southsea closed yesterday. I feel sorry for all the people. Nobody's mentioned all the people. Nobody's mentioned all the people who are going to be, losing their jobs. You've been in retail for years and years, then all of a sudden somebody goes, oh, by the way, we're going to close the shop. Whose fault is that? Ours. Because you're not shopping on the high street. You need to shop on the high street. I said to Paul Cooper the other day, I said, if we don't support the high street, in a few years' time, you won't have a high street. All you'll have will be coffee shops. That'll be it on the high street. There won't be any other shops, whereas we have a variety of shops in Twickenham. We have a dry cleaners, we have a fish shop, we have a greengrocer. Only the one. And they all work very hard at it. In fact, they will, obviously not this morning because it's Sunday, but tomorrow morning, this will be late for them. They'll have set up the shop by this time. They've got to wheel all the units out, and that's why they are successful, because you can't just open a business and then expect it to, people to flock into it. It doesn't work like that. Steve, you proper make me laugh. Must be a Lancashire expression or something. Oh, you proper make me laugh. Is that what people say up north? I don't know. Were they saying what? Cocky. Oh, Cockney. Yeah. I don't think we've ever had a Cockney presenter on LBC. Well, we had Larry Lamb, I know, but I don't class Larry Lamb as Cockney. Steve, I'm enjoying the show this morning, says Billy, sipping a nice cup of tea with some biscuits. Yeah. How many people keep biscuits in at home? We never keep biscuits in at home. They get home and they get eaten. You eat them, don't you? We had a biscuit barrel I quite liked. I'd always go to the bottom of it because there'd be a wafer. I used to like a wafer. Pink wafer. Be my kind of thing. So, actually, I've just seen a picture of you, actually, Billy. Don't eat any more biscuits. Okay? I'm being cruel to be kind. And he said, do you think it's too late to wish somebody a Happy New Year? I would think so, yes. Just a fraction. I do it generally. I say to all my friends in radio, a very Happy New Year, and all the people who I work with and stuff. That covers everybody. That seems to cover everybody. But it's a lot easier to do that. I had a prosperous New Year. I found two $50 notes near the Sydney Opera House. I got a taxi home, says Shane. Yes, I'm going to have to be honest. I suppose the big question would be, do you keep $50 in notes, or do you spend it? Or do you take it to the local police station and say, oh, good day, Cobber, I just found this, or do you just put it in your pocket? I know what I'd do with it. You put it in your pocket. That's what I'd do with it. Actually, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? A couple who put 15 grand in a recycling bin. Oh, no. Somebody handed it in. See, that's an honest person. What a creep. Would you have kept it, Luke? Yeah, Luke would have kept it, you see. We all would have kept it. If you're totally... Yeah, £100. So you can get a lot of Chinese apples for that. A lot of Chinese apples. I would probably keep it too. Or failing that, in my mind, I'd say I'm going to give that to charity. And then I'd work out that my new middle name is Charity. You watch, there'll be somebody writing in now. I think that's absolutely outrageous. Steve Allen said he'd keep money that he found on the street. Yeah, why not? Goodness sake, that's what people do. Is the Piano Lounge in Twickenham? Not for many a year now. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I like the idea of a Lancashire lass. I'm listening to this group at the moment called Celtic Thunder, and they do a song about a Galway lass. A Galway lass. Vivian Enfield says, I've got lovely cream leather upholstery in my little Mercedes. It's lovely. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. Then somebody says, you seriously do wonders for my depression. Yes, and for everybody else's at the same time. Went to Debenhams in Stainsville Christmas, got some great deals, says Adrian. Be such a shame to let it go. They can't keep them going. Eventually the bankers... pull the cord on it, and they say no more. And I have been in charity shops, and I have wandered round thinking, how do they keep going? How do they keep going? Yeah, this is the couple who accidentally threw away 15,000 quid, have been reunited. Staff at the Recycle for Bathnest depot in Midsummer Norton in Somerset, there's been a murder, had been inspecting a discarded box for an electric cable when they made the surprise discovery. The box, which was inside another box, contained a household item, and it had £15,000 worth of cash hidden away. After the staff alerted police, the couple, of course, they'll be asking questions. Where did you get that from, eh? £15,000, ill-gotten gains. But they were identified on CCTV, and their number plate allowed officers to track where the car was registered. They spoke to them. They said they'd been in the Bath area clearing the house of a relative who'd recently passed away. They confirmed they'd taken bags to the centre. The couple explained their late relative had a habit of hiding money around the house. Oh, God, why haven't I got any relatives like that who've passed on? Should we all go round Derek Akora's place, see if he's left money hidden in places? Oh, dear. That'd be lovely if you could actually sort of, you go into a house that you buy and all of a sudden you find it, you go, I can't believe it, we just found £1 million. £1 million. Wouldn't that be lovely? It's not going to happen. Steve, I had a girlfriend, says Kai, the cabbie, that moved in and she took a load of my clothes to a charity shop without asking me. I walked past the charity shop and saw my leather jacket on a mannequin, so I had to buy it back for 20 quid, as Doris that worked in there didn't believe it was mine. I know, they're not interested. If they've actually got it, then it's theirs. Can't go in there and start taking stuff back again. Although, actually, to be honest with you, it's yours. You should better have some claim to it. Martin wants to know how I can get tickets. Not me, him, for the Global Awards. I think if you go to the LBC website, you shall find out all the details. Masons the other day as you were getting into the car and you didn't wave back. No, probably because it wasn't me. Why would I want to be sitting outside Fortnum and Masons getting into the car? You can't do that. Heavens above. Maria says, I love your programme. Keep it going. Well, I'll try. I'll do my best. Sometimes. Anastasia says, I love Jaffa cakes. Yes, I quite like Jaffa cakes too. Steve, Ken Livingstone's Cockney. Is he? What, born within the sound of Bow Bells, or he's just kind of talk like that? I don't think he is. Keir Starmer has finally announced his bid. Didn't we pass that on to you some weeks ago now? We thought that's exactly who'd be going for it. I don't think any of them got the right idea. I think Labour is so lost in its sort of way at the moment. I don't know who they identify with. Even the Labour Party aren't too sure. Viv says, Ken Livingstone, born in Lambeth. Was that within the sound of Bow Bells? No, I don't know, actually. Is he sort of Ken Livingstone Cockney? He doesn't look Cockney, does he? I don't know what looking Cockney means. Like looking Dutch, I suppose. Del Boy, looking like... well, he doesn't look like Del Boy, does he? Do you think Del Boy was Cockney? Or as we call it, Cockney? Which is the posh version of Cockney. No, we're not too sure. I'm not sure. Producer's looking slightly glum over this one. So, here we go. Here's Shoreditch. Ding dong, bells, pussies in the well. Remember that song? I remember that from years and years ago. We're not sure. So is that the sound of Bow Bells? Is that sort of area? Good heavens above, they're very loud, aren't they, there? And you can hear them in Whitechapel. The Bell Foundry's gone in Whitechapel. Great shame. Great shame. I think places like that should just be preserved. Definitely. Bob the Milkman says, my wife packed up and left me back in 2012, but I'm not depressed anymore. Good. Sometimes it's for the best, isn't it? You mentioned High Street. You find very few butcher shops. Well, we have Sandy's, and we have another butcher's shop. Whether it lasts, I don't know. I'm told the rent is quite high, which it seems to be for most of the places. Steve, you're like my alarm clock, says Jay. You wake me up. Your tone of voice is very sharp. Is it sharp? What do you mean sharp? What does that mean? Sharp. I thought I've got a very gentle voice. Somebody says, somebody wrote to me a short while ago, one of these people who are a little bit, quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic, saying that every time they turned on the radio, I sent them back to sleep again. I thought, good. That's the trouble if you're in prison, isn't it? You really haven't got anything to get up for. So people sort of say, oh, I just sleep in. It's so much easier. Also, another one here. I've got lovely cream upholstery, Steve. And you're right, my uncle owns a leather factory in Italy, and all leather is sprayed and baked. Yeah, you can have any colour done on it. So if you start with cream, I could have all mine changed to red if I so desired, but I think that would look awful. Absolutely awful. I can't think of anything worse. I don't want to sit on red. I don't mind sitting on cream. Also says Matthew, please give my best wishes to Angie, Sue and Karen. They're coming to with me to see Louise in Kingston next week. Oh, right. And Anastasia says, I went on the QM2 and actually like to go on the Seven Seas. Well, so you shall. Listen, if you always think that you're going to do something, go and do it. I was watching a programme the other day, and what was it? It was the world's most expensive cruise ship. It was another one of these, Voyage of the Seas or something. And they had a lot of people on there, and there was one lady, she hired one of the rooms it was at Christmas time. So they put Christmas trees out, and then they bring out a gingerbread village, and it was a lot of people who obviously enjoy cruising. And there was one lady, and she was having a party in one of the suites there, and which was, I think, 8,000 a night for her room, 8,000 a night. But they persuaded her to buy this bit of jewellery, which she wore to her own party, and they had somebody in who sang Christmas song. Just hear those sleigh bells, ting-a-ling, ring, ting-ting-a-ling, ting. And that was all. It looked quite nice, actually, and the food looked delicious. Absolutely did. I sat there I'm getting really into the Jane McDonald programmes where she literally gets on a cruise liner and just seems to wander around the world, meeting people. Hello, Jane McDonald, hello. She's very over the top, but we like Jane a lot. And I should imagine more people have booked cruises having seen her programme than at any other time. One here, apparently Ken Livingstone's half Scottish, says Nicola. Oh, and Jason... said, that was one to Matt Stadlin. Another one here. Bob the... I don't get this one, actually, Bob. So the wife packed up and left you back in 2012, but you're not depressed. Was it... Were you kind of sort of glad to see the back of her? Works like that, doesn't it? If all of a sudden... I remember there was one lady phoned up LBC years ago. Her husband had taken up with somebody else who'd moved into the family bed, and so she was relegated to the spare room. I thought, you take him to court. Take him to court. You get as much money out as possible. Another one here, talking of the Piano Lounge in Twickenham. I remember going there the same time that Will Young brought out Live Right Now. Whatever happened to Will Young? Is he around anymore? I keep seeing sort of all these different programmes on the television where they I was watching Coach Trip the other day. They were doing a trailer for Coach Trip. And they've got all sorts of people on that one, including Rusty Lee and then a load of old people I've never even heard of before. They look like they'd all come from Love Island, and in which case you don't know any of them. That's the only gigs that they can probably get. William Shatner, not the most popular person, is at the age of 88 ready to go into space. TV chiefs want him to be one of the world's first space tourists aboard one of the commercial rockets, which could take off as early as this year. 88. He says, at 88, he said, I'm at the peak of my creative abilities and don't believe I've lost anything. I'm in good physical and mental health. Well, health, which is good. And then they put a picture in the paper today. I mean, I must be missing the point here. They go, supermodel Cindy Crawford. She's on a beach and they go, she hits the beach looking as fabulous as ever at 53. I thought, 53? If you'd said she was 90, I could have understood it. 53 is nothing. 53 is absolutely nothing now. Goodness, of course she should look good. She's a supermodel. That's what they do. I mean, I look absolutely amazing for a radio presenter. I'm in fantastic condition. Absolutely. Jonathan Ross says he has to tone down his gags now as they upset people. Gags? What gags? Don't remember that. He's a judge on The Masked Singer, which started last night. It says, over the years, a chat show, like most TV shows, has got a little bit less edgy because it's more fractious and a slightly more divisive world. Yeah, there's too many snowflakes, aren't there, out now, So you can't sort of say anything about it. So Derek Akora has passed on. Hi, Derek. Wait a minute, it's coming through to me. What's it like over there? Thank you. He's enjoying it. He's really enjoying it. He says he's with loads of famous people. Can't imagine who. He came fourth in Celebrity Big Brother. He was born in Bootle, and he got on the books of Liverpool FC, but never actually played. Somebody says here, author Melinda Salisbury said, no matter what your beliefs on ghosts, Derek was a hell of a showman. No, he wasn't. It was a load of old rubbish. Nobody believed a word of it. Life is continuous. He told... one radio station, death is a transition. It's letting go of a way of life in the physical to go and see a broader scope of what is the intention for all of us human beings. He did talk a lot of old rubbish, didn't he? I mean, honestly, seriously. Here's my spirit guide. Yeah, of course it is. And the human doll, the exhibitionist known as Rodrigo Alves, and he now declares, I'm a girl. good. When you be whatever you want, just get out the papers and go away. Ricky Gervais. A lot of Hollywood A-listers have fled their front row seats at the Golden Globes to escape from acid tongue host Ricky Gervais. Cannot wait. Which is going to be fantastic. And here's Trisha Goddard. She could always talk the talk, but now she's in great shape because she's doing the Dancing on Ice. They're all doing it, aren't they? And so who could walk off with the title? Ben Hanlon, magician, good-looking boy. He's done one of my shows before at the Magic Circle. Very good-looking boy. Lisa George, she's known as Beth Tinker. Who's that? I don't know. I'm supposed to know these people. Libby Clegg, MBE, a Paralympic sprinter. Perry Kiley, I think, is one of the people from Diversity. You know, the one with all the hair. Joe Swash, there's the one who just wanders from reality show to reality show. He's already appeared on I'm a Celeb and The Jump. Well, I think his hair jumped before he did. Plus Lucretia Milarini, the newsreader for ITV's Lunchtime News. How embarrassing, honestly. Why is she doing this programme? It's supposed to be a newsreader, dear. It's supposed to be taken seriously, not some, I'll go and skate on ice. Caprice Borette, former model, former everything, I think, was the last contestant to be confirmed, made the finals of Celebs on the Ranch last month, because we all saw that, didn't we? Hands up who didn't see it. Everybody. Nobody saw it. Kevin Kilbane, footy star, played for Everton, Sunderland and West Brom before becoming a match commentator. Maura Higgins is the one that, if you take all her makeup off, unrecognisable. Ian H. Watkins, he's just irritating, so the sooner we get him out, the better. And then Radzi, and I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce his surname, but he's apparently an ex-Blue Peter presenter. He was a last-minute replacement. I mean, could they not find somebody that we've heard of? An ex-Blue Peter. I mean, it's nothing worse than being an ex-Blue Peter presenter. I mean, current one I could have understood, but not an ex one. Beatrice's wedding, according to the paper today, The People, will not be broadcast live on the BBC. It's, they say, a star-studded affair. Well, Ellie Goulding, Ed Sheeran and James Blunt. What, 3? Oh, dear Lord above. Actually, if they knew how bad it was going to be, they wouldn't go anywhere near it, which is the way that everybody else is going. And Will Young will be welcomed to Llangollen's distinguished Royal Pavilion stage to co-host Llanfest, the international Eisteddfod's finale party. He'll be co-headlining this year's Llanfest on July the 12th with James Morrison. He'll be performing individual sets that will include the greatest hits and material from his latest album. There we go. Now we know. That's where he's going to be. He's doing the Eisteddfod Luxie Bark. Here he is, Will Young. What was his big hit single? Go on. I dare you. Go on. I bet you won't know. I don't know what it is. So it's no good. To lend a dream. Are you trying to say to dream the impossible dream? Is that what you're coming up with? Do you know, Luke? You don't... No. What do you mean before your time? Say that. You make us feel old. It's not before your time. Look, Will Young is quite current. He's quite current. Yes, he is so. I don't have any of his albums either. But no, he's very current. I've got quite a few Gareth Gates. Only because I knew that Gareth Gates couldn't dance. And so when he did with the Kumars, when I die and they lay me to rest, gonna go to the place that's the best, Spirit in the Sky, the only hit for Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky, who always tells the story that they were booked for a dance, but they only had the one song. And so they went on stage and they played Spirit in the Sky, and then it finished, and then they started again from the beginning. He said, we did it about 30 times. Because it's one of those songs. And I think Jasper Carrott did the same thing. He got booked on the strength of Scunthorpe Baths on one record, and I think it was Funky Moped. The people were playing the other side, which was Magic Roundabout, because it was a bit rude at the end. People had played that in the discotheque. But Funky Moped, they booked him, and somebody phoned up his agent and said, can Jasper Carrott play Scunthorpe Baths? And he said he might. And so he turned up, there's all these kids, and they cover over the baths. And he said, and I did, when I'm on my moped out on the road, I'm going to ride, like that. And then he finished that, and he looked at his manager and said, we got the money. He said, we got the money, Carrot. He went, thank you very much indeed. Good in Crackerjack bag. Crackerjack. They're bringing it back again. I mean, how many incarnations? This is Sam and Mark, who must be getting on a little bit now. It ran from 1955 to 1984. I used to see it with Eamon Andrews, Leslie Crowther, Michael Aspel, Stu Francis. That was one who said, "Oh, I could crush a grape." Do you remember that? You remember Stu Francis? And they played host to comedy giants, Little and Large, the Crankies, Ronnie Corbett and Basil Brush. So Sam and... The format was just to have a rowdy audience full of children and they play silly games. And no, the gunging they didn't have. They do double or drop, which means they pile games up on you, and if you drop them, then you don't get them, or you can double up. But in fact, every time they said Crackerjack, the audience went, "Crackerjack!" And the big dream was to win a Crackerjack pencil. Happy days. Nowadays, the kid's going, "Excuse me, I was promised a computer." And you go, "No, it's a pencil." "I don't want a blooming pencil." Take the pencil back again. Thank you. It's very weak, isn't it, all of a sudden? Is it in fact the cup's fairly big? Doesn't look very dark. Is the bag still in it?
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, right, OK. It's not doing its shark impression, is it? Ever since he's worn his new jumper, we've all suffered with it. So they're going to bring it back. Mark is now 38 and Sam Nixon is 33. They met 16 years ago when they competed in Pop Idol, and then they got a career on children's TV. And so Double or Drop, there are sketches, new games like a Splatterjack. Oh, there you go, you're right, actually. This is where the parents get gunged. It's a mix of new and old. He said, "We watch past shows, but it's so many years ago, and we want to make it our own. We don't want to copy." Absolutely, you cannot copy. So that should be interesting, isn't it? I don't know what time slot it's been in. He said, "It's not just a new generation of kids they have to please, but their own parents." Mark says, "My dad is 80. He couldn't believe his son was bringing back Crackerjack. He asked if I get him a pencil." Bless him. Oh, that's so sweet, honestly. So we'll have to watch and see. Because they did try it, didn't they, with, those two girls, and it just didn't work. You've got to be a certain person to be able to do this. You know, they aren't good enough actors, they say, to pull it off. 16 years, he said, they've never had a crossword. Oh, good, we've never had a crossword. I don't think we've ever had a crossword. I can't remember if I had a crossword with Nick. I don't think so. We don't do crosswords, do we? Do we do crosswords? Have we ever had a crossword? I don't think so. Oh, right. Had the same trail. Don't tell me that now. You know me, I should get so upset. Warren's just landed in Saudi. He said, wasn't Keith Chegwin in Crackerjack? He was Cheggers Plays Pop. Cheggers, and he used to go. And then all the lights would flash and they'd have to rush forward for things like that. I thought that was it. Pat Sharp did one as well. He had one of those Funhouse kind of things. Was it Funhouse? Oh, right. Oh, look at me, honestly, trying to remember things like that. And Warren has just landed in Saudi. He just landed from Saudi. 28 degrees there. Topped up the vitamin D. And it says, we don't get enough sun, so we need to sort of top up. Do you know I don't do any vitamins at all? Perhaps I should do vitamins. I don't know why. I mean, people always say, "Oh, you should take this and take that," but I haven't taken anything at all recently. I don't sort of... Vitamin D. Is that good for you, vitamin D? What does that do? For sort of lack of... Oh. You see, I mean, I remember years ago when it first came out, people used to buy these lights, and it's for people suffering from seasonal affected disorder. Sad. And, they were doing a thing the other day. What were they doing? This woman, Naga Manchetti, she wasn't the brightest penny in the box. She was on Celebrity Mastermind. And one of the things was, what does SIM stand for? What does the S in SIM, as in SIM card, stand for? She thought it stood for... She didn't gamble it because she'd got 32,000 quid. She thought it stood for... What did she think the S stood for? It was something like... storage. And it wasn't. Do you know what it stands for, the S in SIM? What do you think it is, Luke? No, not standard, no. She had a choice of standard as well. It's another one. No, it's like simulator or something like that. It's something like that. Whatever it was, she didn't gamble it, but I knew the answer straight away because I'd heard it from somebody else. And she was going to go for the other one, thinking it stood for storage, because they say your SIM card, you get this SIM card, it's got this much storage. Unfortunately, it was false economy. False economy. And where do you think... What was the other one that I heard on QI, which I do love? I love Sandy Toxic. And it was... It's not SIM. Subscriber. Subscriber. That was the word. That was the word, subscriber. Which she didn't go... In fact, she discounted that one immediately. She went, no, it's definitely not subscriber. And, of course, I was going, yes, it is. And only because I'd seen it on another programme. And then we did the other day... I was watching the QI programme, which had some lovely people on there. And who was the first lot of people who were eating frogs' legs? And I thought to myself, that's it, because automatically you go France, because that's where you think, no, the Brits. The Brits were eating frog legs 8,000 years ago, because there are reports at Stonehenge of people eating frog and frog's legs. I don't know whether or not there was a surfeit of these things everywhere. Personally, I did try it once. Ugh, horrible. Even thinking back, it was horrible. And I've eaten a snail. Shan't be doing that one ever again. Not my sort of thing, actually. I just can't bear eating all this sort of food. I mean, I'd be useless in a restaurant unless somebody told me exactly what it was I was eating. I don't want to be surprised with something and they go, oh, you've just eaten rattlesnake or something. No, thank you very much indeed. I've tried oysters. I'd say, people say, oh, it's an aphrodisiac. Not in my body, it's not. Seriously, that's the last thing you're thinking about. Have you tried oysters, Luke? You probably have. Never had... You really haven't been out, have you, for many, many years now? You must get out. Get your girlfriend to take you out or something. Have you got roller skates? She could sort of wheel you down the road. Oh. What did she buy you for Christmas? Can't remember. No. It was only a few days ago. I imagine, it must be a nightmare for you trying to work out. What did you buy her for Christmas? A clothes voucher. That really shows a lack of imagination, doesn't it? It's like, here's a clothes voucher. For whom? Was it anybody in particular? Poundland or something? Where did you go? Called Brandy Melville. Was it? Oh, Covent Garden, right. So the poor girl's now got to travel. She's got to come up to town. She's got to, sit on the bus. £30. My God, I tell you, you're pushing the boat out. I tell you, you've really splashed out. And you still can't remember what she bought you for Christmas. Was it that? She bought you a dressing gown. Oh, how lovely. What colour's the dressing gown? Grey, fluffy. Okay. It's nice. Is it sort of a toweling kind of thing that you wrap around yourself? Yeah. Oh, right. Did you not have a dressing gown? Oh. Oh, right, they won't turn the heating on. Right, so you have to sit in a dressing gown. Do you wear socks in bed? Yes, I thought you might do. And so, eventually, she buys her a dress. So what were you doing before the dressing gown? I don't want to know. No, I shouldn't have asked. I realise it was a big mistake. What did you get Nick for Christmas? What did you receive? What were among your presents? Father gives cat, always wise. Always useful. And his brother... Chili jam. Right, what do you do with that? Do you have it on toast? Burn your mouth off. Chili jam. Do you just use it as a jam then, but it's just hot? Ridiculously hot. Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, that's an interesting present. Shows a bit of imagination. Yes. Oh, makes mine seem quite dull, really. I got socks, shirts, things like that. Different bits of it, and mulled wine, which we consumed. That's all I can tell you. We consumed mulled wine. Because nobody gives mulled wine, you see. I quite like the idea. Kirsty has this programme on the telly where she makes presents for people. Well, I think that's quite a good idea. It shows a bit more imagination, sort of. The show's doing very well. I have to try and remember now. My brother says that he had snail burgers in France when he was on an exchange trip from school. He said, I didn't know... But they were okay. Very spicy, though, probably to hide the taste. Could you not tell by the fact it was all rolled up and it looked like maybe a snail without a shell? That would be the giveaway, wouldn't it? Warren, the answer is no. And Ian says, I've just watched Gavin and Stacey. I laughed about 3 times. Did it get good reviews? We got stonking reviews. In fact, so much so, they're going to bring it back. I think... next year. Oh, sorry, this year. I keep saying next year, this year. Also, here we go. Pantomime bosses have raked in, this is the gold in Goldilocks, by raking in £40 million last year. They got a £3 million profit in the year to last March. Nick Thomas and Michael Harrison say Panto's best years are far from behind us. Yes, they seem to have, people are willing to pay at the London Palladium. I mean, serious money to go and see a pantomime. But it's always full of celebrities. Full of celebrities. A friend of mine is in it, Paul Zerdin, who has been on the programme, as you know. Daily Mirror. It's all slimming, isn't it? Slim this, slim that, slim everything else. Teenage climate campaigner Greta Thunberg has had fun on Twitter after a game show gaffe. And on the brink of war, SAS fly to escort Brits out. Russia, they say, will want to avoid conflict, and so everybody wants to avoid conflict. I have a sneaking feeling that's not going to be the way it goes forward. Rustlers with trained dogs are suspected of stealing 200 sheep from Wiltshire. They must have had trained dogs. It requires a lot of organisation. Police in Thirsk have seized 63 stolen sheep and invited farmers to claim them. They're generally all marked, and you do get people who go out there and nick them. Unbelievable, though it might seem, but they do. More on the BBC not covering Princess Beatrice's royal wedding. Who cares? I mean, to be brutally honest with you, if it's, you know, people who are in line to the throne, but they're so far down the list, they're not going to offer extended live coverage. And ITV got $3 million when it covered Eugenie's wedding to Jack. Refused to comment on the coverage for Beatrice's nuptials until the teams are fully back in place next week, because everybody should be back in tomorrow, so they'll be going, do you want to cover it? No. OK, fine, let's move on. You don't need to cover it. She's not important in the scheme of things. The only reason she's important is because of the stuff surrounding her father at the moment. So, in fact, if he's there, you know, then they're not going to be having a nice time, I don't think. The Greatest Dancer's new judge, Todrick Hall, has denied a claim that he harassed one of his staff, but I think they've moved him off. And Trisha Goddard, in fact, she seems to make quite a few papers today, actually. I was ashamed I'd been wed 3 times, but now I may marry again. Fans' fury, tickets for Euro 2020. Wembley VIP seats for the mega rich, 20 grand. 20, wow, that's a lot, isn't it? So there's very little chance for you ordinary folk to go and see anything like that. Not good. Sales of fresh figs at a supermarket have soared 25% in a year after they were used in recipes by TV celebrity chefs. You can always tell when somebody's been on the telly, if it's, it doesn't matter whether it's Gordon or whether it's Jamie or Phil or something like that. People who go, oh, that looks lovely. Let's actually do that. Sad. So sad and tragic. Sorry, we're just looking at a picture in the paper of somebody. One of the boys here has got a bit of a hot for. At the moment, 8 out of 10 cats. Do you know, I've just worked out, actually, that Jimmy Carr's laugh is the thing that can save any programme. He's got a very good laugh, actually. We like that a lot. And also, what else? This did it from Eddie Murphy. Oh, really? But they've got... It's 8 out of 10 cats. They've got Catherine Ryan and Rob Beckett. You see, Rob Beckett, they tried to turn into a game show, and it hasn't worked. You can either do it or you can't do it, and he can't. It's no good having sort of blonde hair and lots of teeth, because it doesn't necessarily make you a good presenter. So I think they've actually pushed that one a little bit too far. Also, Shirley Ballas taking on the cruel trolls after getting hand-delivered hate mail. Give it to the police. Give it to the police. They will find it. You can always get, if it's sort of mail that comes in, you can always get them on the fingerprints. Seriously, you'd be surprised, actually. Years and years ago, we got somebody on fingerprints because they put sellotape over the back. But, of course, to put sellotape on, you have to hold it. So you've got 2 perfect prints on there. Brilliant. Brilliant. They ended up leaving the country. But that's what you should do. In exactly the same way that Derek Akora's wife says that he was being trolled by 2 psychics. Who are they? Don't sit there and keep stum. Tell us who they are, then the papers can have a real dig, because that's what it's about. Also, motorway services selling water at twice the price of fuel. Unfortunately, you can't put water in your engine, can you? I wish. A study of 21 outlets. Apparently, the worst example, Beaconsfield Services on the M40 in Buckinghamshire charges £4.58 for a litre of water, 3 times more than a litre of unleaded. London Gateway on the M1 is second dearest, bottles at £4.20. That is just rip-off. You can get 12 bottles in Iceland, bottled Nestle water, for £2. for £2. 12 bottles of water. Not huge bottles, but they're sort of... Yeah, 2 litres in Tesco, 50p. What a rip-off. But mind you, come on, how many people have always said motorway service stations, rip-off? Always have. I would never in a million years ever put petrol in at a motor. I would rather drive past and come off the motorway and go and find a proper garage. As opposed to these people, they go, oh, we are here 24 hours. So? I'm here 24 hours. I don't charge extra for people listening to this programme. Please download the podcast. Actually, we will be back tomorrow. Back to the podcast. Nick Abbott doing exactly the same. We've got our podcasts that come back tomorrow. Plus, the family who lost £800, feared to be a fraud here, have managed to make it to Disney. And it's a shame, really, because their money vanished with an online seller, Go West with Mickey. So she wrote a letter to Santa Claus saying, please can I go to Disneyland because my mum was scammed and our holiday was cancelled. And then somebody came up with it. And so the Mirror came up and got them to Disney. Do you know, you could do these all the time. Do them all the time. Also, in their sexy figure-hugging uniforms, flight attendants were always seen as having a glamorous job. But there's nothing more glamorous about hives, which is what Delta Airlines crews claim to be suffering because of their outfit. They said it gives them fatigue, rashes, and breathing difficulties. Chemicals in the material used to make it waterproof, anti-static, deodorising, and resistance to stain and wrinkles. It's an irritating problem to have at 10,000 feet, isn't it? I think so. I mean, people always go, oh, it must be great to, and you think they have to work very hard. Very, very hard. It doesn't work for everybody, I'm afraid. But if you want to travel and you want to fly the skies, then that's what you have to do. You have to sort of get on board. Then they put on their little sort of tabards, which is nice. Matthew says, how much do you think Elton and David spent on their shopping trip in Beverly Hills the other day? God knows. No idea at all. No idea. Thousands. Mind you, Warren said, someone told me once, may even been Danny LaRue, but the top celebrities earning a fortune during pantomime, somebody said they can earn up to 20 grand a week. Oh, and the rest. I know of somebody who's on £100,000 a week. £100,000 a week. You can always tell if there is big money about, there'll be one big name celebrity and the rest will be filtered out down below. And so you don't get as major stars. But, oh, good Lord, 20,000 a week? Absolutely. Absolutely. I would think most of the big stars nowadays, headline acts, would be way in excess of £20,000 for a week. When you're expected to do 2 shows a day, that's an awful lot. Just supposing you were on 5,000 a show, well, 6 days a week, you work it out yourself. It was 5 grand a show, so that's 10,000 a day, 70 grand. 70 grand a week. I mean, that was... Phew. That'd be cheap. But I did know somebody, I can't tell who it is actually, because they're a very well-known celebrity, and they were on £100,000 a week. £100,000. But it was a short season for them. But if the theatre's generating the income, that would be quite normal. Quite normal. The theatre was fairly big. Fairly big. I mean, I should imagine Lily Savage wouldn't do that many shows a week for 20 grand. Absolutely not. Paul O'Grady would be on top money. Top money. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, glad you mentioned the definition of a cockney. Anybody born at Bart's Hospital near Smithfield Meat Market is as close to being a cockney as is possible. He says, I'm one of them and grew up in the West End. Yeah, but you're rich. I mean, you've actually got a double-barrel name, Wayne the Trolley Dolly. I mean, that's amazing. Amazing. Steve, talking of Shirley Bassey, who's the greatest female singer of all time? I don't know, actually. Greatest singer of all time. Depends in what category. I mean, Montserrat Caballé, who's not with us anymore. Shirley Bassey, big voice. Goldfinger. That's it. All right. And I don't know. There are loads of people who... Have you heard of Shirley Bassey? Oh, right, Oh, thank God for that. Honestly. Most of the time you have to say to Luke, have you heard of it? And he looks at you blankly, like, definitely... Oh, that's right. It's supposed to be about Bob Seger, who was with the Silver Bullet Band. Yeah. Yeah, all right, whatever. I know all these things. I'm not mad. Steve, wasn't Monty Modlin a presenter on LBC? It was about as cockney as it gets? Possibly. I did say it was 7:30 when it was 6:30. I know, I'm just moving the programme on a little bit, frightening the life out of Andrew, who's sitting there going, what no, we haven't messed up. My lovely daughter Jessica flies back to Sydney tonight, Steve. And my sister Nikki drove home to Sussex last night, visiting Mum in hospital with me, and I'll miss her today when she goes back. I went for afternoon tea at the Ivy. Great and reasonably priced. P.S. I nominated you for the Global Award. Shh, I'm supposed to say that. It's all supposed to come as a big surprise to me. And the award goes to Steve Allen. Oh. I never expect anything, really. Also here, will we be seeing you at Cows Week this season? I possibly might be turning up. The boat's in at the moment. It's having its bottom scraped. And Jill says, a vicar once sang, all things bright and beautiful, the French will eat them all. Would that not be the Chinese? Don't they eat every single thing? I remember seeing a market in China, whereas they have everything, every sort of animal that you can think of under the sun, and people eat everything. Whereas we're a bit funny about that, aren't we? We don't want to eat things. If it's not in a farmyard, we don't want to know. Although if people keep pushing for veganism, but there's so few of them, I mean, it's not even 1 million yet, and there's 66 million of us in the country, so we've got a long way to go before Luke becomes a challenge to us. Now, at the moment, we're winning the meat eaters. They did a lovely thing on the who did it the other day? John Turode. He went cooking in the Highlands, and it was snow on the ground, and he did it in his frying pan, and he did sausages, and then he did them with whiskey. Flaming whiskey. God, they look good. They really look fantastic. And he put cream on and everything else, and I thought, that looks really nice. Not much use for you, I realised. It doesn't matter, you can have an imitation sausage, can't you? Made with corn or something, which always sounds like something that chickens would talk about. Corn. Have you had corn before? You love it, I thought you might do. Well, it's the only substitute you've got, really. You're not very well serviced, are you? Even the supermarket. Is that where nut roast comes from? How riveting. I remember thinking, actually, though, when you go around the supermarkets, it's mainly us meat eaters that are catered for, aren't we? They don't really have a huge section for you at all. Vegan supermarkets? Oh, right. Whole Foods? Oh, right, we've got a Whole Foods in Richmond. Mm. And that's vegan, is it? Oh, right. Yes, still in the minority. But, no, look, it gives you something else to go for, I suppose. But, I mean, if you are going to be I can't believe Mike's dismantled my newspaper. If you are going to be vegetarian or vegan, you want as much choice as possible, don't you, to sort of eat? Otherwise, it just becomes terribly tedious. And you sort of think, why doesn't somebody come up with some good thing? It's no good for so in other words, Greggs have got 2 items, a sausage roll and a steak bake. And that's it. The rest of the time. I mean, could you have a cheese roll with salad? Not if it's vegan. Well, there's 2 items they've got then in store. You can't eat any of the cakes. That's why you're so thin. I must go back to Specsavers. It's obviously not working. So, how are you? I mean, if you're eating all this really healthy stuff, how come you're sort of not as slim as slim can be? He says, being polite. Big bones. Yeah. Do I look like I believe that? I'm not sure, actually. But isn't that funny that Greggs got all that publicity the other day because they launched the fake steak bake, and they lined up a lot of desperately sad students to stand there pretending they were really interested. Students would go anywhere if it's free. Yeah. Free sausage roll today. Get down there, run. That's what they go for. And now as a steak bake, they were even more interested. Biggins would earn a lot of money. I remember years and years ago, Biggins, when I first met him, he was doing $6,000 a week then. And that was a long time ago. That was about 35. Good Lord, yes. And then when he won, I'm a Celebrity, up went the price. And Warren says, how many boys do you have in that office? Well, here? Oh, loads of people. I mean, it's like a commune. We all sort of, we're all here together. I forget on my programme, I've got 2, but then during the week I have 2. Sometimes I've had 3. On some of the other programmes they have 3, but I normally just have 2. I have a producer and then Luke. And I say and Luke, 'cause I don't like to sort of categorise him as being these sort of slightly tubby AP, you know, but he's the tea. He does make a good cup of tea, but you know, they haven't turned out. I think he's using the same tea bag. These things get weaker and weaker. Seriously, I mean, this almost looks like a mushroom soup at the moment. It's very disappointing. Not up to your usual standards at all. Obviously, over Christmas, you've joined a union or something, and you're now rebelling about having to make a cup of tea for an elderly diabetic. If somebody says to me, Steve, would you like to come and make up some numbers on a table? Yes. It won't happen. It doesn't matter. To Serve With Love by Lulu still resonates good in its tune, says Dev. It is. Good film, actually. Sidney Poitier. Very, very nice indeed. Yes, cabin crew do work hard, says Dean. They have to be able to resuscitate people, deliver babies, evacuate, serving people. It's a lot of responsibility, but my daughter loves it. Yes. And then you have to, as well, you have to restrain people. You know, we've had lots of drunks who've been on planes, and they have to tie people to the floor of the aircraft. All sorts of stupid people who get on aircrafts because they've had a few sherbets, and they go, "Oh, I think I'll open the door." We're 30,000 feet up. I mean, it's a stupid, ridiculous, honestly, absolutely ridiculous. Andy from Harrogate, he said, like most work offices, cakes are gone within minutes. Apparently, are being brought in over Christmas. Somebody brought in a vegan cake. Looked awful. One slice was taken and returned with a bite taken out. Cake was still there 3 days later. They always tell you it's not popular. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Luke has vegan cakes. Must be eating something. And, but vegan cakes, I mean, do they do things like that now? They're getting a bit better. Pet name for his girlfriend. What, vegan cake? Is your girlfriend vegan as well? That's useful, isn't it, really? That'd be dreadful if, of course, you know, only one of you was vegan and the other one wasn't. Depends who's on the land registry for the place you're living in, isn't it, really? Because you could always swap her for something else. Do you have vegan cake? Is there such a thing as vegan cake? Right. Which would be what? You had a salad. Good Lord above, honestly. I tell you, I'll tell you. Hold yourself back, ladies and gentlemen at home. You had a salad. Olives were in it? Did you have lettuce? Tomatoes? Sun-dried tomatoes? There's no end to this excitement, is there? No end to this. I mean, your diet's a bit varied. Do you think it's a good diet, though? Do you need to take supplements? Right, because you're supposed to... Yeah, but you're supposed to take other things, aren't you, to make out that you're sort of... the things that you're missing in some of the food you need to put back in again. It's only because I watched a programme on it the other night and I thought, I'm worried about Luke. I thought, I wonder if Luke's getting all his supplements, you know. I didn't think that at all, actually. I'm just saying that to make myself sound caring. You know, is Luke okay? Oh, well, I've forgotten about it. Pour another Prosecco. Why not? Steve, I wonder how much circus ringmasters get paid. Not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. It's the fun of being in the circus, isn't it? That's what it is, actually. And Matthew says the cafe opposite the William Hill in Twickenham does a cracking fry-up. Does it? Oh, never seen that one, actually. I shall probably find out. Listening to you while still distressed, says Rose. I'm currently in Wolverhampton. I was in a cemetery yesterday visiting my mum's grave, and my handbag containing my keys, wallet, phone was stolen from the car. Please say it's a new thing for criminals. I'm very upset. Yes, I can well imagine. Here you go, salary for a ringmaster. Oh, I tell you, you'd be looking at... I mean, the most famous one I know is a guy called Norman Barrett. Norman Barrett worked at the Blackpool Tower Circus, and he's got a budgie act. So he does his ringmastering, and he does the budgie act. But they don't earn a fortune. They really don't. They really don't. It's one of those sort of jobs you do because you love travelling. So they do a week in a place, then they go back in their little caravans and pootle off to somewhere else, and then he does his budgie act again. So they say here in America... In America, it was about 38,000 a year. 38,000. That's according to the Bureau of Labour Statistics, because it's part-time or seasonal, isn't it? It's not all the time. 38,000, which would be, I don't know what that would be actually, in terms of real. Whatever it is, it's not enough. You know, I'd love to join a circus. I'd love to but I mean, to be honest, I'm far too weak to start erecting tents and things like that. But I could sell popcorn or a hot dog. I could do a hot dog, and so perhaps I could be a clown. I don't think clowns get very much money either. You have to work for it. But there we go. Norman Barrett, look at that. There you go. Lion trainers get the most money, but ringmasters live longer, says Norman Barrett. And I saw him when he last came to Twickenham. He was there. But you're right, lion tamers get the most. Anybody who's got a Wild Animal Act, they can go round the world. And they would earn a lot of money. Vegas, of course, has the handle on animal trainers and things like that. But all of his buddies come too. Pepe, Maurice, Albert, Freddie, Halfpenny, Lulay, TJ and Herbert. In other words, he works from a little caravan. It's only a small caravan he's got. But he was 10 years old when he first started. Last 52 years, ringmaster. If you've never seen him, you should go and see him. The Budgie Act is great. It just makes you laugh, actually, because the budgies do things. How you train a budgie, I've got no idea. We couldn't train my Auntie Enid to do anything at all. But I don't think she'd ever been to a circus. I went to Olympia, Bertram Mills Circus, the circus that travelled by train. We went there when I was only little, only once, and it was a fun fair inside Olympia, and then you went in to see the circus. I always remember the end of it was these things which went round with fireworks shooting out the end of them. They looked like little rocket ships going round, and glamorous girls with their boobies hanging out, in little sparkly bikinis would sort of go round on the top. It was great fun. And Coco the Clown was there. He used to have a little thing and his hair would stick up. Once, do you remember Coco the Clown? No, just me again. No point in asking Luke. Probably never been to a circus. Have you ever been to a circus, love? No. You really don't get out, do you? What do you do all the day? I mean, when you leave here, you go home. I understand that bit. Do you not sort of think, today I'll do a circus? You just go to what? Have a glass of water at 2 o'clock. Oh, right. 3 o'clock you'll have a corn nut roast. They've got to fast again for the rest of the evening. Cool, blimey, honestly. What have you started doing reading? You go to Richmond to get drunk. Producers go to Richmond. How wise. And that's it. That's your day, is it?
Yeah, I don't do much, really.
You don't do a lot, do you? Why do you not go out and do something? Join a synchronised swimming club for the over 30s or something. Yeah, but you won't. Oh, right, yeah. Well, playing football when you were younger is not much use to you now, is it, really? So you don't do anything... Do you watch a lot of television?
Yes, I watch a bit of telly, yeah.
Ah, right. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, a little bit of radio. Yeah, copying me. And, yeah, I know. Don't worry, I'm ahead of you. Why not? Steve, last week, I thought I'd surprise the wife with vegan meatballs. Talking of that, you know that they do in Subway, they do non-meat meatballs. Did you know that? Yeah, I've just seen it. I saw a sign the other day. Non-meat meatballs, they said. KFC are doing something which isn't chicken. Oh. Has it still got the same coating, do you think, on there? Or is it think it's something else? I don't know. I'm very confused by the whole thing. Honestly, fancy having a no-meat meatball. How can you call it meatball, then? Wouldn't it just be a ball? And if it's a non-chicken, it's just nothing. What is it? I don't know what it is. It's a substitute. A substitute for Kentucky Fried Chicken. What's the point of that? Turkey, yeah. You can't have turkey, can you? No. Oh, said that quick. I mean, what's nut roast again? Perhaps KFC will start doing nut roast for you. It's amazing how many things you can't have, isn't it, really? I'd forgotten. It is very boring, so why are you doing it? You don't know why you're doing it, do you? It's hopeless, honestly. The weight's not falling. No, what is the point of this? Do you feel ethically cleansed? No, you don't. I think he's doing it for the wrong reason, actually. I'm totally convinced. A 7-foot duck in a Madonna bra. There you go. That's the thing to leave you with this morning. Is that the future of family television? Answer is probably yes. Also, Elton John says he'll never smack or shout at his children, which is good. Youngest victim of Gary Glitter to sue him for his pop millions. I didn't get round. You'll find it today online. The adventures that make 2020 the year of teenage kicks. TV's Jason says Holly and Phil are fake. I don't think they are. I think they're the most genuine people on television. Smaller pizzas cost a lot more dough. J-Lo says she was very nearly a hustler. And what was the other one? Oh, mainly steak bake, selling like hotcakes. We'll have to say that. And David Hasselhoff is apparently going to buy a sheep farm in Wales. Not with the stories we've been running this morning, he won't be, will he? Family stunned to go on holiday to a hotel, but we go bar watch for the sheep. Baywatch, bar watch. What was that thing? Was it Bar Ram You? From Babe. That was very good, wasn't it? Do you remember that? Yeah, good film. Listen, I've just realised I've got to go. And the reason I've got to go is because it's Sunday. Oh, yes, this family go on holiday to Egypt. They get there to discover the hotel's been closed for 2 months. Another holiday ruined. They're both on sort of, we're going to be going on a diet. Seriously, they're going on a diet. So, you're not going on a diet. What do you got your Fitbit for, then? What's the Fitbit for? That's what I say. You're both on diets. We don't care, actually. We don't care, because it's Monday now. We're practically back to normal at LBC. Practically back to normal. I'm hoping everybody's back in today. Especially Hillary. Seeing as my invoice has been stuck to a computer for the last 2 weeks. How tasty is that vegan fakeaway? They've done a survey of all the different places that are doing vegan food now. It's the latest buzzword, isn't it? Vegan, vegetarianism, veganuary, or something, whatever it is, I can't remember. Peter Crouch admits he gets facials before his TV appearances. Why not, for goodness sake? He looks good on it. We had a very good interview for In Conversation. The fugitive con artist who fleeced the elderly, gloating about his high life. They're going to get you, mate. They're going to get you. And throw you inside with a bit of luck. Robson Green says he had a hairy chest when he was 12. How can that be? Boris Johnson finally breaks his silence on the crisis. He's backing Trump. Meanwhile, over in Baghdad, things not looking too brilliant. And as we've said before, the worst is yet to come. Golden Globes taking place in America. You'll hear the results on LBC. We'll keep an eye on who wins what in the Golden Globes. And I shall bring it over to you. So, Fleabag already doing quite well, which doesn't help because I don't watch it. And can this really be true? David Walliams is got some of the venues where he's booked into being papered. There's a name for that. Papered is when the venue hasn't sold as many tickets as they want to, so they paper the house, which means that they give away free tickets in competitions and things like that, so that when he walks out on stage, it looks like it's a full place. We played years ago at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, but prior to us, there'd been a very well-known celebrity who hadn't sold it out. And the top half of the Fairfield Halls was completely empty. So they bring a curtain across it. For us, they took the curtain back again. Nigella Lawson can't hide the fact that she's 60. Why would you worry about 60? Terrible. And would you eat your pet pig? Would you eat your pet pig? The answer is that people would eat their pet pig. That's the point. People have them wandering about and they look at them. I think Gordon Ramsay did it, and he did eat his sort of pet turkeys, so they kept them for a little while, and then round came the mobile abattoir, and they dispatched them and they ate them. I personally, I couldn't do it. A very bizarre book on car parks. I know. Just when you thought it couldn't get more bizarre. This bloke spent 3 years wandering around empty car parks and has done a book about car parks. Retail car parks. Are they serious? They is the word of the decade. And the tourists destroying the village that Disney's Frozen films are based on. They've got a population in this place in Austria of, I think, 788 people. And at the moment, they're getting 10,000 visitors a day because everything in Austria is pretty, especially out in the Tyrol. And this is a particularly pretty place, and that's what it's based on. So people go there. 10,000 a day. They don't want them. They really don't. Also, Tesco have got some pyjamas based on Harry Potter. Strangely enough, they come with a warning: don't wear them in bed. How can you have that? How can you have pyjamas? Is it just pyjamas that you wear for fun or something? I used to have a nightie. Well, it's not a nightie. It's called, what was it called? It was a French thing. And it's like a nightie. It's just a one piece. Quite expensive, which I bought years and years ago from Harrods. Many. I don't have it anymore. I sleep au naturel. And I couldn't wear pyjamas in bed. I did that when I was 50. No. He's not in my bed. Richard Madeley's not in my bed. Where have you heard that rumour from? Don't tell him, for God's sake. You know what it'll be like? He'll be going, oh, and I'm in Steve Allen's bed. Please, don't start rumours. Honestly, in this business, it's fatal. Does he sleep au naturel as well? Yeah. Well, he must. And does Judy? Really? It's a bit worrying, isn't it? A little bit worrying. Whereas both the boys this morning wear pyjamas. They wear, but not in here. Obviously, that would be a bit silly to wear pyjamas in here. But they wear them home. I used to up until the age of about 15, but I don't wear pyjamas in. I can't think of it. I just think it's a bit inconvenient. Thank you. This is Golden Globes. Oh, blimey, there's pages of it. Pages of it. Oh, I'll come round to it later. It's, we will, I'll bring you up to date with it. Just, you know, if you're that kind of thing. Matthew says, wish the producers a happy new year. Good to have Thomas back. We haven't got him back. He's not back till tomorrow. We've got Luke. Luke. It's Luke. Luke. Oh, Luke. Yeah. The pyjama-wearing Luke. Luke who's on a diet. Luke who's... Even he finds veganism a bit boring at the moment. Very boring and dull, isn't it? I was not at all well yesterday. In fact, I was quite ill. It was sort of a dicky tummy, so I thought I was going to go out, and then I thought, you know, sod that for soldiers, so I stayed in. It was also freezing cold. But the good news is, and I've only just discovered this, you know that people go around, they go, oh, you've got to take your Christmas tree decorations down and turn your lights off and all the rest of it. You don't have to. You can do it today at you've got until midnight tonight to take them down if you so choose. But you can take them down on Candlemas, which is Feb the 2nd. So you can leave them up until Feb the 2nd. In fact, if you want, you can leave them up all year round and make any difference to people. It's just your tree. My tree has remained fully covered with all whatever it is the trees are covered in, and it's lovely. And I saw somebody who dumped one on the side of the road the other day. No needles on it at all. You might as well have just sort of got a twig and put it in a pot and decorated it. Seriously, it looked absolutely ridiculous. Whereas mine is found it hasn't dropped any needles at all. So today, when eventually I get home, I shall. We've got the trees coming down, 3 of them, and then I shall take the one down and say, if I'm very good, I might ask my cleaner, Mr. Vazino, to take the lights off the tree, and then I'll just move the tree outside. Don't know whether he's going to be so thrilled about that one, but it's always, you can always ask, can't you? Robson Green says he had a hairy chest when he was 12. He must have been a very advanced child, mustn't he? 12 years old and a hairy chest. I mean, he's not exactly the hairiest person I've ever seen. Not really. I mean, I've seen other people on the television. Phoenix Knights might be about to rise again from the ashes, thank God. Thank God we waited long enough, haven't we? Also, eat more offal to help save the planet. I don't think the boys were after that one at all. And the world's oldest person has just celebrated her 117th birthday. I think she's Japanese. It's obviously the diet, which has worked very well indeed. So they got her this beautiful cake, but they were trying to shove half of it in her mouth, the poor thing. No. We're sort of watching it, having a little bit of a laugh. Also, aliens do exist. We've been told this by somebody who knows about space, the final frontier. And Shatner the other day said that he wanted to go into space, and they want to send him into space. Everybody wants to send him into space, but this is somebody in this country, an astronaut, and she said aliens do exist. They could be living amongst us. Many's the day I've looked up and looked through the glass and thought, I think I work with aliens. But she said they could be invisible. Why are we so fascinated with aliens? I mean, why do we want to believe that rubbish like that exists? Why do we think that out there is sort of a moon that goes round us, but inside the moon there could be another moon that goes round and bigger, and they say, well, you know, aliens could come from another planet. And you go, oh, they don't. And of course the right-on people go, well, they might. And you go, well, they might, but they won't. There are no things such as aliens. Very sweet. And it's a very nice idea, but there isn't anything. You know, they did this thing about this American place where they go, oh, you know, we think that they've got some alien spacecraft. What a load of old cobblers. Have you ever heard of such rubbish? You think the Americans could keep their trap shut? Of course not. Guess what we've got? We've got a spacecraft. But I remember Flight of the Navigator. Did you ever see the film Flight of the Navigator? That was a very good one, where they captured a spacecraft, and this boy went inside it. The steps go, whoosh, and he goes inside, and there's a voice. Welcome, Navigator. It was very good. Made by Disney. This thing shot off, and of course they were trying to keep it quiet. That it was a. But I mean, why would an alien spaceship want to be kept quiet? You know, why would you want to go out to Area 32 or whatever it is? You'd want to come and land in Trafalgar Square. come and land in Trafalgar Square and just come out and greet us, okay? Hello, you know, we're all here. We're open Monday through Friday, half-day Wednesday. You can pop in and see us, and we can then go out there and say, this is an alien. You could appear on... I get you gigs on all the chat shows. I guarantee you an appearance on every single radio station that Global owns. I mean, wouldn't that be interesting if you could actually bring somebody in who's from another planet? But why... in conversation... Are you serious? I'd turn over a month full of in-conversations. If they got... You find me an alien, I'll talk to somebody for as long as you want. I mean, no hassle there whatsoever. Do I recognise these tones? Here we go. That speaks to me. That speaks to me. Do, 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 do. And then it got deeper. Do, 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 do. And by this time, he's going... And it landed... And they were put there. It's lovely. I love that. Close encounters. And then it came down the road and took off over their heads. It's always in the middle of blooming nowhere. Why not land in Piccadilly Circus? You know why? They don't know how to operate the meters. They've got no idea. They don't have a telephone. They don't have a connecting sort of device that can get them in. Although, to be honest with you, I think they could probably sort of bomb London. Although we shouldn't have to wait too long for that to happen if things are getting out of hand the way we think they're getting out of hand. But it'd be quite nice. But, I mean, I suppose in your dim and distant mind, you would like to think that E.T. exists. But, I mean, to be honest with you, he was an ugly little so-and-so, wasn't he? You're never going to be letting something like that wander around your house. Have you noticed, in the whole of the film... Never once did he go to the toilet. Never once. You can only hazard a guess, can't you, how bad it would be. We take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Shane says, I work in a meat processing factory and I still eat meat. Yeah, I mean, I think a meat processing factory I could cope with. I wouldn't want to work in an abattoir. I really wouldn't. I mean, I've seen abattoirs. I just don't... You know, I'll eat meat. Although, actually, I think I might go vegetarian this year. I don't know. No, I'm joking. I'm just going to wind you up. All the boys go, oh, really? Oh, Steve's going to go vegetarian. And they both sort of lit up, and I went, no, I don't think so. Tom in Northwood says, got gifted some Christmas toilet paper from M&S. I'm down to the last roll. Actually, I've got a huge 12-pack that I bought of Christmas. The woman suggested it. She said, don't buy the little ones. It's cheaper to buy the big pack. So I bought it and just started using it. It's got pictures of Father Christmas and a dog and... Something the matter with that? What's the matter with that? Oh, you just have plain white paper, do you? How dull. No, you have to have sort of pictures on it. I used to have fleur-de-lis on there, thinking I was sort of quite classy. And then I suddenly thought, it's only toilet paper, isn't it? It's only toilet paper. But this one's got Father Christmas on. But it must be printed abroad, because he don't look like our Father Christmas. He looks like some Nordic creation, which is completely different. Anyway, nice to have your company this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Break. You're all back to work today, and some little kiddie winks, parents going, thank the Lord, are going back to school, which is great, which means if you're getting on a bus or on the train, the little blighters will be everywhere. They'll be there with their huge big bags. They'll be screaming and shouting. It's so noisy on the buses. I always turf them off. Off! Out of that seat. It's for a disabled person. Oi, you, 10-year-old, out! Got to get rid of them, haven't you? They have to. I think bus drivers should refuse to go anywhere if these children are taking up seats reserved for the elderly. I've seen elderly people standing, me, on the bus, and a young person is sitting in a seat which is not designated for them. Not that I'm bitter in any way, shape or form, but if I find them today, they're in big trouble. 7 this morning. I'll do this now, so I might get into trouble later. You can talk to the Chief Inspector of Ofsted. Amanda Spielman will take your calls after 9 o'clock this morning. As Nick is back. Steve, I think I'd end up being the poorest farmer in the country because I'd be giving all the animals names and refusing to sell them to market. Well, I mean, if we all go vegetarian, but it's highly unlikely because there's 66 million of us and there's less than 1 million people doing veganism and all the rest of it. You know, farmers will be sitting there going bust. You know, cows have to be milked. You can't just leave them and go, oh, that's all right. They'll explode. They need milk. Why do you think they all head for the dairy in the morning? Cows are going, oh, I've been eating so much grass. So much grass, and off they go into the dead. They practically plug themselves in. Every time, says Monica, my favourite cabbie, I hear veganuary, I have an urge to go and buy a large ribeye steak, so please restrict your use of the word, otherwise I may go bankrupt before the end of the month. Well, hope not. Hope not. End of the month, I was saying to somebody the other day, they said, oh, are you looking forward to January? I said, listen, I look forward to every month. I don't have a bad month in the calendar. Favourite month? I don't know. I don't know, really. December, I suppose, because I quite like it. I mean, I shall quite like looking at pictures of the country bathed in snow, and there will be those aerial shots, which could have been taken any time over the last 15 years, of the whole country. They go, and this is what it looks like. It's just a blanket of snow. It looks as... I don't know why they bothered sending, somebody up there in a drone to go and photograph something that you could have photographed last year and seen exactly the same. Steve, I heard last year an option for Christmas tree disposal is to offer it to a zoo, says Jeremy. It's a lot of animals love eating them. Yeah, not all the animals love eating. They're poisonous to some animals, aren't they? Christmas. You imagine if everybody in Manchester went, I think we'll donate our tree to Bellevue Zoo, and the animals are going, I couldn't eat another tree. I seriously couldn't eat any more. Don't give me any more tree. Oh, look, this one's got decorations on. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So definitely not. Definitely not. Patricia says, I didn't have a hairy chest at 12, but now I'm 76, I have a hairy chin. Yes. That's what happens, isn't it? You sort of... Do you know... Did you read in the paper... You probably didn't read in the paper. I knew I was going to tell you something. And they were saying women, for January, should not bother shaving. They should... You should just let your hair grow. And I thought... I don't think so. We don't like that idea. How many women do you know, I mean, apart from my Auntie Enid, are going to... I mean, she's practically sporting a full-on beard at the moment. I mean, she really is. She's setting a trend all by herself. But the idea that people can sort of let hair grow onto their arms and things like that, if you're a woman, it's just not done, is it? It might be all right in East European countries, but it's... I don't think we do it here. I've had a haircut, I know, yeah. Woo. Kasha. She gave me one of her better... This is a 1 all over. That time you got a blooming haircut, isn't it? So you can have a 1 on that. I don't think we'd know who it was. Oh, my God, that's going to look very scary. Very scary. It's like my friend Ian. If he had a 1 all over, he'd be unrecognisable. Unrecognisable. Have you seen The Masked Singer, says Tina. Another American import we really don't deserve. Well, it's been getting lots and lots of publicity because... It's ITV, and they're just desperate to get publicity for it. I don't quite understand it. So far, they've had Patsy Palmer on in one of the costumes. People are now betting on, it's all set up, isn't it, really? They're sort of going, oh, David Beckham could be the tree. You think, well, he's about as wooden and as sort of destitute, I think. So I have seen a little bit. I'm not really that interested. I'm not interested in those sort of programmes. I'm really not. I mean, I'm not really interested in the Dancing on Ice programme, only because Ian H. Watkins is such an irritant. I mean, he really is, honestly. Just like, oh, God, so infuriating. Steve, thank you. I once stayed in a hotel opposite an abattoir. The room was lovely, but the view was awful. Have you seen that one? Oh, I felt so sorry for it. That's why I couldn't go to an abattoir. And it's a cow, and they push them down these sort of concrete tunnel things, and it gets to the end, and then they sort of prod it with like a cattle prod thing, and the door lifts up, and then they go in, and then the door comes down again. And there's 2 cows, and there's one behind the other one, and then the first cow goes in, and it's not coming out again. And the cow behind thinks, I don't like this, and it tries to turn round, but it can't turn round. It can't go back. It's kind of stuck there until the bloke comes along with the cattle prod, and the door then lifts up. By that time, the other cow has vanished. And I don't know why we have to sort of put ourselves through this. There must be an easy way of doing it, mustn't there? Wish I knew what it was. But, no, they always say if we all went to an abattoir and watched that for a couple of minutes, you'd be vegetarian by the time you walked out again. Mind you, did you see that tuna the other day that sold for £1.4 million? A tuna fish. They're huge. A tuna fish is enormous. A catch, one catch on a ship, 10 million. They're like 9 feet long tuna. They're absolutely enormous. Bluefin tuna, terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. 9 feet. Oh, tuna are enormous. They're absolutely enormous. I mean, some of them can go up to 15 feet long. They're huge. So they corral them, then they come back and sort of put them onto the boats. But each one can be worth tens of thousands of pounds. Oh, yeah, tuna are very big. That's why I can't understand why the tins are so blooming small. It's ridiculous. Steve, I'd rather eat my boyfriend than my pets. Well, there you go. That's, yeah. I don't think people could eat pets. But years ago, the Tower of London, in London, we were talking about how gruesome it was. In the moat, there used to be a zoo. And if you went to the Tower of London as a visitor, if you took a cat or a dog to feed to the lions, you got in for free. Seriously, yeah. You could take your cat or dog. Whether or not they were alive, I don't know. I should imagine they'd be scooting around like as fast as you could go, trying to get away from them. Mind you, they do that in China. In China, they have a safari park and people pay to watch the lions being fed with live animals. A cow will turn up. If you've got enough money, you can buy a cow for $100 or something, and it will come in on a truck, and they will just lift up the back of the truck, tip it out onto the ground, and then leave it to the fate of the lions. Ghastly, isn't it? Absolutely ghastly. I've got James May to do today for In Conversation, which we're looking forward to. That'll be our first one of 2020, and he's talking about his Japan programme. Another one here. Shane says, I'm 61 and still waiting for a hairy chest. Don't ever wish it on yourself. It's like shaving, isn't it? The first time you start shaving, that's it for the rest of your life. You're ruined completely. You know, the idea is leave it as long as possible. But because once you start shaving, you just need to keep... I've lost my blooming phone. What have I done with that? Do you know, I keep losing things here. I'm getting worse and worse. Hello. It's in my pocket. What a funny place to keep my phone. I normally have it on the desk in front of me. This morning, and I've got a message as well. Good morning, Steve and the Dream Team. No, we haven't got them this morning, unfortunately. Looking forward to a great Monday morning show, which is quite nice. And this, of course, will be Stuart Manning, who's... we don't know where he is, actually. But actually, did you read Jonathan Shalit the other day? Professor Jonathan Shalit. He said that people who wake up early in the morning are the most successful. And who work. So I tell you, Luke, just in case you thought you were included in that one, it doesn't work like that. You have to be the presenter of the programme to be successful. Because Margaret Thatcher used to wake up after about 4 or 5 hours sleep. The Queen, the same. And over the weekend, yeah, the Queen wakes up early. I don't think she's not I think she sits up in bed reading a book or something, you know. The History of Me. Which must be quite nice. Steve, Wayne, the trolley dolly, loving you mentioning Flight of the Navigator, one of my all-time favourite childhood films. Some people think I'm imagining it when I mention it, but it does exist. Oh, it's a great one. Compliance. Great film. I love it. And at the end, because he comes back in the spaceship, which looks like, looks like a bullet kind of thing, and he discovers that his family don't know who he is because he vanished years and years ago. And he's gone ahead in time. And so he gets taken to the police station and all the rest of it, and then he manages to escape from this secure compound because they get, well, you know, where have you been? And he goes, well, I just went to sleep and I woke up and it's like, oh, it must be so infuriating. It's a very, very good film. If you get a chance to get it, it's only cheapo, which is quite nice. After vegans have finished vilifying meat eaters, will they next be lobbying zoos to stop them feeding meat to lions? Well, I'm sure you must get lions that probably are vegetarian. I don't know of any. I don't think out in the Transvaal or in the national parks and things like that, lions are going, oh, I could just murder a Brussels sprout kebab. You know, they don't. They're looking for gazelles and stuff like that, or wildebeest, or zebras, or whatever it is they chase. I've seen them bringing down giraffes. If they're sufficiently hungry, they'll bring down a giraffe or an elephant. It's terrible, really, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. As the four horsemen of the apocalypse seem to be on the gallop, they still need to follow modern standards of horse welfare and grooming, says Ian. I don't know enough about the four horsemen of the apocalypse. I really don't. I wish I could sort of be terribly clever and say I know all about it. But there again, I left school at 15. We didn't get round to the apocalypse when I was in school. We were still doing things like, you know, would you like to make something for your mother to take home? You know, like a clay something or a poker, which we made in woodwork. That didn't last very long. And another one here. And it says, please stop talking about people being horrible to animals. I've had to turn you off. No, you haven't, you liar. I can tell you haven't. Honestly, it's so ridiculous. You get some people, they must sit there on major medication worrying about things like this. God in heaven, honestly, life must be one terrible, tedious kind of thing. How do you cope going around a supermarket? Oh, I don't know. Fish in boxes. Oh, God, awful. I've had to turn the radio off. Why don't you just sit there and go and buy a xylophone? You'll enjoy that, actually. Bingy bong, bingy. That'll keep you happy. Dev says, I've not had meat due to having witnessed the painful slaughter of goats and chickens, but I'm a hypocrite because I love eating seafood. Yeah, see, I'm not... Who did we speak to the other day? Who is it who doesn't eat fish? Somebody on my team doesn't eat fish. Do you eat fish? No, that's right. Luke, it's Luke. Luke doesn't eat fish. He doesn't eat any fish at all. You don't really eat a lot, do you? I don't know where your weight problem comes from. I can't work this out. What are you... Big boned. I mean, what are you eating? Because you must be eating something, mustn't you? You can't not be eating anything at all. You had a salad, which comprised of what? Fake chicken. And a salad? Fake chicken on a salad. And so what sort of fake chicken was it? Oh, right, fake chicken fillets. Oh, like from Quorn again. Oh, right. And did you have tomatoes and lettuce? Cucumber? Did you have salad cream? Oh, vegan salad cream. God, it must be very expensive being vegan, mustn't it? As somebody said to us last week, and I've heard it a million times, how do you know if somebody's vegan? They tell you. Let's have a check on the news, shall we? 4:30. Have you ever seen the film Stepping Out with Liza Minnelli, says Al? Of course, I'm in show business. All people in show business have seen Stepping Out, haven't they? Anybody in Tower Hamlets can get him free to the Tower of London. You just need a council tax bill. Yeah, well, whatever. And one that says, shave with shaving foam. It takes years off you. Oh, I did so when I was 17 and my brother told me I looked 11. No, you see, shaving foam, you're doing a wet shave. I can't wet shave. I can only dry shave because I cut my skin to pieces because it's very soft. And I have cut my skin before now, so I dry shave. It's also means you can watch television at the same time. Because if you're a wet shaver, you can't sit there with a washing up bowl on your lap, can you? So my father used to sort of wet shave. He had the shaving brush and the shaving foam and things like that. I find it very tedious to do shaving. I mean, it's the most boring thing under the sun. As I say, my Aunt Enid's given up with it. She's decided to grow the sideburns and the thing. Mind you, most of the females presenting on Gemporia seem to have their own sideburns. You know, because they end up Gemporia's but that jewellery channel, and they do close-ups of people's ears. Look at these earrings. And they've all got loads of hair down the side of their faces. And you think, go and get a no-no, shave it off. It looks ridiculous. It's like they had a bloke on there the other day. He was doing Saturday Morning on Gemporia, and they sell cheap jewellery. And the camera kept going in close. He had the worst nails I've ever seen him. And I'm thinking, if you've got really bad nails, go and find another job. You look tacky. Go and get a manicure or something like that. Honestly, they look so cheap and horrible. And they go, and we got collectors coming in for this ring here. This is marvellous. 1999. It's Paraiba. Also, they make up these. I've never heard of half this stuff. I've heard of diamonds and sapphires and rubies and pearls and things like that. The stuff they actually come up with, they make it sound like it's the most valuable jewel in the world. $10.99. Just seriously. But it's these horrible people with all this hair growing down the side of their face because it's high definition television. And then they also have an ability to put a ring on their finger, and then they move their hand so it tries to catch the light. A little bit difficult in many cases, but that's what they do. They sort of do that. In the end, they've got sort of 3,000 watts of lighting on it to try and make this sort of bit of tat look as if it was something worth collecting. Steve, I watched a very good film over the weekend called About Time, starring Bill Nighy, and that's got time travel in it. I like a time travel film. Flight of the Navigator is an amazing film, says James. I have a handmade model of the ship. Made it myself out of wood and some plastic. It's so cool. Sounds ghastly. Sounds absolutely good. You've made it yourself. Oh, no. Because it was a shape changer, wasn't it? It was you've heard of shape changers. That's where something can be one particular thing. It's like Luke. It's Luke. And you can be a shape changer. You know, but all he wants to do, for some reason, I don't know why, he wants to lose weight. And you think salad would be really good for you. Not made any difference at all, has it? There must be something that you can eat. Perhaps it reacts with your body, I don't know. Were you a fat child? Very fat. That's why, you see, that's why you're having... Sorry? Couldn't see your knees? What were they disguised as? You were so fat? Oh, right. What, your tummy covered your knees? Or your knees just vanished? How odd. Isn't that funny? I could tell you were a fat child. It's funny, I wasn't, yet became a fat adult. How does that work? You either get one of two things, don't you? Your parents are not healthy. Oh. Are your parents vegetarian, vegan? Your mother is. Is that recent, though? She would... Because since she was born. Wow. Born in 65. How depressing is that? Born in 65. And that's your mother, born in 65. Dear God, honestly, I'm getting people younger and younger on this programme. Small wonder I go home in a state of depression. You know, they go, how old are the people you work with? I go, 12, 11, you know. Their parents are very young as well at the same time. Always very worrying, isn't it, really? So I can't work out, and I will have to work out why Tesco's have got these pyjamas, Harry Potter ones, which you can't wear in bed. I mean, it's the oddest thing ever. And perhaps they're... Is it fire regular? Well, oh, right. Never thought about that before, actually. I'm always surprised that people wear pyjamas now. I thought, you know, for sort of the amount of sort of young people there are nowadays, you know, people wouldn't wear them. In court, they've been fined a huge amount of money. A drunk pair, ugly as sin. They were kicked off an aeroplane for cavorting before takeoff. She had her tights off and her legs in the air. I mean, seriously, what airline allows people like that to fly? I mean, really. I think they're banned from going near aircraft for ages and ages. What a tacky bunch, really. And also, struggling to cram your holiday essentials into one case. We all do that, don't we? Okay, I mean, if ever I go on holiday, which is not very often, as you know, I end up repacking about 4 or 5 times. I start off and I put the stuff out on the bed, try and put it in the case, then you think, OK, that's fine with the clothes. And you always end up putting in decent pair of trousers, socks, no idea why, and pants. And because I change mine on a daily basis, you can imagine, separate case for things like that. And then you have to go to the bathroom. And then you suddenly realise there are so many items that you take with you. You need a separate suitcase for the bathroom. And if you're diabetic, oh, God, you need a box of needles. I mean, I can whittle it down to sort of taking about 20 or 30 needles with me, which isn't too bad. But at the same time, you end up... They've got people in the papers like Donatella Versace and Kyle Jenner and people like that who can't go on holiday or, you know, go away for a few days without taking something like 20 suitcases. Even Colleen Rooney, Chief Chav, and chavvy old man as well, they take like loads of suitcases. What in God's name is in them? I've never seen anybody with so many suitcases, and then they have to pay extra. Outrage in London. Outrage. We haven't had outrage for ages, but outrage here. The National Portrait Gallery shutting for 3 years, but they're still being funded. You should go, actually. It's good. I don't know if it's still on. Not too sure. Steve, let you know Amazon are selling Christmas lights at half price. Thank you. Steve, at the Golden Globes, the complete menu is vegan, says Sue. Royal Sutton Coldfield. Oh, stop trying to elevate yourself. It's outrageous. And even more tedious, Steve, wet shaving your head every couple of days. Can't you just do it with sort of putting your shaver in water and putting a bit of oil on? You can do that. You know, if you're going to shave your head. I still use shampoo. Of course I use shampoo. I've got hair. What do you think this is on the top of my head? Be very careful. Okay. No, of course I use shampoo. What do you think? You just leave it. Of course bald people use shampoo. You've got to wash your head. You've got to wash your head. You're in big trouble. Yeah, you're treading on very thin ice. In fact, the ice is cracking on the outside and you're in the middle. And you're going to disappear very shortly. Let me take you to Hampstead Ponds after the programme. We'll just leave you up there. Now, of course you shampoo your hair. Do you shampoo your hair? Yeah? How often? You did last night. Oh, good. You make it sound like it doesn't happen too often. Yeah, monthly. Did you do it last night? What was the time before last night? Really? The other day. Do you not shampoo it every day? You condition it? There you go, Corey. There's hope for everybody. He conditions his hair. What for? What for? Have you thought of having it all shaved off or something? No. You can't find a... Really? Haircuts are very easy to find. We've got about 12 hairdressers in Twickenham. We'll find a good place. I should imagine you'd probably get your girlfriend to cut that little bit, couldn't you? You'd probably do it with a pair of tweezers or something. Because I've never seen you with a proper haircut, so I'm assuming it roughly has stayed the same for years. Yeah, it's a bit like Corey. He doesn't... he'd be... I mean, if you actually held him down and shaved all his hair off, he would absolutely go apoplectic. He would be... Yeah, you'd like Samson. All of a sudden, your strength would go. And we'd have to go. Where's Corey? We'd go. He disappeared into the earth with Aladdin. It was terrible. Why? Shaved his hair off. We thought it was hilarious. That's what they do on stag nights, isn't it? They generally get somebody so drunk they either tie them naked to a lamppost or they shave all their hair off. Tattoos. They're very. Are they really? No. You haven't got any tattoos, have you? No. Don't suppose vegans would have tattoos, do they? Do vegans have tattoos? Can you have a vegan tattoo done? Yeah. You've got to check the needle. God, blimey, honestly, it's more complicated than I thought. And yet you don't even like it, do you? You're very miserable about the food. There's nothing that's very exciting. I mean, what would you really crave? You know, if I could wave my Steve Allen magic wand and say, okay, today, Luke, I'm going to make you a meat eater. What would you like to try? What would you like to try? Bacon. Okay. Back bacon, smoked bacon, any sort of bacon. Sorry? Fried bacon? Well, yes, I don't think you can eat it any other way. You certainly can't eat it raw, that's a fact. And so you could have bacon. You could have that in a roll. Or you could have that as part of a cooked breakfast, which of course you wouldn't be having at all. So it would just be bacon sitting on your plate. Oh, you can't have breakfast because you're fasting. Why are you fasting? It's not helping, this fasting thing. You shouldn't. I mean, have you been to a doctor and had this approved? I'm slightly worried that you might just collapse in front of us and we might have to sort of resuscitate you. Black pudding, how disgusting. We don't like black pudding. Definitely not. Joanne Webb brought her son in the other day. Every time I see him, he seems to grow. It's unbelievable. I mean, I know children grow, but you just don't really expect them to grow. So I tempted him with a bar of chocolate and some satsumas. And then the pièce de résistance, a chocolate cream egg, which he was very excited about, which again, Luke can't have because they're not vegan. So there's hardly any sweets that you can have, are there really? No sweets. God. Well, it's obviously a mission for you, isn't it? It is a sad life, isn't it, really? Well, I hope you make it as old as I am. Oh, we have to take a break. I knew there was something. I'm getting very depressed this morning with all this talk about food he can't eat. Another one here says, I spent the weekend planting weather cone trees around the Brecon Beacons, about 1,000. And Ivan says, I use hair remover once a fortnight. Oh. Slightly disturbing, but there you go. I'm sure you're very happy doing it. So you use hair remover once a fortnight. What, on your hair? Luke can't find a hairdresser to cut his hair. I mean, there's loads of them. Corey doesn't want to get his hair cut. And I get mine cut about every 2 weeks. Just to keep me looking a little bit groovy gang. Yeah. Might do it today. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't do it. No. You see, just leave it as it is. Really. I don't want you walking in and somebody goes, sorry, anybody seen Corey? You know, and you go, it's me. And we go, no, it's not. Okay, to the Global Award. Seriously, very, very sophisticated. And I get mentioned on the trail now. That's about the most exciting thing next to winning an award that's ever happened to me. I know nobody ever bothers with me about things like that. They just go, there he is, leave him there. It's interesting, actually. My friend Chris, who's in radio, has done a piece about how he's changed his life around. He's cut out drink. They even said he got rid of all his cars, which I found very difficult to believe. And he gets up every morning early. Well, we know that, don't we? And occasionally we hear from him if he borrows somebody's phone because he's given up with his mobile phone. Whereas I don't think I could give up my mobile phone. He does your diet. Stop trying to latch on to celebrities. They're not doing your diet at all. Nobody's doing your diet apart from you, okay? Honestly, nothing worse about vegans. They try and latch on to somebody who isn't vegan. Well, put it this way, he runs every day. You don't run, do you? I've never seen you run at all. Perhaps we should put you on a running track or something and see how long you'd last. About as long as me. We'd both collapse after. I used to go running all the time. When we did a thing at the Barbican Health and Fitness Club years ago, they gave me a trainer for 6 months, and he would have me running around the track and then doing... I hated him. Seriously, got on my blooming nerves. Do some sit-ups. Now we're going to do the rowing machine. I was willing him to be run over by a bus at times. It was so frustrating. Because you're either fit or you're not, and you get something out of it that other people get out of it. And you think... Because you get these things that sort of take place in your body, and apparently they've said it's like sex. Well, as I can't remember that either, there's no point, is there, really, in doing the running? Because I've got no idea what the heck's going on, and they go, oh, come on, you can run. I look ridiculous running. Seriously, I look pigeon-toed. A bit like that. If somebody said to me, run for the bus, nope. We'll wait for the next bus. I'm not that bothered about getting on the bus, but looking about as I'm about to have a heart attack. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, please say hello to Paddy, who's a member of the Steve Allen Fans Facebook group, with love from Angie. Nothing wrong with a rasher of raw back bacon, says Trevor. I don't think you can eat raw bacon. I don't think it's very good for you. When I was about 12, circa 1985, my mum used to have LBC on. I remember listening to you on the afternoon phone, and I loved it when you got annoyed with slightly less intelligent callers. I never got annoyed. Never got annoyed, Al, at all. Never, ever. I'm the most calm, placid person on phone-ins. Seriously, I just used to switch off. They go, oh, hello, Steve. Yeah, whatever. And I was very laid back. He says, by the way, are you doing any more an audience with Steve Allen's at the Mermaid? No. We've got a sold-out show coming up in February at the Leicester Square Theatre. I think there's a waiting list. I'm pretty certain somebody mentioned a waiting list. So you can go on to it, and you then, if somebody decides they can't make it on that particular day, then they give their tickets back. I think that's how it works, and then somebody else can buy them. But no, it's sold out, I think, within about a day, I think. Steve, seeing Easter eggs in the shops already, I just thought, who the hell is buying an Easter egg now and keeping it until April for Easter? Then it'll taste very nice. Oh, chocolate's got long sell-by. Long sell-by. In fact, I'm looking at this chocolate here. What's the sell-by? I love looking. Here you go. This bar of chocolate I'm holding here now, this is a bar of Godiva Belgian chocolate. And when do you think the sell-by date is? March next year. 21. So that's over a year away. A year and then something. I wonder if they're all the same sell-by dates. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, this one, 26th of April, 2021. That's a long sell-by date, so you don't need to worry about chocolate running out. And I should imagine the same for the Cadbury's cream eggs. I would think so. Over in America, Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Olivia Colman, victorious at the Golden Globes. Best Actress in a TV Comedy was Waller-Bridge, while the sitcom was named Best TV Series. So, very good. Ricky Gervais, his opening monologue contained jokes. This is Ricky Gervais who's hosting. About paedophilia, Prince Andrew and James Corden, as well as a lewd gag about Judi Dench. He was discussing Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Gervais claimed it was too long before saying its star, Leonardo DiCaprio, attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. That's so good, isn't it? Wasn't that another joke about, who was the actress? And I forget who it was now. And she appeared in The Diary of Anne Frank on stage, and she was so awful that when the Gestapo broke in, the audience went, "She's in the attic." She was the actress who, when she had a baby, her husband said, "That's so nice, she's got somebody her own age to play with." Quite good, isn't it? But the Leonardo DiCaprio one's good. And loads of jokes about Prince Andrew. And it's people. That's what happens at the Golden Globes. They do jokes about the audience. They've always done it. Scottish actor Brian Cox got Best Actor in a TV Drama. Laura Dern picked up Best Supporting Actress. Best Original Song from Rocketman was Elton John and Bernie Taupin. I mean, they've got a 52-year marriage. They have. Also, Missing Link won the Best Animated Film Prize, beating Disney's favourite Toy Story 4 and Frozen 2. So it's done very well, very well. Scottish actor Brian Cox, nominated for Best Actor in a Drama for Succession, has discussed the appeal about the show. Jennifer Lopez arrived in a white and green gown with a huge gold bow. They have to be noticed, don't they? You have to be wearing something that people go, wow, that was a stunning outfit. And they don't pay. They go to these places where somebody says, well, you pick out the item that you want to wear, and then it gets coverage. And the coverage is enough for the publicity. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Nobody's ever offered me clothes to wear. And here, this one says, please pass on to Steve a good series called The Palace of Laughter to enjoy after his show. After? I don't have an after this show. Heavens above. This week, the Alhambra Music Hall in Leicester Square, now the Odeon, your neighbour. I've got photographs of it. And it also went to the very back as well, all the way back, the Alhambra. Wish it was still there. Episodes and other musicals around Britain available for 5 days plus. I think you'll enjoy it, says Michael in Vancouver. You suggest correctly. Shane says, I couldn't do without my phone. I couldn't listen to you. Steve, I wonder if the gems and jewellery presenters go on a NAF training course. Well, it's the overexcitement where they have to talk and smile at the same time. Most of them come over as fake. But then That's what they're actually selling. They're sort of selling stuff. It's appealing to a certain market. They had this old woman in the morning who comes on, whose hair doesn't move, and she's like, oh, what does she say? She's got an expression. It's not golly gumtree or something like that. It's sort of like, whatever it is, she's very infuriating. She makes H from steps look bearable. Steve, food you're not allowed to eat. My son's very upset because the dentist told him he's not allowed orange juice, says Connie, because it's got all that sugar in it. So you can't have orange juice. I wish you could. Wish you could. Oh, I could drink orange juice. I could get through a carton of orange juice in about 5 minutes. Tropicana I used to drink with the bits in. Ice cold from the fridge, delicious, but I haven't had orange juice now for about the best part of 15 years. I can't have grapefruit juice. Why can't I have that? Because it interferes with my medication. But unfortunately, you can't have orange juice. And also, dentists will tell you because it's got so much sugar in it. It's not the greatest thing for you. That's why. I mean, I share your depression. Wish I could that. Steve, you mentioned how E.T. never went to the toilet. Mark says it always puzzled me how Edward Scissorhands went to the loo. Carefully, I would think. Very, very carefully. Yesterday, we joined the yearly winter walk from the Bay Horse pub in Hatfield, South Yorkshire. 40 of us went out in staggered times. Oh, that drunk. 3 hours later, returned to the pub for pie and peas and a couple of beers. Lovely day, except the amount of fly tipping strewn down the lane, says Rob. Dreadful. I don't like fly tipping. I'll have a cup of tea and I'll have a glass of ice-cold, your freshest spring water. It'll be nice. Sparkling. There might not be any sparkling. There might not be. I think over Christmas people have raided the fridges. But you never know. They might have been in the other day and filled up again. So sparkly, but if they don't have sparkly, I'll have still water. We like doing that because everybody listening go, oh, he's not going to pour the water again. Oh, Steve, please don't pour opening the can and then cluck, 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 cluck. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? Because it means you have to get out of bed. You cannot stay in bed. Once Steve Allen starts doing the water thing, you've got to get out of bed. Morning, Steve, says Will Guyatt. The Consumer Electronics Show is on in Vegas this week. All kinds of gadgets and stuff you'd love. Oh, how lovely. So are you going? Are you going to Vegas? How lovely. Talking of health and fitness, Steve, I'm a member of the David Lloyd in Kingston. Rarely use it, just sit in the sauna. Yeah, you see, I think it's all right I used to go to the sauna of the one up at Heston years and years ago. You sort of sit there and and I used to mistakenly think that if you sat in the sauna, you'd sweat off fat. That's what I thought. Never worked. Ridiculous. So, do you wear a towel in there or not towel in a sauna? There's nothing worse than you walk into a sauna and everybody's stark naked or looking at you. That's the worst thing, because or the opposite, that's right, yeah. You walk in stark naked and everybody's sitting there in a towel or a dressing gown. It's even worse. Oh, goodness me, honestly. The actress was Pia Zadora. Thanks, Ebbs. You're right, it was Pia Zadora. Have you been to the Fairfield Halls? Friend says it's been brilliant since they've refurbed, says Albert. No, I haven't. Not since we actually did the shows there. We did 2 sellout shows there, which, we sold out and then they changed the management. The management before were brilliant, really nice. And then when we went to book it for a third time, the person who was doing it said, yeah, we'll need a deposit of £20,000. Well, we'd never had a deposit before. We'd always sold the show out. It sold out very quickly. And we said, well, can we not do... No, we can't, I'm afraid. So I thought, well, stuff you. It's the last time I appeared down there. Can't be bothered, actually. Listening from Spain, says Robert. My Auntie Pen often listens in. Of course, this morning will be the day she's not listening in. We've got the papers to go through. Johnson finally breaking his silence. This is Boris backing Trump. Possibly the worst decision of their entire lives. Baffling, the Masked Singer hitting the right note. And the best medicine is a rescue pony. Ponies apparently are very good at doing things like that. They're very good at sort of doing, it's like pat dogs, which they take round old people's homes and things like that. We're still trying to work out why don't wear Tesco's pyjamas in bed. That's what they're meant to be. What, I don't know, what, you just sort of climb into bed and you take them off again. Doesn't seem that good, does it? And how tasty is that vegan fakeaway? All of that and more will be coming up very shortly. And why is it that... Oh, right, they've restocked the fridge. That's good, isn't it? That's very good. Look at that. Oh, it's cold. Oh, God, so cold. What? We can take that one. OK.
Somebody to put it in there?
No, it's got tea in it.
I know, but that's bigger, isn't it?
No, that's all right. I don't mind smaller. Can I have a glass? Can't open the top of the thing. This is where one of my nails breaks off. I can tell, actually. And I don't really have many nails. I did that once, actually, and it pulled the nail all the way back and then it passed out. It was terrible. So, wait a minute. Oh, God, you stupid thing. Hang on. So, what fun we're having, because it's only Monday morning. I'm trying to sort of think of something that would liven me up. We're just having a little routine, you know, in the studio at the moment. Here we go, just to annoy everybody. So exciting, honestly. I love doing it. There's something about water being poured into a glass that's very appealing. I don't know what it is. Never used to be that appealing when I was little. But now it's something you do and people, oh, please don't do that. It either makes us want to go to toilet, or failing that, we get very, very thirsty. Phoenix Nights could be coming back, which is the best news we've heard for ages and ages. We got the results of the... Thank you. Results of the Golden... Cups everywhere now. Brought 2 in. He's now taking the mickey. He said to me the other day, he said a minute ago when he brought the water in, he said, you know, I'll open it, he said, do you want me to drink it for you as well? I mean, seriously, never heard any back chat like that before in my life. Never from a short-lived AP. Anyway, no, seriously, honest, no, he's a laugh, honestly, he really is. Just not here. He was in the Groovy Gang. After this morning, he's not in the Groovy Gang. You have to be a very special person to be in the Groovy Gang, which, in case you're wondering about the Groovy Gang, it came from Only Fools and Horses. And this is where Rodney was very tall for his age, but they put him in, I think, for the 11-year-old category. And then he had to go and be a part of the Groovy Gang, which wasn't the greatest thing he's ever done. So the National Portrait Gallery is shutting for 3 years, but they're still being funded. And I don't know when it's closing, but to be honest with you need to get there as fast as possible. The DNA tweak, which could wipe out the grey squirrel invaders, what they're going to do is they're going to basically make them... Is it infertile? Because they don't want the grey squirrels, they want the red squirrels. And the grey squirrels have seen off the red squirrels, so they're trying to bring them back in again. Around our way, we have grey squirrels. I don't think I've seen any red squirrels. I know in certain parts of the country they've tried to introduce them. Talking of certain parts of the country, we could soon be blanketed by snow and winds and all the rest of it coming in from Iceland. And Darren said, yep, they had it when they were over there, so it'll now be... I'm always amazed at how it travels across the continents. It's like when we got sand in our car park some years ago, and I said, we've got sand. And they went, yeah. I said, where's that come from? They went, it's come from the desert. The desert? I said, where's the desert? Near Kingston, is it? Or something like that? No, the desert, you know. And it comes, it's windborne. Quite amazing. Steve Yu, says Chris. And he said, can you stop talking about Christmas? No, absolutely not. I'm going to be talking about... And also, we haven't mentioned Christmas, so quite clearly, you've either got some sort of selective naff hearing over in Canterbury, not the most exciting place, but the Archbishop was murdered there. So that's the only thing you're famous for, isn't it, really? And Christmas, which I should imagine you probably had Christmas markets and all the rest of it. Don't be such a mandy person. You know, there's nothing worse than being, oh, don't talk about Christmas, we don't like Christmas. Well, tough for you, we do. And that's why we mention it. We mention it all the time, and if it annoys you, I mention it even more. Can't help it. Gillian Barnett says, I've just done my first 3-day juice detox. And I can't do juice. I can't do juice. What sort of juices do you do for a detox? Are there sort of special juices? I can't... That blue juice? Oh, well, that's just one of a fad of juices that come out, isn't it? I mean, I don't know whether it's going to do you any good. You don't look any different. So, hair's grown a bit, yeah. They always put it in there, and you can get little shots now. Have you seen the little shots that you get? Which are like little tiny bottles, about 1.5 inches tall. And they go, this is to boost up something or whatever. Whether it's true or not, I've got no idea. But no juices I can't do. Not very good for me at all. Occasionally I have some. Occasionally. But I try and pick something that doesn't have anything that I'm not supposed to have. Another one here. I got 3 days of different organic fresh juices. I wasn't hungry once. Well, you mustn't, Jilly, just have juices. Very bad for you. Very bad for you. You must have other things to go in. You cannot... They used to use it as a supplement, didn't they? They go, oh, and you can lose weight if you go to this juice meister kind of thing. And somebody said, this is really bad news. You've got, it's like people who eat vegan, you're supposed to have supplements to go along with it because you're not getting all the right supplements. And I think with sort of juicing, you can lose a load of weight on it, but it's really bad. Really bad. If you say you're thinner and lighter, you need to go to the doctor. And I wouldn't recommend this. In fact, I've always been told by doctors, if you're just doing juice, you're in big trouble. It's like, do you remember Gemma Collins was doing those ridiculous weight loss injections? Highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. Steve, in nursing, if a patient couldn't do a wee, we were told to run a tap near them, as it was thought to help them do a wee. I would think so. Yes, I would think so. That does. Oh no! Sometimes just the very sound of it makes you want to go, doesn't it? I'll be all by myself in this studio in about 5 minutes' time. Everybody rushing for the loo. I told you, I've been to the toilet more times by a motorway than at any other place on the entire planet. I still can't work out if carbonated is better than the other one. Another one here, which says, thank you for pouring the water, says little Julie. The cue I needed to pop to the loo. It's funny, isn't it? Jackie says, I love squirrels. They're so twitchy. Yeah, the grey ones are a little bit evil, I think. And another one here. Just going back to Chris. Poor soul, honestly. Not everybody likes Christmas. Well, only people you know. Everybody we know loves Christmas. Seriously. Producers love Christmas. Everybody in the newsroom loves Christmas. All the management love Christmas. So it's just you, isn't it? Poor you, all by yourself in Canterbury. And he says here, not everybody likes Christmas. Yes, they do. Everybody likes Christmas. God, blimey. Unless you really are a mamby-pamby. Top tip for scratch cards. Put one under the pillow and don't scratch it till 2:30. Only so many people an hour win, so it improves your chances. They've just got a game finishing on Camelot. It was a £10 a ticket game. And I won the other day. Don't know what to do with the £17.50, but I shall think of something a little bit later. So exciting. I was hoping, I told you to buy a house this year. I mean, I've got a place to live. It's not that I need a place to live, but it'd be quite nice to... I've seen a place in Marylebone, 15.5 million. But it's got 9 bedrooms, beautiful, and such huge. I mean, it would cost about £500,000 to fill it with furniture. And then it's got a mews house on the back with a double garage, which is absolutely what I'm looking for. And it's in Marylebone, so it'll be very near Barbara and Scott, and very near Regent's Park, very near everything, actually. What the shops are. I've always wanted to have deliveries from Ocado. I don't ask for a lot in life. I just fancy the idea of sitting there and sort of ticking things off and then not having to go wandering around a supermarket. Not that I don't enjoy supermarkets, I do, but it's just that given the choice, having the food delivered would be brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The best medicine is the rescue pony. This is a cancer girl. And she's like, the pony's like a pat dog, where they take them around old people's homes. It's years ago, Blue Peter started the thing on the BBC of having a pet. So they had Petra and they had the cats and all the rest, although the cats lasted about 5 seconds on the cushions. But they used to have these pets on the programme. And it was because a lot of kids watching didn't have pets at home. So the Blue Peter pets became our pets. We did have pets. We did have a dog and a cat, not at the same time. And I quite liked it. Our cat Candy was as mad as anything, seriously. So Fleabag doing very well at the Golden Globes. And the other one, this is... I like the idea that somebody, a very well-known person in space, is saying that aliens do exist and they could be amongst us, but they're invisible. Which kind of sort of adds to the mystique of what goes on other planets. I would love to go to another planet and all of a sudden, the whole sort of thing moves across and this huge town is underneath it, like Space 1999. I quite fancy that idea. I think that'd be a very good idea. But I just don't believe it exists. I really don't believe it, which is a bit of a shame, really. George Lazenby. Do you remember George Lazenby? He was a Bond. He's rejected a claim that he's sexist because he says that women are taking over. Well, that's the old joke, isn't it? When God made man, she was only joking. The world's oldest person celebrating her 117th birthday. And still the papers are full of diets. Seriously, I don't think there's a newspaper that has actually not got a diet in it today, because everybody's obsessed that eating over Christmas. Even a friend of mine who's very good at going out and doing her exercises and things like that, she said, I did put on a few pounds over Christmas. Everybody does. You can't help it. You just automatically put the weight on, and then you've got to get out there to try and lose it again, and that's the boring thing, isn't it? Nobody likes that kind of stuff. I know, and yet you see people all the time running. We've had producers over the years who are really fit. I mean, super duper fit. And I always think that's really great, but I can't do it. And then people say, don't be so weak. Of course you can do it. And you go, well, I have tried it. In the past, I have joined gyms. I have been given free gym memberships to try and sort of encourage me. I've had trainers offering their services. God, more trainers offering services than I can shake a stick at. Eat more offal to help save the planet. Next door, they've decided they don't want to eat more offal. Thank you very much indeed. And is there no end in sight for these bushfires? I don't know what the answer is. They've dropped stuff on. They've dropped, everything on there. And still, these things rage. And I don't know where we go from here. You'd think we could sort it out, wouldn't you? Peter Crouch admits he gets facials before TV appearances. I think he told me that in the interview we did with him. And I remember thinking, but loads of people do that now. You think that Davy Boy Beckham doesn't wake up in the morning and start lathering on the all the different moisturisers and stuff? Of course he does. Of course he does. Everybody does. Especially if you live and work in London, or you work in a capital city where there's pollution. Lots of men, and it's never used to be, would use a facial scrub or an exfoliator and then put on a moisturiser after that. I've got particularly dry skin, so I use a moisturiser literally twice a day, if not 3 times, if you can remember to do it. And I'm always looking for new things. And so every time something new comes out, you try it. That's why there's such a huge market for ladies and skincare. I mean, it's a £1 billion a year market, if not more. If not more. People sort of like doing that. You can have a dressing table full of different things. And people have I don't know what they call it, like a beauty regime. And the regime would be that, you would do this, always take your makeup off at night. But I know loads of people who don't bother doing that. They just touch up again in the morning. And you have to look after it, because otherwise you'll get to a certain age, and you see them all on the television now. There's every cream known to man. I've never known so many creams for sale, which is amazing. Also, what was the other one actually? Oh, I've got your top telly guide for 2020. I thought, it's TV Company, 18 minutes past 5. I know, dreadful. Dreadful. See, currently cucumber and celery juice taken daily is supposed to be incredibly healthy for you. Yeah, I mean, listen. What works for some people doesn't work for a lot of other people. And you'll always have a fad diet. And they'll go, if you just drink juice, you're going to be really healthy and you're going to be very thin. But you can't just do it and then expect that to be it. So once you've lost the weight, because you can lose weight by doing these things, but it doesn't last. And all the people, as I've said before, diets don't work, because there'd just be one. They'd be going, listen, we've tried all these other diets. This one works. Just eat a banana every day. So there was those American twins, weren't they? Playboy twins, I think. And all they ate was baby food. They would sit in a room locked into a flat, and all they had to eat was baby food. And you think, but you can't exist on that. In the same way, you cannot just exist on juice. It's just not right for you. You've got to add lots of bits and pieces. So there'll be lots of faddy things. Lots of fatty things, and lots of companies going, you can lose weight with us and all the rest of it. It's little and often, food-wise, and exercise. That's all it is. It's not complicated. Not complicated. Other stories. There's a £60 million bounty to kill Donald Trump because he authorised the drone strikes. I mean, to be honest with you, the funeral procession for Soleimani is pictured here. I'm looking to see if I can see any women. Appear to be no women at all in any of these photographs. It's only men, and they've got his sort of the coffin, and also the US soldiers boarding flights to Iraq. We apparently have a nuclear submarine. Did you hear about this one? This was in the papers. You never know exactly what's true and what isn't true. Also, the US football team has cancelled a 20-day training camp in Qatar as concerns rise over the safety of the World Cup. Also, expats told be vigilant. They think 400,000 expats live and work in the Middle East. So I love the way they go, if you'd all like to leave the country, and you think, and how are they going to be managing this? How is this going to be achieved? But we have a nuclear submarine with missiles. I think there are 2 missiles which are aimed at Iran. And I'm thinking to myself, and they go, one of them's big enough to take out a building. You think you're going to need a little bit more than that? A little bit. Steve, I've had to take down my outside lights. It's awfully dark now, says Suan. Hurrah for Christmas. You don't have to take them down. If they're just white, you can leave them up all year. Rob says you can mention Christmas 365 days of the year. Suit me fine. Everybody loves Christmas. I've never met anybody who doesn't, apart from a couple of snowflakes, but you don't worry about them. Also, my nan used to call squirrels tree rats. Tree rats. Wow. I used to love the Blue Peter pets. My favourite was Simon Groom's dog, Goldie, says little Julie. Yeah, there have been so many, haven't there? So many over the years. And the tortoise. Remember, it was Fred and it became Frida. Suddenly they'd sex the tortoise wrong. The cats. I went down to watch Blue Peter, to watch it being actually put out. It was one of the very few live programmes. Now it comes from Manchester. I couldn't even tell you who the presenters were. One I think is Dancing on Ice, but it's only because Michael Barrymore dropped out. Peter says 352 shopping days to go for Christmas. Yeah. And Jackie says, I saw a man running past the house yesterday. Later he ran past again. Was he A, running up and down the road, or B, had he run round in a complete circle? Just running up and down the road. That's about as far as it gets. Lorraine says, my New Year resolution... See, we were still talking about those, weren't we? I have no intention of growing old gracefully. Yes, I think the idea is you grow old disgracefully. And Sarah says, you honestly helped me get through my night shifts. I know, sometimes night shifts are terrible, aren't they? Obviously I'm doing a night shift, but then when it comes up to 6 o'clock, that's breakfast time as far as I'm concerned. Every breakfast show in this building starts at 6 o'clock. We start at 7 with Nick Ferrari. So I always think I'm doing part of breakfast. Normally, says Chris, I'm waking up in Birmingham, but booked myself 2 nights in Windsor. The castle is closed, so going on a boat trip. Have you been to Windsor? Would you reckon? There's nothing really to do apart from the castle in Windsor. You could drive through Windsor Great Park. It's not the most exciting thing. It's just Legoland's for children. It's not for adults. Don't tell me. Dave Beckham would go to Legoland. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, Lego everywhere. That's why there's no way he's appearing on this singing programme at the moment. They think he's the tree, mainly because he's so wooden, I should imagine. But they also think... Who do they think was the one... Who's the pale one who was in Girls Aloud? They think that she's one of the contestants because she's got a very pale face. Whether she sings or not, I've got no idea. But I haven't seen it. Kevin the Milkman says, if you bought that little pad in Marylebone, I could be your milkman. Gold top and a strawberry yoghurt every morning. Whoopee! The house is lovely. It's beautiful. I mean, 15.5 million quid. If I had 15.5 million, I would buy it. Because let's face it, I'm not going to live for the next 500 years, am I? Dallas says, years ago when you went to a restaurant with a set lunch menu, you'd be offered a minuscule glass of orange juice as the first course. What was all that about? Yes, I remember those very well. It was a little tiny glass of orange juice. And then all of a sudden, orange juice. And then people started realising that a lot of the cheap orange juice was made from concentrate, which isn't the same as freshly squeezed. And I like it freshly squeezed. I don't like this sort of, oh, look, it's made from concentrate. And you think that's why it's cheap and horrible tasting. Steve, are you one of the masked singers on the new TV show? No, but I like the costumes. I think the costumes are fab. It's another way of looking at it. I suppose. Steve, a friend and I had a ready meal from Iceland. It was yummy. Chicken, carrots, peas and little roast potatoes in gravy. Oh. Geraldine says, remember when the volcano erupted in Iceland? All the planes were grounded. Volcanic ash on my car in Scotland. Yes, I remember that very, very well indeed. Very well. And, Steve, why do you want to move? Is it because you like a garden, says Jackie? No, absolutely not. No, I mean, in fact, in this particular house, it doesn't have a garden. It's got a roof terrace. Not huge, but it's enough for me. Anything in pots, I can deal with. I'm very good at dealing with pots. I can water. I can do all those sort of things. I don't want anything we've got to mow a lawn. I don't mind seeing somebody else's garden. I'm quite into being a bit nosy, looking at people's gardens. But no, roof terrace suits me fine. And, of course, it's ideal at Christmas because you can put lights round and you can set off rockets and stuff like that. which is lovely. Shane says there was a bushfire half an hour from where I live. They controlled it. I'm lucky. I live in the suburbs. Yeah, I mean, it is. I feel so sorry for the people over there. So sorry. So sorry. Which producers are on duty this morning, Steve? Nobody. Nobody this morning. No, they're good waving. They're not talking to you. They're talking to me. I'm the one who decides, whether or not we mention you on the programme. I don't know how you're hearing me. You've got headphones on. How is this possible? You're not listening to anything at the moment. You're listening to me on the headphones as well. Right. God, your life must be so confusing, honestly. Not another salad again tonight, is it, Luke? Would it another salad? I mean, can't you vary it and just go, I'll have some fish fingers with this, or scampi or something, or some nice rare roast beef or beef Wellington? Or did he have nut roast over Christmas? Boring, isn't it, really? Look at him. He laughs through it. I think he goes from and he stuffs his face with chips and fish and everything under the sun that we don't know about. What we can't see, we can't complain about. I think secretly you're eating all the food under the sun. A bit like Thomas, he eats all the food under the sun as well. He didn't. Well, that's what he said. That's what he said. What else do we have? We've got 11.3 million people waiting over 3 weeks to see a GP, despite Boris Johnson's vow to end long delays. I wish they'd stop promising you things. I seriously do, because they can't achieve so many things at all. It's very, very depressing. But, moving would be because it's big. 9-bedroom. I could have all my friends living in, and I wouldn't have to worry about cleaning. They'd clean. They would be doing the cleaning. Here we go. Jodie Comer, dressing to thrill in a killer outfit, partying for the Golden Globe Awards. Do you know they bring in professional makeup artists and, the people to dress them? It's all done, actually. It's all done. The British teenager in the gang rape case in Cyprus could have been drugged before the alleged attack, an expert witness says. They've got a forensic pathologist, says the line of inquiry was not properly investigated. It's all a bit not very pleasant, actually, but one of the 12 Israelis accused of taking part in the alleged rape says they will sue the British teenager for compensation. This one was in custody for 8 days. He said he was not in the room at the time of the alleged attack, and the plan to sue sparked fury among the Brit supporters. It's not going away, this one, is it? It really isn't. Duke and Duchess of Cambridge making a surprise visit to church with the Queen. I mean, just because they go to church, does that mean that they are religious? I mean, I went to church as a child because I was in the choir, but I was only in there because it paid money. That was it. When I was a little chorister, I loved it. I thought it was the bee's knees. I watched a programme on choristers the other day. I think at Lincoln Cathedral. I remember thinking, do you know, everything that they were doing reminded me of everything that I did and all the people that I sang. We were just little children. We were 9-year-olds. We didn't know. We didn't know whether it was, whether we believed in God or we didn't. We just used to sing the Te Deum. We sang, we did everything. I don't even remember being auditioned for it. That's the bit I can't remember. I'm just watching squirrels. They're very clever, aren't they? Very inventive. Didn't they have a programme on YouTube which put squirrels into an SAS commando course thing? They put some nuts in a tube, and the squirrel had to go upside down on the bit of rope in there to then get the nuts. I think I'm facing the wrong way again. It's difficult to tell, really. Do you remember them hanging on like that? No. I've gone nuts. That's what they did. However difficult you made it for the squirrels, they could always bypass the security. And they would climb up posts, and even if it had a table, they would manage to do it. Very clever, very inventive. And then they learnt to pull out sticks, and then the nuts would drop down to the bottom. No, just me again. Just me. I'm the only person who sees these things. Another one that says, I've just had triple glazing put in. Hope a war doesn't come. I don't know why we're getting involved. I suppose because we support America and Boris has basically nailed our colours to the mast. But we have sent a nuclear submarine out there with warheads. The pale one in Girls Aloud was Nicola Roberts, the red-headed one. Wasn't there a story about her in the papers? I can't remember. Sometimes you remember in the back of your mind. I don't know what she does for a living. I don't know how much money she would have made. And we don't know where Sarah Harding's gone to. We don't know whether she's sort of disappeared completely now, because all these people vanish, and then they'll sort of turn up years later. They've got Coach Trip with Brendan at the moment, with all these people, and I only know a couple of them. You know, anybody who's under the age of 30, not a clue. So they've generally come from a reality show, I suppose. But thank you, Kevin. You're absolutely right. It is Nicola Roberts. Jackie in Watford says, we're plagued by limescale in water here and you can't get decent cleaning products. Do you have much in your water? No. January, traditionally the day, because it's 12th night at midnight, that you take your decorations down. But you can leave them up till February the 2nd if you're doing Candlemas. OK, Candlemas means you can do it a little bit later, but you'll find Christmas lights on all over the place. I don't think it makes it... It's supposed to be bad luck. But to be honest with you, we took ours down on time and we've still got bad luck. Some of the programmes, great drama on the way for your television. Most of television is a huge drama. Belgravia, I'm very much looking forward to. This is from Julian Fellows, who did Downton Abbey. And I can't wait to see this one. Secrets, Lies and Corsets. Whee! Plus, excuse me, Line of Duty, Season 6. The North Water. This is Bearded Sailors in the Freezing Arctic. I don't know, I can't... The trouble is, if it goes on any longer than about 2 or 3 episodes, I'm completely befuddled. The whole thing just seems to take for ages and ages. You've got, on digital TV, Cobra... Hamish Macbeth's Robert Carlyle as the UK PM, launching on the 17th. Star Trek Picard on January the 24th will be available on Amazon with Patrick Stewart back as the Starship Captain. And Disney pinning its hopes on another space series from March 31st, The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian, they say this one tells the story of a bounty hunter in the Star Wars universe featuring Yoda as a baby. See, again, doesn't mean anything to me at all. I've got no idea what they're talking about on these things. And they've got... what do we got here? Oh, the world's oldest person. This is Kane Takanaka. She had a party. She's in a nursing home. Well, I mean, she's 117, for goodness sake. Of course, she's in a nursing home. And she was having a piece of cake. You'll see the clips on all the news programmes. I have to describe it to you because there's quite clearly too much food on the spoon, and they're just shoving it into her mouth, and she's quite going to get pop it. She doesn't like it at all. Also, siblings find each other and solve a wartime dad puzzle. I like it when those things go on as well. Plus, BAFTA nominations were announced tomorrow. Brits hoping for a nod, including Sam Mendes and Taron Egerton. Plus, in the Best Original Music category, we'll find out whether Andrew Lloyd Webber and Taylor Swift get nominated for Cats. Despite, I think it'll turn itself around, Cats. I really do. I know people have sort of said it's absolutely awful, and it's not. Thank you. So much to read. Well, at least it's warm, I suppose. The paper's quite warm. So, tea, yes. Yeah, I'll have a tea, yeah. Why not? Yeah, I'll go for a tea. Thank you very much. Which tea bags are you using today?
Sorry?
Which tea bags?
Capital.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. No, I mean, are they the ones in the sealed foil packet, or are they...
The normal ones.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. Yeah, the other ones are Tetley. Tetley. Is it... Oh, it's Typhoo. Typhoo, yeah. I might have one of those. Thank you. I'll ask, but I won't get. Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon presenting the first 2 awards of the night. Rami Youssef, Best Actor in a TV Comedy. He told the Ballroom, I know you guys haven't seen my show. Everyone is like, is this an editor? He says, we made a very specific show about an Arab Muslim family living in New Jersey, and it means a lot to be recognised, so well done there. Plus, Russell Crowe, Best Actor in a Limited Series Prize for The Loudest Voice, but he wasn't present because at home in Australia he was protecting his family. Ricky Gervais, as I say, was doing jokes about Prince Andrew, but then everybody does jokes about Prince Andrew. And there was... I can't read some of them because you'll have to see them on the television. They're very funny, but somebody go, oh, we like Prince Andrew. I got that last week from somebody. We're a big fan of Prince Andrew. Another one of those dreary snowflakes. And I think Fleabag has done well, but we haven't seen Fleabag. You haven't seen Fleabag, have you? You've seen it. Oh, right. A little bit quick there. Did you have a chance to brew? Right, okay. Too much milk. No, I'm not being fussy, but I mean, apparently, unless you're a diva on the radio, there's just no point in living. You have to be a diva, so you have to do it, because you don't want people to think you're a pushover, do you? You want people to go, he's very different, he has his tea done at a certain temperature, you know. Also, DeGeneres' wife, this is Ellen DeGeneres, was there. She said viewers of her long-running chat show are inspired by what they see her go out and make people laugh or be kind. She always does that, doesn't she? She always goes, be kind to each other. But they did that on Mr. and Mrs. over here. And they seem to be doing it. She got a standing ovation. I love the show. Sometimes she looks as though she really doesn't know who she's talking to, but it doesn't make any difference. Brian Cox got Best Actor of his role as Logan Roy in Succession. Quentin Tarantino has won the Best Screenplay Globe for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And he was handed the prize by one of its stars, Margot Robbie, and thanked his wife, Daniela Pick, who's pregnant with the first child, saying she was watching from Tel Aviv. Laura Dern has won the Best Supporting Actress in a Motion Picture for Marriage Story. Fleabag gets Golden Globe for Best TV Comedy. Amazing, isn't it? I haven't seen it, but obviously very popular next door. Patricia Arquette got Best Actress in a Supporting Role in a Series, Limited Series or Motion Picture made for TV. And she says here, she urged her acceptance speech to urge people to vote. She said, I'm so grateful to be here and celebrate this. Also, I know tonight, Jan the 5th, this is last night, we're not going to look back on this night in the history books. We will see a country on the brink of war. Just the kind of thing, isn't it? Tom Hanks collected the Cecil B. DeMille Award at the Golden Globes, which is the ceremony's Lifetime Achievement Award, and apologised for having a cold. We like Tom Hanks. We could do. Yes, we could do. Yes, I could do that. Should we get her in? Is she in already? We don't know if she's in already. Charlie Girling is sending clips in at the moment. Kate Blanchett paid tribute to the volunteer firefighters. We could sort of squeeze her in, I suppose. Should we do it sort of about 6:30 or 6:15 or something like that? Yeah, if she's available to us. Don't sort of tread on anybody else's toes. Everybody else going, oh, we wanted to talk to Charlie Girling. And I'm more than happy to sort of just ask her if she's available to come and help us out a little bit. 6:20. I keep looking at... Why are we showing pictures of central London? What are we doing? Why is there central London being featured on the news? I'm having a quick check, actually. It's outside... I know exactly where that is. It's over the road from the BBC. That's the Langham. Langham? Lanesborough? One of the two. Yeah. It's on that corner. That's Oxford. That's Regent Street there. You're heading down to Regent Street. Oxford Street runs across, but this is up here. This is Broadcasting House. Well, it's still there. I always say that because it worries people who work for it. They're never too sure, are they, either? Always interesting. Here we go. So it's a happy, feel-good show where no one is torn to pieces. This is the Masked Singer. That's what they've said. Unfortunately, it's Simon Cowell. His two new concepts to revive the X Factor last year are beaten by a singing duck. Also, Sam Smith. He said, let's hope all these celebs pushing January diets get a woke-up call from Sam Smith. He posted a body-confident picture. He said, I've spent my life hiding my body from the sun. Don't let anybody or anyone stop you from feeling that kiss from above, you beautiful humans. Yes. Bravo, Sam, says the diary in the Daily Mirror today. It says, I had been feeling the pressure to get some exercising. Now I might just run to the shop for some Jaffa cakes. And apparently Sam Smith is one of those, doesn't want to be identified as he or she. So it's they. I mean, I have to be honest, I'm kind of losing the will to live on some of these things. I think there's bigger things to worry about as to what the hell Sam Smith wants. Plus the amazing bond between an organ donor's mother and the man she saved. And he says, I call Frida my heart mum. It's like we've always known each other. They just say that, don't they? You lose somebody and then part of their body can be used to help somebody else. And so you strike up a bond with them, which I think is absolutely wonderful. Plus. This is another story. More fire and animals dying and people trying to get them out and things like that. And you see some of these animals, they're so grateful. Normally they wouldn't be going anywhere near humans, but they're so grateful now to be helped out. So I'm all in favour of things like that. Look, you can buy Harry Potter Village. How exciting. I love stuff like that. I love these full-page adverts in the newspaper. Start of the new year. What do you really miss in your house? What do you really, really miss? The Harry Potter Village. But does it light up? That's what I want to know. Probably not, actually. David says, good news for all you lot who aren't looking forward to Christmas. It's an extra day away this year. 2020's a leap year. Ha ha. Talking of GPs and patients, says Kevin the restaurateur, a report in the Times says 1.5 million people go every day to their GP. 1.5 million! What an unwell nation we are. Yeah, we are. Also, some people just like sitting in the A&E, don't they? Wasting everybody's time. What's the matter? I got a cold. Sorry? I got a cold. Well, go to the chemist. Stop wasting everybody's time in here. Like people phoning 999. My Chinese is late arriving. Oh, God in heaven. These people should be arrested, thrown in prison. Steve, a colleague of mine has a tortoise in her garden. I used to have a cousin who used to call it a tortoise. A tortoise. She says he's 30 years old. Highly likely. They seem to live for ages, tortoises, don't they? Look at the ones on the Galapagos Islands. I mean, some of them about 150 years old. Went to Brighton, says Philip, on Saturday. All the buses are named after famous people. We went on Elsie and Doris Waters' bus. What bus route would you have your name on? I don't know. I'm slightly disturbed by the fact that Elsie and Doris Waters have got their name on a bus, because 90% of people in Brighton wouldn't have the faintest idea who they were. I know. But it's only because I'm in the business. I would know things like that. I remember the squirrel video. It used the Mission Impossible theme. It really did, yes. Dum, dum, doo, dum, dum, dum. Dion in Langley says, doing the SA course was a TV advert as well. You're right, they did use it. See, you just fill in the missing gaps for me, thank you. Steve, you need to get Yorkshire tea bags. Get the tea boy, says Terry in Darlington. He doesn't like that title. Seriously, he's a part of our groovy gang. He's a part of it. Yeah, it's a bit of a tantrum going on here now. That could be a phone call later on, I can just tell. So, what were you saying about the T-boy this morning? I never called him T-boy. Never called him the T-boy. In fact, he's the one who's trying to force tea down me. I'm the one sort of going, I'm all right at the moment. He goes, another tea? Before I can even have a chance to say, excuse me, he's gone. He's out there. Steve, I recommend the new Dracula series. You see, how many more times can you rehash Dracula? How many more times? I'm really not interested. It's part of old rubbish. But Fleabag is worth watching, says Sophia. And obviously Dracula as well. And gory with funny one-liners, like Dracula says to one of the characters, I've been dying to meet you. Well, I mean, go back to the Rocky Horror Show, So what do you think about, Rocky? I don't like a man with too many muscles, she goes. And he goes, I didn't make him for you. All these sort of things. Can't make up my mind, says Chris on The Masked Singer. Well, it's just another novelty programme, isn't it? I don't know where the format came from, but if it resurrects the career, which we thought was dead in the water, of Nicola Roberts, and who was the other one they thought was on there? Can't remember. Denise Van Outen, they think. She might have been singing. So far, it's a bit predictable. The costumes are nice, but it's a wee bit predictable. But they're putting out little tasters, like we think one of the characters could be David Beckham. It's a stupid... You couldn't put David Beckham on there. You'd be taking the head off, he'd go, surprise! And we'll be going, yes, Dave, we know it's you, love. He wouldn't do something like that. Definitely not. Sam in Windlesham says, we've got a regular squirrel visitor. We've called him Steve. Thank you. Very cute. And a dab hand at getting the nuts from the bird feeder. I love watching him in his gymnastics. Yeah, I think they're terribly clever. Terribly clever. I believe the red squirrels are on the Isle of Wight, Steve. Well, I think they're over, but there just aren't as many, I think. There aren't as many as there used to be, because the grey squirrels get rid of them. The 6th of January. So as I say, you don't need to take the decorations down today. If you're enjoying them, leave them up. Doesn't make any... it depends how superstitious you are. It's not going to offend anybody, put it that way. Front page of The Sun this morning. Oh, we're now thinking about holidays, aren't we? 300 destinations to choose from. Holidays from £9.50. I think it'd be living on a caravan site. Plus, no tears for a terrorist as Iran rips up the nuclear deal. It could be their biggest mistake if they get if they start retaliating against America, because the entire world is going to descend on them. And it will not be one of their best moves. Mind you, I don't think the Trump move was one of the best moves either. I think that was possibly a little bit misguided, but you can't tell somebody who's as arrogant as that. Plus Laura What's-Her-Face, I'll give it my best shot. Who cares? It's just a presenting job, dear. You've not been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for doing anything staggering. You've only got to do about 3 appearances. Chris Evans says he relaxes by cleaning. I've heard that from a lot of people. It's very therapeutic. And he rates 7:30 bedtime and beetroot, tomato and cranberry juice among his tips for a happy life. There you go. See, he does run. And when I used to see him at the screenings in the mornings, he would have run there. Seriously, I mean, it's unbelievable. He suggests not eating for 16 hours and then only in an 8-hour window. He saves booze and meat for the weekend. He got rid of his phone last year. He said, I haven't missed it for a single second. God, I feel quite weak even thinking about it. But in fact, you could do that, couldn't you? You could sort of have meat and booze at the weekends. And then he does 16 hours not eating. Yeah, but he has eaten before in the past. It's not like it's been like, whereas you're on a mission, aren't you? To really depress yourself about the whole thing. Because given the choice, you would rather eat something else, and it turns out that your secret vice is bacon, which is quite interesting. I mean, I'll happily bring in a little frying pan tomorrow and cook you up some bacon. I'll bring a hob in. I've got a little portable cooker, which works on a gas cylinder, and I could have a little frying pan going in here. There is a fire alarm in here. There's everything in here. I've got cameras in here, I've got fire alarms, I've got blue lights, I've got a wall behind me with the LBC logo on. I'm very busy in this studio, you know. Barely enough time to even cook bacon, but I could make an exception. Was the guy the other day, where did he go to? Oh, that's right. He went to McDonald's, and he said he wanted, whatever it was, he didn't want meat in this thing. And that somebody made a mistake, and they put meat in. Now, you're assuming that when he opened it, he would have seen it was meat and he didn't eat it. Well, apparently he was so traumatised, he went all the way back there and started remonstrating with them that he can't have meat, he's never had meat, and all this kind of stuff. And they went, we're really sorry about it. So they offered him, obviously, his money back, and they offered to make it again. No. He wants compensation. He wants compensation. And I began to think to myself, can't people just accept the fact now that sometimes people make a mistake? And if you make a mistake, you just go, sorry about that, and get on with it. No, I want money. How does money make it better? I've often worried about people like that. Steve, Fleabag is about an obsessed sexual predator. Oh, its popularity is likely due to the main character being female, says Andy. You see, it doesn't even sound good. Fleabag. Is it somebody's nickname in it? Oh, right. The main character is called Fleabag. Why Fleabag? Oh, she doesn't have a real name. Oh, dear, very arty, apparently. And I'm not superstitious, I'm just a little stitious. So I take mine down on 10th, says Kate in West Sussex. And Steve, says Nick, we went to see the film The Gentleman, hard-hitting. Hugh Grant plays a brilliant part. He's very good in Paddington 2. He's very good in Paddington 2. And somebody says, admit it, you're too scared to watch Dracula. I don't believe in that kind of rubbish. Yeah, somebody going, ooh, is about as scary as bumping into a bar of chocolate on a dark night in a bus shelter. I don't get worried about anything like that. I couldn't care less. I mean, as long as you enjoyed it, doesn't matter. Sometimes I don't like the grey squirrels, Steve. You can't put birdseed out because the squirrels eat them. Yeah, they do. So Sue Ann says grey squirrel invaders give a horrible disease to red squirrels. I know, they seem to have wiped out, don't they? They seem to have wiped out the red squirrels, obviously because the grey squirrels are a bit more powerful. They're obviously organised as a gang, I should imagine. Here's the author, Gareth Rees. Gareth is slightly mad. He's researched 40 car parks and featured for his book Car Park Life. Now, he comes from Hastings, so that explains an awful lot. And It's just bizarre. He says it's actually very exciting. He rates Crown Hill Retail Park in Plymouth as the most interesting because of a waterway in it created by Sir Francis Drake. I mean, is anybody going to buy a book on car parks? And the answer is, of course they are. Of course they are. I bet you, there's probably people around here would buy a book on car parks. I personally wouldn't buy that. It doesn't, that's too mad. I think too mad. Robson Green says he has a hairy chest when he was 12. He's 55 now. He says, the one thing I'd change about myself is hair growth. I was very hairy at 12. I was in the shower and I was so traumatised I didn't know what was going on. Oh. Well, it's just sort of growing while you're standing there. Wasn't that the film The Fly? Wasn't it, where all of a sudden he sort of morphs into a fly, a giant fly? I thought that was a bit bad, and he had hair sprouting out of his body. I don't like those sort of films. I'm not frightened by them, I just think they're rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Also today, Duchess and Pal reunited. Yes, this is Rose Hanbury. They fell out big time. Big time. And apparently now they haven't. Prince Andrew's friend, Ghislaine Maxwell, is being moved around America by Navy SEALs amid fears for her life. Sources say she gets multiple credible threats daily and hate mail. Of course she does. She's not helping out Andrew. She's the only one who probably knows the relationship and what went on, but she's obviously decided she's not saying anything at all. Slightly disturbing. Here's a little man bag, Wayne Rooney. A little man bag. His sons Kai, Clay, Kit and Cass were clearly on his mind because the bag has got their pictures on it. It's the one that they had on their Christmas card. It's quite a cute picture, actually, but a little bit strange. Also, Love Island host Laura Whitmore, dreary in the extreme, has paid tribute to Caroline Flack as she prepares to replace her. Can you read a script, dear? Can't be that difficult, can it? Big words, one after the other, and if off to boobs, Speedos, muscles. That's all you have to learn, OK? There's nothing else you have to do on the programme. It doesn't actually play with you at all. Plus, a huge endangered bluefish tuna. It weighs 43 stone, bought by a sushi restaurant chain owner, Kayoshi Kimura. He's nicknamed the Tuna King. He says, the quality of the tuna I bought is the best, and he paid £2.4 million at an auction in Japan. He snapped it up. It sold for half the price at the annual fish auction because bluefin usually sells for about £31 a pound, making this one more than 100 times the norm. I mean, they're so big, tuna. They really are. It's so expensive. So expensive. Also here, dreary Ian H. Watkins. What a bore, honestly. I'm so bored with him. Really. Dull, dull, dull. And sex toy. Oh, my Lord above. Sex toys. Oh, this is in Las Vegas. I wonder why Will Guy was going on about this this place in Vegas. Sex toys will be on display there. What's a sex toy? We don't need stuff like that, do we? That's a very odd one. When I first heard, says Ian, about the show Fleabag, I thought it was the 80s kids' TV show, Teabag. I don't remember that one either. I just think it's a very odd name for a programme, but it seems to be doing quite well. Britain's highest-earning GP paid more than £600,000 a year, which is 4 times the Prime Minister's salary. And Jim Davidson, questioned by police over an alleged thing that he said to a train attendant. So, mind you, if you've ever seen Jim's act, it does feature a lot like that. American model Devon Windsor. She's a Victoria's Secret model. They don't count at all. They're just people who wear underwear. They just wear underwear. It's the same like being a page 3 girl, but they try and make out that it's something really, really special, which isn't. And Steve, I read that Prince Charles was trying to reintroduce the red squirrel to Britain. We do have it. It's up in Scotland. And Julie says struggling to get going. First day back after the Christmas break. Hope you had a good festive time and a very happy New Year. Thank you. Yep. Looking forward to next year's already. It's too quick. Finishes too quickly, doesn't it? We want an extended Christmas period. You know, now today, some of you will be... the pavements will be full around our way of people wanting to recycle their Christmas trees. And I found the story about Tesco's do not wear in bed PJs. So these are PJs here with a warning not to wear them in bed. And we shall find out why after the news, which is coming up. If you have joined us, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Nice to have your company. We've also got a plant-based version of Burger King's Whopper, which is available from today in the United Kingdom. The Rebel Whopper, made from soy. Oh, it's not suitable for vegans or vegetarians because of the way it's being cooked. What's the point of that one, then? Pretty welcome to Monday. I know. You've been away for ages and ages and ages, and today you get to go back to work. Jonathan Shallett, OBE professor, says everybody knows that the most successful people are early risers. The richest entrepreneurs swear by 5 a.m. starts, and early birds live longer and have fewer health problems. So those who are ambitious to be more successful and earn more resolve to get up 1 hour earlier. He's just left Barbados. In fact, he took a picture out the side of the aeroplane. He always goes to Barbados every year. It's what you could do when you're very successful. Tesco's PJs. I have to mention this because I've been doing it since the beginning of the programme. And they're selling in Tesco's Harry Potter pyjamas for kids with a warning not to wear them to bed. A label reads, should not be worn to sleep in, next to one describing it as girls' pyjamas. Mum, Emma Ailing, spotted the outfit at a store in Reading. 15 quid. She said we were a bit confused as they were definitely sold as pyjamas. Whoever ordered them must have had a sleeping spell put on them. Tesco says, as this particular product has a hood, we advise children not to sleep with it on. It's not the store's first Potter PJs controversy. Last year, a pair featuring Hedwig the Owl had a tag saying they should not be slept in, even though they had no hood. Well, why have you had them made with hoods on? How stupid is that? Ridiculous, honestly. What is going on? What is going on? Also, today is... You didn't know today had an actual label on it. It's called Divorce Day. Today's Divorce Day. This is the day you can get... there are lots of warring couples who probably managed to stagger through Christmas, only to discover that you could face a month's wait due to a surge in cases. The first working Monday after Christmas is when many call it quits following festive bust-ups. People argue. I can't understand it. How can you have an argument over one of the happiest times of the year? Family lawyer Samantha Farndale says a rush of cases at the start of January can create a real backlog for the courts, which creates delays. Slater and Gordon quizzed 2,000 married couples and found that a third were unhappy or somewhat happy. Days cooped up together and the stress of making Christmas perfect are given the main reason for a breakup. Oh dear, hope not round here. Everybody's looking fairly happy. They don't have any... I'm happy in my relationship. And so if you're cooped up, apparently others trigger spending too much with a spouse's relatives, rubbish gifts and a booze-fuelled row. Good Lord. So yesterday was dubbed Single Sunday. I never worry about things like that. Predicted to be the busiest in the history of online dating, with traffic peaking at 11 p.m. Why are people so desperate to have a relationship? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? But sometimes the people in relationships are the most miserable people. Be single. Be single. Enjoy yourself. Yes, it makes you go vegan, doesn't it? He's not happy this morning, is he? I mean, I don't know whether or not... Because he had a salad last night, and the only thing he's got to look forward to today is another salad. You need to vary it a bit. Can you have chicken nuggets? That'd be nice. Are they any good for you? Don't you like chicken? I mean, you don't have to eat them. You could just sort of look at them and then pick it up and savour it and then put some ketchup on or something like that. You could smell them, yeah. They smell quite nice, chicken nuggets. No? Spare ribs? They're nice. Spare ribs are good. Phew, you'd like spare ribs. They're very good. The meat just falls off the little bone. Yeah, pulled pork. Another one. That's pork that's pulled. And that's quite nice. What else? What else could you have? Can't think of all these exciting things. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, roast potatoes, your greens, the gravy. Oh, dear, made with the meat juices and then added into it. No, I must say not much use here. Fish and chips, sausage in batter and chips, beef burger in batter and chips. Saveloy. Oh, goodness. Hot dog with onions on the top of it. God, there's so much choice out there for you. And you can't have any of it. I mean, if I opened your cupboard... If they did one of these programmes on the television, Luke, and they said, look at Luke's cupboard, and we opened the cupboard, would I know it was the cupboard of a vegan? I would. There's nothing in it. It's just got, there used to be water in here, and there used to be food, and now we have nothing. My heart is broken. Do you not have anything in there? What, did you not keep stuff? No. Do you have milk? Marmite is in there. Oh, that's good. That's good, yes. And that's it. Oh, dear. So do you shop on a daily basis? Shopping... A weekly shop? How long does it take you to put a jar of Marmite in the basket and walk round? I mean, is that sort of fairly... Mostly salads. Yeah. Well, yes. Yes, I think... Yes, salad would be classed as a fridge item. Oh, dear. Do you not have... In the freezer, ice cream?
Yeah, we have vegan ice cream.
Oh, you got vegan ice cream? Oh, is that nice? That must go down really well with salad. Vegan ice cream and salad. Yeah, crispy duck. You ever had a Chinese takeaway? No. Indian takeaway?
I had an Indian the other day. I love Indian food.
Oh, you love Indian food?
It's mostly vegetarian.
There is a lot of vegetarian food within Indian food, so that's quite good. That sort of stretches your imagination a little bit. But You make lentils. God, how boring. How dull. Lentils. You can't get excited about lentils. Well, I suppose if you're eating salad all the time, you are getting excited about lentils. It's like, we're having lentils. What? We're having lentils. Yes. Results. No more salad for a day. Lentils. Might do a sauce with them or something like that to make them look a bit more interesting. It's like pasta. Do you have pasta? Yeah. Vegan pesto. My God, there's no end of choice out there, isn't there? And there are places where you can go and sort of have a bigger choice than you would. But I always think that if you're vegan or vegetarian, you have to pay more for things than other people. I'm totally convinced. They make you suffer badly. Very badly. But look, you seem fairly happy, don't you? A bit mad at times, but, you know, I'm assuming that's not the veganism. That's just the fact you have to laugh. You're just hallucinating. Yes, I know. Well, I would if I was on pesto and pasta and all the rest of it. Do you think you'll be like that for the rest of your life? Oh, God, not much to look forward to, is there really? In your sort of old age, when you're sitting in the old people's home and they go, matron's just done you sausages. Excuse me, I'm vegetarian. And they come back and they go, matron says, you can sod off, you're having sausages. That'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it, in future? If all of a sudden people said, I'm not cooking that. Because there's not that many of you in the country. I mean, in terms of how big the country is, there's not a huge amount of vegetarians and vegans. But it's increasing. Oh, absolutely. They said over Christmas, about another 150,000 people. How they know this, I've got no idea. What do they do? So every time you go out and buy something, they go, I'm sorry, vegetarian? Thank you. Tick in the little box here. But no, I'm sure it'll work out fine. But that's it for the rest. So there's nothing to look forward to. You're never going to know the delights of chips and a sausage in batter or scamp. You can have chips. Oh, right, okay. You're all right with the potato then. You miss halloumi. Well, no, she'll come back. Don't worry. She's great. I mean, she's fantastic. I wouldn't worry about that. She popped out to go and get some bread. Do you have bread? You have bread. That's okay. Seeded bread. Okay. Do you have butter? Margarine. Oh, it's okay. So you can have toast. You can have hence where the Marmite comes in. I've suddenly realised that's it. So you can have seeded bread with margarine and Marmite. Well, there you go. Your life is perfect. Life is perfect. He still can't remember what his girlfriend bought him for Christmas. She probably said to him when he got home yesterday, why did you not remember what I bought you? You know, it was something very, very exciting. Never is, of course. So it's divorce day. So if you've had a really bad Christmas, I can't believe somebody's Christmas would be that bad. Because surely, if you're going to divorce and you're going for it today, it must have been building for it. It can't just have built up over Christmas, can it, really? What would happen if the Queen died when you're on air? We have a system in place. It's in place in every place. Every place of broadcast, there is a system. There is a procedure to run, as she knows. Because when you saw Diana's funeral, that in fact was the Queen Mother's funeral. They didn't have a funeral for Diana because they weren't expecting her to die in place. So they used the Queen Mother's funeral. So the Queen Mother must be watching thinking, oh, it looks quite nice. So that's how we would find out. We would be told. Do you think you could ever be a vegetarian? Probably. I mean, yes, I would think I probably could be, actually. I think I'd probably be a flexitarian. I think that's what I'll be. I do eat I do like eating vegetables. I mean, I'm not crackers for vegetables. I mean, I have to be, not forced, but today I'm going back for sprouts. Little sprouts, which I quite like, and I do those probably with a little bit of bacon or something like that. The thing that Luke craves, a packet of bacon waved over him as he walks into the building, because that was the thing. He said he'd quite like to try it. I don't think he knows what it's like. He's got no idea. He's just seen bacon, and you've never had it, have you? You know the smell of bacon, but you've never eaten it. Isn't that bizarre that you can actually get through your life and you've never eaten a piece of bacon? Isn't that amazing? I think that's fantastic. Well done, you, Mr. Misery. That's right. Yes, he said fried. But you know the smell of bacon, but I can't believe you've never had bacon in your life. Have you ever had a sausage? No. You've had a veggie sausage, yeah, which is sort of sausage that looks like a sausage, but it's not. It's a veggie sausage. I think Linda McCartney makes them. Well, I mean, she doesn't because she's dead. But I mean, obviously, somebody sort of is licensed to make it. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. And why are you doing it? I can't remember. Do we ever? You've just You've always have been. Oh, news. But it isn't some sort of belief about looking after animals or things like that. Oh, right, so animal husbandry comes into it. God, the things we learn on this programme, I tell you. He's so dull. And, but bacon would be the thing. See, I'll have a little bit of bacon today, but I'm cutting back on how much I have. I don't think, because I could eat a whole packet of bacon. Crispy bacon. No, I don't do crispy. Do I eat the fat of the bacon? Yeah, you just cut it up. Well, do you cut the fat off? Do you? You get medallions. No, I just eat the whole thing. I just cut it with a pair of scissors and cut it into little sort of cubes and everything else, and then just fry it up and then put vegetables with it. And you cut... No, I don't like it crispy, really. That sounds like to me bacon that's overcooked. And you cut the fat off. What's that? That's the best bit. It's very good for you. It's good for you. Look at me, healthy. Man, strong. Tarzan. Steve. Somebody else was talking about the red squirrel in the park that they've seen. Very exciting. My God, that was tight, wasn't it? Did you hear that? That kind of dovetailed in. Frightened the life out of me. So, a huge slice. Here's the good news, and he'd be pleased. A huge slice of George Michael's massive fortune is destined to go to charity after the death of his sister. George, as you know, left most of his estate, worth about £98 million, to sisters Melanie and Yoda. Melanie passed away on Christmas Day, 3 years after George. Her share is now set to be donated to charity, because I'm assuming that George Michael keeps on generating, because he's still... You know, the records, people buying the albums and things like that. People will still be generating money into his estate. He did make donations to Childline, also an aid charity project, Angel Food, in the wake of his passing. He's given stuff to... I mean, he was very, very generous to Capital Radio's Help a London Child. He would do it quite anonymously. He was like that. He was that sort of person. So now, with the passing of his sister, that goes to charity. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely. Mind you, I thought the passing of his sister was quite something. You couldn't have made that one up at all, could you? 17 years away for Phoenix Nights. Peter Kay has revealed he could be rolling into a cinema near you as Brian Potter in The Comeback that fans have craved. I thought it was a brilliant series. I thought it was wonderful. In fact, to be honest with you, I kept looking at him as the nightclub boss Potter, and I remember thinking, is that really Peter Kay? And then he was a bouncer as well, Bouncer Max. I mean, just brilliant. But anyway, former co-star Paddy McGuinness said about suggestions of a film, that's not happening, let me tell you. Not that I know of. I'm probably not in it. But I think they might all come back. That's what I'm hoping, anyway. So we'll wait and see. They did a lot of research to find out whether... I mean, it was so beautifully put together. I think it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I see no reason at all why we couldn't bring back Phoenix Nights. So go on, bring it back. I bet he started writing it. I don't want it, though, as a film at the cinema. I want it on the television, please. Steve, if anybody feels their house is gloomy, I can recommending leaving up Christmas lights. They do cheer up the place, says Lottie. Yes, I agree. Somebody's going to Blackpool tomorrow for a week. I'm going to buy some new trainers. What colour, white or red? I'm 53. Don't be so silly. You're 53. You're an old age pensioner. Don't go anywhere near Blackpool and don't buy trainers. They're not for people like you. They're for younger people. Young people like the people I've got working. Even I wouldn't wear trainers. My friend John wears trainers, but even he's cutting back because he's got business expenses this year. Steve, KFC vegan burger, not bad at all, loved it so much, bought 2. Oh, right, there you go, you can have a KFC vegan burger. They've got meatballs in Subway, which aren't meat. They've got a meatball thing, you can have that. You don't eat meatballs? No, they aren't meat. There's no meatballs, that's right, yeah. We're having a one-way conversation here. I know what I'm talking. I'm talking to myself, actually. Yeah, no, it's a meatball without it being meat. So you can have that, can't you? They're not really, they're just jumping on a bandwagon. I don't think it's particularly clever. I think it's a clever idea to sort of say, oh, finally, after God knows how many years, we finally actually accepted the fact that vegans and vegetarians do exist, just so we don't cater for you. Because if you used to go into restaurants years and years ago, they didn't have it. Now they've got glucose intolerant, isn't it? Or whatever these things are. You can, not glucose, what do they call it? Intolerant, wheat intolerant, and all these other things. Gluten intolerant. And restaurants cater for people like that now. I know, because one of my brother's girls used to go out with somebody who was gluten intolerant. And they all go, yes, as if it's something quite normal. Whereas I remember a friend of mine going into a restaurant, and it didn't used to have on the menu if it had nuts in it. And he became quite ill. Luckily, he had an EpiPen thing, and that was a bit of a worry at the time. But now people are much better, actually. And another one here. Apparently, the number of people over the age of 60 getting divorced is on the increase. Is it? A smoked-sliced salmon with soft cheese is in my fridge, says Dev. I've got 3 packs of smoked salmon. You can't have smoked salmon, can you? Because you don't eat fish. It's really... Oh, but you couldn't have it anyway. Oh. Oh, right, okay. I'm just trying to think I could bring you in some smoked salmon. You know, don't want to see him starving. Steve, another interesting weather day in Minnesota. Over in, my God, you've got some things going on over there, haven't you? 50-mile-an-hour wind driving to the churches on Sunday, blew all over, but had steak cubes and baked potato with a good gin and tonic at the local bar and grill just over the border in South Dakota, says Jake. You have to explain to us what steak cubes are. Is that, unless I'm being really thick, is that a steak cut into cubes? I don't want to be stupid on this one. And a baked potato. So that's good for you. And a good gin and tonic. But you've got everything. What? Actually, you have to tell me, actually, because Jake is a Methodist pastor. So after Trump has done this, what's the mood in America? Do please tell us, because we don't know what the mood in America is. Do the majority of people think he made the right decision? Or do the majority of people go, uh-oh, there's going to be repercussions? Do let us know, if you can, Jake. Steve, I disagree. Lentils can be very tasty, especially in a casserole. Yeah, but you see, but to be honest with you, that's just because I don't eat them. That's my decision. I don't care what anybody wants to eat. I'm always interested in what people eat and what they don't eat. There's loads of food that I couldn't eat. Loads of things. I'm not into pig's cheeks, not into pig's trotters. I'd rather not eat horse, but I suspect I might have eaten it. And Stephen Formby says, I'm the biggest carnivore ever and proud of it, but Heinz lentil and bacon soup. Oh, you see, there's all these sorts of things. As a vegan, does Luke enjoy soup, says Susie? Without hot food, you must feel the cold, I would think. Yeah, he does feel the cold. Your girlfriend makes soup. His girlfriend makes soup. That's nice, isn't it? God help me if ever they finish. He's going to starve, isn't he? What sort of soup does she make? Does she make... it's my favourite leek and potato. Leek and potato is fabulous. In fact, I just bought some haddock chowder the other day from the London Covent Garden Soup Company. So I can't wait to see what it's like, actually. Never beat Marks and Spencer's one, but that's almost a long departed food. Steve. A lot of people telling me about lentils. Not everybody likes lentils. I'm a vegetarian and I have veggie bacon, tomatoes and free-range eggs. There you go, you can have veggie... What's veggie bacon? Oh, right. Corn do bacon. But it's not, it's corn. Oh, right, it's nice. Oh, you've had that, have you? So I now know what to buy you for Christmas for next year. I can go into one of these shops and buy all this peculiar food for him. And he'll thank... Because he's heard of all of it, and I haven't. I'm a bit of a novice. Do you have Christmas cake this year? Christmas cake? Vegan Christmas cake, okay. And so you didn't have Christmas pudding, did you? No. Oh, you sometimes feel you could educate him in so many different ways. Try this, try that. Would sort of tell him it's vegan. He wouldn't know the difference. Somebody bought pigs in blankets at Christmas. I thought they looked horrible, fatty and greasy. I couldn't touch one. Really? Go on, but I can eat those till the cows come home. They do them in Greggs. Mike says, I've had a great Christmas and New Year with family, friends and neighbours. Parties, food and lots of giggle juice. Really, really don't want to go to work this morning. Any suggestions? You could always do that. I don't feel very well. I can't come in this morning. I'm ever so sorry. I'll hopefully be back tomorrow. No, go, you keep yourself nice and warm. That's how it goes, isn't it, really? What we'll do, hello, Popsy. Good Lord above, a cougar's arriving in the studio. What we'll do after the news, we'll have a chat to Charlie Girling from our showbiz department, and she will bring us up to date on who's got what at the Goldens, okay? Plus, Jeremy Edwards. Actually, one time Jeremy Edwards was on television, then he disappeared, and then he turned up on one of those shopping channels. What he does at the moment, I've got no idea. He comes from Winchester. He was everywhere, wasn't he? But he's now on CBBC, BBC's Millie in Between, whatever that is. But anyway, he's done a jump and he's done himself a bit of a mischief. So he was throwing a lad onto a couch, and so he wants compensation. He had to repeat the throw over and over without training. Yeah, I have to be honest, you would have training for something like that, wouldn't you? It's too dangerous. I couldn't do it. Oh, that's right, he was in Holby. But then he was on one of the shopping channels. He wasn't very good on the shopping channel, it has to be said. Steve, bacon lardons are quite pleasant, especially in an omelette, says Huey. Dion says, I love bacon bits. The only supermarket I can get it from is Asda, but they're great for cooking with. What do you mean, lardons? Lardons you can get everywhere. I mean, really, I'm surprised you can't. You're obviously going the wrong to supermarkets, but they're great for cooking with, and just bacon sandwich. What you put bacon bits in a bacon sandwich? That must be a bit of a pain, isn't it? No, cook bacon. I always get bacon every couple of weeks, something like that. Always. Listen, we'll take a short break, then we'll have a chat to Charlie Girling, and we'll see who's doing. We're not doing badly, and we'll also find out how tasty is that vegan fake-away, because they're all jumping on the bandwagon. Absolutely everybody is. So we'll run through some of the things you're not aware of, including his Costa's vegan smoky ham and cheese toasty. Not going to be ham. It can't really be ham, can it? Oh, no, it's corn. They must have cornered the market. Whoever discovered corn must be thinking, we've got a winner on this one here. Turn it into just about anything you like. 6:30 is the time. The LBC News with Simon. 6 minutes to 7, Monday, the 6th of January. The big showbiz news of the morning, as you know. Olivia Colman, Phoebe Waller-Bridge are among a host of British stars to claim Golden Globes. They won TV acting awards for their work on The Crown and Fleabag, respectively. Sam Mendes was named Best Director for 1917, which also won the coveted Best Drama Movie award. And with the latest, our showbiz editor, Charlie Girling. And good Charlie, morning. First morning. Wait a minute. We'll put your microphone on.
I can see a flurry of activity in the studio
flurry of activity immediately.
Good
morning.
Listen,
Ricky Gervais.
Oh, yes. Well, speaking of Brits, it was his 5th time hosting the Golden Globes and his final time. He was very insistent that he's never going to do it again. After tonight, I'm not sure that they would have him back anyway. It didn't exactly set the world on fire. He promised to take loads of pot shots at the great and the good in Hollywood. And, he did his usual thing, and he did get a few laughs.
If you do win an award tonight, don't use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg. So, if you win, right, come up, accept your little award, thank your agent and your God, and it's already 3 hours long.
Can imagine what we removed on taste grounds.
Yes,
there.
I can well imagine. The funny thing is that I heard that very similarly to the Arkiva Awards, where somebody said, listen, if you're coming up to collect an award, remember, if you haven't got gold, you're not really a winner. And I remember thinking, that's great. And they said, come up, just accept it gracefully and leave. And that's what Ricky Gervais did. He was taking pot shots at Apple, Leonardo DiCaprio, his taste in younger women, and Hollywood's ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
He did.
A good night for the Brits, though.
But it was a good night for the Brits, yeah. And not even so much Ricky, but no one was expecting the Brits to have an amazing awards season this year. Last year before last, the Brits had a fantastic time. You had the likes of Eddie Redmayne winning really big. Olivia Colman, obviously, last year for The Favourite. But the Golden Globes do have a lot of different categories. Unlike the Oscars, they cover TV as well, and they split the film categories into two. So you've got drama and comedy and musical. So there's a lot more gongs to go round generally. So despite the fact it was released nearly a year ago now, Taron Egerton actually won Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy for his role in Rocketman, and he paid tribute to the man who inspired it all.
To Elton John, thank you for the music, thank you for living a life less ordinary, and thank you for being my friend. Finally, that flashing at me, my mother is in here somewhere. This one's for you, ma'am.
It was a good speech. It was tight, it was bright, it didn't talk about politics. Now, obviously, Olivia Colman last year did have the wonderful year, culminating in her fantastic on-stage speech. Everyone in Hollywood fell in love with her when she won the Oscar. This year, she basically did a rerun of that, having won for her role in Netflix's The Crown.
This time, absolutely, I was convinced that I would just be able to sit there and get a bit boozy in the background. I can't believe it.
It's basically what she said last year. She
Yes.
didn't think she was going to win, had a few glasses of wine, had to go up on stage, but they love it over there. They do love it over there. Another fantastic British woman, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, obviously did quite a lot of writing on this year's Bond film, which is going to come out obviously in April, but she was there to pick up her awards for Fleabag. That won Best Comedy as well as Best Actress in a Comedy, and she paid tribute to her hot priest co-star Andrew Scott.
There was a lot of talk about the chemistry of us in the show, but really he can have chemistry with a pebble. So I love being Andrew's pebble in this, and thank you so much for bringing so much fire to this season.
You remember him, don't
He came in here. He came in here. He sat there.
You're still recovering from the
I'm still
experience,
recovering from it because I've never seen it. So I didn't know, and people kept saying, hot priest.
Have you watched it now?
No.
Oh, Steve.
No, but I'd love to talk to him again.
Oh, he was wonderful. He
He's-
does have a huge amount of charisma. And
Huge.
He is an absolutely fantastic actor, but, you know,
Yeah.
as is she. And typically British of her to spend so much time in her acceptance speech thanking somebody else. But disappointingly, though, for fans, she's saying definitely still no for a third series of Fleabag. Other Brit wins, Brian Cox. I think you've also spoken to him at
Yes.
some point in the past.
Yes.
For the fantastic TV drama Succession. Creator of that, Jesse Armstrong, also won an award.
And of course, another big Brit win was Sam Mendes.
Yes. Now this is very interesting. Obviously, another Bond director there. New movie 1917. I watched it just before Christmas. It is an absolutely incredible feat of filmmaking. It's filmed as one shot. The camera follows the actors throughout, and you literally come out of the cinema, you don't know what to do with yourself. You don't breathe for 2 hours. I don't think I had any cuticles left. It came out in America on Christmas Day. It comes out here this week. The fact it's won Best Picture and Best Director last night means it's got a lot of momentum going into the Oscars and the BAFTAs.
This is a huge thing for this movie. It opens in a week wide. It's difficult to make movies without big movie stars in the leads and get people to come and see it in a cinema. And I really hope this means that people will turn up and see it on a big screen for which it was intended.
What about the other big categories on the night?
Joaquin Phoenix gave quite a bizarre, rambling acceptance speech to the surprise of no one. Really, I mean, he's known for quite strange interviews and strange acceptance speeches. He basically spent most of it thanking the Hollywood Foreign Press Association for making the Golden Globes menu vegan this year. Lovely. Renee Zellweger won Best Actress for Judy. Again, no real surprise there. She's, I think, pretty much got most of the BAFTA and the Oscar race sewn up as well. Brad Pitt won for another film that's been out for a long time, Best Actor in a Supporting Role for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Quentin Tarantino movie. He did, though, get a lot of laughs in his acceptance speech.
And I want to say hi to my folks. They're back in the Ozarks. I wanted to bring my mom, but I couldn't because any woman I stand next to, they say I'm dating, and just be awkward.
The camera panned to Jennifer Aniston.
They cut to Jennifer
there,
Aniston,
and she was laughing. Yeah.
It's funny because if somebody said to me, "Identify this voice," the voice doesn't kind of match up to his looks.
Do you think?
Very odd, very strange.
Well, that is officially it then. The 2020 awards season is underway, and this time tomorrow, actually in 24 hours' time, I'm going to be at BAFTA HQ on Piccadilly, just down the road from here, and listening to this year's BAFTA nominations announcement.
Any hints?
I think 1917 is now the one to beat. Yeah. I'm very hopeful. Marriage Story is another one that's looking. That actually didn't do very well last night, but yeah, I think 1917 is going to be this year.
I wonder if they're going to have it. Will they have it in Leicester Square? Do you think?
What, the BAFTAs?
No, I don't know where they do the BAFTAs. Where do they do them?
Royal Opera House.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. Oh, no, actually, Royal Albert Hall last year, I think.
Yeah, Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah, they kind of, I think they mix it up between the two of them.
I love a good ceremony. I like it when people walk the carpet because I don't know who half of them are.
Are you cadging for an invite, Steve?
I didn't want to sort of say that, but I've never been to anything like that. I can't. It's too late.
I know, it's true. You're up. What time are you up? 2:30?
I'm in here by 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Goodness,
Seriously, I mean, I was in bed yesterday because I wasn't very well, and I was in bed really early. But I love to keep up with all these things over there. And when the Brits do well in America, thank God for it. Thank God because we need it. We need it, actually.
They do love us over there.
They do love us. Charlie Girling, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Steve.
Always a pleasure. I like this new slinky outfit for today.
Thank you very much.
Very vampy. So tomorrow she'll be doing BAFTA, heading down to BAFTA, which is literally just down next to Fortnum & Mason's, isn't it? I didn't realise that's where it was, but I found out. Thank you very much indeed. Nice to talk to you.
Lovely to talk to you.
See you soon. Right, time now, 18 minutes to 7. How tasty is that vegan fake away? Everything's fake nowadays. We knew about the Subway meatless meatball, and this is plant-based meatballs, and quite nice by the look of it. Pizza Hut do a veggie pepperoni pepperoni pizza, $11.95. Unfortunately, in the ratings, that only got 1 out of 5 because I mean it's a pizza at the end of the day. The Subway meatless meatball marinara got 3 out of 5. Leon vegan love burger, they like this one. This got 5 out of 5. And it was a dairy and animal-free dish, soya beetroot patty, topped with vegan burger sauce and mustard mayo, tomatoes, pickles, and smoked Gouda-style vegan cheese. Sounds quite nice, actually, doesn't it? I'll have to send the boy down there. McDonald's do veggie dippers, and it got 2 out of 5. 2 vegan red pepper, tomato pesto, and split pea mix dippers, coated in breadcrumbs with fries, sauce, and a soft drink. That only got, as I say, 2 out of 5. Greg's vegan steak bake. I'd be very pleased next door to know that this one got 5 out of 5. A golden puff pastry lattice filled with corn chunks and onions in gravy. I must try it, actually. I don't know why I've not tried it. It's only because all their food is so cold. Why can't they heat things up? It's very, very tedious, you know, I don't want to buy anything cold. I want something hot. KFC have got a vegan burger. That gets a 4 out of 5. That's not bad, is it? They say here, crispy corn again. You must get sick to death of how many variations of corn you can have. That's a fillet coated in seasoning mix, lettuce and vegan mayo in a sesame bun, which looks quite nice. And then Costa do a vegan smoky ham and cheese toasty made of corn. Again, corn is obviously the be-all or to end-all. I wish I'd invented corn. And that gets a 4 out of 5. But top of the list, Greg's vegan steak bake. And it's only £1.55. When you compare to the other ones, Pizza Hut's veggie pepperoni pizza is $11.95. I mean, that's quite a lot of money, I think. The Subway meatless meatball marinara is $3.99. The Leon vegan love burger, $5.75. So that's not too bad, is it? McDonald's veggie dippers, doesn't sound too exciting. You only get 2 of them. Not exactly going to fill you up, is it, really? $2.99. The vegan burger from KFC is $3.99. Costa's smoky ham and cheese toasty, $2.95. And Greg's vegan steak bake, $1.55, and that gets 5 out of 5. Perfect, they say, for anybody missing a meat fix. Work to ease tensions in the Middle East. But who has the right approach? Donald Trump, Jeremy Corbyn, or the British government? The Labour leadership race hots up, with the party's NEC set to meet to discuss the next steps, and candidates laying out their stall, whilst a rogue member of the House of Lords says Parliament was misled on the true cost of HS2. And from 9 this morning, your chance to question the Chief Inspector of Ofsted, Amanda Spielman, takes your calls. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning, right here on LBC. Somebody says, I know you're a bit naughty making comments on trainers. No, absolutely not. They're not for elderly people. They're for young people, OK? Somebody says, I know people over 60. Don't be so ridiculous. Of course you don't. Somebody also says, I'm a flexitarian for the sake of family peace, but I've fooled carnivorous millennials several times using Quorn in cottage pies and curries. It's all about added flavour. Yeah, we were debating this one a minute ago, Corey and myself, and we decided we didn't want to eat it. You know, you can obviously turn Quorn into just about anything you want. It can look like a piece of bacon, a sausage, or a chunk of meat. And it's the guy, you know, the guy who invented it. You met him. Good Lord, how did he look? Odd. Old. Oh, what is it? What is it made of? Oh, right. Soya beans and stuff like that. Very clever. And did he do it because he was vegan or vegetarian? It was for chicken. Oh, right. It was meant for chickens. Oh, I can't see chickens wandering into Greggs with their little purses, getting money out to go, we'll have 2 of those things which were made for us. Don't think that's going to work any time. Steve, we had a lovely chicken roast yesterday, but the best is yet to come. Bubble and squeak. Oh, I love... Do you know, I've not had bubble and squeak for years, but it sounds delicious. Richmond do a veggie sausage, says Mark. I didn't like the Richmond sausages. I really didn't. They sort of came in a different colour from everything else. Steak cubes, says Monica, are just a steak cut into cubes after cooking. If you do it before, they'll be inedible, too hard. If you asked who didn't try bacon, she's called Monica, and she's your favourite cabbie. I know people who cheat. Ian says Sainsbury's Taste the Difference haddock chowder is delicious, thank you. Steve, I worked in the labs in High Wycombe that invented corn. It was known as microprotein and is brewed in large vats, says Mark in Reading. Well, it's very clever because they've cornered the market in it, haven't they? Old Luke knows all of the different products that are available. There's probably a catalogue, isn't there? Corn sausages, corn meatballs, corn ham, corn bacon, corn... There's so many options, aren't there? And is it all made to look like the original item? So corn bacon looks like a piece of bacon. Good Lord. Well, there you go. You live and learn every day, don't you? Steve, lastly, warmingly spiced curried lentils with wholesome chickpeas and rice from Morrison's. Yes, says Dev. Thank you. Also, amazing how many people are vegetarian now. Dallas says, I think if man was meant to be veggie, bacon wouldn't smell so delicious. Well, he knows what it smells like. Subway meatless meatballs with vegan cheese, delicious, and I don't eat much fake meat, or usually go to Subway, says Angela. Also, I guess your vegetarian assistant loves Quorn. You'd never know, would you? We've hardly mentioned it on the programme. That's all he does eat, actually. Well, that and salads. I think he'd like a little bit of variation. Huey says, lardons are quite pleasant, especially in an omelette. Yeah, in an omelette, I can understand it. You can't do them in a sandwich. That's ridiculous. Also, another one here. Oh, somebody else who doesn't like pigs in blankets. How can you not like pigs in blankets? They're just so acceptable. Andy says, I'd rather eat meat than something that's made in a laboratory. Well, I don't think it's quite made. It's made in a factory. That's how they make it. I think originally they probably had to sort of try it out. On a cold day, do you like Irish stew with dumplings? I had that on Saturday. I had a beef stew, which I added beef stew to with dumplings. Delicious. Tanya says, if you can fit it in, good luck before 7 to the daughter Emily, who's at the Brit School. Maths, GCSE, mock 9 a.m. today. Oh, Lord. That's terrible, isn't it? That's not very good at all. Also, the drunk woman found with her legs in the air with her boozy boyfriend at the back of a busy aircraft. This is... They really paid for it. Let me offer a little bit of warning to you. Rebecca Cross and Christopher Pickering were caught in an amorous act. That's the way we describe it now, on a British Airways jet to Marseille of all places. As the jet taxied at Heathrow, they'd already been moved because they were too boozed to sit near the emergency exit. Why did they even let them on the plane in the first place? What idiot decided that one? They admitted being drunk on a plane. Pickering of Dunstable was given a £2,000 fine at Isleworth Crown Court, while Cross, that's the woman, received a community order. £2,000 fine. Won't be trying that one again, matey, will you? The icy reception is for the tourists, destroying the village that Disney's Frozen films are based on. Hallstatt in Austria, population 780. It's quite beautiful. Since it was linked to the fictional town Arundel. Tourists let themselves into homes and a mystery fire broke out in November because it's where people live. I mean, it is beautiful. And in winter, it looks even more beautiful. Even more. Here's the man that we don't like at the moment. He's a fraudster. He's on the run. He'll be caught. Don't worry. He's got an 8-year jail term. And he's flaunted his life of luxury in Dubai. This is Sami Raja. Sentenced in January last year for a £2.5 million cold-calling scam, stays in 5-star hotels whilst running an investment company from Dubai. Prosecutors need his appeal to conclude before pursuing extradition. One of the victims, an 89-year-old man, says the way that Raja's living now makes you sick. Don't worry, he'll be back. He'll be spending it in prison. That'll be the good thing, won't it? Front page of The Guardian, pressure grows on Trump to justify the Soleimani killing. Plus, Nicola Roberts, therapy opened all the boxes. She must be on this programme, otherwise why would we be interested? I thought there were money problems there. I just got a feeling. You know, sometimes you read a story and then in the back of your mind you go, wait a minute, how do these people survive financially? And the answer is, they don't. Steve, I love vegetarian food and vegan as long as I can have some meat with it. Yes, it's amazing, actually, how people actually... managed to sort of get around things. Somebody says, I think salads are delicious in summertime. Yeah, but probably only the salad you know. He's eating a different salad from you. He doesn't have salad cream like we know the taste of salad cream. He has a vegan salad cream. And he has corn on it as well. Yeah, with some balsamic vinegar. Oh, right. Doesn't sound very exciting. I mean, I don't think he's selling it very well. But, I mean, they seem pretty good. How long have you been with your girlfriend? 2 years. Oh, well, something's obviously working, isn't it, really? I suppose if you're sort of both there going, oh, should we go out? Do you go out to eat very often? Right, so who does? Pizza Express. Oh, right. So you would go there and have a vegan night out. Prince Andrew? What's he got to do with it? Oh, Pizza Express. Oh, sorry, I missed the joke completely. I'd forgotten about Prince Andrew and Pizza Express. Mind you, I'm hoping to forget about Prince Andrew, full stop. Somebody says, how often do you have dumplings? Not very often. Not very often, because I think they're a bit fattening. Daily Express, way to switch off pain, could halt misery for millions. Adele's had a bit of a make-up. She's lost a huge amount of weight. Boris Johnson reveals he will not lament the death of Iran's top military leader. It's getting worse, isn't it? Space Girl, aliens are real. That's what they've said. Space Girl says aliens are real. And this is Helen Sharman, who blasted into orbit 28 years ago. She said they may have already inhabited... I mean, where do you get this from? They may have already inhabited Earth, and there's no two ways about it. She said aliens exist. There are so many billions of stars out there. There must be all sorts of forms of life. Lord above, I thought she was quite normal up until that moment. Now I'm just confused by everything. The Times this morning... Protesters gathering outside the US Embassy in London. That's what the next thing we're going to get, isn't it? That's where all the police get taken away for something. Iran says we will kill UK troops. I wouldn't advise it, but, you obviously know better. The Daily Telegraph, golden opportunity. Who is this? Judy Comer, Killing Eve star, wearing an eye-catching outfit. Certainly bizarre. And Johnson warns Iran... do not dare to strike at us. Yes, we have a nuclear submarine which is moored off the coast. That would be a very unwise decision. Also, PM walks tightrope over Iran, and you can lose weight with another diet, which is in the paper today. That is it. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I know it's Monday, and I know that people hate Monday, but I mean, as Charlie said, she's been away for, seems like ages and ages. She's finally grateful to get back to work. Coming up on my Little Bit Extra podcast, it's back. The Masked Singer unveiled last night was the Right Honourable Alan Johnson. There's a good career move. Katie Price has been pretending to go out on the town. Nobody seems to want to invite her to their parties. Wonder why. Frozen 2 set a new record, grossing over $1 billion. I met Idina Menzel when she was in Wicked. What a voice. You can get back catalogue on the LBC app, Global Player, or wherever else you get your podcasts. As well as listening live to LBC, you can listen back to this and other LBC programmes on the LBC app, as well as listening to a range of podcasts. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning from 4. Don't forget to download as much as you possibly can. Have a lovely day. Wrap up warm. Who knows when the snow's going to arrive.